Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Sword Saint Karen is an anomaly. Who would dare to call a transcendent sword master an anomaly? Yet, that was the only way to describe Karen. One day he would suddenly vanish into the demon realm, returning with the heads of high-level demons. Another day, he would cross the boundary near Camlin, slaughtering the cursed beings that ventured over. And sometimes, he would be seen wielding his sword on the battlefield of the stars. But that's not all. Fancying a good drink, he would stride into the sanctuaries of the constellations in the night sky to stir up a commotion or effortlessly scale the city walls to share a drink with the emperor, eyes of the guards wide with shock. An unpredictable character, indulging in eccentricities. Karen isn't perceived as dangerously unpredictable by the world despite being such an oddity among oddities. His values are crystal clear. Sword, righteousness, and chivalry. Just as the Knights of Adana bind themselves with honor and pride, the Sword Saint binds himself with righteousness and chivalry. He immerses himself in what he believes is right, indifferent to power or fame. Obsessed only with the sword. Indifferent to politics and power. His motives are inscrutable. Yet, Karen has a purpose. He always says. He must ascend to the extreme. He must acquire more stars, become stronger. It's not just about challenging his own limits. Why this thirst for strength? To that question, Karen once answered. To fulfill the hidden mission of the Order of the Sword. The world knows not what this mission is. Only Karen and the previous heads of the Order know the true nature of this mission. It's more a duty, a destiny, than a hidden mission. Karen ponders over this mission. To achieve it, he needs a monster, one even more extraordinary than himself, deemed a genius. Ordinary means won't suffice to approach the Order's mission. Thus, Karen is on a quest. Seeking an existence that might surpass him. One that could show him the next step. So, what about you? The Sword Saint gazed at the young man before him. It was time to scrutinize. How much talent did this young man possess? Could he be the existence Karen had been seeking? And if so, how should his value be judged? The answer was absurdly simple. With the sword. If there's something to be confirmed, confirm it with the sword. That was the way of the Order of the Sword. Nejin gazed at Karen. Holding the scabbard, Karen remained motionless, as if inviting an attack. It wasn't arrogance but the ease of a true strongman, an undeniable fact Nejin couldn't refute. Because it was the truth. Even if Nejin exerted his full power and drew Excalibur, victory seemed unlikely. The gap between him and Karen was too vast, not even the holy sword could bridge it. The epitome of swordsmanship. A force to be reckoned with, equal to the constellations in the night sky. He possesses 6 stars, right? Yes. He could ascend to a constellation at any time, but he chooses to remain on Earth. A being who could join the stars, yet chooses to remain in the world of men. Nejin took a deep breath and relaxed his sword arm. It was a rare opportunity to experience the pinnacle. Despite being thrown into the situation, he understood the invaluable nature of this chance. Knowing this, he had no intention of holding back. Who? One deep breath. The currents within Nejin surged. No longer needing to hide his ability to use sword aura, he let it envelop his sword in pure white. Volkmann, observing their duel, widened his eyes in surprise. It was unbelievable for someone to awaken sword aura in just a month. The correct assumption would have been that Nejin could already handle it when they first crossed swords. He was concealing his strength. Volkmann smiled. He wasn't disappointed. On the contrary, he was curious to see how far Nejin could push Karen. And Karen. He still hadn't drawn his sword aura. He simply held the scabbard, watching Nejin. Thump. Nejin lunged at Karen with a speed surpassing a sword expert. Swoosh. In an instant, Nijin's sword swung. A swift strike. The posture, the trajectory of the sword, were flawless even in Volkmann's eyes. But not for Karen. With a casual flick of the scabbard, he deflected Nijin's attack. The scabbard's speed wasn't fast or slow, it was just right to meet Nijin's shoulder. Karen then thrust it forward. That alone shattered Nijin's stance. His sword's path skewed, balance broken, and Nijin stumbled backward. Barely avoiding a fall, his eyes were shaken. Tap. Quickly regaining his stance, Nijin charged at Karen again. But once, twice, 5 times, the same scenario played out. Karen lightly flicked the scabbard. And with that, Nijin's stance crumbled. It wasn't a proper strike or a swift one. Karen's speed seemed similar or even slower than Nijin's. Yet, he effortlessly disrupted his stance. How exactly? Nijin knew. Vulnerabilities in the stance. Unstable points. Imperceptible flaws invisible to ordinary eyes were precisely targeted by Karen. Then. Nijin exhaled shortly and ripped his sword. It's begun. Volkmann, watching, clicked his tongue. Duels with Karen usually go like this. Moving at equal or slower speeds, Karen limits his sword, yet it's futile. Karen thoroughly dominates. Picking vulnerabilities, shattering sword paths, reading and breaking stances, parrying every attack from his position. Being overpowered by someone swinging slower is hardly pleasant. The feeling of having your sword negated. Feeling invalidated. That's why many hesitate to duel with Karen. Though there's much to gain, the time it takes to rebuild a shattered ego is immense. What about this young man? He's aware of his own talents. The impact must be substantial. Volkmann contemplated this as he observed Nijin charge at Karen with the same posture as before. Was he unable to accept his own flaws? As Volkmann sighed at this thought. The moment Karen thrust his scabbard. Nijin's movements changed. The flaw had already been exploited once. The moment it was targeted, Nijin had mentally sorted how to patch it, how to adjust his stance. For Nijin, reconfiguring his actions was not a difficult task. Karen's intended target was now blocked. Unfazed, Karen lightly swung his scabbard again. For the first time, Nijin's sword and Karen's scabbard collided. A sword without aura cannot block a sword enveloped in aura. A basic understanding, yet sword masters reign above such logic. Karen's scabbard, devoid of aura, effortlessly redirected Nijin's sword. It was the flow along the scabbard that made it possible. Clank. But Nijin didn't fluster. He instantly adjusted his stance and unleashed a flurry of strikes at Karen. Amidst the accelerated sword swings, Karen's scabbard penetrated Nijin's vulnerabilities repeatedly. Knocked back, tumbling to the ground. It happened just once. Nijin didn't expose the same flaw again. Although it's said that once a stance becomes habitual, it's hard to correct, there are always exceptions. What is this? Volkmann, witnessing Nijin's real-time posture adjustments and covering his vulnerabilities, was astounded. Indeed. Karen smiled slightly. He began to understand why Volkmann had highly rated this young man. Certainly, a remarkable talent. He knows how to control his body. And then. Karen's gaze sharpened. He felt Tanga's swordsmanship in Nijin's swings, saw the roughness of mercenaries, and sensed Volkmann's style too. Nijin's swordsmanship was a mix of many, yet not fully harmonized. Merely imitating others. Not truly his own swordsmanship. Talented in imitation, is he? Let's see about that. Having probed enough, Karen adjusted his grip on the scabbard. What he demonstrated was the Order's swordsmanship. The title of Sword Saint, the pinnacle of the Order of the Sword, is not just given for reaching the sword master level. It's awarded to those who ascend to the extreme of all swordsmanship and stances present in the Order. Among the 3 existing sword masters. If it comes to pure swordsmanship, no one can beat Karen. His achievements in swordsmanship were that extraordinary. Finally, Karen began his technique. Nijin's eyes widened. Not a skill that transformed or endowed properties to sword aura, but one purely executed through physical movement. A technique that can be mimicked if seen. If only observed, it can be replicated. Nejin was confident in this. He had always succeeded in doing so and had never failed before. Absorbing Karen's swordsmanship as his own style, Nejin focused intently. I've seen it. Pictured it in my mind. Receiving a blow, Nejin was pushed back. Surely, different from Volkmann's. Although from the same order, the level of mastery varied significantly. Naturally, if one could wield a sword like that, their own would seem full of flaws. Mulling over the pictured stance, Nejin grimaced. If Volkmann's swordsmanship was depicted in about 30 pictures, Karen's was well over 100. Drip. Blood trickled from his nose. His eyes, strained to their limit, stung. Just picturing a single stance had overloaded his mind. Imitation is your forte, I hear. Karen looked at Nejin, flicking his scabbard. Steal all you can. Imitate all you want. He smiled. As long as you can steal, I'm prepared to show you all the swords I possess. Challenge accepted. Karen's message was clear. Wiping blood from his nose, Nejin returned the smile. If Karen was so forthcoming, there was no reason to refuse. Click. Grinding his teeth, Nejin moved. Following the images in his mind, he swung his sword. However, he soon realized that his body and the envisioned images slightly misaligned. 34th, 41st, 56th. 7 images were misaligned. Though it seemed minor in the grand scheme, to Nejin, Karen's sword trajectory appeared perfect. However, both Nejin, swinging his sword, and Karen, observing, knew the gaps created by the misalignments. The incompleteness of this strike. Karen easily thrust his scabbard into these gaps. Nejin, his posture broken, tumbled to the ground. Sitting dazedly, Nejin blankly stared at his sword. The images had misaligned. It was the first time he had experienced such a discrepancy. He pondered over the misaligned images. The feeling of incongruity in motion. No matter how he moved, some aspects in the images were unattainable. As Nejin chewed over this, he stood up. You seem to think it's impossible. Karen thrust his scabbard at Nejin. Isn't it obvious? He spoke indifferently. This is my sword. Tailored to my body, my breath, my speed. My own, unique sword. He spoke as if stating the obvious. Even if stolen, could it ever truly be yours? It's mine, uniquely mine. He narrowed his eyes. Your talent for imitation is clear. Impressive. But mere imitation is pointless. With a flick, Karen whipped his scabbard. Nejin's hastily drawn sword's trajectory was effortlessly shattered. Nejin gazed at the scabbard inches from his neck. Where is your sword? Karen questioned. The sword saint inquiring about the sword. Show me your sword. If you haven't found it yet, create it here. If you can't. Karen's eyes turned cold. This duel is worthless. If all you can do is copy, your sword will never reach its limit. And I have no time for pointless duels. Karen declared. In response, Nejin momentarily fell silent, then chuckled. Karen had instigated this duel and now arbitrarily judged its worth. Nejin could have easily dismissed Karen's words as nonsense and ignored them, but... Swoosh! Instead of ignoring, Nejin reached for the scabbard pointed at his neck. This sudden move, as Karen furrowed his brows to retract the scabbard. Clasp. Nejin's hand grasped the scabbard. A movement seemingly anticipating its trajectory. Karen narrowed his eyes at this action. If this duel gains value. Nejin questioned, holding the scabbard. What can I gain? A brazen question. To this, Karen burst out laughing. Nejin, unflinching before the sword master, speaking his mind, was refreshingly bold. My trust. And a mentor. Mentor, as in. I'll become your teacher. Of course, only if you wish. Nejin smiled. I like that idea. Releasing the scabbard, he stepped back. "My own sword?" he asked. Dismissed as merely imitative. Indeed, as Karen said. He never considered his own style. But Nijin wasn't the type to let such an affront pass. He was determined to throw a curveball at Karen to see him surprised. His own sword was unclear, but a variable. Something unique he had, his vision and snap judgment. Now, extending to a momentary foresight. Nijin's eyes glinted with a sunset hue. The sword saint, Karen, felt an anomaly. He looked at the young man standing before him. Nijin's eyes, reminiscent of a sunset, were bloodshot, his pupils constricted to their limits. His eyes resemble those of Sword Master Gerd. The Empire's Sword Master, Gerd. The supreme human warrior, surpassing him in every aspect except swordsmanship. In Nijin's eyes, Karen glimpsed Gerd's. Different in appearance, yet similar in the chilling sensation they evoked. Karen silently observed his scabbard. Moments ago, Nijin had grasped Karen's scabbard as if foreseeing the immediate future. The movement displayed by Nijin in that instant was distinctly abnormal. A move predicting the future. And then, the ability to replicate others' movements with a bizarre level of accuracy after a single observation. When Nijin imitated Karen's movements earlier, the aspects he couldn't mimic were minimal. Parts were completed after Karen attained the Sword Master level. Beyond human capabilities, almost everything else was precisely mimicked by Nijin. An eerily accurate reproduction. It was imperfect without its own perspective, yet the precision was undeniable. Imitation and a temporary foresight. Information clicked together in his mind. Surely not. Connecting the dots, Karen chuckled at the conclusion. If his thoughts were correct, Nijin's true talent wasn't solely in the sword itself. A smile formed on Karen's lips. Meeting Nijin's intense gaze, Karen was about to open his eyes but then firmly gripped his sword. Not yet. He needed to observe a bit more. Show me. Karen flicked his scabbard. Whatever it is, show me. Show me your uniqueness, your worth. The world looked different. The landscape, seen through bloodshot eyes, had changed. Having grown through countless experiences in Cambria, Nijin had evolved. Naturally, the world, as perceived by those eyes, had to differ. Constricted pupils. Bloodshot eyes. The world reflected in those eyes was a mass of information. Waves of data flooded Nijin's mind, but as always, he discarded the irrelevant information, focusing solely on his opponent. The Sword Saint, Karen. His breath, posture, minute muscle movements, fluttering clothes, and eye movements. Based on this information, Nijin predicted the near future. His extraordinary insight and vision made this possible. In the underground city. In the city of opportunities. During the battle with the Demon Knight. In battles, escapes, pursuits, Nijin had trusted his eyes. This time was no different. However, he also sensed something. I can't maintain this for long. During the battle with the Demon Knight, he could maintain this view, but now, the time he could sustain it was limited due to the overwhelming amount of information. Before him stood a sword master. A superhuman, transcending ordinary humans. A being like an entity reigning over common sense. Even with Nijin's exceptional vision, fully predicting Karen's movements at his current level was impossible. The volume of information was just too immense. Drip. The halted nosebleed resumed. His head pounded. Nonetheless, Nijin laughed it off, stepping forward. Then, with a thrust, he charged at Karen. Karen responded to Nijin's movement, intentionally reacting a beat late. As Karen moved, the future Nijin foresaw wavered. Unlike previous opponents, Karen's movements were not clear, but blurred. A sign he was yet beyond Nijin's grasp. So what? He sees it. Vaguely, but it's there. That was enough. Nijin's eyes moved rapidly. Ducking as Karen's scabbard whooshed overhead, he closed in. Mixing the Order's swordsmanship and his own, developed in the underground city, Nijin executed his swordsmanship. Karen had called it incomplete, lacking worth. He doesn't deny it. He's still immature. Adjusting others' techniques to his body, compensating the stance, but not quite his sword as Karen meant. He knew that. In fact, I couldn't mimic the sword saint's swordsmanship. Complete control over one's body. A swordsmanship uniquely theirs. Not just mastering but fully internalizing and optimizing. Karen's swordsmanship was such which Nijin couldn't steal. No matter how he adjusted, the pictures didn't align. Karen's swordsmanship couldn't be interpreted in Nijin's way yet. Nijin was still too inexperienced. He lacked a deep understanding of the sword and hadn't internalized numerous swordsmanship like Karen. He was lacking and immature. He didn't plan to deny it. But Karen seeks a variable. Something uniquely Nijin's. He knew he could show that, even if it weren't his own sword. Swoosh. In a split second, Nijin accelerated his sword. Karen's scabbard, too, sped up in response. Clashing with a cacophony, Karen's scabbard effortlessly guided and blocked Nijin's sword. Karen still moved easily, but Nijin, unlike before, neither rolled on the ground nor got completely overpowered. Stubbornly persisting, he swung his sword. There were no verbal exchanges, but Karen read Nijin's intent through clashing swords. How long will you only target weaknesses? Without that, I can't learn anything either. His sword seemed to speak. Karen responded with a hearty laugh to Nijin's unspoken proposal. Alright, let's show you more. Karen pushed back Nijin's sword, advancing for the first time. Boom. Slamming the ground, Karen swung his sword. It was a guillotine-like strike from above. A perfect motion and a perfect breath were combined in this strike. Nijin, despite anticipating it, had to force himself to block. Just knowing where it would come from didn't make it easy. His knees almost buckled upon impact. His fingers trembled on the hilt. Crack, the ground splintered under his feet. Clash, crash, crash. However, it didn't end with a single strike. As Nijin blocked the sword, Karen's scabbard flowed like a river along Nijin's blade and reached for his neck. The transition from a slash to a thrust was incredibly smooth. Nijin, having foreseen it, twisted his sword just in time to disrupt the flow. But the flow had already shifted. The order of the sword's technique creates momentum, cornering the opponent through a series of connected stances. Some say the order's swordsmanship is like a giant tree. Starting from one root, it branches into hundreds, thousands, even millions of forms. It's practically equipped to handle any conceivable situation in a duel. The order has spent centuries refining these techniques. The way of linking sword moves. Responding to an opponent's block. Shifting from defense to offense. Countering and retaliating against an aggressive opponent. In any given situation, there are dozens of ways to respond. All these techniques, tens of thousands of stances, memorized and mastered by a sword saint, make a duel merely a process of selecting the correct answer. It's like a wave. Receiving the sword saint's blows, Nijin felt as if he was in the midst of a vast sea, with waves crashing over him. A feeling of being swept away, on the verge of sinking. This is the swordsmanship of a sword master. This is the pinnacle of the order. Even in his duel with Volkmann, Nijin sensed the flow created by his opponent, but Karen's swordsmanship was incomparable. An unyielding current created by Karen. Even predicting the future. He couldn't resist the flow. Nijin's eyes screamed in agony. The future he saw became blurry, like a white fog. He was continuously pushed back. Yet, Nijin engraved it in his memory. Karen's sword. The pinnacle of swordsmanship he witnessed. Even if he couldn't replicate it yet, it was a valuable lesson, a rich fertilizer. I envy it. The swordsmanship of the sword saint. The understanding of that sword. The beautiful art of his swordsmanship. More, much more. Nijin wanted to see more. However, he couldn't draw out the sword saint's sword on his own. So, he decided to gamble instead of being swept away. Nijin's eyes widened. Blood vessels burst, coloring his vision red. But for that brief moment, Nijin precisely read Karen's sword. He saw the clear future. The trajectory of Karen's scabbard, what swordsmen at the pinnacle call the sword path, was witnessed by Nijin. Nijin's sword reacted belatedly. Yet, it effortlessly received Karen's blade. Visible trajectory. He knew exactly where to block. When Nijin blocked, Karen's eyes widened in surprise. Nijin, still with wide eyes, took a step towards Karen. 3 times more. With his throbbing eyes, he could only manage 3 more times. Intending to land a blow within those 3 opportunities, Nijin had witnessed and experienced the pinnacle. A valuable experience for anyone. After the duel, he would review the content of the duel, refining his understanding. Alone, facing a wall, swinging his sword based on the reviewed content. This process is a path to enlightenment for swordsmen. But Nijin didn't need such cumbersome methods. Enlightenment could come even in the midst of battle, there was no need to postpone it. So, then. Hundreds of pictures formed in his mind. Dozens, hundreds of pictures shown by Karen unfolded in Nijin's mind. He understood how Karen swung his sword, when to apply and release force. Just like this. Understanding it. Swoosh. Nijin mimicked Karen's sword in his own way. It wasn't enough to be called exclusively Nijin's sword yet. It was still imitation, not creation. But even so. Nijin's single strike. It didn't seem worthless in the eyes of the sword saint. At least there was no way to block it at the same level. Hence, Karen laughed. He recognized the value in Nijin's effort. The last strike you showed was excellent. Karen had seen a commendable sword strike. So, he owed a response. Showing even that much would benefit Nijin. Releasing Nijin's sword, Karen moved toward where his real sword was planted before the duel began. Securing his scabbard at his waist, Karen reached for his embedded sword. And the moment he drew his real sword, the air changed. The flow reversed. Despite the distance, Nijin felt as if a blade was pressed against his neck. Not just him, but even Volkmann, observing from afar, felt the same. Karen gripped his sword. The energy rising from it was Karen's sword aura. Looking at Nijin, he warned. Don't move. Don't move. The voice of the sword saint echoed in Nijin's ears, and before he could comprehend its meaning, his body became rigid, unable to move a muscle or even breathe. The master of this realm hadn't granted permission. It was a sensation similar to when Merlin had restrained him. Although he could have moved with effort, Nijin chose not to. Instead, he widened his eyes, determined to witness what was about to unfold with his own eyes. Blood vessels in Nijin's eyes were bursting. Blood pooled at the corners of his eyes. Swooshing. Rain poured down over the field. Each drop that hit the ground splashed up. In the elongated moments, Nijin saw the sword saint swinging his sword. Even straining his eyes to their limit. Even in the stretched timeline. Nijin couldn't clearly see the sword saint's movement. The sword, once pointing skyward, was now aimed at the ground. It was at that moment that Nijin realized. Drip, 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 drip. The falling raindrops split apart, scattering as if colliding with something invisible. Cutting through the rain, something approached. Water droplets were tossed into the air, parting the downpour. It advanced, pushing aside the blurring rain. Regardless of the physical distance of tens of meters between Nijin and the sword saint, it meant nothing in this realm. This was the domain of the sword saint. His sword swing naturally cut through anything in its path. Thus, the burst of light emitted from the tip of the sword saint's sword surged unimpeded toward Nijin. To the average eye, it was a mere flash. But to Nijin, it was visible a giant beam of light, like a guillotine, slashing down in a straight line. Screech. The sound of slicing through the air came a beat later. The sound reverberated as the giant blade halted just before Nijin's nose. It was a massive sword aura reaching the sky, which Nijin belatedly recognized as the sword saint's sword aura. The sword aura was reflected in Nijin's sunset-hued eyes. He witnessed the strike of one who had reached the pinnacle. Merely watching it caused his head to throb in pain. Whoosh! Then, the sword aura dispersed. The wind brought by the sword aura hit Nijin moments later. His hair fluttered, and his clothes rippled. Thud 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 thud. Raindrops split by the sword aura pelted Nijin's body. Through the rain hitting his face, Nijin exhaled the breath he had been holding. He pressed his fingers against his eyelids, which throbbed with pain. It was a momentary instant. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the sword saint strike was etched in Nijin's mind. Even with closed eyes, the image was vividly drawn. The strike of the sword saint etched a dividing line in Nijin's mind. A line dividing ordinary humans and superhumans. A massive wall dividing the world into sword masters and those who are not. The strike shown by the sword saint was akin to such a boundary. Nijin touched his neck. The sensation he felt when the sword saint drew his sword, a chilling feeling, as if a blade rested against his neck. It wasn't an illusion. Nijin realized it was no mere illusion. This entire area belonged to the sword saint. Realizing this, Nijin couldn't help but laugh. Slowly opening his eyes, Nijin looked down at his feet. A deep, straight line cut into the ground. A single strike that had split the ground and raindrops, shot from the sword saint. Seen but not understood. Incomprehensible, thus alien. Alien, thus an immense barrier. Normally, facing such a massive wall, most would feel despair or hopelessness in front of a realm they could never reach. But this was limited to ordinary swordsmen. Nijin was an anomaly. He had provoked constellations, pulled out Excalibur, and staked his life in gambles, an anomaly among anomalies. Ha! Therefore, facing the wall, Nijin laughed. He felt his hand trembling. Not from fear, but from awe and exhilaration. Confronting the pinnacle he must reach someday. No, not quite. Nijin gripped his sword tightly. It wasn't a place he must reach someday. It was a realm to be trampled and surpassed. Nijin's goal was the highest point in the heavens. Reaffirming his goal, Nijin lifted his head. Locking eyes with the sword saint burst into laughter. Nijin's gaze did not waver. As promised, I'll teach you the sword saint spoke after the duel ended. I have many obligations, so I can't visit often, but I'll try to make time at least once a month. You're worth that effort. Once a month. A familiar proposition to Nijin, only the mentor had changed from a mid-rank priest to the master of the Order of the Sword. Obviously, I don't plan to make this public. You wouldn't want that either. Besides, I have a fair number of enemies. The sword saint chuckled bitterly. If word gets out that I've taken a disciple, surely Yul Razian, the executioner of Starblood sect, will sniff you out. Definitely. That one is definitely the kind who would do something like that. The executioner of the Starblood sect, you mean? Another sword master with 6 stars, Yul Razian. The murderer, as they call her. Nijin had some knowledge about Yul Razian. He could easily find basic information about the sword master's backgrounds. She must have killed many to reach the sword master realm. An eccentric sword master. Yul Razian was seen as an object of disdain and fear, not respect, among swordsmen. She wants to strike me down. If she learns I've taken a disciple, she'll definitely take an interest. Even if not her, the world's attention will focus on you. The sword saint smirked. Do you want that? I won't stop you if you do. I'll respectfully decline. Nijin politely refused. The sword saint nodded as if expecting this answer. It seems like you don't plan to join the Order of the Sword, as Volkman said. Well, I wouldn't recommend it either. Aren't you the master of the Order? The Order of the Sword is a good place. But it's not ideal for gaining varied experiences. The sword saint stated plainly. You need diverse experiences, so the Order doesn't suit your style. I won't force you. In fact, I'd recommend becoming a wandering swordsman. Crossing his arms, the sword saint gazed out over the rain-soaked field. His eyes seemed to be looking beyond the field, contemplating something far greater. Carrying only a sword, wander the world. See much, experience much, and interact with numerous people. Through that journey, the sword is perfected. I did the same, and so did the very first sword saint. Unbound by anything. Walking wherever the path leads. Nijin nodded in agreement to Karen's words, as his own path was similar. While listening to Karen, Nijin slightly parted his lips. Sword Saint. There was something he was curious about. Nijin looked straight at Karen. In Nijin's eyes, Karen appeared different from Volkman. He seemed to view training a talented swordsman not as a goal but merely a means to achieve an end. Why do you wish to teach me the sword? Hence, Nijin posed the question. Why teach me the sword? What are your intentions? At this, the Sword Saint gave a bitter smile. Teaching the sword to a talented individual is a duty of the Master of the Order of the Sword. It would be nice to answer that way, but it's not the whole truth. Karen replied briefly. It's to fulfill the secret mission of the Order of the Sword. That's all I can say for now. I can't go into details, please understand. The secret mission of the Order. Nijin expressed his doubt but nodded in acknowledgement. Ha! Merlin's breathing echoed in Nijin's ears. It sounded a bit surprised. Merlin continued after exhaling. A bit unexpected. I didn't think anyone who remembered that still existed. Do you know what the secret mission of the Order is? Of course. It's related to Arthur. Merlin's voice became solemn. Unlike usual, her voice lacked any playfulness or laughter as she spoke. Liberation of the First Sword Saint. That's the Order's secret mission. The First Sword Saint, an hero from the era of King Arthur. He's either dead or a constellation by now. Not dead. More accurately, he's unable to die. Merlin's voice carried a heavy tone. She sighed and continued. He became a ghost of Camlin. In the carriage returning to the Order of the Sword. Mid-rank priest Volkman glanced at his friend sitting opposite him. Sword Saint Karen. He seemed more content than ever, meticulously tending to his sword. You seem impressed by that young man too. Would it be only my impression? Volkman's question was met with a shrug from the Sword Saint. Place any sword master there, and they'd have the same reaction. He had that much potential. The potential Karen spoke of wasn't limited to mere talent, Volkman knew. Karen, who had refused to teach countless geniuses, claiming they didn't catch his eye. He wasn't frightened even after seeing my sword. There was no hesitation. Did you see his eyes at the end? Really, it's unbelievable. Karen murmured but couldn't help smiling. He looked at me, not as a summit to reach, but as a hurdle to overcome. Can you imagine? A mere sword expert thinking of surpassing a sword master. There's power in one's gaze. Eyes reveal intentions. And audaciously, that young man showed a desire to challenge the sword Karen had displayed. He saw it not with admiration or awe, but as a target to surpass. What an absurd notion. Yet, that's why. He liked it. That was exactly the kind of person Karen was looking for. He had no interest in those who idolized him as a goal. One to surpass him. One to rise higher than him. That's who Karen had been searching for. I won't teach him anything but the sword. You should cooperate too. What does that mean? It means I won't interfere in his life. He would only teach the sword. He had no intention of meddling in the young man's life. He wouldn't provide support or rescue him from crisis. That would be pointless. He must overcome crises on his own. Face trials, break through dead ends. Survive deadly battles and grow. He had no intention of intervening in that process. Even if he liked the young man, he wouldn't protect him. He would teach only swordsmanship, and the rest was for the young man to fill with his own strength. If he dies in the process. That's all he was meant to be. Sword masters are twisted in their own ways. Even among the three sword masters, Karen, considered the most normal, lacked human aspects. Sharpening his sword, Karen recalled his goal. The secret mission of the Order of the Sword. It might sound grand, but if one were to simplify it, it was straightforward. Kill the first Sword Saint. That was the mission of the Order. Put more gently, grant rest to the first Sword Saint, but isn't it essentially the same? Karen mused over the order's purpose, recalling the land of the abyss, Camlan. Despite having 6 stars. Despite reaching the realm of sword masters. The image of Camlan, isolated and alone, haunted him even with closed eyes. The land of the abyss, Camlan. In that sealed space created by Arthur, cursed beings breathe and wait for the seal to break. Swallowing dragons, witches of the fallen, traitors of the round table, fallen stars. And the sword ghost of Camlan. Each time Camlan's barrier trembles, a blurred swordsman can be seen. Dragging his sword, he cuts down everything, ally or foe alike. Resembling a ghost wielding a sword, he was called the Sword Ghost. But no one knows the true identity of the Sword Ghost. It's only known as a swordsman gone mad, wandering the cursed land. Only a few constellations and past sword saints of the order know his true identity. Karen pictured the figure of the Sword Ghost he had faced at the boundary of Camlan, looking at his own sword. The Sword Ghost is the first sword saint. Worn out over hundreds of years. Left alone in Camlan, cutting down the cursed for centuries. A hero from the past who lost to madness. Liberating him was the secret mission of the order. The reason Karen began wielding his sword. Karen sighed deeply, sheathing his sword. Would the young man he met today fulfill his secret mission? Only time will tell. Karen hoped that one day he would reveal this truth to the young man. The first sword saint, who turned into the sword ghost of Camlan. You'll have to strike him down someday. To be more precise. Merlin spoke to Nijin. Only you can do it. There was a complexity in her voice. He can only be struck down with Excalibur. The sword ghost of the abyss can only be killed with Excalibur. Could it be some sort of demon then? I heard demons can only be completely eradicated with Excalibur. That's not what I meant. The sword ghost of the abyss doesn't have immortality or demonic traits. The reason I said Excalibur is needed. Merlin added. Because that guy also wields a holy sword. A holy sword? A sword that becomes holy or demonic depending on its user, the sword grammar. The only weapon that can withstand his sword is Excalibur. Essentially, a capable weapon was needed. But this didn't quite make sense to Nijin. If ordinary swords don't work, what about magic or arrows? Aren't there various methods? There seemed no need to confront it with a sword specifically. You wouldn't mention them if you knew that man. Merlin chuckled wryly at Nijin's inner thoughts. The sword ghost of the abyss is a being beyond common understanding, a figure who stood shoulder to shoulder with Arthur and accompanied him to the end of his journey, even though he wasn't a knight of the Round Table. The final destination reached by the first sword saint. Remembering this, Merlin sighed deeply. It wasn't a memory she wanted to revisit. Changing the subject, her voice returned to its usual tone. There's no need to know about the sword ghost for now. Forget about it. It's a problem for much later, a foe you'll meet eventually. That aside. She murmured and chuckled. You got yourself a proper swordsmanship teacher, huh? No need to look for another one now. Learn swordsmanship from the sword saint and magic from me. Nijin, about to nod, suddenly tilted his head. A word caught his attention. Magic? Yes, magic. I can use magic too. Why not? But it's common knowledge that swordsmen can't use magic. That's just what ordinary people say. Merlin smirked. At the very least, basic magic is a matter of culture. It's good to learn. It helps when dealing with mages. Learning how to counter mages. Indeed, Nijin hadn't yet encountered a mage. Rubbing his chin, he sighed deeply. There's a long way to go. You know it's been only 2 or 3 months since you pulled out Excalibur, right? Listening to Merlin's incredulous voice, Nijin chuckled. Sword Saint and Volkman had left long ago. Left alone, Nijin lay sprawled in the field. That's what I mean. It had been just a few months since he left the underground city. Recalling the events of these months, Nijin looked up at the sky. The rain had stopped, and the dark clouds parted, revealing the blue sky. What he once struggled to see was now familiar. The high sun. The stars in the night sky. He had made connections with the city's magnate, left a good impression on the city's top adventurers, defeated the demon knight, and even made connections with the knights of Adana. And now, he was about to learn swordsmanship from the Sword Saint. Time really flies. Such events were unimaginable in the underground city. He had experienced so much in such a short time. Just when he thought it would take long to adapt, he found himself accustomed to the new experiences. Is it just time that's flying? Your growth rate is absurdly fast too. With Merlin's amused voice in the background, Nijin stood up. The day wasn't over yet, even after the Sword Saint's storm-like visit. It was time to head back and look for new quests. Nijin walked towards the City of Opportunities, Cambria, with light steps. The day after the duel with the Sword Saint, at noon. Nijin stood in the square, waiting for someone. He had agreed to meet someone there. As he stood under the clock tower, many eyes were drawn to him. That was to be expected. From his accomplishments in the Doxenberg Forest skirmish, to his promotion to a heretic, to being the hero of the Demon Knight skirmish, Nijin was the man of the hour. At this point, it would be strange if he didn't attract attention. The most notable adventurer in Cambria. The first choice for recruitment by many merchants and medium-sized guilds, his stock had skyrocketed beyond measure. That was Nijin's current standing in the City of Opportunities. With him standing in the middle of the square, it was natural to attract attention. Yet, no one dared approach him easily. Because they knew who had their sights set on Nijin. Just then, Nijin turned his head, looking at a corner of the square. Those watching him followed his gaze. There stood a girl, accompanied by a single knight, stepping into the square. The snake that swallows gold, Dieta Arbinia. With her flowing, silky light brown hair and captivating yellow eyes, Dieta's beauty stood out, even among many noble ladies at a ball. Even after being abandoned by the Arbinia ducal family, her beauty didn't fade. Instead, she seemed even more radiant, walking confidently. However, her outfit was different than usual. It was not the uniform of Dieta Trading Company, nor the luxurious dress of a noble lady, but a casual dress. Accompanied only by a shawl and a parasol, her relaxed appearance was unfamiliar to the adventurers of Cambria. It was as if she was dressing to meet a close friend. Dieta stopped right in front of Nijin, under the clock tower. Am I late? I've only been waiting for a short while. Watching them, the merchants clicked their tongues. They thought he was marking his territory. Showing off that he's close enough to Dieta to meet her privately, dressed in casual clothes. To them, Dieta's actions implied such intentions. But to the guard Passion, it appeared differently. Having served Dieta the longest, Passion saw in her smile not just an act. There might be some intent to show off their closeness, but... Shall we go then? Dieta looked genuinely relaxed and happy. Her body slightly relaxed, not just putting on an act of enjoyment. Above all, Passion vividly remembered how Dieta, frowning while dealing with business early in the morning, suddenly brightened up the moment it was time to meet Nijin. It was an unusually pleasant sight of her mistress. What exactly happened during that last escort? Though he had heard rumors about shattering a noble, it was clear there had been more to their interaction. Passion cast a wary glance at Nijin and clicked his tongue. Regardless, Dieta hummed a tune, strolling through the square with Nijin. Her mistress seemed happy, so Passion soon withdrew his gaze. After all, seeing Dieta smile so comfortably was rare. After the meal, sipping her tea, Dieta suddenly looked up. Across from her, Nijin was sipping his coffee, puzzled. Why anyone would drink such a bitter thing? Amused by his expression, Dieta asked. Should I order something sweeter for you? No need. I'm getting used to it. You didn't have to follow my choice. I was just curious. Nijin set down his cup. Why do people drink this? I knew someone who was always sipping coffee. In a place where such luxuries were hard to find, I wondered why they would drink such a bitter thing. So, I'm just trying it out of curiosity. Nibbling on the served snacks, Nijin spoke. Listening to his story, Dieta idly played with her teacup. She had been interested in the man before her from the start, but as the snake that swallows gold, her interest was of a different kind. A human who seemed like a profitable venture. An adventurer worth befriending for future benefits to her trading house. Through Dieta's eyes, which converted everything into gold, Nejin was an unmined gold mine. A treasure trove that promised gold with just a few strikes of a pickaxe. Hence, her interest as a merchant, but then. I hear you vanquished the demon knight recently. Could you tell me about it? I'm curious. After their last joint venture, after the day she had dropped her mask in front of Nejin, Dieta found herself intrigued by the human being he was. His personality. His habits. His mannerisms. Simply put, she wanted to know more about the man before her. Whether this was a merchant's desire or just Dieta's own curiosity, she couldn't distinguish. The reason I didn't wait for the Knights of Adana? Nothing extraordinary. I just didn't like it, that's all. Didn't like it? I mean the story of the knights. The demon knight, Verhagen, as he spoke. As Nejin continued, Dieta nodded along, sometimes smiling. She felt she had a good grasp of how he thought and acted. Like last time. He was quite impulsive. Seemingly without plans, often acting on the spur of the moment. For him, the most important thing was his belief, even if it meant dealing with consequences later. The recent battle against the demon knight was an example. Waiting for the Knights of Adana, coordinating an attack with them would have been strategically sounder, but he plunged in alone. Why? To hog all the glory? When asked, his reason was simply, just because. Such emotional reasoning, leading to such rash actions, made her think he was refreshingly straightforward or foolish. Either way, Dieta knew she couldn't possess such traits. Ah! As Dieta listened and laughed, a question suddenly piqued her curiosity. What was Nejin's goal? She paused, teacup in hand, and asked. By the way. Yes. What's your goal? To inscribe a star. Nejin replied without hesitation, declaring his goal to inscribe a star in the sky. Dieta was momentarily speechless at his straightforward answer. A star, you mean? The stars held by constellations. Inscribing a star in the sky is my goal. It wasn't a goal you'd casually mention. Too grandiose, almost fantastical. Owning a star meant achieving feats worthy of becoming a constellation. A childlike fantasy, really. Are you serious? Yes. There's no reason to lie about this. Yet, Nejin was earnest about it, indifferent to others' opinions. And then he added. And besides, I promised to do so. As he spoke, Nejin wore a bittersweet smile, one that spoke of many stories. What about you? What's your goal? The same question was posed back. Dieta sipped her coffee, replying easily. Her goal was straightforward, wasn't it? To amass gold. To grow my trading house and gather more gold. That's my goal. Isn't gold just a means? Sharp of you. Dieta put down her cup, her narrow eyes fixating on the coffee residue. Yes, Nejin was right. Gold is a means, not an end. So, what was her end goal? Dieta pondered over her surname, Dieta Arbinia. The Arbinia Duchy. The cold mansion of her childhood. Recalling it, she spoke. It's how I raise my worth. Warriors raise their worth with swords, achieving titles like Sword Expert, Sword Seeker. Status and treatment change with rank. Not just warriors. Mages, rangers, and knights do the same. They prove their worth through self-improvement. A very tangible means, personal combat prowess. But not everyone is born with martial talents. So how do they prove their worth? For some, it's politics. For others, knowledge. Or amassed power. Dieta knew there was a more tangible measure of worth. Something even more straightforward than combat prowess. Gold. Money. Wealth. Assets. Isn't it the most direct measure of worth? The more you have, the more your worth increases. The origin of all value. Politics, knowledge, power, they all require money. Throw enough gold, and everything else follows. That's why Dieta swallows gold. To increase her worth. To become undeniable. That's the snake that swallows gold's purpose. Gold is my value. Just as you inscribe stars to increase yours, to me, stars are just gold. Increasing her worth. A plausible life goal. But listening to her, Nijin narrowed his eyes. He sensed more to it. Collecting gold. Raising worth. These seemed mere means to an end. He didn't ask further, sensing she didn't want to delve deeper. Perhaps it was related to her sensitive spot. Well, that's just how it is. Dieta shrugged, exhaling deeply. But before she exhaled, Nijin saw it. The venom in her eyes, in her breath, when speaking her goal. A venom common in those who've crawled from the bottom. Dieta, too, harbored that venom. Its true nature was beyond Nijin's knowledge. Then, see you again. At dusk, Dieta waved warmly at Nijin and walked away. Passion, who had kept his distance, joined her side. It seems you've taken quite a liking to that young man. Of course. It's so interesting to hear him talk. It's like watching a novel's protagonist. Dieta chuckled. He acts spontaneously, ambitiously aiming for the top. If he dislikes something, he confronts it head-on. He's refreshing and romantic. She sighed as she walked. I thought we were alike, but only our childhoods were similar. He's completely the opposite. Someone similar yet different. Similar childhoods, yet entirely different life approaches. Dieta felt an indescribable emotion toward Nijin. Someone living in a completely different world. Whether it was admiration, envy, or simple curiosity, Dieta couldn't tell. But it wasn't unpleasant to feel this fluttering emotion. At least with him, she could be just Dieta, not Dieta Arbinia. Someone who knew her true self. She enjoyed talking to such a person. As Dieta returned to her office, still somewhat elated, she was greeted by her sweating secretary, holding a letter. The ornate lettering on the envelope spoke of its luxurious origin. Taking the letter, Dieta's smile vanished. The mask she had relaxed during her conversation with Nijin clicked back into place, her eyes turning ice-cold. Arbinia Duchy. The letter was from the family she had fled from. From the moment of birth, some lives are predetermined. If born to a traitor, one would live under the stigma of treason for life. Born among slaves, one is likely to remain a slave forever. Yes, life is determined from the moment of birth. Dieta Arbinia realized this truth on her 7th birthday. She was the child born between a maid and the head of the Arbinia Duchy. Naturally, the looks she received were far from kind. There were numerous torments. But she thought she could endure them. That was until her mother hanged herself on Dieta's 7th birthday. Her mother's body was a gruesome sight, with burned scars marring her face. Although the immediate cause was the noose around her neck, it was the scars that drove her to it. The scars that eroded her worth. How could a mere maid have relations with the head of the house and even aspire to be a concubine? It was all thanks to her exceptional beauty. Unlike the head's other wives, Dieta's mother had neither the wealth, family background, nor connections. Her worth was solely her beauty. And so, she was easily destroyed. A fire, staged as an accident, ravaged her face. Priests arrived too late to offer blessings, and the scars could not be fully erased. The long, burn marks on her face, the distorted skin. The fire took her beauty. It burned away the only value she had. The head of Arbinia was a cold man who lost interest in a woman devoid of worth. He no longer summoned her to his bedroom and began to take back what he had given her. As if she was nothing but a pastime, he banished her and her daughter, Dieta, to a separate house. Her mother, once proud, became withdrawn. She wore a veil over her face, her once commanding voice became meek. The woman who shattered her predetermined fate with her shining worth fell to the ground, losing all her value. And as it often ends, miserably. Dieta, staring at her mother's hanging corpse, had to realize. The protective fence around her had shattered. All that was left for Dieta was her mother's beautiful looks and the label of an abandoned child. Value. 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 The young girl faced reality. Was it misfortune, or fortune? The girl had a talent. She inherited her beauty from her mother, but her eye for value came from her father. The girl was a prodigy. A prodigy, yet still a child. Her mind wasn't mature enough to accept the world, too young to endure the venom and torment. So, she wore a mask. Behind the mask, she leveraged her beauty, packaging herself for the world. Behind the mask, she flattered, played the fool, and sometimes lived as if dead among the indifferent. She knew opportunities would come eventually. On her 15th birthday. The day when no one cared about her anymore. Jieta fled her family. She ran and ran towards a place where she could use her talents. That place was none other than the city of opportunities, Cambria. Where anyone with talent could rise. Jieta spent 5 years in this city. 5 years have passed. Jieta leaned back in her chair. Everything she had built from the ground up over the last 5 years was here. A major trading company among the top 3 in the city. It was her achievement. And now. Jieta looked at the letter. Her eyes were wavering. Why, all of a sudden? They hadn't contacted her when she ran away, when she established her trading company, or even when it started to thrive. They had never shown interest or concern. So why this sudden letter? Jieta examined the letter. Though lengthy, the essence was clear. Come to the estate immediately upon receiving this letter. We have matters to discuss face to face. A letter penned by the Duke of Armenia himself. It was a summon. Jieta sighed deeply as she read the words, knowing she had no grounds to refuse. To refuse meant to oppose. And the Armenia Duchy was not a house that Jieta's trading company could afford to provoke. Knowing this, Jieta stood up with a sigh. Passion. Get ready. Understood. With a stern face, Passion went to prepare the carriage. Jieta stood before a mirror, looking at her reflection. The joyful and relaxed smile she had while talking to Nijin was gone. Her lips were rigid. Touching the corners of her lips, Jieta let out a bitter laugh. It was the same mocking tone, the same resigned laughter as always. The summons from the Central Guild. Nijin arrived at the guild with a light heart, only to be met by officials at the exclusive counter for higher-ranked adventurers, waiting with stern faces. Nijin was puzzled. Green rank adventurer, Ivan. The officials began. We recognize your achievements and propose a promotion to the red rank. Do you consent? An unexpected promotion to red rank. Nijin blinked in surprise. Naturally. I never applied for a promotion, though. Nijin hadn't requested any promotion. Within just 2 months of setting foot in the city, Ivan, a 28-year-old adventurer, achieved the rank of green. The Central Guild of Cambria kept a close eye on him, as his growth was extraordinary. Not only did he single-handedly subdue a blood troll of red threat level, but he also set a record score in the Doxenberg forest extermination. His performance on significant quests was impressive, and his ability to complete smaller tasks was equally remarkable. Clients were exceptionally satisfied, often commenting, "The adventurer's work is quick and clean." He was particularly praised for bounty quests. His efficiency in returning stolen goods alongside capturing the criminals was unparalleled. Definitely worth noting, thought Supervisor Jabairoa, eyeing the man before him. This adventurer, whom Rosalind Ascalo had taken an interest in, was quickly becoming a person of interest. And now, he had done something unthinkable yet again. The protagonist in the defeat of the Demon Knight, Verhagen. Before the shock of his solo blood troll defeat and his promotion had even faded, this young man had sent another shockwave through the adventure city. At this point, the Central Guild could no longer sit idly by. Ivan's capabilities clearly surpassed the green rank. Of course, the next rank, red, was not to be taken lightly. It represented the guild's elite forces, effectively the city's ambassadors endorsed by the Central Guild. Though the promotion process was notoriously stringent and complex. Given the uniqueness of the quests you've completed and your exceptional performance, we've decided to proceed with a special promotion test for you. A special case had to be made for the man before them. Baron Orvais, Viscount Trom, Viscount Toscanelli, Viscount Epister, Count Turnian. The Demon Knight Expedition. This adventure had essentially resolved numerous noble quests in one fell swoop. There were more than 7 quests from nobility alone tangled with the Demon Knight Bernhagen. Although the Knights of Adana haven't commented. Considering the reputation of the Knights of Adana and many nobles, the Central Guild felt compelled to grant this adventure a special exception. Furthermore, most importantly, you come highly recommended by Duke Edelmar of the Trebash family. He personally sent a letter of recommendation, so be thankful for his favor. Listening quietly, Nijin nodded. Of course, the red rank promotion test will be extremely rigorous, conducted under strict criteria over 3 days. The first test will be supervised by me, Jubairoa. Do you have any objections? At that question, Nijin nodded in agreement. Then let's proceed. Following Supervisor Jubairoa, who had risen from her seat, Nijin moved forward. As they walked, Jubairoa began to explain the test he would oversee. I'll be assessing instantaneous judgment, as well as subduing and escorting a target. From now, you will escort me to a designated location. The test will proceed at my pace, and any contact with me will result in a penalty, so be mindful. She glanced at Nijin as she moved. Without a word, Nijin simply nodded in response to Jubairoa's instructions. Also, inflicting serious injury on attackers' adventurers acting as assailants for this test will also result in a penalty. Remember, it's about subduing, not injuring. After finishing her explanation, Jubairoa clapped her hands. With the echoing clap, she announced. The test begins now. Jubairoa set off along a predetermined route, followed by Nijin, who narrowed his eyes, sensing movement. Instinctively reaching for his sword handle, Nijin soon relaxed his grip. Inflicting injuries was forbidden, so it seemed best not to use his sword. With this thought, he had taken only a few steps when... Thump! Someone leapt from a rooftop, charging at Jubairoa. It appeared to be one of the hired adventurers mentioned earlier. 1, 2. 2 adventurers rushed at Jubairoa, one of them targeting Nijin. Observing their movements, Nijin stepped forward. The attacker wielded a wooden sword, dulled to prevent injury. Though it was safe to grab with bare hands, this was, after all, a mock combat scenario. Reading the attacker's motion, Nijin extended his hand, seizing the adventurer's wrist. Once caught, the wooden sword could advance no further, halted by Nijin's grip. Startled by his strength, the attacker was swiftly flung aside by Nijin. As he tumbled to the ground, his accomplice was greeted by the same fate. Ugh, ack. Cough. Choking under Nijin's grasp, the adventurer tapped Nijin's arm a few times with his palm, signaling surrender. Nijin then relaxed his grip, which could have easily rendered the man unconscious with a bit more pressure. 1 subdued. Turning, Nijin looked behind. There stood the adventurer he had just thrown, appearing somewhat baffled but signaling a truce. Suddenly, a series of thuds echoed. Adventurers employed as attackers for the test simultaneously charged at Nijin and Jubairoa. Adventurers hired by the guild for the role of attackers. They were part of a medium-sized mercenary group called Pavlet. Their individual ranks varied between blue and green, but their extensive experience in completing numerous quests together effectively placed them at a red rank. Therefore, when they were assigned this task, the members of the Pavlet group were somewhat puzzled. Even if he's the talk of the town lately, isn't this asking too much? Protect the target, subdue attackers without causing serious harm, and even respond instantly to ambushes. Naturally, the use of sword aura was out of the question. With such restrictions, how could they properly face the challenge? With these concerns, they embarked on their mission. And now, 3 minutes into the ambush, the leader of the Pavlet group couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. This is absurd. 8 mercenaries. It took merely 3 minutes for all of them to be subdued. The leader reflected on the recent events. 2 had approached as a test. When one was so easily overpowered, he immediately gave the order, attack from all sides, with the remaining 2 providing backup. As they converged on Nijin from every direction, one was grabbed and thrown. Another was kicked into a wall. As one attempted to swing a club, Nijin kicked the club from his hand and flung him backward. Four were subdued in an instant. The rest didn't even realize how they were overpowered. They thought they were attacking from a blind spot, but suddenly found themselves on the ground. Thud. Somehow, Nijin had managed to grab the last two, who were attempting to provide cover, and drag them forward. Ugh, ack. Cough. As one choked, he tapped Nijin's arm, signaling surrender. Nijin then loosened his grip, sparing them from unconsciousness. Having subdued one group, Nijin glanced back. There stood the adventurer he had just flung, who, despite looking slightly bemused, gestured in defeat. With that, a series of thuds resounded. Adventurers participating in the test as attackers launched a coordinated assault on Nijin and Jubairoa. The Arbinia Duke's mansion. With its vast gardens, splendid buildings, and a number of servants too numerous to take in at a glance, it truly befits the reputation of a duke's household. Jieta, having alighted from the carriage, sighed in front of her home, returning after 5 years. The ancestral home. The place where she was born and spent her childhood. There was not a speck of comfort or coziness that one might feel upon returning home. For Jieta, this mansion held no particular memories, at most those with her mother. But such memories had long been forgotten. When she saw her mother's corpse hanging in front of her, all memories turned into nightmares. Jieta had thrown away all such depressing recollections. Phew. After a long exhale, Jieta stepped into the mansion. Unlike her brothers and sisters, who paraded around with numerous vassals, Jieta was accompanied only by her bodyguard, Passion. She moved forward under the gaze of the servants. "We welcome you, Miss Jieta." Following the servants' lead, Jieta moved forward. Unlike the times she wore fancy dresses and walked as if dead, Jieta was now walking through the mansion's corridors dressed in the uniform of a merchant lord. Not as Jieta Arbinia, but as the merchant lord, Jieta. Therefore, there was no need to bow her head. Her destination was the reception room. As the servant opened the door, the one waiting for her inside, was the master of the Arbinia household. Osman Arbinia. Jieta's biological father and the head of the Arbinia ducal family. His eyes bore the same yellow hue as Jieta's. For a moment, as their gazes met, Osman Arbinia smiled brightly. "It's been a long time, Jieta." At Osman's smile, Jieta inwardly cursed. Acting from the very start. However, there was no need to reveal her true feelings. Jieta responded with a smile and sat down in the chair prepared in the reception room. "It has been a long time, father." "Yes, it's been 5 years since you left the family to see the wider world. When you disappeared with just a letter, I was so worried." Osman continued after a brief pause. "But you were with a trustworthy knight, and I heard you were doing well in Cambria, so this father could finally relax." The image of a father worried about his daughter who had left home. His tone was natural, and his expression was too natural. However, Jieta knew all too well that this was just a facade. She remembered Osman, who coldly viewed her mother's cold body and ordered it to be removed with a click of his tongue. And she hadn't forgotten the way Osman's eyes appraised her, standing by his side. Jieta still smiled and nodded. "Yes, I have been living my best not to tarnish the name of Arbinia. It's an honor that such news has reached you, father. To think you rose to the position of a merchant lord, controlling a city from the ground up in just 5 years, I am truly proud of you." Osman smiled. "Merchant Jieta, I've heard a lot about the trading company you named after yourself. Though there are nasty rumors in the world about you being the abandoned child of Arbinia. How could I abandon you? You're the only thing she left behind." Lies were exchanged, and false smiles were shared. Both were conversing while wearing masks. When the conversation was ripe enough. "The reason I called you today is none other than to commend your achievements." Osman Arbinia broached the main topic. Jieta looked at Osman. She was on edge, trying to understand the meaning behind each of his words. "I was quite surprised by the trading company you built with your own efforts, not relying on the family's power. It's something that deserves praise." Up to this point, it was as she expected. Jieta bowed her head. Why had she been called back to the family? After pondering over it during the carriage ride, Dieta had come to a few conclusions. The trading company was sufficiently on track, a feat that even the head of the Arbinia ducal family would acknowledge as an accomplishment. Dieta had proven her worth. And Osman Arbinia assesses the value of people. In his eyes, Dieta was too valuable to discard, a talent that could bring greater value if embraced. So, he would want to create a connection with the trading company and Arbinia. Now, was he trying to correct the rumors of an abandoned child and accept her as part of the family? Of course, she wasn't that optimistic. It's a bait. If it were Osman, he would create a connection with the trading company and gradually take control of it. And eventually, he would swallow the trading company whole. Even expecting this, Dieta had come here. The reason was simple. Because she was confident. If it was just that level of trickery, she could overcome it and use it as a stepping stone to elevate her trading company even higher. That was her resolution in coming here. Unlike your siblings, you have achieved great feats at a young age. It's truly remarkable. However, do you know what your brother has been up to? He's smart like me and sits in a fairly high position, but he lacks experience and achievements. It's regrettable that someone with talent hasn't been recognized yet. This was something she hadn't expected. Why was he talking about her brother? Feeling a sense of unease, Dieta raised her head. There stood Osman Arbinia, looking down at her. His yellow eyes were chillingly cold. Dieta Arbinia. Osman uttered Dieta's name. You are my child. A member of the Arbinia family. You are not an abandoned child. You are part of Arbinia. And, family should help each other out. Blood is thicker than water, as they say. Dieta understood the situation. She grasped Osman's intentions. Hence, a hollow laugh escaped Dieta's lips. Osman Arbinia was saying. Hand over the trading company to your brother. For the sake of a line or two in your brother's resume, who needs achievements, hand over the trading company you've built over 5 years. That's what Osman was implying. You are mistaken, Duke. Dieta spoke. She referred to him not as father, but as Duke. The trading company is maintained under my management. It won't run smoothly just because someone else takes the position of the merchant lord. Above all. Dieta let out a bitter laugh. Do you think my worth is only that much in the eyes of the Duke? It took me 5 years to reach this position. Aren't you curious to see how far I will climb after another 5 years? You are misjudging my value. It's worth more than just that. According to Osman, Dieta had achievements. Because of these achievements, Dieta challenged Osman back. This was a wrong judgment, like cutting open the goose that lays the golden eggs. Rather, create a connection with the trading company. And take control of it slowly, isn't that your way? Wouldn't it be a loss for you to cut me off just to swallow one trading company? You've grown a lot, Dieta. Osman only smiled in response to Dieta's words. His mask remained trading company. You have received many marriage proposals. Many prestigious families desire you. Perhaps, they highly value you for establishing the trading company in Cambria. He does not answer the question. He only tells the stories he wants to tell. And, as with those who converse with Osman, they value you highly. Many are willing to offer much for a marriage alliance with you. Listening to the story, Dieta understands Osman's intention. Osman Arbinia assesses value. And he did not belittle or ignore Dieta. He simply assessed the value Dieta possesses, and its peak. The trading company Dieta built was already on track. Her age was suitable for marriage, and her appearance had bloomed beautifully. Both the trading company and Dieta herself are at their highest value. Sell when the value is highest. That was the merchant's principle and common sense. Osman Arbinia was both a noble and a merchant. He believed politics was nothing more than doing business under the guise of justification. Do you remember the annex where you lived with your mother? Wait there. I will call you separately when the guests arrive. The annex located at the edge of the domain, far from the ducal mansion. The place where her disfigured mother, having lost her value, was banished. Jetta knew what that annex was called. Arbenia's birdcage. A prison to banish or confine those who lost their value, preventing them from escaping. Jetta's expression twisted as she read Osman's intention. The second day of the test also ended smoothly. Leaving behind the examiner, who marked him pass with an incredulous expression, Nijin headed back to his lodging. Walking along, Nijin shifted his gaze. A splendid carriage was passing through the split crowd. It's quite the spectacle. It seems a noble is on the move, eh? Nijin squinted at the carriage's emblem. A snake-like figure. He had seen this emblem somewhere before. Arbenia? Do you recognize this emblem? Yeah. Back in my day, there was one who bore this emblem on their flag on the battlefield. Listening to the story, Nijin stroked his chin. Arbenia, Arbenia. He sighed briefly as he remembered. The abandoned child of Arbenia. When a minor dispute occurred with the nobility, they certainly referred to Jetta in that way. So, was it Jetta's family who had sent someone? With that thought, Nijin watched where the carriage was heading. The carriage was heading towards the trading company. Eventually, people alighted from the carriage that had come to a stop. For knights in shining armor and a man in splendid uniform, unlike Jetta, with striking blonde hair. The man, accompanied by the knights, made his way towards the trading company's building. For knights followed him, and behind them, a knight in shabby armor joined. It was a familiar figure. Jetta's bodyguard, Passion. Click. He suddenly looked back. The moment Passion's gaze met Nijin's, it wavered. But that was brief, and with gritted teeth, Passion followed the man into the trading company. The trading company's name changed from Jetta to Arbenia the next day, and a letter from the Arbenia Trading Company arrived for Nijin. An invitation from the Arbenia Trading Company. Holding the invitation, Nijin headed to the trading company. Although the building itself hadn't changed much, knights were standing guard on the stairs leading to the office. They stepped aside when Nijin showed the invitation. Up the stairs to the top floor. Unlike before, servants were bustling about on the top floor. A servant, recognizing Nijin, knocked and opened the door for him, sparing him the need. Inside the office. The brown-haired girl who always warmly greeted Nijin was not there. Instead, a blond young man and two knights were sitting in the office, one of whom was Jetta's bodyguard, Passion. Oh, a distinguished guest has arrived. The young man sitting in the main seat smiled. As Nijin stared blankly at the young man, the knight standing beside him glared. Show respect to Lord Agizio. Bow and introduce yourself. The knight looked ready to pounce at any moment. Nijin frowned at the knight's command, his gaze towards the knight full of disdain. Just as the knight was about to reach for his sword at his waist. Ha ha ha. The young man burst into laughter. Indeed, a renowned adventurer from Cambria should be like this. Sir Filion. There's no need to be so strict. This is the city of opportunities, Cambria. When in the city of adventurers, one should follow their rules. He continued with a laugh. I am Agizio Arbenia. The eldest child of the Arbenia ducal family. I'm a green rank adventurer, Ivan. Ah, I've heard some stories about you. Apparently, the former head of the trading company, my sister had a good relationship with you. Continuing the conversation, Agizio flicked his finger. Sit down. If I keep looking up at you for a few more seconds, Sir Filion might break your knees to force you down. The knight standing beside Agizio. Glancing at the glaring knight, it indeed seemed like he was about to charge. Nijin exhaled shortly and sat down in the chair before him. Well, the reason I called you here isn't so grand. Now that I've taken the seat of the head of the trading company, I've been checking the ledgers and sorting things out, and there's quite a bit written about you. Investment in talents by the trading company. Among them, the investment related to Nijin was personally written by Jetta. Armor made from the skin of a blood-red troll and numerous items that were planned to be supported. Jetta's assessment of Nijin was written as, a talent worthy of eyeing the white-rank adventurers. He didn't believe all the assessments, but they were worth considering. Indeed, the rumors about the adventure in front of him had reached Agizio's ears beyond Cambria. The protagonist of the Demon Knight subjugation, I've heard a bit about you. Even the Knights of Adana mentioned your name, so it would be strange not to know. Agizio laughed with his arms crossed. As you can see, I've taken the seat of the head of the trading company, but I don't plan to stay here long. It's just a temporary position. But, I don't intend to take it lightly either. He looked directly at Nijin. Wouldn't you make a deal with me? A deal, you say? Yes. I'll only be in this city for a few months at most, but during those months, I intend to gather talents. There's a need to invest in the future and achieve some accomplishments. He extended his hand towards Nijin. Aren't you too talented to be in such a city? The Arbinia ducal family will stand behind you. Besides, you seem to aspire to be a knight. Agizio Arbinia smiled. Knighting is not a difficult task. If you accept the deal, I can easily arrange a knighting ceremony for you. She had misjudged. Inside the swaying carriage, Gieta looked out the window. The scenery whizzed by. Inside the carriage heading to the distant annex from the mansion, Gieta couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh. I didn't know it was this rotten. The reason Gieta obediently came this far. It was because there was nothing to gain from going against the ducal family and because she trusted Osman. Of course, that trust differed from the trust one places in a colleague or companion they could rely on. It was trust in a fellow. Someone who shared the same eyes and could see the world from the same perspective. A trust in a fellow and a competitor. The Osman that Gieta knew was a cold politician and a merchant. Gieta had judged that such an Osman would not cut open the goose that lays the golden eggs. In her eyes, the decision Osman had made now was utterly foolish. Marriage proposal. Valuing highly. Much to gain. It was laughable. She thought he would know. The growth of the Gieta Trading Company was still ongoing, and it was planning to expand beyond Cambria in the near future. By then, the value of Gieta herself and the trading company would be incomparable to now. And at such a time, to change the head of the trading company? Gieta Trading Company revolved around Gieta, centered on her. The moment she was removed, the trading company could not possibly run smoothly. Projects would be halted or frozen, and there would inevitably be discord. It'll fall apart soon. Even if the ducal family poured in their funds, seeing any profit would take a long time. That means a loss. The Osman that Gieta knew was not someone who would do such a thing for immediate gains. Had he grown old and senile? Had those yellow eyes of his grown dim? Gieta sighed deeply. If she had known this would happen, she would have torn up the letter when it arrived and taken a stand. The trading company would have suffered a big hit, but there would have been more options available than now. Did I overestimate Osman? With a sigh, Gieta looked out the window. The carriage was slowing down. It meant they were almost at their destination. Gieta looked at her reflection in the window. Tightly pursed lips. Cool eyes. The mask was intact. She was still holding on to her reason. Although emotions were stirring, they were still manageable. So, let's make a rational judgment. The situation had escalated to the worst, but I wasn't unprepared. There were still hidden moves. There were ways out. There were still means to use. The only reason the trading company could be swallowed up like this was because Gieta bore the name Arbinia. If a normal trading company had been swallowed up by a ducal family in such a manner, there would naturally be backlash. Political criticism. Checks from hostile forces. And even under imperial law. Gieta pieced together the puzzle in her head. Information about the Arbinia family, hostile forces, and the moves left to her started to fit together. It's okay. Not yet. Preparing for the worst of the worst is a merchant's virtue. Gieta took a deep breath. She needed to stay sharp from now on. There was still a chance to turn things around. Screech. The carriage stopped, and the door opened. Knights were waiting outside for Gieta. Knights appointed by the Duke under the guise of escorts. But Gieta knew they were merely watchers, not escorts. Since her bodyguard Passion was not here. The Duke had first separated passion in her. There were no trustworthy people, no allies. This was deep within enemy territory. Gietta stepped out of the carriage and raised her head. She looked at the poorly maintained family annex, her lips twitching. Ah! The place where her mother had hung herself. The memories of her childhood spent in this cold annex flashed through her mind. Suppressing the surging emotions, Gietta walked into the annex. Agizio Arbinia. A scion of the Arbinia ducal family, he knew how to handle people. At least, Agizio thought so. What is the way to handle people? Simple. Give them what they want. The thing they desire the most. The thing they cherish the most. The balance will naturally even out when you place it on the opposite scale. Agizio had enough power and wealth to give what others wanted. The position of the first child of the Arbinia Duke was not a light one. A knighting ceremony is certainly possible. Thus, Agizio Arbinia was confident. The knighthood of the master one serves does influence to some extent, so being a knight of the ducal family should be respectable anywhere, right? He believed the adventurer before him couldn't refuse the offer. Didn't this person aspire to be a knight? While the title of a knight wasn't light, it was a trivial matter for Agizio, a scion of the ducal family. Of course, my offer isn't anything grand. Agizio said, as if bestowing a favor. He was in a position of advantage here. Starting with light demands and gradually shackling the limbs was Agizio's specialty, hanging a sweet bait where the other party couldn't refuse. Once bitten, it's over. Agizio continued with a chuckle. The adventurer before him was outstanding in both reputation and skill in this city. He judged it wouldn't hurt to swallow him up. Cooperate with me, and while I stay in this city, maintain a friendly relationship and occasionally. However, he made one mistake. Not everyone in the world moves according to a few coins, powers, or titles. Even in a city full of gold-chasing adventurers, there are always exceptions. And Nijin was an exception among exceptions. Honor, pride, and chasing stars, he was like an endangered species in an era where such things were fading away. The characteristic of such exceptions is that they often give answers beyond the other party's imagination. I refuse. Nijin cut off Agizio's words. An act of disrespect, interrupting a noble's speech. If this were not Cambria, it might have been punishable by death. But Nijin's actions did not stop there. Nijin stood up. Agizio's gaze shifted upwards. The scene where a mere adventurer looked down on a noble, and a noble looked up at an adventurer, was created. I've said all I need to, so I'll take my leave. Before Agizio could continue, Nijin turned around. Despite not being granted permission by the noble, he walked away, showing his back. At this, Agizio let out a hollow laugh. But the knight beside him couldn't laugh. Agizio's escort knight, Filion, glared. He hadn't liked the adventurer who stood tall before his master from the start. He had endured several times because his master held him back, but this was clearly crossing the line. Under imperial law, this was enough for execution. There's a minimum level of respect that must be shown to nobles, even in Cambria. Boom! Filion took a step forward. The heavy footsteps from his robust build shook the office. Agizio did not stop Filion from advancing. A lowly, gold-hungry mercenary scum. He strode towards Nijin. The moment Nijin turned to look back, Filion reached out his hand swiftly. Intoxicated by your own reputation, have you forgotten your place? Does the Arbinia ducal family seem a joke to you? Filion grabbed Nijin by the collar. Lifting him by the collar, Nijin's feet dangled in the air. Bang, and with that, Filion pressed Nijin against the wall, glaring at him. As long as his master didn't stop him, Filion intended to teach this insolent brat a lesson. Sometimes a whip was the remedy for beasts too proud of themselves. Watching this, Agizio let out a smirk. This should have subdued him. Just as Agizio was about to raise his hand to stop his knight. Hey! Nijin raised his hand. He grasped the wrist of Filion, who had grabbed his collar. Remember, you're the one who struck first. What? The mercenary spoke rudely to the knight. Before Filian's anger could erupt, Nijin exerted force on the hand he was holding. Twisting Filian's wrist, Nijin slipped out of the collar grab. Scum! As Filian moved to act, he realized too late that Nijin's foot was already on his armor, pressed against the breastplate covering his abdomen. How did it happen so quickly? In an instant, energy flowed through Nijin's body. A moment of physical enhancement. Wrapping his entire body with mana in an instant, Nijin's mana manipulation speed was not something even an expert could keep up with. Filian belatedly tried to muster his mana, but it was already too late. Crack! Nijin extended his bent leg, kicking Filian's abdomen with full force. The robust Filian was sent flying into the air. The unexpected blow, without any mana defense, was lethal. Crash! Filian, sent flying, wreaked havoc in the office as he rolled across the floor. Tables and chairs for guests were shattered, creating a loud noise. Cough! Crashing into a cabinet, Filian gasped for air. The breastplate, directly hit by Nijin's kick, was grotesquely deformed. Filian slowly tried to get up, but the unexpected blow threw off his balance. Agizio's eyes widened as he saw Filian, who had flown to his side and crashed. He was momentarily flustered. Thump, thump, thump. Noticing the commotion, knights rushed up the stairs. The arriving knights forcefully opened the door and assessed the situation. Filian, crumpled on the floor, and Nijin, standing upright. Clang! The knights aggressively drew their swords, aiming them at Nijin. Amidst the swords pointed at him, Nijin simply rested his hand on the hilt of his sword at his waist, ready to draw at any moment. The one who attacked first was that man. Nijin said with an expressionless face. While I don't mean to disrespect the authority of the Arbinia ducal family, this is the city of opportunities, Cambria. Showing a minimum level of courtesy to nobility. That's more of a recommendation than a legal obligation, it's just advice from the Central Guild to avoid troublesome situations. Of course, a lower-ranked adventurer would need to bow and show utmost respect in front of a noble, but Nijin is a green-ranked adventurer, and his promotion to red rank is confirmed for tomorrow. He is a person whose identity is guaranteed by the Central Guild, and depending on the situation, he could receive protection from forces that respect Cambria's laws and uniqueness. A red-ranked adventurer is worth that much. I merely retaliated after being attacked. Even surrounded by knights, Nijin didn't shrink back in the slightest. His eyes, looking straight at Agizio, posed a question. Are you going to continue? I have no intention of backing down. A truly audacious attitude. Watching him, Agizio couldn't help but burst into laughter. Of course, Agizio could use the authority of the ducal family to punish Nijin right here and now. Trample him and force him to kneel in retribution. But that would inevitably lead to backlash. If the word spread that the ducal family's scion, who had suddenly arrived in the city, had used his authority to make a well-known high-ranking adventurer kneel, Agizio himself would be the one to suffer. His standing in this city would become precarious. And, undoubtedly, troublesome situations would arise. Was this all calculated? If so, it's indeed remarkable. Smiling, Agizio gestured to the knights. It was a signal to sheath their swords. My overzealous knight has committed a discourtesy. Agizio said, looking straight at Nijin. Consider my proposal positively. There's still plenty of time. Nijin didn't respond. Pushing past the knights blocking his path, Nijin moved outside the building. Watching him, Agizio covered his eyes and burst into laughter. Truly a madman. A reckless adventurer who bites at everything, just like a rabid dog. He's even more intriguing now. Agizio tapped the table with his fingers. The person was more interesting than he had anticipated. Above all, the level of force demonstrated was overwhelming even for Agizio, who was far from a warrior. He coveted it. He wanted to make it his own. Thinking of a way to do so, Agizio narrowed his eyes. If the bait doesn't work, there are other methods. Having left the trading company's building, Nijin exhaled deeply. He wasn't in the best of moods. The words spat out by that insufferable blonde had irked Nijin. I can easily grant you a knighthood. If you want, I can arrange a knighting ceremony. Agizio's attitude, casually offering it as if doing a favor, greatly displeased Nijin. If it weren't for Agizio being a scion of a ducal family, Nijin would have thrown a chair and stormed out long ago. Sigh. Exhaling deeply, Nijin was moving when he sensed someone approaching. Turning around, he saw Passion, who seemed to have hurriedly followed him. Jieta's bodyguard knight. Just as Nijin was about to ask where Jieta had gone and why that unbearable blonde was sitting there, Passion handed him something. This is a gift from Lord Agizio. It's a sign of goodwill, it would be wise to accept it. As Nijin frowned and was about to refuse, Passion whispered in a voice only Nijin could hear. 1900 hours, Eastern Outskirts, Sector 37. Nijin narrowed his eyes and glanced at Passion. Passion, having delivered his message, patted Nijin's shoulder a couple of times and left. At 1900 hours, as the sun set, Nijin headed to the designated location. Passion, wearing a hooded robe, was waiting for Nijin there. Making sure no one was watching, Passion led Nijin deep into an alleyway. So. Nijin broke the silence. Why did you call me out here? And what happened to Lady Jieta of the trading company? There's something I need to tell you about that. Passion took a deep breath and removed his robe. In the dimly lit alleyway, under the flickering small lantern, Passion began to speak. Ivan. Nijin's alias. Using that name, Passion slowly lowered his posture. He bent his knees, bowed his waist, and lowered himself to the point where his bent knees touched the ground. In an alleyway littered with trash. Ignoring the filthy ground covered in refuse, Passion willingly let his knees touch the ground. Even if his armor got dirty, he willingly knelt. Passion is no ordinary knight. He does not kneel or bow to just anyone. He understands honor. He knows pride. He considers it an honor to protect his master and would never betray someone he has sworn loyalty to. He volunteered to be Jieta's guardian knight to repay the kindness he received from her mother. Though he couldn't protect her mother. At least, he wanted to protect her daughter. Honor, pride, and loyalty. Each knight values these three virtues differently. For Passion, loyalty is the highest value. For loyalty, he could throw everything else aside. That's why he knelt. That's why he bowed his head to Nijin. Lady Jieta has fallen into a trap. His master had a hidden move. Knowing that, but forcibly sent to the adventurous city following Agizio, Passion couldn't hide his anxiety. Right before leaving the ducal family, he overheard Duke Osman murmuring orders to his subordinates. Osman's command to break and ruin Jieta. The order he gave to his subordinate afterward. In the face of that, even the hidden move prepared by his master would become useless. Knowing this, Passion wanted to act immediately, but he couldn't leave the city. The family's knights were watching him. I must inform her. That it's all a trap. He said through gritted teeth. I know it's a lot to ask, but would you listen to my story? I will give my all. Please, listen to my story. The Arbinia ducal family. In front of Osman Arbinia, the master of the ducal family, a knight bowed his head and spoke. As you commanded, Lady Jieta has been taken to the villa. Reliable knights have been sent to guard the villa, so there should be no need for concern. Is that so? Osman, with his chin propped up, responded. Have the orders been conveyed to the knights and servants? That too, has been done as you commanded. Well done, Sir Griffin. May I ask a question? The knight, Griffin, who had been bowing his head, raised it. Griffin appeared to be in his early to mid-30s, but Osman knew he was older than that. Griffin had been a knight by his side since he was young. The captain of the Arbinia ducal family's knights. Sword Seeker, Griffin. He posed a question to his master. I wish to inquire about the rationale behind your orders. A question that might be deemed rude. If posed by an ordinary knight, it might have been brushed off with a laugh or left unanswered, but Griffin was Osman's most trusted knight, almost like a longtime friend. Therefore, Osman willingly answered. It's because it's dangerous. Osman smiled. Griffin, do you remember when I was young? I do. Osman, who was the third son of the family. Pushed out of the succession competition, he was a person no one paid attention to. Yet, in the end, it was Osman Arbinia who took the seat as the head of the ducal family. Eliminate obstacles. Pull down those climbing high, and once they are pulled down, ensure they are broken and can never rise again. By the end of the fierce succession battle, Osman was the only one standing. The rest were either crippled, had lost their will, or had fled somewhere. Griffin had witnessed the whole process up close. Mulling over the memories, Griffin nodded. That means Jetta, that child, has the makings of a power holder. As much as me, or perhaps even more talented than I am. I do not deny that fact. Osman said, propping his chin. Agizio, and the other children, are not without talent, but compared to that child Jetta, they fall significantly short. It's regrettable. That the one who inherited my blood the strongest is, unfortunately, that child. Osman Arbinia looked at his own eyes reflected in the teacup. The yellow eyes. These eyes, which assess value, were his most cherished. That child is right. The value of that child is too precious to be sold off in a mere seasonal trade. Give it another 5 years. That child's trading company will grow even more, to the extent that even the ducal family cannot easily intervene. Surely it will. Then. That's why, Sir Griffin. Osman narrowed his eyes. The yellow eyes shimmered like a serpent's. While the child's value is high. He tapped the teacup lightly. It's not something I can swallow. The larger it grows, the more it becomes a serpent that will swallow me. The child resembled him more than anyone else. Those eyes were like his, who had eliminated all competitors and secured the seat as the head of the ducal family. That child would surely sink its fangs into my neck one day and swallow the ducal family. It was a conviction and trust. Just as Jetta considered Osman akin, Osman also regarded Jetta as someone akin to himself. So, shouldn't I swallow it while I can? I don't have the hobby of raising a beast that will bite my neck one day, Osman laughed out loud. To raise a beast, one must pull out its claws and teeth, and whenever it tries to climb up, beat it to imprint who is above. And Osman knew very well how to do that. Still unripe petals. A beast that has not yet fully grown. Osman Arbinia had trampled and destroyed such beings several times to sit in this position. Crush it thoroughly so it can never rise again. You know how, don't you? Osman muttered indifferently. People break easier than you think. Especially girls of that age. Lady Jetta has fallen into a trap. Kneeling in the muck, Passion spoke. Nujin listened attentively to his words. Passion relayed the internal affairs of the Arbinia ducal family and the situation Jetta was currently in. At the end of the explanation, Passion drew a conclusion. The goal wasn't just to swallow the trading company. The trading company is just a bonus. Duke Osman's true aim is to crush Lady Jetta. Having overheard the Duke's orders, Passion was certain. The Duke was not underestimating Jetta. Rather, it was the opposite. He considers her a threat and wants to crush her. Therefore, Jetta's safety is in danger now that she has been moved to the villa. Jetta might be plotting a more long-term goal and waiting for an opportunity, but if the Duke's plan proceeds, that opportunity will never come. We need to inform her of this fact, and Lady Jetta needs someone to act on her behalf. The isolated Jetta. What she needs now is someone who can move in and out of the villa and act as a messenger. However, Passion, who should be fulfilling this role, is under surveillance, and it's not easy to find another capable person who can be trusted with such a task. Someone who will stand by Jetta. And someone with at least sword expert level skills. While finding someone who meets the second criterion is easy, finding someone who meets the first is hard. Especially in this city full of gold-chasing adventurers, it's unlikely to find someone willing to take the risk of crossing the ducal family for such a task. I know it's an unreasonable request. An unreasonable and dangerous request. The benefits of undertaking it are minimal, and the risks involved are too high. Passion did not hide this fact. Now, kneeling and asking for help, it was only right for Passion to provide truthful information to the person before him. Evading the knight's surveillance to sneak into the villa and establish communication is a difficult task. Of course, I will provide the map of the villa and the location of hidden passages, but the benefits you gain by undertaking this task are. Therefore, the explanation becomes difficult. Adventurers weigh benefits and risks. Passion knows that such a request would not be accepted. Passion bowed his head a little more. I cannot guarantee anything right now. If things go well and Jetta returns to the trading company, there would be many benefits to guarantee. However, Passion couldn't know how things would unfold. He was even considering the possibility of fleeing with Jetta. He clenched his teeth. What can be offered on the scale now is not visible benefits. The only thing he can offer right now is one thing. The only reward I can guarantee is my personal honor and everything. As collateral, he offers his life. Regardless of the success or failure of the task, if you end up being pursued by the ducal family, I will take all the blame. So. Nejin cut off Passion's words. What's at stake is honor and everything. Having heard that much, there was no need to listen to the rest. Looking up and meeting Passion's gaze, Nejin continued. Where is it? That villa. What? Where is it, the villa? Nejin extended his hand towards Passion. As if to help him stand up. Passion, with a bewildered expression, took Nejin's hand and stood up. Are you accepting the request? Let's not call it a request, but accepting a favor. Nejin picked up the knight's sword lying in the mud. While picking up Passion's sword, Nejin said. I've accepted a knight's oath and a favor. That's enough. As for the rest, we'll figure it out. It's not something to say from the position of asking for a favor, but this is a task that might put you at odds with the ducal family. If we don't get caught, that's the end of it. Infiltration is one of my specialties. Muttering so, Nejin then let out a smirk, reminded of his master who had prepared to oppose the whole world for the sake of keeping one oath. And one more thing. Shaking off the mud from Passion's sword. And handing it back to Passion, Nejin said. I have a promise to keep too. A debt to repay. Nejin, who had promised Jetta to repay that debt, still remembered that promise. So, you're going to do it? I plan to. Infiltration route and the villa's layout. And even the location of the villa were all relayed to Nejin, who was organizing the information in his head. He needed to have a plan before setting out. Infiltrating the ducal family, you know it's madness, right? It's not the ducal mansion but a villa, isn't it? Whether it's a villa, an outbuilding, or even the ducal stables. It's all the same when it comes to opposing the ducal family. You're aware of that, aren't you? I am. Nejin didn't know the full extent of the ducal family's reputation, but he was aware of what they could do under the guise of justice. If they set their minds to it, beheading a wandering adventurer would be no trouble at all. The gap between adventurers and the ducal family. It's no different from the gap between the residents of the underground city and those living above. And yet, you still intend to do it? Yes. Why? Like I said, because I promised. Merlin's response was one of incomprehension. To this, Nejin let out a long sigh. Merlin, you already know it, right? That I'm not the type to be hung up on justice or to risk my life to correct wrongs. Nejin had lived in the underground city. To survive, he had killed countless people and didn't hesitate to commit evil deeds when necessary. Just because he pulled Excalibur and left the underground city didn't erase all that. Nejin had no intention of sugarcoating himself. He didn't plan to cry out for justice while acting hypocritically, nor did he plan to preach his values to others. Whether they commit evil deeds or not, that's none of my business. I have no intention of correcting them. If they haven't wronged me, what right do I have to judge them or impose justice on them? Especially when I'm no saint myself. But, just one thing I can't stand. There's just one thing I can't stand. Nejin handled his sword. Knights. Those who uphold honor and pride. And the stars he saw in the underground city. I can't stand seeing those who bear the title of knight acting like that. I hate it when the name of a knight is tarnished and when knights are taken lightly. It felt like his dream was being sullied. The stars and nights he dreamed of in the underground city weren't like that. Perhaps this was the stubbornness of a boy who could let go of everything but his dream. Keep the words you speak. Don't take oaths and promises lightly. Act on what you believe is right. The Code of Knights. The knight Nijin wanted to become. I just wanted to witness that being upheld. So, I intend to keep the promise I made. Besides, I don't particularly like that Armenia ducal family. Did that make any sense? With those words, Nijin spoke. When no response came from Merlin, Nijin laughed bitterly. It must seem foolish. For someone without a knight's title, acting this way to uphold the Code of Knights is laughable. Even among knights, those who uphold the code are called foolish. You're obsessed with something worthless. Merlin, who had been listening to Nijin's monologue, spoke up. You try to uphold something that doesn't need to be upheld. Even though there's nothing to gain from it, you risk your life to protect it. Yes, as you said, it's foolish. Merlin said. But you know what? She smiled. The king I served was the most foolish person in the world. The person who now hangs the highest star in the sky was a fool, a foolish knight. Merlin continued. What I wanted to confirm wasn't whether your actions were right or wrong. Then, whether you made that choice knowingly. Whether, even knowing the risks, you're determined to carry out your beliefs. That was it. Now that I've confirmed it, that's enough. A short exhale. Then, with a satisfied voice, Merlin whispered. Do as you wish. The path is yours to walk, and preparing for the worst is the guide's role. Nijin chuckled. Draping the robe he received from passion over himself and covering his face, Nijin moved on. Ruining a person is simple. Gieta was acutely aware of that fact. She numbly stared at her ankle. Remembering what the knights did to her as soon as she was brought into the villa, Gieta couldn't even muster a smile anymore. The moment she entered the villa, the knights changed. The moment the villa's door closed with a creak, the knights grabbed Gieta's limbs. They forced her to kneel, stuffed a cloth in her mouth, and then drew their swords to slash at her ankles, severing the tendons. An injury that could be healed with potions and priests. But for Gieta alone, it was an irrecoverable injury. Until she could leave this prison-like villa, Gieta wouldn't be able to walk without someone else's help. To this extent, to go this far. Ah! Gieta's lips twitched. She thought she had donned a mask and armed herself with an iron will, but at the moment her ankle was slashed, she let out a disgraceful scream. She had no resistance to pain. From that moment on, Gieta had to realize. This place was meticulously designed to trample and break her. A cage to break a bird's wings. In this villa, Gieta had to doubt everything. The sleep disturbed by the throbbing ankle. The unidentifiable food. The harassment from the servants and the windows nailed shut to prevent even sunlight from entering. The empty room slowly gnawed away at Gieta's sanity. Ruining a person is easy. No matter how strong her will was, Gieta was just a young woman who had just reached adulthood. She wasn't a knight trained to withstand countless tortures, nor was she resistant to pain. If they were determined, breaking her was no difficult task. Osman's mocking laughter seemed to echo in her ears. Her mask was shaking. The means at her disposal were diminishing. She knew she needed to find new methods, but her mind wasn't functioning properly. Gieta clenched her teeth. She couldn't even tell how much time had passed in the solitary cell, she was merely clinging to her slipping mask. What she didn't know was. Behind the villa, in a small forest, flames were rising. Unaware of the servants rushing out to extinguish the unexpected fire. And amidst the chaos, an adventurer was moving. She was unaware. Her mother hanged herself to death in front of her. It was the story of her 7th birthday. The daughter of a harlot, the abandoned child, the filthy blood, whispers of the servants, and the ridicule of her siblings echoed in her ears. At the dinner table where no one came, she ate the cold food, no different from always. It's the story of her 8th birthday. The harassment by the servants. The lies of her brother. The testimonies of her sisters. Locked in a room for something she didn't even do. She spent the day looking at the setting sun beyond the window. The story of her 11th birthday. No one. 12. Came. 13. Slander, lies, things she didn't do, harassment, cold food, ridicule, mockery, the daughter of a harlot. The abandoned child. A day filled only with mockery. 14. In solitary confinement, Jieta faced the mirror and smiled. 14. The mask was complete. Even in front of mother's grave, her eyes no longer wavered. She was certain she could just laugh everything off. And so, on her 15th birthday, Jieta left the household, swearing an oath to return one day and swallow them all. In a dark solitary cell where not a sliver of sunlight entered. Hugging her knees, Jieta curled up. Her ankles hurt. Due to lack of proper sleep for the past 3 days, her eyes kept closing, but the throbbing in her ankles woke her up. Lack of sleep, pain, and hunger. Meals reeking of drugs. Murky water handed over without any attempt to hide its contents. Not daring to touch easily, not knowing what was mixed in or what had been done to it. Everything in the villa was suspicious. There were no allies here. Everyone was an enemy and everything was a trap. The sharply heightened nerves brought fatigue. But there was no way for Jieta to relieve that fatigue now. The mind worn down over the past 3 days began to reveal its bottom. The mask wavered, and muddled thoughts messed up her head. Plan. A way out. Any means available. The usual her might have found a way. But even in this moment, pushed to the limit, it wasn't possible. Thoughts didn't connect properly, as if her mind was clouded. Eventually, Jieta reached her limit. Finally, the mask hiding her face was stripped away. The snake that swallows gold, the young merchant who wrote a success story in the city of opportunities, a genius in investment, a prodigy among prodigies with the qualities of a target. The splendid adornments that decorated Jieta Arbinia began to strip away one by one. The mask, the merchant's uniform, the expensive accessories, everything she had built up to increase her value, all fell away. And what remained after everything was stripped bare? Not the snake that swallows gold. Not the abandoned child of Arbinia. Not even Jieta Arbinia. What remained was just a girl, huddled up. A girl adorned and made glamorous to hide her wounds, her brokenness, her decay. Jieta curled up a little more. Hugging her knees, she buried her head. Her lips quivered, and her eyes twitched. Soon, tears flowed down her cheeks. She couldn't remember the last time she cried, but once the tears started, they didn't stop. The emotion suppressed by the mask poured out. Laughing off, ignoring, pretending as if nothing mattered. Such trivial things had found their moment and overflowed. Shaking slightly, Jieta clenched her teeth. The mask had been stripped off. A new mask was needed. A stronger, more intricate mask that would never be stripped off again. Cornered, Jieta began to break down. This was Osman's intention in planning this situation, but there was one thing Osman misunderstood. A broken person doesn't necessarily give up. Jieta is the toughest of the tough. She can be broken down, but not broken. Gritting her teeth, Jieta monologued. I won't trust anyone anymore. If tonight, after shaking off all remaining emotions, I wear a new mask, I will never take off this mask again. Planning to sell me off in a political marriage? To extract value from me till the very end? Go ahead. Try all you want. I'll sell everything that can be sold. I'll use every means available. Even if it means throwing myself into a pit of fire, I promise the next. I will definitely return here and swallow you all. In hardship, trials, and pain, children become adults. Black flames rose from Jieta's yellow eyes. Once again, let me say. Jieta Arbinia is a genius. It is not yet at its complete stage, but her talent in controlling the flow of money and grasping the value, clutching gold coins, is unparalleled. Given enough time, she possesses the qualities of a target to rise to the highest position, holding the reins of commerce, and the traits of a power broker to influence people. But what she couldn't let go of, for completion. was humanity. The existence of Jeta behind the mask. A genius who has experienced failure learns from that failure. There's a saying that the pain that doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Contrary to her night's worries, Jeta does not choose the foolish option of ending her own life here or crumbling in despair. She will become more thorough. More perfect. More tenacious. But that also means the death of Jeta as herself. After tonight, the girl named Jeta will be nowhere to be found. Only the snake that swallows gold will remain in her place. But still, one night should be okay. The night that came to the solitary cell where the flow of time was imperceptible was long and drawn out. The snake, yet to shed its old skin, decided to spend its last day as Jeta, pouring out its emotions. Crying miserably, trembling, burying her head in her knees, releasing blocked breaths. Then. Drip drop. Wooden chips fell onto Jeta's head. Slowly, Jeta lifted her head. In the solitary cell where not a single light leaked in, there was a twinkling white light on the ceiling. And then, screech. The light moved. Along with the light tracing a square trajectory, a part of the ceiling was torn off. Only then did Jeta realize that the shining thing was Sordora. Thump. Someone came into the room through the hole in the ceiling. The figure landed softly on the floor, their face unseen due to the darkness. Only their presence was felt. Jeta gasped in fright at that moment. Whoosh! The unidentified figure pulled out a lamp from within. The twilight colored or dimly lit the room. In the dim light, Jeta's eyes met with the intruder's. Ivan. Gray hair and twilight-colored eyes. An unexpected figure stood before her. Jeta blinked blankly. Was she seeing a hallucination? Why was that person here? There was no reason for him to come here, no way he could. Your knight, Passion, asked me. Nijin spoke to Jeta, who was still blinking. He placed the oil lamp in front of Jeta and kneeled down to meet her eyes. He asked if you could become a communication tool, to allow you to communicate with the outside. I came to fulfill that role, but... Nijin's eyes narrowed as he looked at Jeta. The sight of her emaciated appearance and the severed tendons in her ankle caught his attention. After a long breath, Nijin continued. Is there something you would like to request? How could? Jeta murmured in a trembling voice. The man who suddenly appeared before her. Jeta was considerably startled by the appearance of Nijin. Passion's request. To become a communication tool. Jeta blinked as she chewed over the words Nijin had uttered. Her mind wasn't working properly. Sitting here right now was just Jeta, not the snake that swallows gold. The girl couldn't keep up with the sudden situation. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have missed such a golden opportunity that had come her way. Why? The girl muttered suddenly. Why did you take on the request? Was it because she had a fondness for the man before her? Or because he was the only one she could comfortably interact with, or perhaps because the time she spent with him in Cambria was genuinely enjoyable? Or was it all of the above? Jeta asked with a trembling voice. There's no benefit for you. It's dangerous. You'd be risking your life if you get involved with a ducal family. It was inevitable. For a moment, she felt joy that he had come for her, but then she thought he shouldn't get involved with her. Why? Jeta knew. She knew the price one had to pay for this. It was a direct confrontation with the Arbinia ducal family, and it might even cost him his life. Not as a merchant who never misses an opportunity. But just as Jeta, a human being. She thought she shouldn't drag this man into this situation. Because if he got involved with her, he too would fall. Jeta didn't want to see the man, who was similar yet walking a different path, to fall. Above all, it was unfamiliar. She had never experienced such kindness, such good fortune, the kind of stories that only appeared in fairy tales. That's why Jeta still asked the question in such a situation. Why did you do it? She had to ask for the reason. Why do you ask? And to that question, Nijin replied as if it was obvious. There was a promise last time, remember? A promise? I said I'd help you once without asking any questions. We made that promise, remember? There was such a time. A promise not written in a contract, not left with any trace, only remembered through a conversation while watching the sunset. Just for that, one thing. To fulfill a promise that nobody would blame him for breaking, a promise that was just a few words. Unable to comprehend, Dieta blinked, and Nijin continued. So. Just say it without worrying about the before and after. Why, how, we can talk about the complicated stuff later. Ask for help. If you say so. Then, I'll help you. Regardless of compensation, risks, dangers, the Arbinia ducal family, I'll help because I decided to. You just have to say the word. It was too straightforward. Too convenient. But the moment Dieta's eyes met Nijin's, who was looking straight at her, her lips moved. With a face marred by tear streaks, Dieta murmured as if letting out her true feelings. Get me out. Dieta said. Please, get me out of here. Her voice was small, as if crawling into itself. The moment Nijin heard that voice, he nodded briskly. He didn't ask if she had a plan, what she would do once out, or if there was a method. Nijin simply replied. Let's do that. Nijin stood up. He turned off the oil lamp with a click and tucked it away, plunging the room back into darkness. Dieta blinked in the suddenly darkened solitary cell. Boom! The wall shook. Dieta flinched and slowly opened her eyes. Through the rising dust, she saw it. The moonlight, or perhaps starlight, leaking into the dark solitary cell. Nijin had kicked the wooden boards nailed to the window and shattered them. Stunned by such a refreshingly bold action, Dieta blinked blankly. The leaking moonlight, or starlight. The platinum-colored light made Nijin's gray hair sparkle. Let's decide on the destination slowly. Let's go. Saying so, Nijin approached Dieta. Thump, thump, thump. The commotion Nijin caused seemed to stir the footsteps in the corridor. Probably, the knights were coming. But Nijin seemed not to care as he bent down and picked up Dieta. Carefully, so as not to touch her ankles. But firmly enough not to let go. Nijin, holding Dieta, leaped out of the window. Amidst the shaky scenery, Dieta looked up at Nijin's face. His face wasn't clearly visible because of the deeply hooded robe, but his eyes were visible. Twilight-colored eyes. Dieta, as if enchanted, stared blankly at Nijin's eyes. Do you expect me to believe that? Griffin, the commander of the Arbinia ducal family's knights. He slammed the table after gathering all the knights sent to the villa and receiving a report on the incident that happened the previous night. Not only did someone break into the villa, but they also carved out the ceiling and shattered the window to escape, and you're telling me no one saw him? Do you think that makes any sense? The servants could be excused. The villa was in chaos due to the sudden fire, and it's understandable that servants wouldn't notice a highly skilled warrior sneaking in if they were determined to hide. But, the knights are different. It was absurd to say that trained knights didn't notice the intrusion. I asked if it makes sense that not a single one of the 7 knights who were guarding saw the intruder. 7 well-trained knights. Could it really be plausible that they all missed a kidnapper openly abducting a confined noblewoman right under their noses and ears? Griffin stood up, rubbing his face. Move. I'll check it out myself. He sighed and started walking. The situation had twisted oddly. It was an unexpected variable, and Osmond's eyes widened the moment he received the report. After all, something unimaginable had happened. Breaking into the ducal family's villa to kidnap a noblewoman. How absurd that one sentence was, how much turmoil it would bring, was hard to predict. It was a major incident directly related to the reputation of the Arbinia ducal family, a story that must not leak out. The issue had to be resolved before it escalated. Griffin, clutching his throbbing head, verified the remnants left in the villa. He narrowed his eyes upon confirming the path the intruder seemed to have taken. 7 sword experts. To bypass 7 experts without making a sound and kidnap the noblewoman was no easy feat even for Griffin, a sword seeker. It would be much simpler to just barge in and wreak havoc. A ranger? The first plausible suspect was a ranger. Did Dieta Arbinia have a ranger she could command? Certainly, there are a few skilled rangers in Cambria. The first name that comes to mind is Captain Theosis. Captain Theosis, a ranger from Techo Mountain, considered on par with a sword seeker. If he had cooperated with Jetta, surely tracking them would be impossible. However, it didn't seem like that man would get involved in such a matter. What kind of lunatic? Griffin sighed deeply. The plan had gone awry, and the situation had overturned. In such a situation, quick judgment and action were needed more than ever. Griffin, having roughly gauged the severity of the situation, made a decision. He called one of the knights following him. "Tell Duke Osman," he said. "I will organize a pursuit team to chase down the scoundrel who infiltrated the ducal family. And I will lead the pursuit team," he declared. Jetta suddenly thought it was like a scene from a fairy tale. You know, those cliched and childish stories commonly found in fairy tales. About a princess trapped in a tower and a handsome knight who comes to rescue her. Of course, Jetta doesn't like such stories. She's long past the age where she could find charm in fairy tales that simply line up good scenes without considering the context. But that's only when such stories are encountered as fiction. When you pull a fairy tale into reality. Why? Surprisingly, Jetta had to admit that her heart was racing. Thinking about herself, confined in the ducal family's villa, and the handsome knight who came to rescue her without considering the consequences. He's not exactly a knight, but he's handsome nonetheless. Jetta gazed at Nijin with dazed eyes. His face wasn't clearly visible under the robe, but from below, she could somewhat make out his features. Was he always this handsome? Was it the situation, her dazed mind, or perhaps the moonlight and starlight acting as a filter? Nijin seemed more handsome than usual, making Jetta gulp down her saliva. Her heart raced inappropriately for the situation. Probably because she was startled. With that thought, Jetta huddled herself a bit more. The night wind was quite cold. Her body kept shaking, making her dizzy. With such lame excuses, Jetta clung tightly to Nijin's robe. Under the brilliant moonlight, the escape drama continued for a while. Let's take a break here. Far from the villa. In a small cave within a dense forest along the boundary of the territory, Nijin entered. After gently setting Jetta down, Nijin took off his robe. Proper pursuit can only start after dawn anyway. Even if they're good with night vision, grasping the situation and regrouping will take some time. At the very least, we have time to catch our breath. After all, the knights don't know where Nijin fled to or where he's heading. Nijin was already skilled at masking his presence and disrupting his tracks. So, let's rest for a bit. Nijin glanced at Jetta. He could run through the night without any problem, but Jetta wasn't in the best condition. She was sweating cold and looked pale. Nijin handed his removed robe to Jetta. Wrap this around you. Me. It's cold. I can bear it, but it will be tough for you. Nijin glanced at Jetta. Her attire was thin and flimsy, not suitable for the weather. Jetta slowly nodded and wrapped the robe Nijin offered around her shoulders. I'm afraid I didn't bring anything to treat the ankle. It's not something a potion can fix, so we'll have to postpone that. Nijin muttered while rummaging through his adventurer's bag. Then he pulled out a rolled-up blanket and an oil lamp from the bag. He spread the blanket in front of Jetta and gestured for her to lie down. Try to get some sleep. You look tired. I'm still okay. Don't be stubborn and rest while you can. We'll have to run for our lives once dawn breaks. Muttering so, Nijin struck the oil lamp with his fist. The lamp flickered upon impact. Soon, a twilight glow filled the cave. Only then could Jetta properly see her disheveled state. Her pajamas, clinging to her sweaty skin, revealed her body's outline and her hair was a mess. Though she couldn't see her face, it was surely stained with tear marks. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Jetta tightened the robe and wiped her face with her sleeve. Are you very cold? No. I mean, no, I'm fine. Jetta hiccuped. She wasn't really cold. It was just the heat rising to her face. But to Nijin, Jetta's tightly gripping the robe's hem seemed like she was shivering from cold. And her face seemed oddly red. Could she have caught a cold? After all, she had been injured, without proper meals or sleep for days. It wouldn't be surprising if her immunity had hit rock bottom. Is your head dizzy? You can't even maintain eye contact. Dieta's spinning eyes and her ears turning bright red. To Nejin, Dieta appeared simply as a patient, but the reality was a bit different. Thump, thump, thump. Dieta pressed down on her wildly beating chest and bowed her head. For some reason, it was hard to meet Nejin's gaze. Avoiding his eyes, Dieta crawled under the blanket. Why am I acting like this? And why is my heart racing so wildly? She had lived her whole life wearing masks, focusing solely on growing the trading company. So, the feelings Dieta was experiencing now, with her mask off, were utterly foreign. Dieta pulled the blanket over her head without even recognizing what this feeling was. The thoughts that crossed her mind, could it be? But Dieta quickly shook her head. She told herself she couldn't possibly feel such emotions, let alone be such an easy woman. No, isn't it natural for the heart to flutter a bit in such a situation? A strange denial and rationalization. Inappropriately, with her heart still fluttering, Dieta closed her eyes. Just before dawn. The early morning when the twilight of dawn is about to break. Blink. Dieta opened her eyes. She wondered if she could sleep with her heart racing and ankle throbbing, but contrary to her worries, she slept soundly. Rubbing her eyes, Dieta looked across. There was Nejin, holding his sword, leaning against the cave wall with his head bowed. Had he been guarding her all night like that? Blinking her still drowsy eyes, Dieta stared intently at Nejin. How long had she been watching him when? Are you awake? Gasp. Nejin, whom she thought was asleep, lifted his head. Startled by the sudden voice in her ear, Dieta shuddered. Were you awake the whole time? I don't sleep much. I was thinking it's about time to wake you up, but you're already up. Nejin exhaled long and stretched his shoulders. You've probably sorted your thoughts out after a night's rest. Do you have any plans in mind? Passion, the knight, said. Dieta had prepared measures, and if he played the role of a messenger, she would surely navigate through the situation. It turned out he just brought her along, but it probably didn't make much difference. Thanks to you. Dieta smiled. Just as Nejin said. After a good night's sleep, her mind started functioning normally. Still, it was hard for Dieta to meet Nejin's gaze directly, so she slightly lowered her eyes. I've come up with quite a few methods. Such as? It's a bit complex and involves a tiresome battle of justifications, but we can overturn the situation. I didn't want to resort to this measure, but, now that it's come to this, we have no choice. Dieta sighed deeply. My trading company is one of the top 3 in the City of Opportunities, Cambria. It's a large-scale trading company. Normally, when a trading company of this size is targeted by a ducal family, there's bound to be backlash. However, there wasn't much opposition in this case. There's no significant reason for that. The reason there wasn't much backlash this time, the reason the opposition wasn't strong, it's because I belong to the Arbinia family. The ducal family has a justification. Who would say anything if the ducal family swallows a trading company raised by its own child? Dieta smiled bitterly. The name Arbinia. She hadn't been able to let go of that name, which still held some sentimental value, and now it was holding her back in this way. Then the solution is simple. She said. We just need to inform the Central Guild, and even more importantly, the Cambria Foundation, about the entire situation. And while we're at it, I might as well change my surname during this opportunity. What happens then? The Arbinia ducal family won't be able to swallow the trading company anymore. They would have to be cautious about touching me, considering external perspectives. Osman had confined Dieta knowing this fact. If he pushed the situation to the point where Dieta couldn't take any action, even the Foundation couldn't do anything about it. It's ultimately a battle of justifications. And then, Dieta continued. The Foundation's justification won't be inferior to that of the Arbinia ducal family. The Cambria Foundation. A foundation formed by several nobles to preserve the tradition and uniqueness of Cambria, the city where King Arthur's journey began. And the legitimacy of the foundation was guaranteed by the emperor himself. No matter how high and mighty the Arbonia ducal family might be, they can't directly confront a foundation backed by the emperor. Above all, the justification is on this side. If a trading company of significant size in the city is swallowed up in this manner, and if such a precedent is set, it would tarnish the reputation of the Cambria Foundation. Moreover, the foundation views me quite favorably. What do you mean? How diligently I've been paying my taxes. Tax evasion, book manipulation, false listings. I've never played such tricks on the foundation. Of course, you might say that's expected. Dieta shrugged her shoulders. In our industry, paying all your taxes makes you a fool. But, it's better to be seen as a fool by the foundation. The fact that there hasn't been a single complaint in the 5 years I've grown this scale is all thanks to me being a diligent taxpayer. So, if she asks, they would listen. Dieta was confident of that. But there's a small problem. Dieta sighed. Informing the Central Guild would delay the situation, and I need to directly visit a noble family associated with the Cambria Foundation, and that too, the higher-ups. But just showing up won't necessarily open doors for me. She smiled bitterly. Currently, I have no means to prove myself. No badge, no trading company master uniform, not even a messenger bearing the trading company master's name. All that was present was Dieta, merely a girl. So, it seems we'll need to stop by Cambria first, but Duke Osman won't just stand by and watch. He'll try to block the way by any means, complicating things. About that. Nejin, who had been quietly listening, spoke up. Which noble family is at the core of the Cambria Foundation? What's the name of that family? The Count Ostrom, the Count Klopsch. The 3 noble families at the heart of the foundation. Among the most renowned families, Dieta last mentioned. And, the Duke Trebash. Trebash. A name familiar to Nejin. As Dieta spoke, Nejin smiled. Then it seems we won't need to make a detour to Cambria. What do you mean? Nejin pulled out a letter from his belongings. It was a letter he had kept deep in his bag. Dieta's eyes widened upon seeing the seal on the letter. After all, it was the Trebash family's emblem. As if to say it's too early to be surprised, Nejin unfolded the letter and handed it to Dieta. It was a letter personally written by Duke Edelmar of the Trebash family. It stated that Dieta was welcome to visit any time and would be treated as an honored guest if she visited the Duke's residence. How did you? The Demon Knight subjugation. I met a knight there. I got connected while delivering his last will. Gilbert, a knight of the Trebash family. Nejin hadn't expected the connection made during the conversation to be of help in this way, but the invitation now proved to be quite useful in the current situation. Really? Looking at the invitation, Dieta burst out laughing. You're a unique person, really. Still, I can't deny that I made an inefficient choice. It would have been better if I stayed captive in the villa. I'm sorry. I judged wrongly at that moment. That single emotional outburst. Dieta felt a bit embarrassed about her past self, who had asked to be taken out of this cage surrounding her. Of course, thanks to that, she could rest and felt good. She couldn't deny that she was happy to experience her heart racing, but it wasn't a rational decision. She knows it wasn't a decision her usual self would make. I was a bit emotional. There could have been a more rational, efficient, and better way. People can't always be like that, can they? Nejin cut off Dieta's words. While packing his gear and preparing to erase their tracks, Nejin looked at Dieta. Who can always move efficiently and rationally? Sometimes you just have to go for it, be emotional. It's tiring to always chase efficiency. Nejin smiled. And you know. Nejin bent his knees and showed his back to Dieta, signaling her to get on. Dieta, somewhat flustered, brushed her hair and cautiously got on Nejin's back. Who says this isn't the best option? Isn't it the best if we reach our destination this way? Better than being confined in a villa and treated like that, isn't this better? As Dieta wrapped her arms around Nijin's neck, Nijin stood up. In an instant, with a whoosh, Dieta clung tightly to Nijin's back. Isn't it? Well. That's true. Whether it's the best or not can only be known after reaching the end. Nijin was saying that if they reached their destination this way, that would be the best. In front of such a refreshingly simple logic, Dieta couldn't help but laugh. Are you confident? Escaping with someone on your back doesn't seem easy. It's not that heavy, besides. Nijin chuckled. Escaping is my specialty. Having been chased more than once or twice. The knights of the Arbinia ducal family were pushing through the forest in pursuit. The sun was already high in the sky, yet they hadn't found any significant trace. Perhaps this was to be expected. There was no information to aid their pursuit. They hadn't seen the intruder's face, let alone his body shape or outline. As if a ghost had come and gone, there was not a single trace in the villa that could hint at the intruder's identity. They could only speculate that the intruder might be a skilled ranger or someone of equivalent capability. But this speculation was of little comfort. For a ranger capable of hiding his presence from a knight, evading capture would be exceedingly difficult. The only slight consolation was that the target was carrying an injured hostage. He couldn't have gone far. Knight Palazan ventured deeper into the forest. It was the forest one must cross to reach the City of Opportunities, Cambria. Circumventing this forest would require a considerable amount of time. It was likely that the target would attempt to pass through or bypass this checkpoint to flee to Cambria. Therefore, Palazan, along with a few other knights, were combing through the forest as if hunting for a mouse. The commander of the knights went ahead with the first pursuit team across the forest. If he can block the path ahead of the pursuer. His role was to find traces and block the retreat. Palazan hadn't forgotten his duty. Despite the sun being high, the dense foliage cast deep shadows in the forest, making it dim. He walked through the dark woods. Startled. Suddenly, Palazan stopped. He narrowed his eyes and looked around. He hadn't sensed any presence, but his sharp intuition warned him. Something was near. Not a judgment based on rational evidence, but a cry from animalistic intuition. However, looking around, there was nothing to be seen. Just the wind rustling through the trees, the crackling of fallen leaves, and the sound of birds. Was his intuition wrong? It's not often correct. He was thinking this when a shadow was cast overhead. Palazan's eyes widened in an instant as he jerked his head up. His hand reached for the sword at his waist. But, just as he was about to draw his sword, he saw something. A piece of clothing. What fluttered above him was a robe. A discarded robe. Distracted by the robe fluttering above him, Palazan heard a thud as something kicked the ground. The moment Palazan turned towards the sound, it was already too late. The stolen sight, the delayed reaction, all gave way to a fatal opening. Just as Palazan was about to draw his sword, Nijin had already closed the gap right in front of Palazan's nose. Nijin extended both hands forward. His left hand towards Palazan's face, and his right hand towards the sword Palazan was trying to draw from his waist. The extended hands almost simultaneously achieved their purpose. With a grip and a clang. Nijin's left hand covered Palazan's eyes, grabbing his face, while his right hand struck the emerging sword, pushing it back into its sheath. A sudden attack. Obscured vision. A sword that couldn't be drawn. Yet, even in this situation, Palazan responded. He was, after all, a well-trained knight. Palazan gathered mana and tried to shake off the attacker gripping his face. This was the best decision he could make at the moment, but the situation had already strayed far from the best the moment the attack was allowed and his vision obscured. With a jolt. He felt an impact on his leg. The sound of armor crumpling was heard. An overwhelming grip felt like it would burst his head. Pain, noise, the sensation of his body tilting. Thud. A dull impact was felt at the back of his head. Palazan's body jerked briefly, but the impact didn't stop there. Still blinded, something repeatedly struck Palazan's temples. The blows that shook his head came several times. Crack, crack, crack. His outstretched hands were deflected by something, and the legs he tried to flail were pinned to the ground as if trampled. The difference in reaction speed was evident. The physical capabilities were different. In the pitch-black view, the attacker struck Palazin's temples several times. Ugh! No matter how well-trained a knight he was, he couldn't withstand concentrated blows to the temples. Just as he was about to groan, something striking his temples hit his jaw. His mouth closed, and the scream was cut off. A brief blackout. But even that blackout didn't last long. Sparks flew in the pitch darkness, and pain surged up his spine and shook his brain, waking Palazin. He wanted to scream, but something stuffed in his mouth prevented any sound. He couldn't grasp the situation with something covering his eyes. Eventually, the presence disappeared. Palazin, with his barely functioning hands, removed whatever was covering his face and spat out the cloth stuffed in his mouth. This damn. And then, he faced it. Completely ruined greaves and an ankle twisted at an odd angle. He couldn't move. A sharp pain from his ankle made him groan. "Is there anyone at all?" he shouted. No response came back. No, that wasn't quite true. There were sounds. The sound of something being struck, suppressed screams. And then a chilling snap. A sinister sound echoed through the forest. The sound coming from afar made Palazin grit his teeth and crawl on his palms. The sound echoed from all directions. After crawling for a while, what Palazin faced at the source of the sound was a knight, with his plate armor completely crushed, stuck against a tree. Crawling a bit further, he saw another knight lying on the ground foaming at the mouth, and another knight screaming while clutching his ankle. Including Palazin, 4 knights had been dispatched to this forest. All 4 of them had their ankles shattered. Palazin's face turned pale. The 4 knights had been defeated without putting up a proper fight, each one overpowered and their ankles crushed. They could have been killed, but they weren't, meaning. What in the world? It was chilling. Along with fear, the question arose. Palazin and the other 3 knights couldn't understand why they lost or how they were overpowered. It wasn't a defeat by an absolute realm. It felt as if they had been toyed with from start to finish. They were ambushed with their vision stolen, allowed the first strike, and from the openings created, they were thoroughly trampled. They couldn't comprehend the series of events. The reaction speed surpassing a sword expert. The eyes that read movements and anticipated the next move. The ability to quickly gather mana. And the decisive judgment to strike boldly. Nejin, possessing all these, was unmatched within the same realm. Especially in a forest full of hiding places. Of course, the ducal family's knights had no way of knowing this. Jieta looked at Nejin with disbelief. "So, you're saying you smashed 4 knights?" "Yes. They were scouting the path to Cambria." "Why bother? We're not even going that way." "That's why." Nejin, who had said he'd be right back, disappeared and then returned, repeating this process. And upon his return, he claimed to have crushed knights far away. "Our destination, the opponents can't be sure of it, can they? They'll likely think it's highly probable we're heading back to Cambria." "Guess so. Moreover, the opponents don't know our location or even what I look like. It must be frustrating for those chasing us. I didn't leave any traces." So he decided to add to their confusion. Nejin replied like that. If knights investigating traces in a forest they thought we had already passed through were attacked, what would the opponents think? Are they nearby? Are they close? Does it confirm they're escaping this way? Many thoughts would cross their minds. All those speculations would have reasons. Or, they might think it's all a decoy, but nothing was certain. They won't be able to make a proper judgment. And, it's an effective strategy to weaken the pursuing forces. Wait, just a moment. Jieta interrupted Nejin's words. To do that, it requires a lot of conditions, doesn't it? She murmured while folding her fingers. No trace should be left behind, and no advantage should be given away by revealing their faces or physiques to the knights. Moreover, the ability to quickly traverse from there to here is also required. Each condition was absurd. However, upon hearing these conditions, Nijin simply tilted his head. Isn't that obvious? Don't worry, I took care of all those conditions. He said it so nonchalantly as if keeping all those conditions while launching the attack was a given. Jieta sighed in disbelief. What kind of person is this man? Of course, for Nijin, this was nothing unusual. He had escaped from that infamous sect for days and had killed more than a dozen of its members. Nijin was confident that he would never get caught by the knights if he was alone. It was only because Jieta was with him that he had to buy time and take periodic rests, hence the use of such methods. That aside, Nijin glanced at Jieta's ankle. He carefully unwrapped the bandage around her ankle while she sat on a suitable rock. Jieta flinched every time Nijin's fingers touched her skin. Does it hurt? A bit. Jieta's face turned slightly red. Nijin thought to be more careful and slowly unwound the bandage. The wound on her ankle, oozing pus, came into Nijin's view. Please bear with it a little. He wiped the pus from the wound with a clean cloth and placed a gauze soaked in potion on the wound. Jieta flinched during the process and clutched Nijin's robe tightly, her head bowed. It was a painful procedure, but necessary. If the injury couldn't be healed, at least preventing it from worsening was crucial. After changing the bandage, Nijin stood up. Jieta rubbed her face with her sleeve. With slightly reddened eyes, Jieta looked at Nijin. It does hurt a bit. It's supposed to hurt. It would be better to get proper treatment soon, but then we'd be caught. It's okay. I can still endure it. Jieta smiled faintly. Nijin silently looked at her, then exhaled shortly. It's not much of a revenge. Excuse me. I did smash the knight's ankles. Concerned about the hassle of dealing with the aftermath if he killed the knights of the ducal family, Nijin settled for crushing their ankles. Such injuries could be healed later. I could have smashed their knees, but I thought, why not the ankles while I'm at it? Nijin glanced at Jieta's ankle. He wondered if any of the knights he attacked contributed to cutting the tendon in Jieta's ankle. Thinking about it made him slightly regret not crippling them further. Blink. Jieta blinked several times while looking at Nijin. Then, as if she finally understood the meaning of his words, she covered her mouth and chuckled. Thank you. It's somewhat comforting. You don't look very comforted. Well, it's not like I gain anything from them suffering the same fate as me, so it's not particularly thrilling. Jieta looked at Nijin with a smile. But since you did it for me, I'm a bit happy. Is that so? Yes, it feels good. Jieta stretched her arms towards Nijin with a bright smile. Shall we go then? Jieta was gradually getting used to being carried on Nijin's back. Although she initially felt embarrassed, she now enjoyed the ride on Nijin's sturdy back. Click. Jieta pressed close to Nijin's back and wrapped her arms around him, calling out with a voice tinged with laughter. Let's go. You seem oddly happy. The nighttime escape drama is more fun than I thought. I'm in debt, so it's a bit embarrassing to say, but I can't help but enjoy it. It's broad daylight now. Let's overlook the minor details. Nijin chuckled and went along with Jieta's pace. Seeing her bright face now compared to the dying expression she had in the villa, he found this much more pleasant. With Jieta on his back, Nijin started running. 4 knights were defeated. And they were found with their ankles shattered. Traces were discovered. The discovered traces were scattered. The direction was unclear. It seemed as if the traces were intentionally left. News keeps coming in. With each piece of news, Griffin, the commander of the Armenia ducal family's knights, frowned. What kind of person is this? There's no way to track the direction. The skill in erasing traces was profound. Just when they thought they had an estimated route, unexpected traces would appear, and knights would even be ambushed. It's impossible to understand the intent. This isn't a skill honed from 1 or 2 experiences. But what was most incomprehensible was the process of subduing the 4 knights. The knights who claimed to have been attacked one by one in the forest. None of the 4 knights had seen the appearance of the attacker. They were ambushed. Their vision was obscured. They were beaten unconscious with something covering their faces. When they came to, their ankles were shattered. What an absurd testimony. They are not just any men but knights. Knights who had reached the realm of sword experts. The Arbinia ducal family wasn't a martial family, so the knights' level wasn't exceptionally high, but it was still a ducal family. Meaning, they were above average. How could such knights be so easily defeated? Could they really be sword seekers? To subdue them so cleanly, one would have to be at least at the level of a sword seeker. Captain Theosis. Is it really you? Griffin, suspecting the most renowned ranger in the adventurous city, inadvertently clicked his tongue. No, if it were him, he would have sniped the knight's ankles from afar. Sigh. The pursuit team is growing. If they continue to deploy more troops, rumors will start to spread, and suspicion will arise. With a throbbing headache, Griffin lit a cigarette. Enough time has been wasted. They couldn't afford to dawdle any longer. Just as Griffin was contemplating his next move. Beep. A messenger bird landed beside Griffin with a cry. Griffin unfolded the letter tied to the bird. It was a letter personally written by Duke Osman. He read the letter in silence. After reading, he muttered, as expected. Count Ostrom. Count Klopsch. Duke Trebash. 3 potential destinations. The letter contained a map marking the routes to these destinations and the waypoints they might pass through. Osman, piercing through Jeta's strategy with precision, had narrowed down the potential destinations. Not Cambria, but focus on the paths leading to these 3 places. That was Osman's message. Griffin reorganized the pursuit team and prepared to depart. After giving orders, he mounted his horse and headed towards the most likely route. Knight Commander Griffin. His destination was Duke Trebash's residence. The moonlit escapade continued for a while. Since only Jeta's face was known, Nijin was relatively free to move around. He obtained food from nearby villages and checked the knight's routes, gradually adjusting their escape path. It wasn't a particularly difficult task. Even though he was with the injured Jeta, the situation was at least twice as good as it had been in the underground city. Sometimes, they spent the night in the forest, and at other times, they hid in alleyways to continue their escapade. On the 4th day. Speaking of which. As Nijin was striking a luminescent stone deep in the forest, Jeta suddenly spoke up. That's quite a unique luminescent stone, isn't it? Is that so? The luminescent stones carried by adventurers aren't this color, and they're not this weak in output either. Looking at the frame that holds the stone, it seems a bit old-fashioned. You seem to know a lot. It's a product we deal with at the trading company. Jeta shrugged. Where is this luminescent stone from? The light isn't bad. I'm thinking of getting one for myself. It's from my hometown. It'll be hard to find. It's quite isolated from the outside world. So, rangers from the Techo mountain range use something like this? Huh. Nijin blinked in surprise. Jeta smiled knowingly. Even if he pretended not to know, she was aware of everything. I know everything. You're from the Techo mountain range, aren't you? No wonder you're so skilled. With stealth abilities like yours, you couldn't be anything but a ranger. At this point, it's obvious. You're mistaken. What? His tone was firm, without a hint of lying. Jeta blinked in confusion, and Nijin calmly stated. I don't even know where the Techo mountain range is. And I'm not from anywhere that grand. Well, you might be surprised if you hear it, but... Nijin let out a long sigh. I don't want to reveal it just yet. Is that so? It's not a particularly nice place to be from. You must have your own circumstances too. Jeta didn't ask any further questions. It was the same situation as in Cambria. They didn't delve into each other's depths, allowing the conversation to naturally end. Jeta didn't dislike such light conversations, but... Listen. Was it because of the moonlight? Or because they were spending the night in the deep forest, relying on just one luminescent stone? Driven by the peculiar situation, Jeta, who had been swinging her legs while sitting on a suitable rock, looked at Nijin. Her yellow eyes gazed at Nijin. Without the mask, not as the snake that swallows gold but as Gyeta herself, she faced the man before her. "Will you listen to my story?" Gyeta stepped into the next part of the conversation that had been cut off. The night was still deep, sleep hadn't come yet, and she wanted to talk a bit more. The snake that swallows gold, Gyeta. She had never shared her story with anyone. It was a given. To her, everything in the world was merely an enemy, and sharing her story meant revealing her weaknesses. It was a kind of defense mechanism. A scar carried by a child who had to grow up too soon. She had to be thorough to survive, trust no one, and use everything. That's why Gyeta always wore a mask, never revealing herself. She had been doing so since her 7th birthday. But the serpent, now without her mask and having put everything aside, began to talk about herself. Under the moonlight, in front of the dimly glowing luminescent stone, Gyeta spoke of her life. "That's how I lived." "So," she said. "That's how I've lived. Honestly, I have no regrets. Climbing up means stepping on someone else, right? I have no regrets about that, but..." She smiled as she looked at the luminescent stone. "Sometimes, when I wear the mask, hide myself, and live like that, I often think." That smile was bitter and a bit sad. Where am I in all this? Once you asked me what my goal was. When I answered it was to accumulate gold, you asked again what I would do with the gold, right? I did. Back then, I dodged the question by saying it was to increase value, but... Gyeta ran her fingers through her hair. "Actually, my goal was revenge." "Is that so?" "Yes. My goal was to become a serpent so large that it could swallow the duchy, accumulating and increasing my gold to that extent." Nijin listened quietly to her words. It seemed she wasn't expecting an answer. "To think that crushing the duchy would compensate me. What are you talking about?" "For the time I had to wear the mask. For the things I had to endure. For the moments I had to laugh off, build up, and just endure. I thought I could be compensated for those years." "It's so absurd, right?" Gyeta murmured. "To think that even if I crushed the duchy, those times wouldn't return." She sighed deeply and looked up at the sky. The moon that she had often looked up at from the duchy's mansion. Looking at the moon in the night sky, she smiled bitterly. "Really foolish, isn't it?" "Why is that foolish?" Gyeta lowered her head. There, Nijin's eyes, glowing with the same hue as the luminescent stone, were staring straight at her. "Revenge is foolish. It's useless to do it because you won't get anything back. There are people who say that, but it's all nonsense. Why wouldn't you get anything back?" Nijin chuckled. "All that talk about enduring, breaking the cycle of hatred, what bullshit. As if the shitty past becomes prettier by doing that." Harsh words spilled out. The hunting dog that lived in the underground city began to spit out raw words. Even if there's nothing to gain, if you feel refreshed after taking revenge, isn't that reason enough? Nijin lowered his gaze. That gaze was directed at the luminescent stone glowing with artificial twilight. Just as the moon did for Gyeta, the light from this luminescent stone reminded Nijin of the past. "I'm the same. I need to rise to a high place, to a position where no one can ignore me. I have enemies that I need to take revenge on. The Starlight faction." Swallowing that name, Nijin said. "It feels like I can only move on after doing that. The next step. To smash, burn, trample. Whatever the method, I need to tie up loose ends definitively to move on." Gyeta suddenly looked at herself. She hadn't thought about what would come after growing large enough to swallow the duchy. The next move. "I'm not sure yet." "You don't need to think so hard about it." Nijin looked at Gyeta. "Do you always have to wear a mask?" "Sometimes, just take a breath. Do what you want. If you want to get angry, get angry. As you live like that, it naturally comes to you. What you want to do next?" Nijin smiled. "That's what I did." The two similar individuals looked at each other. Following Nijin, Jetta also smiled. It's nice to see. Smile more often. That's so. Why are you stammering? You said it looks nice. Yes. Nothing. Jetta let out a long sigh. Stretching as much as she could, she relaxed her shoulders and then blurted out. On the 5th day, the end of the chase was in sight. In the distance, the lands of the Trebash Duchy could be seen. Crossing those gates would mark the end of the pursuit. After all, even the knights of the duchy couldn't freely disrupt the territory of the Marquis. How is your ankle now? Well, one side feels somewhat better. Jetta limped as she walked. Thanks to various potions acquired from the village, one of her feet had recovered enough to bear weight. It was painful to walk, but she could stand, which Jetta decided was significant. Then, let's go. Nijin began to move with Jetta in his arms. However, their progress was short-lived. Just a few steps forward, Nijin slowly came to a halt. Someone was blocking the path. At the only passage leading to the Marquis's territory, stood a knight adorned in armor bearing the crest of the duchy's family. As if he had been waiting for them, he blocked their way. I have come to escort you, Miss Jetta. He spoke. Jetta's eyes flickered as she looked at him from Nijin's arms. She knew who he was. Sir Griffin. The commander of the duchy's knights. A sword seeker-level warrior and the duchy's sharpest blade. Jetta swallowed hard and touched Nijin's shoulder. Nijin gently set Jetta down. Holding on to Nijin's arm, she stood on the ground and faced Griffin, who was blocking their way. This was one of the worst-case scenarios Jetta had considered. Though it was a moment to panic, her eyes, which had wavered, soon steadied. It seems a knight commander has been dispatched. The Duke holds you in high regard. Let us return together. And if I refuse? You know the answer. Griffin rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. Jetta sighed deeply and looked at Nijin. They had already discussed this situation. Sword Seeker, Sir Griffin. A warrior beyond sword expert level. Among the knights deployed for the chase, the only one who could surely overpower you is Griffin. There are 3 more sword seekers, but they probably weren't mobilized for this chase. In the deep forest as night fell. If you ever face Griffin, leave me behind and you go to your destination. It would be easier to persuade them with me there, but it's not necessary without me. I'll buy us time. Jetta had said so. No matter how skilled Nijin was, facing a sword seeker-level warrior and securing a victory was unlikely. This was a logical decision from Jetta's perspective. She didn't want Nijin to die. Go on. She whispered and released Nijin's arm. Then, she took a step forward. Facing Griffin, she intended to buy time by engaging in a verbal duel. I will. But there's a condition. You're not in a position to make demands. Then let's call it advice. Jetta pointed to Nijin behind her. This man is a guard hired from Cambria. He acted according to the contract, and any problems that arose during the process should be the responsibility of Cambria. So, let him go. That's impossible. The duchy's knight commander kills a red-ranked adventurer from Cambria. And near the territory of the Trebash Marquis, which oversees the Cambria Foundation. Jetta's lips curled up. She had donned her mask again. As the snake that swallows gold, her eyes narrowed. Can you handle that, sir? He's a criminal. He broke into the duchy's estate. That fact wasn't publicized. Moreover, the duchy's position isn't exactly honorable either, is it? With that, Jetta gestured. A signal for Nijin to run. However, Nijin didn't move. As Jetta tried to buy more time in her anxious state. Nijin grabbed Jetta's shoulder. Startled, Jetta turned around. There stood Nijin, quietly gazing at her. Their eyes met, and suddenly she remembered. I'll buy us time. Escape. What had Nijin replied when she said that? Nijin hadn't said anything. He just looked at her with eyes like now. Nijin pushed Jetta back and stepped forward. His action had a simple meaning. Standing in front of Dieta, Nijin pointed towards the road leading to the Marquisate's territory. Go ahead. Nijin said. I'll buy us time. Dieta's eyes wavered. But soon, she realized that Nijin wouldn't change his mind. Then there was only one thing she had to do. Don't die. Clenching her teeth, Dieta began to walk. Dragging one leg, she started to move. Her pace was slow, but she was doing her best. It would take quite a while to reach the gates of the Marquisate. Ha! Griffin sighed as he watched her. What kind of farce is this? As Griffin was about to step towards the retreating Dieta. Clang! A shiver ran down his spine. Griffin turned his head. There stood Nijin with his sword drawn. A white sword aura blossomed along the blade. Pointing his sword at Griffin, Nijin's stance seemed to say. If you take even one step. He was ready to charge and strike at Griffin's neck. Griffin narrowed his eyes at the intensity. Judging by the form of the sword aura, Nijin was a sword expert level warrior. A warrior below his own level. Though Griffin could easily defeat such a warrior if he set his mind to it, he couldn't ignore that determination. Unyielding, clinging on even if it meant biting ankles to buy time. Such a strong will was evident in this man. Griffin silently drew his sword. Not towards the fleeing Dieta, but at Nijin. It was a tribute to the will shown by the man. I won't ask your name. A sword aura with form bloomed on his drawn sword. A privilege of sword seekers, a step beyond sword aura. The Duke has commanded me. Secure Miss Dieta and kill those who aided her escape. He declared. I am the Duchy's sword, a knight who follows the Duke's orders. It doesn't matter who the target is. Whether it's a noble with a title. A famous adventurer from the city. Or someone too significant to kill. The Duke has ordered your death, and I simply follow that command. That wasn't his concern. The Duke had ordered, and he was to follow. Yet, I speak this out of respect. Griffin pointed his sword at Nijin. For your choice. Though they served different masters. Had he been Dieta's knight, he too would have acted the same. The man before him, unknown and unverified as a knight, showed a nobility that Griffin respected. Nijin quietly raised his sword. He didn't deny the knight before him. Serving one's master with unconditional loyalty. That, too, was a kind of knighthood. To completely set aside one's values and follow the master's command. That's what Griffin considered loyalty. Yet, he raised his sword because Nijin had his own lines he couldn't cross. Dieta had asked him to escape that mansion, and Nijin was obligated to fulfill that request. They had made a promise. And there was no room for compromise in that promise. It was simple, but that was the entire reason Nijin challenged a sword seeker level warrior. Sword seeker. They do not merely weave mana to extract sword aura, they infuse their very essence into the sword aura, ascending to a realm where the swordsmanship they wield diverges from the ordinary. It goes without saying. The sword aura produced by a sword seeker possesses its own unique form and nature. Some mirror the flames, while others scatter an aura akin to snowflakes. Even when wielding the same swordsmanship, the scope and domain of the blades cut vary depending on the form of the sword aura. Swinging their swords, they incinerate the flora. Swinging their swords, they cleave foes from afar. Standing between the realms of humans and superhumans, their blades sometimes defy common sense. Just like now. SSRK. Nijin staggered backward. Blood was profusely flowing from his shoulder. Despite thinking he had fully blocked the attack, the gushing blood forced Nijin to grit his teeth. Nijin is by no means weak. He stands at the pinnacle among sword experts, unmatched by anyone within that rank. His physical prowess and output of sword aura have long surpassed an expert's, and his snap judgments are not inferior even to a sword seeker. Yet, Nijin remains a sword expert. He has not yet reached the realm of a sword seeker. Though not all battles are decided by one's realm, most are determined by the levels of strength accumulated. SHK. Pressing down on his bleeding shoulder, Nijin lifted his head. Before him stood Knight Commander Griffin, his sword drawn with aura. The sword aura rippling over his blade was crimson. The red sword aura took the form of a thorny bush, its sharp branches extending outwards. Keeping his distance, Nijin narrowed his eyes. I thought I had blocked it. The moment he blocked the sword, the extending sword aura deeply cut into his shoulder. Nijin, who had only fought against those with fixed-form sword auras, found the changing nature of this aura unfamiliar. Unfamiliar, but something he must get accustomed to. This was not a training exercise devoid of life-threatening intent but a real battle where lives were at stake. Naturally, there was no room to simply observe. There was no option to flee, he had to stand his ground. He wouldn't let Knight Commander Griffin reach Dieta. He would stall for time against his opponent until his goal was achieved. That was the mission bestowed upon Nijin. With that engraved in his mind, Nijin moved. Regulating his breath, he adjusted his grip on his sword. By the time Nijin steadied himself, Griffin was already advancing towards him. Thud. It was just one step forward, but Nijin found himself facing Griffin, who had closed the distance in an instant. Reflexively, Nijin swung his sword. Clang 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 clang. Sword aura clashed against sword aura. Despite his growth to a point where he had no equals among experts, Nijin couldn't fully withstand Griffin's sword aura. He was outmatched in density, output, and the cohesion of the sword aura itself. Each time he blocked, his sword aura was whittled away. Even as Nijin struggled to maintain his stance, Griffin's strength shattered it. With each swing of his sword, Nijin's body shook violently. Crash! Eventually, his stance completely broke down. Nijin's arm, holding the sword, was flung backward, unable to withstand the recoil of the sword aura. And thus, Griffin's kick, fully exposed to Nijin's torso, exploded against him. Though visible, it was unavoidable. Crack! The kick, reinforced by greaves and military boots, delivered a shock greater than any blunt weapon. The breath Nijin had been holding was forcefully expelled, and his eyes widened as his body was launched backward. Swoosh, the sound of air being sliced whistled past Nijin's ears as he flew through the air. At the level of a sword seeker, one's physical abilities have reached a realm beyond human. Even as an expert, Nijin could send a large knight flying with a kick. It was no surprise that Griffin, a sword seeker, could do the same or more. The landscape flashed before Nijin's eyes. The figure of Griffin, who had been standing before him, receded. No, it wasn't receding. Griffin, having extended his leg for the kick, slammed it down to the ground. As Griffin stomped, his receding figure instantly closed the distance. He was in hot pursuit of the airborne Nijin. Damn it, this is insane. Cursing inwardly, Nijin clenched his teeth. If he stayed like this, he would be sliced open. Twisting his body mid-air, fortunately, they were in the woods, and there was something to grab onto even while flying. Clutch! Nijin reached out and grabbed the trunk of a tree he was passing by. Twisting his body, he evaded the sword swung by the pursuing Griffin. The blade, missing Nijin by a hair's breadth, cleanly sliced through the base of the tree he had been holding onto. There was no time to rest even after dodging. The tree, its base cut, toppled. Kicking off the falling tree, Nijin escaped the range of Griffin's sword. SSSHRRK, landing smoothly on the ground, Nijin caught his breath. His abdomen throbbed from the impact. It felt like one or two ribs were broken. Spitting out a mixture of blood and saliva, Nijin glared at Griffin. Rumble! The tree crashed to the ground, kicking up dust. Emerging from the settling dust, Griffin's eyes were fixed squarely on Nijin. There was no sign of fatigue, and the crimson sword aura emanating from his sword was eerily chilling. Truly a monster in its own right. More than a demon knight that regenerated no matter how many times it was cut, the knight before him felt more terrifying to Nijin. No fancy swordplay, no dazzling tricks, no special movements. He simply pressed on with straightforward sword swings. Yet, it was sufficiently threatening. This is a sword seeker, this is the realm Nijin has yet to reach. Struggling to steady his uneven breath from the blow to his abdomen, Nijin let his sword hang low. Use the terrain to your advantage. Nijin thought to himself as he pushed off from a tree. Avoid a head-on confrontation and aim for the blind spots in his opponent's vision. He had a rough understanding of how to face someone stronger than himself. It was at that moment he attempted to move. Thump. Griffin took a step forward. The ground shook. Gripping his sword with both hands, he pulled it back behind him. The crimson sword aura swirled and coalesced into one. Nijin's eyes widened. His instinct sounded an alarm. His heart pounded fiercely for a moment. Instinct, reaction speed, and immediate decision-making all were called upon as Nijin indiscriminately absorbed more mana than his body could normally handle. The tumultuous mana caused severe pain within him, but that was of no concern at the moment. He needed to move. Having drawn in more mana than his capacity allowed, Nijin could push off the ground and leap high into the air. As he did, Griffin swung his sword, and the crimson sword aura whipped out like a lash. Crack, crackle, and then a thunderous crash. Nijin, who had leapt into the air, opened his eyes wide. Below, the sight that met his eyes was akin to a giant's sweeping hand having cleared the trees to one side. With a single swing, Griffin had obliterated all the trees within a 20-step radius. Insane. Had he not enhanced his body and jumped at that moment, he would have ended up like those utterly destroyed trees. Landing in the clearing created by the demolished trees, Nijin couldn't help but stick out his tongue. Griffin, standing at the center, merely looked at Nijin, maintaining his silence. He said nothing, but Nijin could tell what he meant. There's nowhere to run. No place to hide. If you thought this terrain was to your advantage, discard that thought. All the tricks Nijin had relied on thus far, the movements utilizing the terrain, the techniques sneaking into blind spots, none of them worked against the man before him. The difference in their realms meant he could surpass all those with ease. Indeed, I can't win. Unless he drew the Excalibur, winning was out of the question. While he might have to draw it if truly cornered, Nijin hadn't considered that yet. But I can stall for time. Winning would be ideal, but Nijin's primary goal was to delay. If Jita reached the gate and showed her invitation, the knights of the Marquis family would come rushing here. If he could hold out until then, it would be his victory. So think. Keep thinking. Nijin moved in sync with Griffin's steps. The moment Griffin raised his sword, Nijin accelerated his own movement. Closing the distance before Griffin could fully swing, Nijin's sword struck Griffin's blade. Clang! Amidst the loud noise, Griffin and Nijin's eyes met. Griffin narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. The man before him was undoubtedly an expert, but that movement was not of an expert's. The sense of dissonance didn't stop there. Nijin moved first, even before Griffin could swing, and he persistently found and exploited openings as if reading the other's movements. Although the blade wasn't threatening, its nuisance was undeniable. And above all else, what was noteworthy was crack. The young man's momentary judgment. Griffin was pushed back. The armor covering his chest was dented. Nijin, having closed the distance, had struck with his elbow. Pushing with the elbow to create distance, he then swung his sword. The fluidity between movements was smooth. Witnessing Nijin's sword aiming for his neck, Griffin felt a sense of astonishment. He hadn't anticipated an attack at that moment. Griffin swung his sword, deflecting Nijin's blade. To charge in even after witnessing such a strike. A strike that obliterated a swath of the area. Charging in despite such a strike, closing the distance, was something not possible with ordinary courage. It would be normal to maintain distance, wary of the technique, which is what Griffin had intended. He could sweep a larger area if the distance increased, maintaining his advantage. Yet, the young man's decision to close the distance without fear, despite such a technique, was unforeseen by Griffin and, in fact, the best decision. Close up, exploiting openings and thrusting made it impossible to use large techniques. While I can respond, a moment's miss could turn it into a lethal blade. Despite facing a weaker opponent, Griffin acknowledged he couldn't afford to lose focus. Even compared to his long years of wielding the sword, the young man's judgment was not lacking. In fact, in terms of reaction speed and judgment, he was superior. He was not an opponent to be taken lightly. Therefore, He couldn't be killed lightly. Griffin adjusted his stance with respect for the young man before him. Any further delay was undesirable for him as well. Griffin raised his sword in the clearing created by the destruction of the surrounding trees. Above the raised sword, branches of red extended high into the sky. The sword aura shaped like a red thorny bush. In the midst of the forest, a red thorny bush had taken root. Griffin's movements, while slow in raising his sword, were flawless. Nejin, attempting to find and exploit any openings, furrowed his brows. There were no openings to be seen. Nejin sensed something different from what Griffin had shown before. This was not basic swordsmanship. It was the martial art that a warrior had honed over a lifetime. Griffin's stance exuded such momentum and precision. Nejin's instinct screamed at him to retreat immediately. Creating distance from an opponent unleashing a powerful technique is certainly a bad move. However, if there was no way to receive that sword, a bad move had to be made. Thud. Nejin stomped the ground to halt his momentum. Unable to overcome the speed, his body leaned forward, but he forcefully pushed off the ground to leap backward. And ultimately, that decision proved correct. Griffin swung his sword. The red thorny bush extended its branches. The sound that accompanied the swing was not the swoosh of a cutting blade but a crack, as if something was being split apart. The wind blew, and dust rose. When the dust settled, the ground was seen split apart. Where Nejin had stood moments before, the ground around Griffin, within a 5-step radius, was marked with the shape of a thorny bush, sword scars etched into the earth. And Griffin's sword did not stop. Rooted to the ground, he swung the thorny bush. It seemed less like a knight swinging a sword and more like a giant uprooting and wielding a massive tree. Crack. The ground split. The long sword in Griffin's hand, roughly 120 centimeters in length, extended its reach and breadth more than threefold once wrapped in the red thorny sword aura. But since the sword aura had no weight and only recoil, its speed was no different from that of swinging a longsword. Starting from Sword Seeker, one begins to defy common sense. Nejin had to personally experience the phrase he had once read somewhere. A great sword, over 3 m in length, was being swung at the speed of a longsword. The moment one came into contact with those extending branches, not only would the skin be sliced, but the bones would also be cleaved. Rolling on the ground, pushing off the earth, widening his eyes to preemptively read the movements and react, but evasion alone couldn't avert the situation. An unavoidable attack was coming. Facing the horizontally swinging red thorny bush, Nejin thrust his sword forward. Even with his sword aura's output pushed to its limit, the moment it collided with Griffin's sword aura, Nejin's was rapidly diminished. Clash. He was overpowered in the recoil. Overpowered in density. Despite gripping the sword tightly, the violently shaking hilt felt as though it would slip from his grasp. Crack, his fingers bent. It was impossible to receive it. Continuing like this would result in all 10 fingers being broken. Gritting his teeth, Nejin pushed off the ground. The moment he lifted off, he was pushed sideways through the air, having decided it was better to be blown away than to try and withstand the attack. Crash. Nejin, thrown far away, barely managed to roll and stand up. His arm was numb, his fingers throbbed. The sword aura, greatly diminished, could no longer emit a fierce light. It flickered briefly like a torch burning out. Cough, coo. Nejin, who had taken in more mana than his body could handle and was whipping his body to maintain balance, was in disarray. His inside screamed, and from the deep cut on his shoulder, dark red blood flowed incessantly. The situation was dire. He was cornered, and his opponent was unscathed. Sweet whispers echoed in Nejin's ears. Draw the Excalibur. If you do, you might be able to win, right? But Nejin had no intention of succumbing to those whispers. That was a last resort. A power far too great for him to wield yet. Relying on such power, pulling it out whenever cornered, would hinder his growth. Moreover, drawing it in such a situation would only lead to greater trials later. Nejin steadied his breath and thought. Think. Find the answer. Come up with a way to survive against this formidable knight. What I lack is, sword aura. He could compensate for the other factors somehow. The inability to receive the opponent's sword was the biggest issue. The difference in sword aura. The only way to bridge that gap was one. Imagery, the scenery engraved in the mind. A concrete shape to infuse into the sword aura. If he couldn't conjure it up, he would die. Walking the tightrope between life and death, Nijin gripped his sword anew. But how? How to interpret and understand the vague notion of infusing imagery into sword aura? No need to overthink it. That moment came. Merlin, who had been silent all this while, spoke up. You already know what to do. You have already experienced the catalyst. Merlin said. The pure white sword aura you were able to draw forth after your battle with the demon knight, that was a fragment of your imagery. She was sitting in profound darkness. It was Nijin's inner self, still incomplete. Imagery is essentially the scenery drawn in your mind. When Merlin opened her eyes, which had been closed all along, what she saw was the landscape of Nijin's inner self, his imagery. The memories that strongly remain in your mind, what you want to emulate, what you desire, all these form that landscape. When Merlin first took her place here, all she saw was darkness stretching beyond the horizon. But not anymore. Now, she could see. The landscapes that had started to take shape in Nijin's imagery, especially after the battle with the demon knight, were visible to her. Walking among these landscapes, Merlin whispered to Nijin. What was your starting point? As if answering her question, the landscape stirred. The previously vague outlines became clear. It was the scenery of the underground city. The dim and gloomy appearance of the underground city. The place Merlin was wandering had transformed into the city located at the lowest point of the world. At best, it spanned about 10 steps. A very narrow range of landscape was engraved. It was far from enough to fill this vast space, but for now, this was sufficient. Greed shouldn't be indulged from the beginning. Merlin continued to whisper to Nijin. What did you want to become? Stars, knights, pride, honor. Mull over the words that have taken root in your mind. Visualize them as a landscape. A light flickered. You said there was a knight who shone even in the lowest places. The shimmering light emerged in the middle of the underground city. It was a pure white light. A light symbolizing a knight who, because of his unwavering pride, could shine until the very end. You swore to that light. To hang a star in the highest place. Yes, you dreamed of stars in a place where no stars could be seen. Another light ascended. The light that rose shone brightly in the high heavens. The pure white star hung in the lowest place and the platinum star in the highest. Looking at the two stars supporting Nijin's imagery, Merlin smiled. In a place where no stars can be seen. The landscape of the underground city became clear. The oath with the knight who didn't lose the star. The low-hanging pure white star flickered intensely. The star shining from the highest place. The high-hanging platinum star shone brilliantly. And what's in your hand is a sword. It may not be the Excalibur, but does that matter? You were chosen by the Excalibur, recognized by the sword of selection. And inside you, there are two shining stars. So, Merlin whispered. With the star in mind, when you swing, that becomes the star's sword. Merlin stopped walking. Before her was a pure white star. The intensely flickering star, for a moment, shone brightly. With a flash of light, the surrounding scenery evaporated. But Merlin knew that didn't mean it was destroyed. The scenery hadn't vanished into Nijin's inner self. It had merely shifted to Nijin's sword. Merlin closed her eyes again. When she did, what she saw was through Nijin's eyes, the world as Nijin saw it. Through Nijin's perspective, Merlin saw the sword he held. The sword aura blooming over it was pure white. That sword aura somewhat resembled a star. The sword aura, resembling a pure white star, scattered bright particles. The battle did not easily come to an end. Griffin frowned. Even after employing the swordsmanship of the war hero, Arda Trigadian, the battle dragged on unexpectedly. The young man was evading the sword through all means, bleeding and wrecking his body to buy time. Though he wouldn't be defeated. If the fight dragged on, he couldn't complete his mission. That was as good as defeat for Griffin. Fulfilling the mission given by his lord under any circumstances was what he considered knightly. Griffin stepped forward, intending to settle the matter. It was time to conclude. Therefore, Griffin recalled the fundamental scenery of his imagery. It was the stark thorn bush in the garden of the Arbinia ducal family. The thorn bush had always been there since Griffin was young. The knight who had made Griffin a squire had called that tree the guardian tree of Arbinia. The thorn bush that had stood its ground for over 300 years. Looking at that tree, Griffin swung his sword. Over the years, his mentor retired, Griffin became a knight, reached the realm of sword seeker, and eventually rose to the position of knight commander. Decades passed, but the guardian tree of Arbinia still stood its ground. Having swung his sword in front of such a guardian tree for decades, a thorn bush firmly stood in Griffin's inner self too. A steadfast giant tree that merely followed its master's wishes. That was Griffin's idea of a knight. His imagery extended along his sword. The giant tree grew a bit more, now swinging a thorn bush over 5 m tall. There was no escape. To prevent being pushed back like before, Griffin swung his sword from above downward. And then it happened. Nijin, who had been fleeing, suddenly stood still. Standing still, Nijin inexplicably raised his sword above his face. Griffin recognized that posture. It was a stance habitually taken by some knights, or knights of Adana, before drawing up their sword aura. A gesture to compose oneself through the sword salute. As the sword salute concluded, white particles blossomed over Nijin's sword. It seemed no different from before, but Griffin felt a change. Nijin's sword aura, which had dimmed, was scattering light again. Indeed. It was scattering light. White particles blossomed around Nijin's sword, like stars shining in the night sky. In that moment, Griffin's eyes widened. It wasn't just a cluster of light but sword aura with form. Although still unstable and incomplete, it was clear that the young man's imagery was contained within. He had touched the fringe of sword seeker. In a dire situation, walking the tightrope between life and death, Nijin had finally stepped into a realm he hadn't reached before. Clash! The red thorn bush and the pure white star collided. Until now, Nijin's sword had been hopelessly overpowered, but not anymore. Scattering particles, Nijin's sword cut through the branches of the red thorn bush. Just one of the many branches was broken. However, the fact that it was cut was significant. Realizing he had made a cut, Nijin's eyes widened. He had found a means to counter. That meant he could now fully utilize techniques he hadn't been able to use before. Nijin pushed off the ground and charged at Griffin. Swoosh! Cutting through the branches of the giant tree, sometimes bleeding, Nijin closed the distance. It cost several bleedings just to take one step, but Nijin didn't care. However, there was one thing Nijin was mistaken about. The difference in experience. Nijin had just touched the fringe, but Griffin had been in the realm of sword seeker for over 10 years, a true veteran. Despite his astonishment, Griffin swung his sword diligently. He was still in a superior position. The imagery contained in Nijin's sword was slowly evaporating. Its sharpness was evident, but he was still a novice in wielding a sword filled with imagery. The difference in experience dictated the outcome. Nijin fought valiantly, but when the blade reached its target, it no longer bore sword aura. Time was up. It's over. That's what Griffin thought as he was about to deliver the final blow. Then, with a whistling sound, an arrow flew from somewhere. Griffin, with wide eyes, swung his sword to deflect the arrow, but the impact forced him back. The arrow lodged in the ground was suitable for a great bow, a weapon too powerful for ordinary strength to draw. Griffin's mind went to a renowned knight of the Trebash Marquis family. A knight who had reached the realm of sword seeker, skilled with a great bow. It was clear that the arrow had been shot by him. Following that, the sound of horse hooves echoed through the forest. Stop! The approaching horseman. The echoing voice. Griffin looked around. Arriving on horseback were knights of the Marquis family, their swords drawn at Griffin. Their arrival was quicker than Griffin had anticipated, signaling his defeat. Griffin exhaled deeply and slowly lowered his sword. With the Marquis's knights present, he could no longer continue the battle. Just as he was about to lower his sword, Griffin glanced ahead inadvertently. There stood the young man, bloodied and still in the same posture as before. The young man, holding his pose, exhaled. Watching that posture, Griffin couldn't help but chuckle. He lacked foresight or the talent to predict the future through an opponent's movements. Yet, he had enough insight to recognize Nijin's stance. It was a technique from the Order of the Sword, optimized for counterattacks at close range. A technique that destabilized the opponent's stance by striking with the sword hilt, devoid of sword aura. At the very last moment, did he assume the stance for a counterattack, anticipating the sword aura to fade? Had he struck down as intended? Could he have taken the young man's life? He couldn't be certain. Uncertainty led Griffin to feel a chill. Even if he couldn't secure victory, he would at least avoid defeat. The intense will to survive emanated from the gasping young man. Griffin silently lowered his sword. Though they met as enemies, the young man's fighting spirit deserved respect. Griffin, still facing the unyielding Nijin, said, "I have been defeated." Only then did Nijin lower his sword. Griffin sighed and looked at the knights surrounding him. Now, he had to fight with words and justification. And such a battlefield was far too disadvantageous for Griffin. Knight of the Trebash ducal house, Wolfhild. He, as always, sat atop the castle walls, gazing down upon his domain. It was one of his few hobbies. The domain was peaceful as ever, with no apparent issues. It was during such moments, as he basked in the blowing wind, lost in thought. Someone was approaching the gates. An unexpected visitor, and she was a girl with a peculiar appearance. Limping towards the gate, she seemed to be fleeing from something. The soldiers guarding the gate noticed her too. They approached the girl, helped her up, and asked why she had come to the ducal house. Wolfhild, silently observing, narrowed his eyes the moment the girl pulled something out of her possession. It was a piece of letter paper. Despite the distance between the girl and Wolfhild, his vision surpassed that of ordinary humans. He saw the emblem on the letter. The emblem of the Trebash ducal house, a symbol that only the lord of this domain could bear. The moment he confirmed this, Wolfhild leaped from the walls. Despite jumping from such a height, the sound of his landing was surprisingly soft. A light thud. Wolfhild, recognized by the saluting soldiers, approached the girl. He bowed slightly to her. The letter was only sent to esteemed guests of the Duke. That alone was reason enough to show respect. "Are you a guest of the Duke? Allow me to escort you to the mansion." "The letter, if you please." "It's not mine." Interrupting him, the girl spoke. Wolfhild, with narrowed eyes, looked at her. Taking a deep breath, the girl enunciated clearly. "An adventurer from Cambria, Ivan." That name was also in Wolfhild's memory. The Duke had once noted, "To think such a person still exists, it's quite astonishing," regarding this adventurer. Moreover, he was the person who had accompanied his colleague in their last moments. "He is the owner of this letter." "Where is he?" Wolfhild asked, and the girl replied. Despite her urgent appearance, her explanation was concise and sufficient for understanding. Wolfhild frowned as he summarized her words. "Are you saying that the knight commander of the Arbenia ducal house attacked you and that adventurer while you were visiting the ducal house?" It was a summarized and omitted story. The girl hadn't told everything. She only summarized the situation, leaving out the details. Yet, it wasn't a matter that could easily be overlooked. To threaten a guest of the Duke near the ducal territory by a knight from another domain. This was a disregard for the Trebash ducal house's name. Even if the opponent was a knight commander from a ducal house, the fact remained unchanged. Wolfhild felt displeased by the situation. However, he knew it wasn't a situation to act on displeasure alone. He had to inform his master. And discuss how to proceed cautiously. That would be the normal and universal response. If the person in front of him had committed a grave crime in the ducal house, the justification would lie with the ducal house. However, the situation was too urgent to consider all aspects. Tell me the location. Thus, Wolfhild made his choice. Let's hear the details on the way. Guards, bring the war horses. Summon the nearby knights. And then, inform the Duke. He chose to act without consulting his master first. He had the authority to make such decisions, and he was confident that, were his master here, he would have made the same decision. Understand without being told. Move first, understanding the intention. Always advise the best course to your master. That was Wolfhild's definition of loyalty. He was the knight commander of the Trebash ducal house, a knight granted autonomy by Duke Edelmar. Duke Edelmar respected and trusted Wolfhild's judgment. Wish, thud. He firmly secured the great bow on his back. Instead of a sword, a quiver with arrows long enough to be mistaken for long swords was tied to his waist. The girl, Gieta, who realized who the man standing before her was, knew it was fortunate for her. The knight commander of the Trebash ducal house. The knight who wielded the great bow, Wolfhild. It was lucky for Gieta that he had been sitting at the gate of the castle walls. As Wolfhild, carrying Gieta on a warhorse, moved with the knights, his eyes widened at her story. Are you Miss Gieta? He recognized the identity of the girl who had been speaking to him. The lady of the Arbenia ducal house. Though called a forsaken child, she was undeniably a part of the ducal house. Of course, to Wolfhild, the name of a merchant from Cambria was more familiar. He couldn't be certain, but if this girl's identity as Miss Gieta was true, the situation was more complicated than he had thought. Wolfhild frowned and spurred the warhorse. Why would the knight commander of the ducal house? It's complicated. But once we reach our destination, the justification will be on my side. All we need to do is rescue Ivan. Listening to her, Wolfhild couldn't help but wear a bitter expression. It was too late, and that was all he could say to the lady. The knight commander of the Arbenia ducal house. The Red Thorn, Griffin. Wolfhild knew him well. Griffin, who had reached the realm of sword seeker and even mastered the war hero's art of Trigadian swordsmanship, was a formidable opponent even from Wolfhild's standpoint. That adventurer Ivan is a sword expert. Though his skills are exceptional. It was unlikely he could last long against a commander-level powerhouse. He was probably dead or in no condition to wield a sword anymore. Wolfhild felt regret at this thought. He had consoled the spirit of his colleague. A young man who possessed a rare knightliness in this era. It wasn't a pleasant sight to see such a young man broken in this place. Wolfhild swallowed the bitterness in his mouth and drove the warhorse forward. As he raced down the forest path, Wolfhild suddenly narrowed his eyes. Thump, thump, thump. The ground was trembling. Sounds were approaching. It was the aftermath of a battle. Wolfhild dismounted the warhorse. Sending the following knights ahead, he climbed a tree to gain a higher vantage point. With his feet firmly planted on a thick branch, he widened his eyes. The expanded view showed the forest landscape and an artificially cleared glade in the middle of the forest. In the center of that glade grew a red thorn bush. Is the battle still ongoing? The thorn bush had grown to about 5 meters. It meant that Knight Commander Griffin was seriously engaged in the battle. Yet, the fact that the battle had not been decided surprised Wolfhild only momentarily. Flash. The light created by the sword of the young man facing Griffin caught his eye. A cluster of light blooming white, like a star. The pure white sword aura. Wolfhild was captivated by that sword aura for a moment. The pure white sword aura. It had sliced through the red branches. Wolfhild's eyes widened. To have cut through even a part of a sword seeker's sword aura. He understood what that meant. With a chuckle, Wolfhild reached for his back. He grasped the great bough and firmly secured his military boots on the thick branch. He steadied his breath and pulled the bowstring of the great bough to its limit. Watching the fight, Wolfhild released the bowstring at the optimal moment. Until that moment, he couldn't take his eyes off the momentum displayed by the young man. What a madman! Wolfhild let out a laugh. The reputation of having cut down a demon knight was not exaggerated at all, and perhaps, it might have been understated. He saw it clearly with his own eyes. Halt! The knights lined up. Their blades fiercely aimed at him. Griffin sighed and raised his hands above his head. This is the domain of the Trebash ducal house. More precisely, we're near the domain, aren't we? I'm aware this place doesn't fall within the domain's bounds. That's not what matters. Even if we're near the domain, this area is still under Trebash's influence. Griffin looked at the knights lined up. The knights of the Trebash ducal house were formidable. Duke Edelmar of Trebash, their lord, was devoted to nurturing his knights. Facing all of them would be overwhelming. Moreover, it shouldn't even come to that. It would mean declaring war on the ducal house. This far is enough. Just as Griffin was choosing his words, a voice came from deep within the forest. Wolfhild, a knight who had arrived late on horseback, spoke up. "What brings you here, Sir Griffin?" Griffin's expression hardened. Behind Wolfhild, on his horse, was Jetta. Realizing the situation had turned against him, Griffin let out a long breath. "Lord Osman of Arbenia commanded me to punish the criminal who infiltrated the Arbenian family's villa and kidnapped Miss Jetta, and to bring her back. Is that so? The story I heard is a bit different." Wolfhild narrowed his eyes. With his help, Jetta dismounted from the horse. "It's the opposite, Sir Griffin." Jetta spoke up after dismounting. "It was the Arbenia ducal house that kidnapped me, and this man is my hired escort. He acted to rescue me. The crime of damaging the villa is not minor, but there are matters to discuss before that." She spoke clearly. Wolfhild, who had heard the situation, took over. "This man is an esteemed guest of Duke Edelmar of Trebash. The Duke has ordered that should he ever visit the domain, he is to be welcomed. The matter of damaging the villa can be discussed later, can it not? The accusation of kidnapping the lady was false. All that remained for Nijin was the crime of damaging the villa during an escort mission." Griffin realized he was at a disadvantage in terms of justification. "That's Sir Griffin," Wolfhild said. "I have a duty to escort the Duke's guest. There's justification for it. Of course, you wouldn't know that, Sir Griffin, so I can overlook the commotion up to now. But," Wolfhild played with the arrows in his quiver. "If you continue to attempt to snatch the Duke's guest in front of Trebash's knights, we will have no choice but to act. Each has their own stance, after all. Is that Duke Edelmar's will?" "It's my judgment." Griffin narrowed his eyes. "I am the knight commander of the Arbenia ducal house. I'm aware. This matter was directly ordered by the Duke, emphasized as a must-do. So, I ask you. Can you handle it? What would Duke Edelmar think about this?" Clang! The knights of Trebash unsheathed their swords violently. Their demeanor changed instantly. Wolfhild was no different, gripping his great bow tightly with wide eyes. "Do not dare to interpret his will. Interpreting the Duke's will is not your job, but ours who serve him. It's not a matter for a knight from another domain to interfere in," Wolfhild warned. "I have been rude. I apologize." With a sigh, Griffin stepped back. "I merely advise that this incident could escalate into a complex issue between families. Your advice is appreciated, but my stance remains unchanged." Wolfhild spoke briefly. "I request that you leave this place." Griffin, stroking his face, then moved on. Further confrontation here seemed unlikely to change the situation. Pausing his steps, Griffin looked back for a moment. There stood Nijin, looking at him. A young man who, until the end, didn't bend his will and won in his own way. Looking at the young man, Griffin thought to himself. They would meet again soon. And by then, that young man would be a knight, not just an adventurer. That was what Griffin thought. A desirable talent, yet not one he could obtain. Griffin smiled bitterly. "Miss Jetta." Griffin looked at Jetta. "You have a good escort." He had no choice but to acknowledge his defeat. With those words, Griffin walked away, leaving Trebash's knights behind. Huff, hoo. Nijin breathed heavily. His insides, ravaged by an overuse of mana, were in disarray, and his vision blurred from pushing his mana to the limit. This was the first time he'd felt such exhaustion since facing Ivan in the underground city. Feeling like he'd collapse with just a bit less strength. Thus, Nijin didn't let go of his tension until the situation was fully resolved. Only after Griffin turned and left did Nijin collapse where he stood. I feel like I'm going to die. Of course. You filled your sword with spirit recklessly without being ready, how could your body withstand it? But you said I had reached the right moment before. That was then, this is now. Merlin chuckled. You just started walking, and you ran without stumbling. It's odd if you don't fall. But still. She whispered to Nijin. It was quite, no, not bad. Was she about to say it was cool? As always, she's not straightforward. Nijin smiled bitterly and bowed his head. His consciousness was fading. He'd probably need to rest for a while. But with Trabash's knights intervening and Gyeta's safety assured, he could probably afford to close his eyes. Through his blurring vision, Nijin saw someone running towards him. It was Gyeta, limping towards him. Are you, okay? Gyeta's voice came in sobs. Between the intermittent voices, Nijin closed his eyes. He couldn't resist the exhaustion any longer. What to do? Nijin thought he heard the sobbing voice grow a bit louder just before he lost consciousness. Nijin's consciousness sank beneath the waters. It was the backlash from using mana to its limit, and the price for recklessly wielding the nascent fringes of his spirit. Feeling his body sink beneath the surface, Nijin closed his eyes. How much time had passed? Chirp, chirp. Awakened by the chirping of sparrows, Nijin opened his eyes on a sunlit bed. The maid, startled upon making eye contact with Nijin, bowed hastily and scurried out of the room. Soon after, a knight entered. Have you awakened? It was Wulfhild, the knight commander of the Trabash ducal house. How long have I been asleep? About a night. Nijin blinked a couple of times and lifted his arm to inspect it. It was bandaged at the shoulder, and the minor wounds that remained on his body had almost healed. Such rapid recovery wasn't solely due to Excalibur's regenerative abilities. Give thanks to Duke Edelmar for his grace. Wulfhild briefly recounted how his lord had gathered the priests and physicians of the domain to aid in Nijin's recovery, extending his grace. Thank you. Your thanks should be directed to the Duke himself. I shall do so. Good. Wulfhild smiled satisfactorily. Then, he suddenly stroked his chin. That aside, your recovery is unnaturally swift. The physicians and priests tending to you were taken aback. They only administered first aid, yet the wounds were healing. Wulfhild murmured, to which Nijin remained silent. He couldn't reveal it was thanks to Excalibur's healing power. They said you should have been bedridden for at least 10 days, yet you woke up fine in just one. It's certainly surprising. It wasn't a minor injury. My body is rather resilient. Is that so? Wulfhild squinted his eyes but soon chuckled and shrugged. Must be a unique constitution. It's not my place to pry. I have my peculiarities too. He tapped his temple lightly. Like himself, there are others born with unique constitutions. Thus, Wulfhild chose to attribute Nijin's unusual recovery to such things. Anyway, I've instructed those who saw your condition to keep it under wraps, so no worries. That's much appreciated. You are the Duke's guest, after all. It's only right that nothing harmful befalls you at Trabash. Proudly pointing to the Trabash emblem on his uniform. Wulfhild laughed. Once you're able to move about, you should visit the Duke. The servants will guide you. Ah, Wulfhild sighed briefly. It seemed like something he felt compelled to say. With a playful expression, he whispered with his palm before his mouth. Your lady is in the room next door, so perhaps show your face. She must be quite worried. Excuse me. Lady? Ah, not in that sense yet. I thought you were rather close, assuming you were involved. What did he mean by involved? Confused, Nijin tilted his head, and Wulfhild muttered, Miss Gyeta must be having a hard time, under his breath. Anyway, Miss Gyeta was quite concerned about you. Is that so? Indeed. After you collapsed, she wept so sorrowfully. Don't die, please don't die, she cried, burying her face in your chest. Scratching his neck awkwardly. Wolfhild continued. It felt a bit awkward to just say, he seems to have lost consciousness. We had to sweat it out too. What else did Miss Jetta say? Just as Wolfhild was about to speak, there was a knock on the door. Without waiting for permission, the door creaked open. There stood Jetta, her face flushed red, as if she had been eavesdropping from the other side. Sir Wolfhild. Her voice trembled slightly. With her ears burning red, Jetta glared at Wolfhild with a reproachful look. You promised to keep it a secret. Oh, dear. Wolfhild quickly rose from his seat. I shouldn't intrude on your conversation. Please, talk amongst yourselves. I'll be waiting outside. He greeted Jetta politely and swiftly left the room. Despite the fierce glare from the embarrassed girl, a knight who had reached the realm of Sword Seeker couldn't be followed so easily. When they regained their composure, only Nejin and Jetta were left in the room. After an awkward silence, Jetta approached Nejin hesitantly and slumped into a chair beside the bed. She bowed her head, hiding her face, but her ears peeking through her hair were still vividly red. Are you, feeling better? Jetta's voice was awkward. Nejin simply nodded for now. I'm fine. There's no trouble moving around. That's a relief. And how about you? Nejin glanced at Jetta's ankle. Wrapped in bandages, her walk earlier seemed natural enough, suggesting some recovery. I can walk around. They say the scars should be gone in about a week or so. That's good to hear. Nejin smiled. As Jetta slightly raised her head and met Nejin's smile, her ears reddened even more. She seemed unable to meet his gaze directly, her eyes darting elsewhere. I heard something from Sir Wolfhild. Despite feeling shy, Jetta had to speak up. Forget about it. Just forget it, quickly. Sorry. Forget what? What I said before. Forget about it, quickly. It's embarrassing. Was that something to be embarrassed about? Why was she so red-faced? Although Nejin didn't fully understand, he nodded anyway. In the mansion's reception room, where the emblem of the Trebash ducal house was engraved, a man who appeared to be in his early 30s awaited Nejin and Jetta. The Lord of Trebash, Duke Edelmar. Despite losing his father at a young age and taking over as lord, he had solidified Trebash's reputation as an excellent politician and power broker within just a decade. He smiled at his guests. Welcome, Miss Jetta. And Ivan. Be seated. With that gesture, Duke Edelmar began to speak. I've heard the gist of it from the knights and Sir Wolfhild. What a story. Sipping his tea, Duke Edelmar let out a long sigh. Was he about to express anger at the ducal house's forceful merger, or was it a sigh of lament? Jetta was observing Edelmar's reaction when he said something unexpected. What a romantic tale. The unexpected comment almost made Jetta reflexively question him, but she managed to hold back. A splendid rescue operation where a lone man sneaks into a villa to save a woman kidnapped by a ducal house. The Duke exclaimed, with exaggerated gestures. Surely, he must have offered his back to the incapacitated lady. Despite the knight's pursuit, they fled under the moonlit night. His exaggerated tone and gestures were like those of an actor introducing a play. With sparkling eyes, he looked at Jetta and Nejin. And then, the final ordeal. A life-threatening duel and unyielding will, but the protagonist falls, and the woman weeps. A story that could have ended in tragedy, but fortunately. The Duke smiled. This tale won't end in tragedy. Glad to see you've recovered, Ivan. And you as well, Miss Jetta. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you. Nejin spoke formally, and Jetta, with a trembling voice, expressed her thanks, barely containing her embarrassment. Duke Edelmar whistled at her reaction. Moving on. He clapped his hands. I have a rough idea why you've come. The fact that the Arbinia ducal house tried to forcefully take over Jetta's trade guild and attempted to secure Jetta's identity in the process, I've confirmed it all. Duke Edelmar had sent his knights to gather information. This is unjust. An unfair act. Of course, the world is full of injustices caused by the disparities in power and status, but... His eyes narrowed. Such things should not happen in Cambria, the city of opportunities. Especially not in the city where the great King Arthur began his journey. Fairness and equality must be ensured there. That's what the Cambria Foundation is for. The three powerful families at the heart of the Cambria Foundation. Of which, Trebash, the most influential, was represented by its lord. I, Edelmar personally, and the Cambria Foundation, will not stand idly by. If the guild had been built with the ducal house's power, there might have been some justification, but I know Miss Dieta did not do so. The ducal house's abandoned child. The stain left by a courtesan in the ducal house. Dieta Arbinia was the one who built her company from scratch despite such stigmas. Of course, had you not come to my domain, it would have been difficult to intervene, but now that you're here, the justification is on our side. I'll help you regain your guild. Thank you for your grace. There is no need for thanks. Duke Edelmar responded plainly to Dieta's gratitude. It's my duty to act. Performing one's duty should be a matter of course. Accepting thanks for doing what's expected would make the world too harsh, wouldn't it? Above all, he paused to take a breath. I enjoy watching plays, but I can never quite stomach tragedies. I hope for the characters, who have overcome hardships and trials, to be able to smile in the end. The Duke enjoyed plays. And he had likened Nijin and Dieta's escape to a play. Smiling, he continued. I hope you can smile when all this is over. It's been a while since I've heard such a good story. After finishing his story, Duke Edelmar took a moment to breathe. His gaze shifted from Dieta to Nijin. Miss Dieta, would you mind stepping out for a moment? I have something I'd like to discuss with Ivan alone. Of course. After Dieta left for a while, Duke Edelmar looked directly at Nijin. There were no exaggerated gestures or tones, just calm and settled eyes and voice. The Duke spoke. Gilbert, the Knight of Trebash. The knight Nijin had encountered during the demon night hunt. My knight, and my conversation partner, you were with him at the end. I heard you honored Gilbert's last wishes. Nijin nodded quietly. He had listened to Gilbert's last words, pursued the demon knight, and ultimately, Nijin had slain the demon knight. There is one thing I'd like to ask. Please, go ahead. Was Gilbert a knight until the end? Was he a knight until the end? That was the final phrase left by the Night King, the epitome of knightly philosophy. Since a knight is also a human, they cannot be noble at every moment and always act with honor and pride. Ultimately, a knight is faced with choices at every moment. That's why I ask. What will you choose in your final moment? Will you be an ordinary human swayed by desire and instinct? Or a knight moved by pride and honor? What will you remain as in the end? So. In the very last moment. I will ask you. Were you a knight until the end? Recalling those words, Nijin thought of Gilbert, who, even in his dying moments, pointed with his fingertips towards the fleeing demon knight. With that image in mind, Nijin said. Yes. Nijin nodded firmly. Until the end, Sir Gilbert was a knight. Is that so? Duke Edelmar smiled wistfully. Then he could have smiled in his final moments. He sighed deeply. Thank you. I'm grateful that someone who knows honor and pride was with Gilbert at the end. Forgive me, but... Nijin spoke awkwardly. I still do not know honor. I have not possessed it. You have pride, then. I am striving to possess it. Duke Edelmar laughed out loud. The honor and pride you speak of seem much heavier than what others mention. Indeed. They should not be taken lightly. In this era, they have become too light. Yet, there stands someone before him who wishes to regard them as heavy. A young man in this era, rare for his knightly nature, made the Duke smile pleasantly. Helping a lady in distress. Keeping promises. Doing what one believes is right. Honoring the last wishes of the honorable, wielding the sword against evil, risking one's life to keep an oath. Stories about the young man named Ivan. Chewing over this information, the Duke clapped his hands. Not in mockery, but in respect. You are already an excellent knight. Not yet knighted, but already a splendid knight. Duke Edelmar stated. I hope you find a lord to whom you can pledge your loyalty and become a great knight. Or perhaps become a free knight who upholds the knight's code. I truly wish it. The Duke rose from his seat. Nijin too stood up, bowing his head and about to kneel before the approaching Duke, who stopped him. He extended his hand to Nijin. Not with the formality of a noble, but simply, as a gesture of camaraderie. Even though Edelmar valued decorum, he deemed the young man before him worthy enough to set aside those formalities. As Nijin cautiously took his hand, Duke Edelmar, shaking it vigorously up and down, smiled. Rest easy while you stay in my domain. In the languid afternoon sun, Nijin strolled through the Duke's garden. The case had come to a resolution, and what followed was not his stage to perform on. By bringing Gyeta here, he knew his role had ended. What would follow was a battle of politics and justification. And sifting through the complex imperial laws to stab opponents with a metaphorical dagger. It was a battle fought by politicians with their 3-inch tongues and a few lines of text. Nijin was ignorant of such matters and had no intention of getting involved. There are experts for that sort of thing, after all. The snake that swallows gold, Gyeta. Now back to her cold, merchant self, she was preparing a counterattack with the help of Duke Edelmar. She mentioned it wouldn't take long to reclaim her trading company. Don't worry. This is my stage. I'll definitely repay you when we return to Cambria. Not all battles required wielding weapons and shedding blood. Gyeta had her own battlefield. To avoid disturbing the busy Gyeta, Nijin often walked around the Duke's estate. With the medal given by the Duke, he received warm hospitality wherever he went. While sitting on a bench during his walk, Nijin suddenly looked in front of him. There stood a tall tree. Although it wasn't a thorn bush in front of him, looking at the tall tree reminded him of the battle a few days ago. Griffin wielding the thorny sword Aura. He was a formidable opponent, one who repeatedly pushed Nijin towards death. He was also the knight who had firmly imprinted what it meant to be a sword seeker. Sword seeker, mental image, inner landscape. Nijin mulled over these words. Then, he blinked. Nijin closed his eyes. Focusing inward, he could sense the mental image that had barely sprouted during his battle with Griffin. It was a space no larger than a few steps. The landscape of the underground city Artman was set in a pitch-black space. There, 2 stars were placed in the sky and on the ground, respectively, and a girl was sitting on a fence, gazing at the star in the sky. Nijin walked through the landscape within him. One step, then another. The girl sitting on the fence and swinging her legs turned her head to look at Nijin. Her hair flowed like a wave in shades of blue and white. Her eyes, calm like a still lake, curved as she met Nijin's gaze. What's up, you came? The wizard of the lake, Merlin. The one within Nijin's inner self greeted him. It feels like it's been a while. Well, it does feel like it's been a while since we've seen each other face to face. About 4 months. Or 3. It seems so. Merlin patted the space next to her with her palms. Nijin climbed up the fence and sat next to Merlin, where the star hanging high in the sky could be best seen. Is it now possible to meet like this? Not often, but it's possible if you close your eyes and concentrate. Merlin replied. My consciousness resides in your mental image, and the clearer and more concrete your mental image becomes, the clearer I will appear. It's still a bit blurry, isn't it? She leaned towards Nijin. Indeed, Merlin's figure was still blurry, as if reflected on the water's surface, different from when they had met in her star domain. Speaking of which. Merlin turned her head to look around. The inner landscape of Nijin. She sighed briefly as she observed the most strongly imprinted scenery in Nijin's mind. It's a desolate landscape. Is that so? Yeah. There's no forest, no lake, no sunlight coming through. It's dark and dreary. This must be the scenery of the underground city you lived in. That's right. Although, in reality, it's a bit brighter. Nijin smiled bitterly. In front of the tavern there, many lanterns made of sunset or are hung. Every day, Big Sis Eppley comes out to clean the signboard and check the lanterns. With a blink, lanterns appeared around the tavern. A faint glow of dusk spread around it. That way leads to the counter. It seems it hasn't been drawn beyond that path yet. Beyond that road is a bit more glamorous. It's the brightest place in the underground city. The road stretching into the darkness. Light leaked from that path. He hadn't fully realized it beyond there, but he could imagine the leaking light. Really? Yes. And over there? Is there such a thing? People here long for the upper city. They probably wanted to draw a landscape that resembled the upper city, even a little. I'm not sure, though. As he talked with Merlin, Nijin looked around the landscape. The city, once only dark, now had large and small lamps hung, transforming into a more intricate scenery. Of course, if Nijin lost focus even a little, all of it would disappear. These were not yet fully settled in his mental image. Nijin felt a bittersweet and somewhat nostalgic emotion as he looked at the landscape within him. It feels strange. Nijin murmured. I thought it was a shitty place, a place I didn't even want to remember, but looking at it now, I feel a bit nostalgic. That's what hometowns are like. Is that the same for you, Merlin? Even though my hometown was a shitty place, after it was burned down by a witch and turned into ashes, I did miss it a bit. Merlin smiled bitterly. Anyway, it's good to occasionally refine your mental image like this. If you don't keep it in mind, the mental image will gradually erode and eventually crumble. She took a deep breath. What you should fear most is oblivion and wear. So cherish this landscape you've created for the first time. Merlin rested her chin on her hand and looked at the scenery of the underground city Artman with distant eyes. Her eyes seemed to be recalling something, reminiscing. Once you lose it, you won't even be able to regret it. Because you won't remember. I'm not that bad with memory. What are you talking about? This is different from memory. Merlin laughed as if it was ridiculous. There are definitely those who want to corrupt your mental image. Bastards who mess up your memory, stirring your mind with their fingers. So, be careful. It still feels like a distant story to me. Who knows? It might be closer than you think. Well, Merlin jumped down from the fence. Walking the streets of the underground city Artman, she said. Your landscape isn't bad. It has a cozy feeling. Merlin looked back at Nijin with her hands behind her back. It would be nice to have a lake too, if possible. Try to create one sometime. I'll try. Nijin smiled faintly and blinked a couple of times. The landscape of the underground city disappeared, and the scenery of the Duke's garden came into view. After looking at the tall tree for a while, Nijin moved on. In Duke Edelmar's office. The captain of the knights, Wolfhild, expressed his subjective opinion after reporting to his master. It's close to that of a sword seeker. Is that true? Yes, objectively speaking, Sir Griffin, the knight commander of the Arbenia ducal family, is a strong opponent. Wielding a sword aura over 5 m long with the swordsmanship of Arda Trigadian, Sir Griffin is by no means an easy opponent. Wolfhild continued. If it's a close-range battle, it would be my loss, and even from a distance, I cannot guarantee victory alone. It's no coincidence that Sir Griffin is called the ducal family's first sword. Griffin was a strong opponent. He was not a novice sword seeker who had just awakened his mental image, but an experienced swordsman who fully controlled his own. That young man countered the sword of such a strong opponent. He even managed to cut through the fragments of sword aura. It's a feat impossible at the level of a sword expert. He must have approached the level of a sword seeker, or he has grasped a fragment of the mental image. It seems his physical abilities have already reached the realm of seekers. Wolfhild had witnessed the confrontation between Griffin and Nijin. He was a knight who wielded a great bow, an individual who had honed his observational and insight skills for decades. The Duke trusted his eyes. Trusting him, Duke Edelmar couldn't hide his astonishment. The Duke sighed deeply. Remarkable. To reach such a level at that age. although his official age is 28. Even at that age, he would be the youngest sword seeker. His talent is reminiscent of the sword saint, Sir Karen. Or perhaps surpassing Sir Karen. If the story became known, it would surely cause a significant uproar. For now, the young man's tale was circulating only within Cambria. Before long, he will stand out. Even outside. He was not one to stay within Cambria. Soon, he would step onto a broader stage. A talent like his couldn't be confined to one place for long. Duke Edelmar laughed incredulously. Where did such a talent spring from, I wonder? His origin, real name, actual age. All of it was concealed. Even digging around brought up no information. Could he be from a family whose records were erased? There's no one else whose information has been so cleanly wiped. An unknown identity, a youth who values chivalry and possesses exceptional talent with the sword. Mulling over that information, the Duke laughed inadvertently. Hearing his master laugh, Wulfhild tilted his head and asked. Why do you say that? Maybe I've been enjoying plays too much lately. A ridiculous thought occurred to me. Blinking, the Duke laughed along with a sigh. It was a nonsensical fantasy, but pondering over it, it seemed somewhat plausible. Doesn't that young man seem just like King Arthur? Excuse me. Unknown identity. A figure who suddenly appeared from nowhere. He values chivalry, honors, and pride heavily. He possesses exceptional talent with the sword and is at a high level despite his young age. The characteristics of the young man. Moreover, the place where he started to stand out is none other than the City of Opportunities, Cambria. Starting his journey in this city, doesn't it remind you of the Chronicles of King Arthur? Each characteristic, taken separately, is common, but when combined, they form a rare story. A young man resembling King Arthur appearing in the City of Opportunities after hundreds of years. Ah, what a thrilling tale this is. The Duke looked at his knight with shining eyes. What do you think, Sir Wulfhild? With all due respect, I believe you should reduce your play viewings. Is that so? Indeed, I have been frequenting the theater quite a bit lately. Perhaps I should cut back. And maybe reduce the support for the theater as well. Oh no. That's not possible. The Duke frowned. That's a project I'm promoting. If the theater grows, it can boost tourism and elevate Trebash's name, so it's beneficial in the long run. Well, whatever the case. Muttering to himself, the Duke looked at the documents on his table. Sent from the Central Guild of Cambria. At the top of the documents was written final approval for promotion. Duke Edelmar silently scanned the contents of the examination. The adventurer in question hadn't been active for long, but each of his deeds was significant, and he scored nearly perfect in the promotion exam supervised by experts in various fields. At this point, the promotion was as good as confirmed. Especially since becoming a red rank adventurer meant being recognized as a skilled individual by Cambria, it was customary to receive formal permission from the Foundation's representative. The Duke smiled as he looked at the name Ivan on the document. Unknown identity. No known information. Risk of identity fraud. Ignoring the risk factors section, the Duke signed his name on the document. Then, he stamped it with the seal of the Duke's family. It was the moment when Nijan's promotion to red rank was confirmed. Days passed, and the incident was concluded. Gieta, who had danced in the dirty political arena, filled with complexity, stickiness, and nitpicking, sprawled out on the bed, exhausted. Yet, the incident was resolved. Her return to the position of trading company leader was confirmed, and in a day or two, she would head to Cambria to return to her daily life. Of course, she would face opposition from the ducal family in the future, but that was a problem to be tackled later. Lying on the bed and looking out the window, a brilliantly shining moon hung in the sky. Gazing at the bright yellow moon, Gieta smiled to herself. The moon is beautiful. The bright yellow moon she had seen while fleeing with Nijan flashed through her mind. Involuntarily, the solid back of Nijan came to mind, as did the arms that had lifted her, making Gieta twirl her hair around her fingers. Come to think of it. Before leaving the territory, didn't the Duke say he would host a banquet? Gieta, who generally didn't favor noble gatherings like banquets or festivals, always received nothing but contempt there. But this banquet would be different. It was hosted by the Duke, and she would attend as a guest along with Nijin. No one would dare insult the Duke's guest in his presence. A banquet, meaning, dance. Gieta swallowed nervously. A banquet and a ball. And dancing. Scenes often found in sweet romance novels. Couples dancing under dazzling lights. The climax of the banquet. Thinking of such scenes, the Duke's image, winking slyly, came to mind. It seemed like he was shouting, "You know who you'll be dancing with, right?" Fitting for the Duke who loved theater, he had prepared a stage to conclude the moonlit escapade. Although the intention was obvious, if asked whether she disliked it, the answer would be no. Feeling her face heat up, Gieta washed her face with dry hands. Dance, meaning. With that person? Gieta's heart raced. Burying her face in the bed, Gieta aimlessly kicked the bedpost. On the eve of their departure from the Duchy of Trebash, a small banquet was held under the name of Duke Edelmar. It wasn't a gathering that drew in external nobility but a modest affair filled with the Duke's own people. However, the banquet itself was anything but modest. The hall was filled with food and splendid lighting, all set up for dancing. Musicians from the theater began their performance with violins and pianos, filling the hall with lively music. As the atmosphere warmed up, Duke Edelmar stepped onto the balcony of the banquet. Duke Edelmar, his hair neatly combed back, swirled the glass in his hand and gave a toast. To the two guests who graced Trebash, cheers. With his brief toast, the music resumed, and one by one, people started moving to the center of the hall to find partners to dance with. Among them were nobles affiliated with the Cambria Foundation, people of the Duke, and... Is it always this uncomfortable? Formal wear tends to be like that, doesn't it? Nijin was also getting ready to step into the hall. Unfamiliar with the formal attire he was wearing for the first time, he fidgeted with his collar when someone placed a hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Duke Edelmar standing there. Now, the star of the stage shouldn't be lurking here. Isn't your lady waiting for you? Excuse me. With a click of his tongue, the Duke gently pushed Nijin's back. With a bewildered look, Nijin turned to find the Duke winking at him, as if to say, "Do well." What's all this? Everything felt alien: the atmosphere, the lighting. Feeling awkward, Nijin began walking towards the center of the hall, aware of the many eyes on him, though he couldn't fathom why. Unbeknownst to Nijin, the escapade involving Nijin and Gieta over the past few days had spread far and wide, embellished by the Duke's influence. The more the tale spread, the more justification it gained. The story of a woman imprisoned by the ducal family and the man who dared to rescue her alone, romanticized for the audience. Thus, it was no surprise all eyes were on him. Among the focused attention, Nijin crossed the hall, presumably towards Gieta, who awaited him as the Duke had implied. With the music playing lively tunes, it was time to find a partner for the next dance. Gieta stood at a corner of the banquet, hands clasped, smoothing over her hands. It's strange, as expected. Though she had attended banquets before, no one had ever asked Gieta to dance. It was to be expected. Gieta was a discarded child of the ducal family, and asking her to dance meant becoming a laughingstock. Thus, she always watched the banquets from the sidelines. She had never stepped into the center of the hall to dance. She had never been the shining protagonist on the stage. As a child, she had envied those who danced at the center of the hall. It's all in the past now. Gieta let out a thin smile. She was of age now, wasn't she? Already 20. It would be embarrassing to have her heart flutter at such a dance at her age. Thump, thump. Embarrassing, truly embarrassing. Yet, why was her heart pounding so loudly? Swallowing her nervousness, Gieta looked towards the hall. Nijin should be standing on the opposite side. Would he find her amidst the crowd? As she entertained such silly thoughts, she noticed the other attendees of the banquet stopping one by one, their gazes fixed in one direction. There, across the center of the hall, walked a figure. with hair tied neatly back in shades of gray and white. Eyes resembling the hue of sunset. And dressed in formal attire. Jieta's eyes widened as she belatedly recognized the man as Nijin. His appearance was so different from usual that she hadn't recognized him immediately. He was quite handsome to begin with, but dressed up like this, he seemed different. With everyone's attention focused, Nijin crossed the hall, directly towards Jieta. The attention that had been on him naturally dispersed towards Jieta, who stood where he was heading. And then, finally, thump. Nijin stopped in front of Jieta. He extended his hand and bowed slightly, just as he had been taught by Wolfhild for a day. It was a gesture of invitation to dance. May I have this dance? Staring blankly at Nijin, Jieta soon smiled and nodded. Yes, I would be delighted. Jieta took Nijin's hand. Together, they moved towards the center of the hall. As the protagonists of this banquet, the attendees naturally made way for them. In the brightest spot under the lights, Jieta stood at the center of the hall. As the current tune neared its end and a new one was about to start, there was a brief silence. Only the loud beating of Jieta's heart echoed in her ears. But soon, even the pounding of her heart was drowned out by the start of the new performance. All she could hear was the lively music. And all she could see was Nijin, holding her hand. Her face flushed, but taking a short breath, Jieta cautiously took the first step. Neither she nor the man before her had properly learned to dance, so it was bound to be a mess. To avoid falling, she had to move carefully. That's what Jieta had thought. So, it was somewhat of a stutter at first until Nijin, after carefully observing the most elegantly dancing couple, suddenly became adept, before he even knew it. As the tune ended and a break ensued, Jieta, sitting at a tea table in a corner of the banquet hall, caught her breath and glanced at Nijin. Initially, Nijin had awkwardly matched his steps with hers, but at some point, as if he had learned the dance, he led confidently, leaving a strong impression. Is that even considered leading? Adjusting her waist, pulling her arms, and even twisting his body to correct any odd movements. Though Jieta had never properly danced before, being led around by Nijin, they received a round of applause by the end of the song. Even professional dancers were impressed, indicating a high level of skill. It was absurd. Jieta chuckled and spoke. You haven't taken dance lessons by any chance, have you? I haven't. Really? It didn't seem like it was your first or second time. It was my first time today. Really? Yes. As Nijin nodded, Jieta laughed. The first time, he said. It's an honor. To have become the first dance partner of a future sword master. Seems like quite an achievement. Sword master. Aren't you aiming to etch your name among the stars? To reach the highest place, if not a sword master? At Jieta's question, Nijin laughed. Well, it's not incorrect. Becoming a sword master is indeed a goal. It seems there's more to it. A sword master is a part of the journey, not the destination. A realm unreachable even if one dedicates their entire life to it is merely a step in the journey. Always. Even as she laughed, Jieta couldn't deny it. The man before her was indeed special. A person who aims for heights unimaginable to ordinary people. A step in the journey, not the destination. Mulling over his words, Jieta stared intently at Nijin, resting her chin on her hand. Maybe I should dream a bit higher myself. There's no harm in that. For example, my original goal was to create a trading company big enough to engulf the Armenia ducal family. To reach the pinnacle as a merchant. But, Jieta murmured. If I look higher, there is something. A tower built of gold coins. Sitting atop that tower, there would still be higher places to reach. If she had reached the peak with gold, it was time to scatter those coins and seize power. Should I become a pillar of the empire? The words were spoken lightly. But that goal was anything but light. What is a pillar of the empire? Higher than a duke, with only the emperor above, the absolute power holders. Recognized by the emperor. Sometimes even purging members of the imperial family. Not bowing to anyone. Truly the pillars that support the empire. The 5 pillars of the empire, known as the imperial pentagons, represent the highest position a power seeker can attain. In some ways, it's a title comparable to a sword master. Indeed, the empire's first pillar was Sword Master Gird, so it wasn't an inaccurate statement. If you become a sword master. Jieta looked at Nijin and smiled. I would need to be one of the imperial pentagons to stand on equal footing with you. Is that so? That's how it is. She leaned back in her chair. And let out a contented sigh. It's still a distant story, but as you said, there's no harm in dreaming big, right? Well, that's one thing. Jieta mused and looked straight at Nijin. I enjoyed tonight. I felt like I was the protagonist of a fairy tale. I never imagined I'd be dancing in the center of the stage, it was quite a magical feeling. Everything was so wondrous. Tomorrow, she would return to being the snake that swallows gold, dealing with complex issues, and facing off against the Armenia ducal family. But at least for tonight, Jieta could enjoy herself as Jieta. Pleased with that fact, Jieta smiled warmly. And she felt a slight pang of regret. Special times feel special precisely because they must return to the routine. But still. Jieta glanced at Nijin. Not everything would return to routine. This feeling for him seemed unlikely to fade. In his presence, she could always be herself. Thump, thump, thump. The loud heartbeat, this fluttering rhythm was entirely her own. And she wouldn't let anyone take it from her. The snake that swallows gold never lets go of what it sets its eyes on. With the lengthy ordeal concluded and the Duke's farewell, Nijin and Jieta boarded the carriage headed for Cambria. The carriage smoothly cut through the wind, moving forward. What followed was simple. Upon returning to the city, Nijin would dye his badge red, claiming his place among the highest-ranking adventurers, and Jieta would reclaim her position as the head of the trading company. Despite the numerous obstacles and incidents, things had come to a satisfactory conclusion. Everyone believed this without a doubt. What they hadn't anticipated was the first child of the Armenia ducal family's tenacity, and that the rumors that had reached him were not to be trusted. I challenge you to a duel. The first thing that greeted Nijin and Jieta upon their return to the city was Prince Agizio and a line of knights behind him. Despite receiving orders to return to the ducal family, Agizio had postponed his return, waiting for Nijin and Jieta instead. He couldn't accept it. The fact that Jieta, an abandoned child, had outsmarted him, and that all his plans were thwarted by a mere adventurer. Even if he had to step back, the ducal family's honor had to be restored. That was Agizio's thought, his chosen wrong answer. He didn't know how to accept defeat or endure humiliation. He had never been defeated. Nor had he ever endured humiliation. Of course, Nijin didn't necessarily have to accept the duel. There was no justification, no reason. You wouldn't refuse a duel, would you? A man aspiring to be a knight can't decline an honorable duel, or he wouldn't be worthy of knighthood. Isn't that right? But if you understand honor and pride. The moment Agizio lightly uttered those words, Nijin found his justification, his reason. I accept the duel. Before he could finish his sentence, Nijin drew his sword. The blade, pulled out with a harsh scrape against the scabbard, gleamed menacingly. Accepting the duel was what that meant. As one of the knights took a step forward, Nijin chuckled and flicked his drawn sword. Responding to the cheap provocation, Nijin too hurled a cheap taunt at the knights. Do you need to come at me one by one? Nijin threw his sword scabbard to the ground. Wouldn't it be more balanced if you all came at once? Do you need to come at me one by one? Wouldn't it be more balanced if you all came at once? Nijin's words were a clear provocation, and Filion, the knight who had stepped forward, responded. He was the knight who had been kicked by Nijin and slammed into a wall before. The humiliation he had endured in front of his master. Filion had not forgotten that humiliation. It was a blow allowed by his own carelessness. If they fought again, the outcome would be different. He truly believed that if he faced Nijin with a sword in a proper place, he wouldn't be defeated so easily. Denying, not enduring, was how he chose to protect his pride. And of course, that was the worst of choices. Filion had been given several clues to understand the situation properly. First, Nijin's mana manipulation speed was unusual. Second, his physical abilities were extraordinary. Third, there were rumors that Nijin had survived a clash with the Knight Commander of Armenia. However, Filion denied what he had seen, dismissed the rumors as false, and ignored the information he could have considered. It was a mistake born out of a knight's pride and stubbornness. "You're incredibly insolent." Filion approached Nijin with a grim expression. From the beginning, he held his sword, drew his sword aura, and circulated mana in his body, standing at the forefront beyond his glaring comrades. "The Knight of Armenia seems quite weak. You talk too much." Interrupting Filion, Nijin threw his sword into the air. It was a bizarre act to let go of his sword in front of an opponent who had drawn his sword aura. Before Filion could guess the meaning of this action, Nijin stepped forward. The long sword spinning in the air. Nijin stepping forward. Filion thrusting his sword at Nijin. Rather than understanding Nijin's odd behavior, Filion aimed to attack the approaching Nijin. Filion swung his sword at Nijin, intending not to kill him in a duel but not minding if his sword drew blood. Swoosh! Filion swung his sword, using imperial swordsmanship. The long sword, swung in a clean trajectory, aimed for Nijin's shoulder. It was a sufficient strike to slice through an unprotected opponent who hadn't even drawn his sword. That's what Filion thought. Denial, not acceptance. Ignoring, not acknowledging. Thus, he chose the wrong answer, the worst of the wrong answers. Naturally, choosing the wrong answer in a duel does not come lightly. Thud. The cleanly swinging sword stopped in its tracks. The reason was Nijin's casually extended left hand, which had grabbed Filion's hands holding the sword hilt. Filion's eyes widened as he tried to move his arms, but they wouldn't budge. What kind of strength? Filion's captured hands screamed. Filion's brows furrowed. Just as he thought to kick Nijin and create some distance, Nijin was already moving. Crack. Nijin kicked Filion's knee. With a snapping sound, Filion's knee bent inward. Sparks flew in Filion's eyes, and unable to stand any longer, he knelt down. His posture lowered, and naturally, Filion found himself looking up at Nijin. With his hands captured and a knee brought to the ground. Now, the one left defenseless was not Nijin but himself. Filion realized this too late. Once again, sparks flew in his vision, but this time the pain came from his face, not his knee. Cough. It was a questioning groan. Blood spurted out. The blood was coming from his nose. Filion frowned at the sharp pain on the bridge of his nose, belatedly understanding what had happened. With his left hand, he had pinned down both of Filion's hands. With his right fist clenched, he was striking Filion's face. Crack, crack, crack. Filion's vision flickered several times. His head was repeatedly jerked back and then returned forward with each punch from Nijin, causing blood to spray from his face. The watching knights widened their eyes, and Agizio, Filion's master, gasped. What Nijin was displaying was not a duel. It was certainly not a sword fight. It was a one-sided assault. At some point, Nijin had let go of Filion's hands, but Filion didn't even think to swing his sword. His eyes had already lost their clarity. Only then did Nijin stop his fists, grabbing Filion by the hair to meet his gaze. Nijin's longsword, which had been thrown into the air at the start of the duel, finally came down and stuck in the ground with a thud. Are you done? This is a duel. Until one side admits defeat, the duel does not end. The moment Filion met Nijin's cold eyes, he finally understood. There was no special meaning in Nijin throwing his sword upward at the start. It was simply a statement. I don't even need a sword to deal with you. Filion felt humiliated by this realization. But more than humiliation, he felt fear. In Nijin's eyes looking down at him, Filion sensed a chill. By lowering his head, Filion responded without words. Agizio's servants dragged Filion away, and Nijin silently watched him and his escort knights. Nijin's gaze spoke volumes. Who's next? If they still wanted to come at him one by one, he wouldn't stop them. The knights weighed their options. Revenge for personal pride or for the honor of Armenia? Those loyal to Armenia chose the latter. The remaining 4 knights stepped forward simultaneously. Only then did Nijin draw his sword from the ground. A white sword aura bloomed around the drawn sword. Some say the difference between a martial artist who has awakened a fragment of their heart's imagery and one who hasn't is stark. This isn't just about sword aura. Awakening one's heart's imagery is a process of solidifying the soul. Your own landscape. Your own color. Your own mana. Over the years, humanity has built up much. All martial arts eventually become imitations, and truly new things have become rare, but heart's imagery remains always new, unique, and original. It's something that belongs solely to oneself, not imitated from anything else. Only those who are true to themselves can possess it. This firm belief influences the flow of both the body and mana. It means the soul is colored, and mana takes on special forms and properties. Again, to say, the difference between a martial artist who has touched even a fragment of their heart's imagery and one who hasn't is stark. Nijin, who was unmatched as a sword expert from the beginning, had now awakened a fragment of his heart's imagery. Cough, cough. Ugh, you weak. Terrain, special conditions, first strike, grappling techniques. Even in a straightforward duel without these factors, Nijin could overpower multiple experts. Proof of this lay before Nijin's eyes. Knights clutching their stomachs and falling to the ground, fingers snapped and knees shattered. While a priest's aid could heal such injuries, they were not minor enough for immediate combat readiness. Unlike the fallen knights, Nijin only had minor scratches. How is this possible? Agizio of Armenia, who had witnessed the entire event, had his eyes shaking. It was unbelievable, even though he saw it with his own eyes. He had never heard of an expert who could take on 4 knights at once and subdue them. He must be at least at the level of a sword seeker. The rumors that had recently been circulating around Agizio were about the adventurer in front of him, who had allegedly withstood a fight against the knight commander of the Armenian ducal family. Agizio had considered those rumors to be exaggerated. It was a natural assumption. After all, if the formidable Sir Griffin had been serious, there wouldn't have been a fight to begin with. Agizio had assumed that Griffin arrived late or that the Knights of Trebash had joined from the beginning. But 5 knights lay defeated. Especially since one was subdued barehanded. Seeing such a dire state, it couldn't just be dismissed as a rumor. Agizio looked at the adventurer before him. Nijin, too, was looking at Agizio. Agizio felt a chill in those eyes. He staggered backward. At that moment, without anyone left to protect him, Agizio realized he was alone, facing an adventurer who wouldn't adhere to noble etiquette. Stop, stop it. Fear was what he felt. Stop, I command you. But Nijin didn't stop, despite Agizio's loud protests. Eventually, Agizio stumbled over a stone and fell to the ground, no longer able to flee. As he looked up at Nijin, his eyes were shaking. Do you know who I am? I'm not interested in who you are. Nijin leaned down to meet Agizio's gaze. I'm giving you a warning. His amber eyes glinted. Like the eyes of a beast. Don't speak lightly of honor and pride. They're not light enough for someone like you to talk about. With those words, Nijin stood up. He left the fallen knights and Agizio behind and walked away. As the sound of his footsteps faded, Agizio gasped for breath and bowed his head. A sense of relief that it was over. And the humiliation of having felt fear in front of a mere adventurer. Both feelings coexisted as Agizio clenched his teeth, forced to acknowledge his complete defeat and failure. Click. The sound of footsteps made Agizio look up. Gieta was approaching him. She stood before Agizio with an expressionless face and then smiled down at him. What a mess, Lord Agizio. Don't look down on me. A disgrace to the family. Lord, I am no longer affiliated with the Armenian family. I have no reason to endure such insults. Gieta cut him off. She had completed the process of changing her family name at the Trebash dukedom. She was no longer Gieta Armenia but a merchant of Cambria. Lord, you challenged my escort and me to a duel and lost. There are plenty of witnesses to this spectacle, so no need for further proof. She smiled as she gestured around them. The place Agizio had chosen to humiliate Nijin and Dieta had now become a stage for his own greater humiliation. The victor has rights, she whispered. And the loser has consequences. The snake's eyes glinted. The yellow snake's eyes half opened. That's what a duel is. Even a mere merchant knows this common sense, so surely the great lord of Armenia wouldn't be unaware. So, let's talk about the consequences you must bear. Duels are for knights, but the consequences and collection are for merchants. Dieta had no intention of letting this easy prey go. After all, shaking him down would spill a fortune in gold coins. The gold-swallowing snake smiled. What is this? Your share, what else? In the office of Dieta's company. Nijin pointed to the hefty purse and various documents laid before him, looking puzzled. Dieta, with a smile still on her lips, explained. The consequences of the duel. See, a little shake and everything comes pouring out. How thankful. The spoils from Agizio. Laughing softly, Dieta seemed fully back to her merchant self. Anyway. Dieta took a long breath as she looked around the office of her trading company, which she had missed, even if just a little, during her time away. I'm back here again. It felt like coming home. The staff of the trading company also breathed a sigh of relief when Dieta returned, and Passion, who had been guarding the office, even broke down in tears. It's truly a relief. Recalling the time it took to calm Passion down and send him off to wash his face, Dieta smiled bitterly. Give me your coat. I'll have it mended for you. Dieta pointed at the coat Nijin was wearing. Made from the hide of a blood troll, it was durable enough not to tear easily. But considering the opponents Nijin had fought, it was natural for it to be in tatters. I'll pay back the debt slowly, so look forward to it. You'll receive more than you ever expected. I wasn't looking to receive anything. I know. You were just keeping a promise. If it makes you uncomfortable to receive it, think of it as an investment. If you say so. As Nijin responded, Dieta paused for a moment and then shut her mouth. Her title had returned to trading company owner. Somehow, it felt a little disappointing. She was technically back to being the owner, but it felt like drawing a line. Come to think of it. Has he ever called me by my name? She thought hard but couldn't recall a time. Nijin naturally respected others and never casually used someone's name. She didn't dislike his personality. Not really. But somehow, she wanted to be called by her name by him. It was embarrassing to say it out loud, so Dieta thought of a clever way. Hey, how about? In the office, with just the two of them. Dieta looked at Nijin and cautiously spoke. Shall we drop the formalities? Pardon? Let's speak informally. We don't seem to have much age difference. I'm 8 years older. That's a fake age. See? It is a fake age. Dieta tapped the table with her palms as Nijin averted his gaze slightly. Don't tell me, you're younger than me. Wait, are you really younger than me? Seeing Nijin avoid her gaze, Dieta let out a long breath. Technically, Nijin was 18 and Dieta was 20, but she had no way of knowing that. No. Let's just consider it about the same. 8 years isn't much of a difference. You're really sticking to that story, huh? Dieta sighed and spoke again. Let's just speak informally anyway. Do we really need to? Yes. It would be even better if you call me by my name. After a moment of hesitation, Nijin sighed and finally spoke. Dieta. Dieta's shoulders jerked. Is this how it's supposed to be when we drop the formalities? Dieta fumbled with her words. Her face flushed red, and her eyes darted around, lost. Let's save the informal speech for later. Why the sudden change? Just being called by my name is enough for now. If that's what you prefer. Take care on your way home. I have a lot of work to do, so. Dieta mumbled in a barely audible voice, her head bowed low. Nijin tilted his head, puzzled, and reached for the doorknob. As he opened the door, he ran into Passion, who had just returned. "Oh, leaving already? We could have talked a bit more." Passion was about to start a conversation with Nejin when he saw his master, her ears red to the tips, head bowed. Passion silently looked back and forth between Gyeta and Nejin. The strange atmosphere. The peculiar mood. Passion broke into a cold sweat. He was not an oblivious knight. A thought of "could it be" flashed through his mind. The talking can wait for another time. Be careful on your way. Passion stepped aside to let Nejin pass. It seemed his master, who appeared a bit unsettled, might need a moment to herself. "Congratulations on your promotion." Nejin accepted the certificate and nameplate handed over by the supervisor of the promotion exam. The nameplate, which had been black just a few months ago, was now shining red. It seems to be made of a different material too. Unlike the green rank nameplates, the red rank nameplates were different in both material and shape. As Nejin fiddled with the nameplate, the supervisor continued his explanation. Becoming a red rank adventurer means that your reputation is not limited to Cambria. If you show this nameplate outside, you will be treated accordingly. Above the red rank, there were only 5 adventurers of the white rank. Essentially, reaching the red rank meant that one could be considered among the top adventurers in the city, and naturally, top-ranked adventurers were entitled to corresponding privileges. As for the privileges you can enjoy from now on. The supervisor's explanation went on for a while. After hearing about everything from the privileges to the detailed description of the quests he could receive in the future, Nejin was finally able to leave the Central Guild. The moment he stepped out of the Central Guild building, the eyes of the adventurers gathered in front of the building poured onto Nejin. More precisely, onto the red shining nameplate he was wearing. Seeing the nameplate sparkle in the sunlight, the adventurers clicked their tongues. Having set foot in the city just 4 to 5 months ago. To them, Nejin, who had become red-ranked in such a short period, was a source of astonishment and awe. What is the red rank? It's a level many adventurers dream of reaching once they enter the city, a symbol of success for them. Considering that many remain at the green rank even after more than 10 years, reaching the red rank in just 5 months was indeed remarkable. When something remarkable happens, some will admire it and others will envy it. However, few felt the latter towards Nejin. Envying a genius would only tire themselves out, and the rumors circulating about Nejin's qualifications were evidence enough. He knocked down 5 knights of a duke's house. Even facing 4 of them at once. And surviving a confrontation with the captain of the duke's knights. Whether all the rumors were true or not was uncertain, but it was undeniable that Nejin was among the top within the sword experts. If the rumors are true, won't he reach the white rank soon? Do you think becoming a sword seeker is easy? One must become aware of their own essence, and even if they do. But to face 5 sword experts at once. It was 4 or 5. The adventurers whispered among themselves. Ignoring their voices, Nejin moved on. He had no intention of taking on any quests immediately, but he had things to do. Whether his nameplate was black, green, or red, Nejin's daily routine remained unchanged. Upon returning to his lodging, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. It was time for training. Again. After the incident involving Gyeta was resolved, a new process was added to Nejin's training, the process of calming his mind. Sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, he focused inwardly. The mental training that martial artists who have reached a certain level undertake is usually very static and boring. It's a practice of looking inward and regulating one's breathing. But in Nejin's case. Hey, have you ever thought about manifesting a lake? What are you talking about now? You saw my sanctuary last time, right? It's a lake. A beautifully blue lake. His mental training was not so static. Because there was already one constellation residing in his mind. When he closed his eyes and focused inwardly, before seeing the landscape of the underground city, a girl with blue hair would appear in his vision. The wizard of the lake, Merlin. She sat on the fence, swinging her legs, and let out a long sigh. Having lived by the lake for over 1,000 years, I kinda miss it. It was my hobby to dip my feet in the lake. Splashing around in the water would calm my mind. So, you want me to create a lake? Yep. Is it possible? Merlin nodded vigorously. Although she hadn't wished for anything when the scenery was just a dark void, now that the mental image was beginning to form, she decided to be a bit greedy. A small lakeside wouldn't be too bad, right? Merlin spread her arms wide, drawing a circle. If we were being strict, it was more the size of a large basin or well than a lake. Nijin wondered what she meant but then thought that this might be part of the training. After all, mental imagery is about manifesting imagination. The process of manifestation itself could be considered training. Even if it's just a lakeside, in any case. Merlin must have her reasons for asking. With that thought, Nijin closed his eyes and concentrated. He hadn't seen many lakes. There were none in the underground city, and he had only seen them a couple of times while traveling by carriage. The only one I can think of. The lake he saw when he first met Merlin. Nijin quietly recalled that blue lake. Oh. As he concentrated with his eyes closed, applause came from beside him. When Nijin opened his eyes, Merlin was clapping and pointing in front of her. There was a tiny, basin-sized lake. You actually made it. Merlin smiled brightly, seemingly pleased to see the lake after a long time. It was a proud expression. After taking off her shoes and socks in a hurry, she cautiously approached the lake and dipped her toes in. Just as she was about to immerse her feet in the lake. As soon as Merlin's bare feet touched it, the lake disappeared with a fizzling sound. Merlin, who had been full of anticipation, was left tapping the dirt floor of the underground city with her toes. Merlin turned her head sharply to look at Nijin. Whether she was truly disappointed or not, she pouted and stomped on the innocent dirt floor. It's not easy to maintain it. Well, it makes sense. You haven't seen many lakes. Though he said that, disappointment was evident. Merlin sighed deeply as Nijin looked at her with a bitter smile. Anyway. Nijin moved on to the main topic. Since awakening his mental image, Nijin often spoke face-to-face with Merlin in this manner. It helped with his mental training, and it was more comfortable than just talking with voices. Nijin drew a picture on the dirt floor of the underground city. I've become a red rank adventurer now, you know. Yep. That's true. It's faster than I thought, but now it's not so surprising anymore. The types of quests I can receive have become more diverse now that I'm red rank. Especially, I can now take on named quests. He drew 3 pictures on the dirt floor. Many were interested in Nijin now that he had newly ascended to red rank, and a few of them had sent named quests his way. First, a bandit subjugation quest, then an escort mission. After pointing to the first 2 pictures in turn, Nijin pointed to the last picture. A quest to search for and subdue a dark mage. That one, you definitely have to take the last one. I thought you might say that. Merlin pointed to the 3rd picture without a moment's hesitation. The quest to search for and subdue a dark mage. The details would be known once the quest was accepted, but Nijin was planning to take on the 3rd quest if possible. I've never fought a mage before. Right. It's better to gain experience now. You'll have to fight them over and over again later anyway. With mages? Yep. Dark mages are just the beginning, and demons are generally similar to mages. That's probably why there are so many mages who've made contracts with demons. Merlin sighed. Mages are a breed that would sell their souls to demons if it meant gaining knowledge. Especially nowadays, when they're holed up in towers conducting research, there are plenty of them who've gone mad. Aren't you a mage too, Merlin? Look at you. Mages in my time were different. Holed up in towers for research. We hid in forests, conducting our research while greeting intruders morning and night. Anyway, Merlin brushed her hair back and continued. Even excluding the Witch of the Abyss as an exception, you'll have many encounters with demons, dark mages, and the like. So, you mean to take this opportunity to gain experience? Something like that. Especially with magic, experience and knowledge are important. How should I explain this? She pondered for a moment before snapping her fingers with an, ah. If you don't know, you get hit. Excuse me. That's the basics of a magic battle. Don't know the counter. Then you get hit. Of course, this applies to swordsmanship and other areas too, but it's especially severe in magic battles. That's not good news. Nijin clicked his tongue. He knew nothing about magic. After all, Nijin had lived his life completely separate from magic. As Nijin sighed, Merlin looked at him with an incredulous expression. What's there to worry about? Excuse me. Have you forgotten who's by your side? Merlin wore a confident expression. The first archmage in history to reach the realm of 10 rings, the great sage who was the first to define mysteries, the constellation with 11 stars. The one who had awakened to all the magic in the world. Merlin crossed her arms and smiled. I guarantee, as long as I'm here, you won't suffer from ignorance. It's like carrying around a magic-specific strategy guide. That makes sense. Right? Nijin circled the third picture. The quest to search for and subdue a dark mage. It was the moment when the first quest after becoming a red rank adventurer was decided. In a cabin deep in the forest. The man was scratching his neck. Even as the skin peeled off and blood flowed, the man did not stop scratching his neck as if it were itchy. Thought my neck was itchy. The man sighed. What brings such a distinguished guest here? The visitor to the cabin. The man sighed and welcomed the guest. The urge to shoot an arrow right into that unlucky face surged, but the man barely restrained himself. It wouldn't solve anything. I've come to entrust a task. The guest sat on a chair in the cabin. Without even taking off his robe, he spoke. Just as he was about to explain the task, the man became serious. It's troublesome if you order people around just because you found one weakness. Don't test my patience. It's an important task. Probably the last one. The last one, you say? That's sweet. The man chuckled. If it's not the last one, remember that it will be your last breath. I'll remember. Let's hear it then. What's the task? It's simple. I'll be the judge of that. Just explain. Briefly. I'd like someone killed. The guest laid down a portrait. The man frowned as he picked up the portrait. You want this person killed? Yes. As quietly and cleanly as possible. That might be difficult. If I remember correctly, isn't this person quite famous in the city? The man pointed to the person in the portrait. He knew of this individual. A person who had recently stirred up Cambria. Someone who had risen to red rank adventurer in a short period. Adventurer Ivan. The man tapped on the portrait of that person with his finger and asked incredulously. The reason? I cannot tell you. Well, there's no reason to tell a hunting dog, is there? The man let out a self-deprecating laugh, gripped the portrait, and stood up. It meant he was accepting the task. I hope your words about this being the last time are not false. I'm not fond of being dragged around at this age. Indeed. Not just for you, but for your. Don't say any more. In the dimly lit cabin, where light barely penetrated. The man's face was hidden in the shadow, but his eyes glinted like a beast's in the darkness. It was a chilling gaze that seemed ready to pounce and tear out throats at any moment. I understand. All right. The man began to gather weapons hanging on the wall. Throwing knives, hunting traps, various drugs, a machete painted black. And a great bow and a large crossbow. Weapons that could not be drawn by human strength, designed only for those close to superhuman warriors. With thick bowstrings and arrows almost as large as long swords, the man gathered them all and pulled his poncho down deeply. Planning to carry it out immediately. There's no harm in being quick. The guest watched the man and said. I'll trust you, Captain Theosis. One of the 5 white adventurers in the city. Former ranger of the Techo mountain range. Hawkeye, Captain Theosis did not respond to the guest's words. The snake that swallows gold, Jeta. Having cast aside the noble family name Arbinia and become a commoner, her daily life had surprisingly not changed much. As always, she organized documents in her office and maintained friendly relations with her business partners. Her daily life as a merchant remained unchanged. What had changed was her life as Dieta. Whenever she took a break from work, sipped her coffee, or absent-mindedly looked out the window, Dieta found herself unwittingly sighing. Ha! The employees of the trading company interpreted her sighs as, she must be tired from all the work, but to Passion, the knight who guarded Dieta closely, those sighs seemed far from the sort related to work. Dieta, with a melancholic gaze, looked out the window. Her gaze was that of someone longing for someone else, a girl anxious because she couldn't meet her lover. Since her master usually didn't make such expressions, Passion found Dieta's current state both unfamiliar and refreshing. She must have really fallen for him. Passion groaned. It had been over 13 years since Passion started guarding Dieta. Initially, he guarded her at the request of Dieta's mother, but as years passed, Passion came to think of Dieta as his younger sister. A cute younger sister with a significant age difference. It seemed like this younger sister had someone she liked. Passion, who adored Dieta terribly, would normally go find the man Dieta seemed to have fallen for, interrogate him, and assess him, but knowing who the other party was, Passion couldn't do so. It must be Ivan, that young man. Who was this young man named Ivan? Talented, hardworking, and skilled. Moreover, he was a rare romantic aspirant knight in this era, valuing the pride, honor, and loyalty of a knight. Even from the perspective of Passion, a knight, it was impossible to score him lowly based on these qualities alone. And furthermore, he infiltrated the villa and rescued Dieta. He fought against the knight commander risking his life. And he ultimately brought Dieta to Cambria. He was truly someone Passion should kneel and bow to in gratitude. Imagining all these, it was only natural for his master to fall in love. Passion swallowed his saliva. He's indeed a prime candidate for marriage. His future is bright, making him an unmatched suitor. However, it seemed like this young man named Ivan had no interest in romance. There's nothing more regrettable than unrequited love. Sigh. Watching his master sigh for the 37th time today while looking out the window, Passion broke out in cold sweat. Eventually, Dieta murmured in a small voice. I miss him. A very soft murmur. Yet, the superhuman hearing of a knight caught even that. Passion was contemplating bringing Nijin over seriously when there was a knock on the door. Knock knock. The voice of the secretary announced a visitor. Dieta wasn't expecting any visitors today, she thought, just as someone entered after the door creaked open. Anytime. Freely. Really comfortably. The person Dieta had emphasized several times to the staff to just quietly send up if he visits, was standing at the door. I came because there's something I need to ask. So, Nijin was standing there. Dieta's eyes widened. With slightly parted lips, as if she had been stunned, Dieta blinked. Dieta. Nijin called Dieta's name. Though they had agreed to drop formalities, calling each other by name was part of the deal. Nijin called her by name, wondering if she wouldn't respond otherwise, but... Hic. In this case, Nijin's call was a critical hit. Dieta, with her ears turning bright red, started hiccuping. After gulping down tea and taking several deep breaths to recover from her status ailment, Dieta spoke up. So, you came to ask about the city of Regenov, right? The reason Nijin came to see Dieta. It was to gather information about the location where he was to carry out his quest. After hearing Nijin's brief explanation, Dieta tapped her fingers on the table, organizing her thoughts. Regenov city was once dominated by dark mages. It's a story from decades ago, but there was a fairly large group of dark mages that had seized the city. Marauders, Regenov. The city was known by such a name decades ago. Recalling information about the city, Dieta continued. Did they say the dark mages had swallowed the city whole? They brainwashed the Lord, took hostages, and even spread a perception-inhibiting barrier over the entire city, trying to establish some foundation. That's quite a large scale, isn't it? So it's also recorded in the imperial history books. What became of that in the end? Muttering to herself, Dieta clapped her hands with an ah. Then they got caught by the Empire, and led by the royal guards, the palace knights and mages swept through the city. I heard the Red Tower Master burn the city to the ground. Burned the city. That's how deeply rooted the dark magic was. Jeta stood up, rummaged through a bookshelf, and handed a book to Nijin. It was a contemporary history book of the Empire. Here it is. The Regionov Annihilation Campaign. Annihilation. It was a section with a rather chilling word. As Nijin skimmed through the history book, Jeta continued her explanation. That's a story from about 50 to 60 years ago, and the city was rebuilt with a new lord taking office. Since then, it's been quite famous as a commercial city. It seems some troublesome event has occurred, right? Nijin nodded. A quest to subdue a dark mage has come in. That would indeed provoke a sensitive reaction. Just when they managed to shake off the derogatory title of Den of Mages, getting entangled with a dark mage again would be bothersome. Nijin looked into the history book. The Regionov Annihilation Campaign. An event where a group of dark mages led by the seven-circle dark mage, Kephalon, was purged, and all related matters were annihilated by the central government of the Empire. Seven Circles Dark Mage. As Nijin glanced through the book, Merlin spoke up. Do you know him? Not a clue about this guy. But 7 circles is pretty high up there, right? In today's terms, that would be almost Tower Master level. Circles or rings. Nijin knew it was a way to differentiate the stages of mages, but he wasn't clear on the specifics. How powerful is someone with 7 circles? Close to a sword master. Merlin explained. Think of 8 circles as sword master level. It's not a precise division, but from 8 circles, they are called archmages. So, 7 circles would be close to sword master level. It still didn't quite click for Nijin. Since he hadn't yet experienced what a sword master could do, that realm still felt like grasping at clouds to him. If we were to compare you to a mage right now, you'd be around 4 or 5 circles. Really? Yeah. Roughly around there. As Nijin flipped through the history book while listening to Merlin, he stopped his finger. There in the middle of the book was a name he couldn't just skip over. The commander of the operation, Gerd. Nijin had heard the name Gerd before. The Empire's first pillar, known as the strongest human, the Sword Master. Ah, I heard Sir Gerd, who was then a royal guard, also participated in the battle. It seems he was a sword seeker at the time. That Sword Master Gerd? It must be. He was originally from the royal guards. It must have been a significant event. Nijin felt that much. It was still an unexplored territory for him, so he could only imagine in his mind. There shouldn't be anything in particular to be cautious about when going to Regionov. Maybe just be careful if an Inquisitor accompanies you for the quest. Inquisitor? Nijin narrowed his eyes. Inquisitors. Naturally, his alertness rose due to their connection to religion. Yes, the Starblood sect will probably send an Inquisitor. Dealing with heretics like dark mages is their role. They are quite fierce people, so it wouldn't hurt to be careful. It's not the Starlight Order. Then it didn't matter much to Nijin. He exhaled shortly and closed the history book. Thank you for the information. Was it helpful? Yes, very. Jeta smiled. But what should I do with this? It's still too early to be thankful. She signaled, and the secretary brought a wooden box. Inside the box was Nijin's armor and various equipment that had been sent for repairs, all packed in an adventure bag filled with our trading company's goods. It's a gift. The adventure bag is filled with our trading company's goods, so please make good use of it. Jeta, who stood up, unfolded the repaired armor and approached Nijin. Stay still for a moment. Raise your arms. Then she busily helped Nijin into the clothes. After checking the fit and adjusting the length of the straps, Jeta smiled faintly. It suits you well. Handing over the bag filled with adventure goods, she waved at Nijin. Then, take care on your journey. And please share your stories when you return. Oh, you must be that adventurer, Ivan. On the carriage to Regionov. In front of the carriage stood a knight who had come to meet Nijin. He was a knight dispatched by the Lord governing Regionov. He offered his hand to Nijin. "I've heard of your fame. My name is Ilef. Pleased to meet you, Sir Ilef." The two shook hands and boarded the carriage. As they rode towards the city, Nijin was able to hear stories related to the quest from Ilef. Lately, suspicious movements have been detected in the city's slums and sewers. Traces of dark magic were also found. It's being assumed to be related to the dark mage, Fauve, who fled from the Inquisitors. Do you have more information on the target? Of course. Ilef continued his explanation. Fauve is at least a 4 circles mage, with an unknown school. However, considering she killed 5 Inquisitors, she might be of a higher level. And as for special notes. Muttering to himself, Ilef spoke up. She possesses a masterpiece, Shadow Flame. The dark mage Fauve owned a masterpiece. Hearing this, Nijin immediately murmured inwardly. Do you know anything about it? I don't know this masterpiece either. Not all masterpieces were discovered in my time. Even Merlin didn't know this masterpiece. Hoping for more information, Nijin waited for the knight's further explanation, but Ilef just shook his head. I don't know its effects. Only the name, Shadow Flame, was revealed from the unearthed ruins. However, according to the testimony of an Inquisitor who survived a battle with Fauve, he briefly stated, "Don't trust what you see." Click-clack. The sound of high heels echoed deep in the sewer. Click-clack, click-clack. The sound was accompanied by someone's screams. Someone was screaming as if their throat was being torn apart, but the scream didn't spread far. Several layers of soundproof magic were in place. Only one person listened to that scream. The owner of the high heels seemed to find the scream in her ears delightfully sweet, humming a little tune. The owner of the high heels, Fauve, dragged a mutilated human deeper into the sewer, humming cheerfully. She was actually in a good mood right now. The great predecessor really laid a solid foundation. Don't you think so? The dark mages following her nodded. With 3 dark mages and 2 sacrifices in tow, she descended deeper into the sewer. Decades ago, the damned empire may have ruined the great predecessor's plan, but even that effort wasn't entirely in vain. The hidden workshop of the legendary dark mage who conspired to overthrow the state, built deep under the city by the great 7 circles dark mage, Kephalon, survived the empire's scrutiny. Even the flames ignited by the Red Tower Master couldn't burn down the workshop located at the very depths of the city. A hidden workshop of a legendary dark mage who attempted a state coup. Isn't that a drool-worthy tale? Deep in the sewer, Fauve waved her finger. Black mana rose and seeped into the wall. Click, with the sound of something being pressed, a path leading underground was created. Click-clack. Just as she was about to step onto that path, a disturbance was felt from the other side of the sewer. A soldier patrolling the sewer. The soldier, with wide eyes, attempted to signal the knight the moment he moved. Hee, Fauve chuckled. She flicked the lantern at her waist with the back of her hand. As the lantern swayed, shadows were cast in the sewer, defying the common sense that fire doesn't cast shadows, and engulfed the soldier's vision. Then, splash. The soldier abruptly threw himself into the sewer. He drowned with his head submerged in the water. There were no screams or noise in his death. Swoosh. Only the sound of flowing water echoed. Dark mages and dark magic are like a plague. In the sense that they are extremely harmful to people and, if left unchecked, can ravage a domain in no time. These were lines from the imperial history books. Numerous dark mages who read these lines rose in protest, claiming defamation, but their voices never reached the scribe who had inscribed that sentence in the history books. The reason being, those dark mages were all dead. Killed by whom? By the knights and inquisitors of the empire. The empire applies a principle of zero tolerance to dark magic and demons. Regardless of the purpose or the perpetrator, the rule was to annihilate everything associated without question or hesitation. This rule proclaimed by the empire disregarded not only social status but also national borders. Because that was the empire's mission. Why do you think it's called dark magic? Nejin, who was meditating in the carriage, listened to Merlin's voice. Merlin, sitting on a wall, spoke in a bored tone with her chin propped on her hand. Fundamentally, magic is a discipline that requires a tremendous amount of time. Unless you're a genius like me, starting from the basic characters of magic, to the intricacies of circuits, understanding of circles, the structure of spells, and so on, there's a lot to learn. Merlin shrugged her shoulders. I, being a genius, understand it all at a glance, but normally that's not the case. Let's skip the part about Merlin and get to the point. Have you been a bit cold to me lately? I've just learned when to cut you off. As Nejin murmured that, Merlin grumbled but continued her explanation. It was about dark magic. The point is this. Dark magic shortcuts the complicated process. And significantly so. What was that method? Merlin answered with a sigh. It uses live sacrifices. It shifts all the costs and processes required for casting magic onto someone else. The more sacrifices, the more powerful the effect. She drew on the ground. A human finger, ornaments made from human bones, and sometimes flasks containing living humans. These are things that dark mages always carry around. Just hearing about it made one's brows furrow. Nejin clicked his tongue and murmured. There's a reason it's called dark magic. Exactly. Anyway, Merlin muttered. That's the key to countering it. What gives dark mages an edge over ordinary mages? It's the shortcuts and enhancements in spell casting through sacrifices. Destroy all the sacrifices and items they use as mediums, and it's over. Then go boom boom like this. Merlin flicked her fingers as if setting off an explosion. This precious insight comes from dealing with numerous dark mages, so engrave it firmly in your mind. Merlin shrugged her shoulders, seemingly pleased to show off her knowledge. Regionov City. Stepping out of the carriage and following the knight's lead, Nejin arrived at a conference room where those participating in the operation had gathered. Entering the room, Nejin was greeted by a middle-aged man who seemed to be the employer. I've heard of your reputation, adventurer. The man warmly welcomed Nejin. The man, introduced as Height, was in charge of commanding this operation on behalf of Regionov City's lord. After Nejin's arrival, people continued to arrive one by one, and once the inquisitors gathered, Height explained the outline of the operation. Our target is the presumed Four Circles, Dark Mage Fauve. A notable point is that she possesses the masterpiece Shadow Flame. The explanation continued for a while. The information about Fauve was not much different from what Nejin had heard from the knight. As Height spoke, Nejin surveyed the individuals gathered in the conference room. Knights, mercenary leaders, and then the inquisitors. Nejin's gaze lingered on the inquisitors for a moment. Clad in white priest robes with blood-red embroidery. They were the battle priests of the Starblood sect, carrying sharp longswords and spears instead of the usual scriptures and maces of ordinary priests. The last confirmed location of Fauve is the sewer system. Along with sightings, traces of dark magic have continuously been found there. I think that's enough to hear. Interrupting Height's explanation, a priest stood up. He seemed to be the leader of the inquisitors, and he briefly explained to Height. We'll operate individually centered around the sewer system. The Starblood sect has its own ways. He didn't seek approval. However, neither Height nor anyone else present showed any resentment, simply nodding in agreement. After all, dealing with dark mages had always been the business of the Starblood sect. They were the experts in this field, so it seemed like they were respecting the opinion of the experts. After the sect's inquisitors left, Height continued. Although the priests from the sect are well aware, for those of you unfamiliar with dark mages, I'd like to share some cautionary points and strategies. Does anyone have any knowledge they'd like to share? Nejin raised his hand. I heard that destroying the sacrifices or mediums used by dark mages is effective in countering them. It was information from Merlin. Information from an expert who had dealt with numerous dark mages was bound to be accurate. However, upon hearing Nejin's response, Height showed a somewhat peculiar expression. Yes. Not incorrect, but that's a rather outdated method. It's hardly used these days. He awkwardly smiled, struggling to phrase it politely, but it meant that it was an old-fashioned method from long ago. Nijin inwardly murmured. Strategies against dark mages, you said. Merlin fell silent. After a moment of silence, Merlin spoke up. He doesn't know because he's ignorant. That's how it was done in my time. Nijin realized the need to filter the information from Merlin, who had been active almost 1,000 years ago. If you're looking for information useful in dealing with dark mages, I've summarized it here. It might be helpful to read through it once. And after distributing some documents, Height took a deep breath. Adventurer Ivan, please come this way. I have something to discuss separately. Nijin nodded. After the mercenary leader and knights left, Height shared the special conditions tied to this quest with Nijin alone. So, Nijin summarized what he had heard. You're saying it would be best if the job were done as quickly as possible, preferably faster than the Inquisitors. Exactly. Height nodded. The faster the speed, the higher the reward for the quest, he promised. Why hire you, an adventurer, when the job could have been left solely to the Inquisitors? To resolve this matter as swiftly as possible. The reason he explained was mostly as follows. 5 Inquisitors had already been killed by Fauve. If that number increased or Fauve's estimated threat level rose, it would be very troublesome. It would be troublesome? Nijin inquired about the reason. With a deep sigh, Height responded. The Inquisitor General of the Starblood sect would take action. The Inquisitor General of the Starblood sect. That was a being even Nijin was aware of. The Inquisitor General. Eurasian. Yes, that's correct. The Starlight Order has the Lighthouse Keeper, the Starbody Order has the Star Embodiment, and the Starblood sect has the Inquisitor General. Sword Master, Eurasian. Nijin had also come across information about this being known as a murderer. Eurasian was among the candidates who could pull out the Excalibur. If there's a dark mage of a certain threat level, she takes action personally. Even though it's not an issue warranting the movement of a sword master, Eurasian would move. If she finds a reason to stain her sword with blood, she would gladly take steps. And if that happens, everything is over. The Inquisitor General of the Starblood sect possesses immunity and extrajudicial rights, including the right to execute summary judgments, even greater than those held by the Pope of the sect. The moment such a person sets foot in a domain, it turns into utter chaos. It's not for no reason that there's a saying about burning down a domain just to catch one dark mage. The Lord wishes to wrap up this matter cleanly before the Inquisitor General takes action. The moment Eurasian moves, the domain would become a sea of blood, and all businesses in the thriving commercial city would be frozen. Height was explaining that he had hired Nijin to prevent such an outcome from spreading. Then, am I not enough alone? Hearing the story, Nijin tilted his head. Not that he doubted his own skills, but if what Height said was true, wouldn't he alone be insufficient? If they were so worried, shouldn't they have hired more people? Ah, no need to worry about that. To Nijin's question, Height smiled. We've hired another very skilled adventurer from the City of Adventurers to work with you, Ivan. You should probably move together with that person. He's probably waiting for you. Saying so, Height opened the door and stepped outside. Following him, Nijin arrived at a spot where a man with a deeply hooded poncho was standing. The man looked at Nijin without a word. The moment their gazes met, Nijin felt a chill run down his spine. It was a chilling gaze, akin to that of a predatory animal. Feeling such eeriness for a moment, Nijin narrowed his eyes. Nijin recognized the man's appearance. He had seen it in a portrait hanging in the central guild. The moment their gazes met, Nijin recalled the man's name. Capman Theosis. Hawkeye, Capman Theosis. One of the 5 white-ranked adventurers in the city. Hawkeye, Capman Theosis. Nijin was well aware of the stories about this adventurer, who was once a ranger of the Techo mountain range. The white-ranked adventurers of the City of Adventurers were all celebrities, and Nijin had a personal interest in Capman, a man said to be a ranger. And when it comes to rangers, the first thing Nijin thinks of is Horus, one of the rulers of the underground city. Of course, he's incomparable to Horus. Apart from that, Nejin had some interest in the combat style of those called rangers. While gazing at each other, Capman approached Nejin first. With each step he took, the nameplate hanging on his neck swayed. A pure white nameplate. It was proof of being a Whitehorn-ranked adventurer, the pinnacle of Cambria. Confirming that his guess was not wrong, Nejin also stepped towards Capman. Thump. Capman, who stopped in the middle, extended his hand to Nejin first, seemingly offering a handshake. Nejin took his hand. Capman was the first to speak. I've heard the stories. Red-ranked adventurer, Ivan. It seems we'll be joining forces this time. I am Capman Theosis. Do I need an introduction? Nejin shook his head. I'm well aware of the stories. I look forward to working with you. Good to hear you're quick on the uptake. First off, we'll also infiltrate the sewer system to pursue the Dark Mage. You've heard about the quest, right? The employer says speed is of the essence, so plan to move quickly. Capman pointed to the entrance leading to the sewer system. We'll outpace the Inquisitors. We'll swiftly assassinate the Dark Mage foe before she causes more casualties. Understood? He quickly summarized the key points. Nejin nodded. Good. Let's get moving. There was no need for further small talk. Just as they were about to pass the entrance to the sewer system, Capman loaded an arrow into his ballista and asked Nejin. Do you need a lantern? I have good night vision, so I don't need one, but you might. I tend to see well in the dark too, so I think I'll be fine. Is that so? Well then. Capman looked at the darkness enveloping the sewer and let out a slight chuckle. Either way, be careful. Click, the heavy sound of the crossbow being loaded echoed. In such dark sewers, no one knows who will become the prey and who will be the hunter. Ranger. Nejin didn't know much about them. The basic knowledge was that rangers perform dirtier and darker tasks than knights. That was all he knew about them, including their excellence in undercover operations, assassinations, setting traps, and ambushes. Rangers are tricky. And to add a bit more. Indeed, tricky. It's hard to put into words, but rangers are troublesome. You know that famous saying, right? Not all battles are divided by realms. That's bullshit in most cases, but not when you're dealing with rangers. It was information he had heard from Ivan and often. They are hunters. Rangers are hunters. Does a hunter confront a beast head-on? Facing a wild boar and swinging a sword directly at it is just crazy, not hunting. Hunters thoroughly hunt. Knowing the target's habits, characteristics, movements, routes, quirks, and even the slightest weaknesses. Ivan pointed his finger at Nejin's temple. Bang! Ivan made a gesture of firing a crossbow, chuckling. And finally, pulling the trigger. Click. Nejin turned his head at the sound of loading from behind. There stood Capman, loading an arrow into his crossbow. Although the crossbow wasn't aimed at him, Nejin felt an eerie chill. What's that? It's a unique crossbow. Nejin changed the subject. I've never seen such a large crossbow before. Of course. It's usually mounted on walls. What Capman held was a large crossbow. It was similar in size to a ballista used for interception on walls, but Capman moved around with the crossbow slung over his shoulder as if it wasn't heavy at all. Ordinary strength wouldn't suffice. The image of someone holding such a large crossbow with both hands without a stand, shooting arrows, didn't quite fit in Nejin's mind. The recoil would likely knock them back or cause them to fall. An impossible feat for an ordinary human. Such acts were done with ease by superhumans, and sword seekers were close to superhumans. For a martial artist of their caliber, it probably wasn't difficult. Nejin and Capman walked silently along the sewer. They needed to go deeper into the underground sewer. Swoosh! The sound of water flowing in the sewer was audible, but their footsteps were not. Both of them were skilled in concealing their presence. Nejin, leading the way, did not notice Capman's gaze closely observing his footsteps from behind. Were you part of the covert unit? Capman, who had been observing Nejin, asked curtly. Nejin stopped walking at the sudden question. Keep walking. We can talk while walking. I asked if you were part of the covert unit. Your walk resembles that of the Order's covert unit. It's similar. No, even better than theirs. Capman muttered indifferently. You seem to have quite a story. Why bring that up all of a sudden? Unknown identity. No records. Age, name, and even realm unclear. It's just because a noble of some significance from the Cambria Foundation vouched for you. Capman murmured and then chuckled. Otherwise, you would have had a tough time. I'm speaking from experience. I also suffered a bit when I entered in disguise. Eventually, it all came to light. You know who I am, right? Saying so, Capman exhaled a long, very long breath. Don't expect a response to that question, no need to rack your brain. Just think of it as an old man's rambling. Is that so? That's how it is. When you reach my age, you'll find yourself talking more. Even when there's no need to share stories, you end up chatting away. The underground sewer stretched endlessly downward. Is it because it's so quiet, or does it make people more sentimental? Sometimes I even find myself talking to the targets of my assignments. As there was still some distance to the deeper parts of the sewer, Capman continued the conversation. It was more like talking to himself than seeking communication. You get curious, right? Ah, how did this guy live his life? What kind of life did he lead to end up in this situation? Just listening to their stories. Click, and Capman aimed the crossbow at Nijin. Like this, aiming a crossbow. That is such a bad hobby. A bad hobby, indeed. But if they have any last words before dying, I should listen, right? No matter how miserably they've lived, a person should be able to leave some last words. Capman looked at Nijin's hands. Even though he playfully aimed the crossbow, Nijin's hand resting on his waist had already half-drawn his sword. If Capman were to fire the crossbow, Nijin would respond immediately. He has quick reflexes. Capman lowered the crossbow with a smile. Of course, dark mages are an exception, so don't worry. Why are dark mages an exception? You're asking the obvious. Didn't I say it? If they're a person, they can leave last words. Nijin blinked, and Capman answered. Dark mages aren't human. They're beastly bastards, like dogs that don't know gratitude. Capman spat out as if chewing on the words. The voice carried venom, a muttering filled with deep resentment. It seemed he had had some unpleasant encounters with dark mages. That's what Nijin thought. It's starting to appear. That iron grate looks like the entrance. Lead the way. I'll cover the back. As they continued their conversation and walked, they eventually reached the deepest part of the underground sewer. Passing through a twisted iron grate, Nijin thought to himself. It's damn wide. Was it because it spanned the entire city? The size of the sewer was terrifyingly vast. Not just that, this sewer was constructed when the city was occupied by the Circle of Dark Mages, Kephalon, in the past. From the beginning, this sewer was designed to hide dark magic research facilities and foundations and for Kephalon and his disciples to hide and hold out. Thus, the structure of the sewer was like a maze, reminiscent of spider webs or anthills. How could one find a dark mage in such a maze? The flowing water and damp air erased all traces, rendering the usual tracking skills useless in this space. Where to start? Nijin pondered, but his contemplation didn't last long. There was no need to search for traces. Creak. Creak. Beyond the sound of flowing water, the sound of dragging feet was heard. Nijin looked towards the sound. There stood a guard. The uniform was that of the city's guard, but the flesh was bluish and the complexion deathly pale. It was not a living soldier. It was a moving corpse. The magic that moves corpses. In the Empire, it's considered taboo, and naturally, the only ones who violate this taboo are dark mages. Sure enough, beyond the corpse, two dark mages in robes were seen. Clang, the moment Nijin drew his sword. The dark mages swung their staffs. The water flowing in the sewer began to bubble, and corpses started to emerge from the water. Their movement signified one thing. They had no intention of hiding or running away. They chose to intercept the intruders, as if they owned this sewer. Regardless of their intention, the same thought crossed Nijin and Catman's minds as they looked at the horde of corpses. This just got easier. At least they saved them the trouble of searching. The only magic Nijin had ever experienced was the blood-based magic used by the alchemist of the underground city, drugmaker Hakan. Even that, strictly speaking, was more akin to alchemy, making it a stretch to call it magic. So, strictly speaking, this was his first time seeing proper magic. Nijin looked beyond the moving corpses. The reanimated corpses were merely a front line. Behind them were dark mages preparing their magic. Dark mana surged. The surging mana coalesced in the air. What appeared as the mana came together were two rings. The rings, or circles, as mages call them. The moment the strange characters engraved on the ring sparkled, Nijin's body reflexively moved. Swoosh! What shot through the air was a stake made of bone. A stake resembling a human spine thudded into the spot where Nijin had just stood. Typical of the necromancy school. A voice echoed in Nijin's ears. Controlling corpses, sacrificing their bodies to cast magic, very typical of necromancers. Listening to the voice, Nijin assumed his stance. He wasn't sure how the magic was shot, but he could see the flow of mana vibrating the air. The basic means of attack are bone stakes. See them pulling out bones over there? The corpses blocking your way are not only a front line but also a medium for their dark magic. Sword aura formed on Nijin's sword. The next magic coming is, aha. He bent his knees and lowered his stance. With his sword drawn back, Nijin narrowed his eyes. Bone swamp. Jump. The moment Nijin kicked off the ground, bone stakes sprouted from the floor almost simultaneously. A spell to block a swordsman's approach. Transforming the terrain into a trap, intercepting from a distance, a very standard tactic. But if you know about it, it's not hard to counter. As he kicked off the ground, Nijin began to run along the sewer wall. Physical abilities close to those of a sword seeker and innate balance allowed him to run on the wall almost as fast as if he were sprinting on the ground. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Bone stakes belatedly sprang up on the sewer wall as well, but again, too late. By the time the stakes had emerged, Nijin had already leaped into the midst of the corpses. The dark mages hastily swung their staves. The corpses swelled up, and then, with a thud, exploded, scattering their bone fragments in all directions. Necromancers of the necromancy school become more troublesome the more corpses they have to use as mediums. With this many corpses, they could easily grind down a warrior. As the corpses exploded, the dark mage thought so. Until, that is, they saw Nijin hanging upside down, having driven his sword into the ceiling. When did he? The dark mage's reaction speed couldn't keep up with Nijin's movements, and by the time he cast his spell, Nijin was already not there. As if he knew what was going to happen. It's over. What now echoed in Nijin's ears was Merlin's voice. What he saw were the flows of mana. He knew when the magic would be shot. And Merlin whispered to him the form of that magic. In other words, it was as if he knew, in which direction, what trajectory, and, at what moment, the opponent's sword would come. If he knew, there was no reason he couldn't counter. There's no losing to a dark mage. Hanging upside down from the ceiling, Nijin bent his knees. Is this what you meant? You shouldn't lose to a low-level mage, out of ignorance. Well, you probably could have done without my help anyway. And then, bang. Nijin kicked off the ceiling. Diving diagonally towards the dark mage, he was like an arrow shot from a bow. The dark mage tried to shoot bone stakes, pull in corpses, but Nijin twisted his body in mid-air, swinging his sword. The moment the sword aura-laden blade touched them, the bone stakes turned to dust and disappeared. The moment the spinning sword swept by, the corpses blocking the way were all split apart. Sword aura, capable of slicing through stone walls and even steel, couldn't possibly be stopped by mere corpses. Squeak. The view opened up in an instant. The moment Nijin landed right in front of the dark mage's eyes widened. The moment a swordsman is allowed to approach, the battlefield becomes disadvantageous for the mage. And the dark mage had no means to overturn this disadvantage. Nijin's sword sliced through the dark mage's wrist. Blowing away the wrist holding the staff, Nijin reached out his hand. To cast magic, a mage needs fingers, a staff, or a mouth, as Merlin said. Unless they're an archmage, they're bound by syllables and circuits. Block all of that, and they can't cast magic, right? The hand and staff were blown away. What remained was the mouth. Nijin slapped the dark mage's chin with his palm, silencing that mouth. Then, gripping the dark mage's face, Nijin immobilized him. The dark mage's eyes fluttered as he was subdued in an instant. Regardless, Nijin glanced to the side. There were two dark mages welcoming them. One was subdued by Nijin, but what about the other? The answer lay a short distance away. Cough, cough. A dark mage embedded in the wall. A giant arrow was lodged in his abdomen, piercing through and deeply embedded in the wall. The arrow, having passed through the abdomen and stuck in the wall, made the dark mage look like a pinned insect. The scene created by a single arrow was chilling. Following the trajectory of the arrow, countless bodies were split into upper and lower halves. It looked as if they had exploded. But upon closer inspection, it was evident they had been pierced by the arrow. Capman stood expressionlessly at the end of the arrow's path. He loaded another arrow and stepped forward. Click. The sound of heels echoed in the sewer. Nijin's head whipped around. The sound came from a path turning to the right. The path was bent, so the figure wasn't visible, but the shadow cast on the wall was. The presence of a shadow meant there was light. Holding a lantern or something, the shadow flickered. As Nijin was about to step towards the shadow, discarding the subdued dark mage. Swoosh! An arm stretched out from the bent path. Hiding the body, only the arm of the shadow's owner reached out. In that hand was a lantern. A lantern burning with blue flames. The blue flames flickered. The flickering flame imprinted on Nijin's retina. Burning flames. A flickering lantern. And the giant shadow cast. The shadow cast on the sewer wall took the shape of flames. The shadow of fire covered the sewer. And then, whoosh! The shadow flame engulfed Nijin. Nijin's exceptional reflexes turned out to be a double-edged sword. When an arm stretched out from the curved path in the underground sewer, Nijin instinctively widened his eyes to identify and prepare for what was held in that hand. Indeed, his reflexes were remarkable and his intention succeeded. But success doesn't always mean it's the best outcome. Nijin saw the lantern held in the outstretched hand. The flame burning eerily blue within the lantern flickered. The moment the flickering flame was reflected in Nijin's eyes, he felt as if the world had turned upside down. He could see the eerily burning flame. The burning flame cast shadows. The shadow flame was imprinted on Nijin's retina. The change occurred in an instant. First, his sense of balance was lost, second, the scenery he saw with his eyes distorted, and third, his internal sensations became a mess. Am I standing? Have I fallen? Or is it something else? A confusion of sight and sensation. Nijin. Yet the voice echoing within him remained undistorted. It was not heard with the ears but was a resonance of the soul. As Merlin's voice echoed, Nijin clenched his teeth. Even amidst the chaos of his senses, Nijin felt something approaching him. Trusting his intuition, Nijin extended his arm and kicked the ground. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Bone stakes shot towards Nijin, embedding themselves in his body. However, the bone stake aimed at his face was blocked by Nijin's outstretched hand, and his kick off the ground prevented the stakes from piercing any vital points. An astonishing movement given the disarray of his vision and senses. But that was all. Nijin, who had leaped without seeing his surroundings, plunged into the waterway of the sewer. Splash, and then swoosh. Almost simultaneously as Nijin fell into the water, an arrow was shot. The arrow, flying through the air, burst through the corpses blocking the way and headed towards the hand holding the lantern. Yet, the arrow did not pierce the arm. Creak, creak, creak. A protective spell cast over the arm caught the arrow. Soon, with a loud crack, the spell shattered. That a single arrow could destroy a mage's protective barrier was astonishing, but it didn't improve the situation. Click. And then she revealed herself around the bend. Holding the eerily burning lantern and adorned with ornaments made of human bones, the dark mage Fauve smiled. Quite impressive. A bracelet snapped and fell to the ground. It was a bracelet that had absorbed the impact of the protective spell. A bracelet that could withstand 4 strikes from an average sword expert was destroyed in one hit. An impressive force, but Fauve seemed merely amused, not significantly perturbed. She still had many relics on her person. Fauve looked leisurely at the ranger aiming a crossbow at her and smiled. But is that okay? Your companion has already fallen into the sewer. Aren't you going to save him? With that, she tapped her staff on the ground. Rings of magic appeared behind her. Fauve swayed the lantern she held, smiling. Falling into the water after being affected by this once. You'll never be able to climb out. If you don't go save him now, he'll drown. Shouldn't you dive in after him? A single ring. Bone stakes. Swoosh, as the bone stakes shot through the air towards Capman, he pulled the trigger of his crossbow. With a loud thud, his poncho fluttered from the recoil. Crash. The arrow shattered the bone stakes. The arrow, slicing through the cloud of bone dust, stopped right in front of Fauve. This time, the arrow could not break through Fauve's barrier. The focused barrier in front of her caught the arrow. So cold-hearted. I'm not fond of men without loyalty. Fauve clicked her tongue, aiming her staff. But what to do? There's nothing more helpless than an archer without a vanguard. 1, 2, 3. 3 rings of magic rose behind her. Not just the rings appeared behind her, but also 2 dark mages and corpses with their eyes rolled back emerged from the curved path. The corpses were a mix of knights and inquisitors. They were either the first to rush in or those recently defeated by the dark mages. Watching this, Capman clicked his tongue. Things just got more troublesome. Ranger, Capman Theosis, assessed the situation. 2 dark mages of the 2nd circle. 1 dark mage of the 4th circle, and over 20 corpses they could utilize as mediums. This alone would make them difficult to confront without preparation. And they possess a masterpiece too. The lantern-shaped masterpiece, Shadow Flame. The precise effects of this masterpiece were unknown. However, seeing how Nijin lost his balance and fell into the water when the lantern flickered, it was likely a hallucinogenic or sensory disruption type. The flame in Fauve's lantern was nearly extinguished. Observing the flame slowly growing in size, it seemed the relic required a recharge time. With this in mind, Capman exhaled deeply. A challenging opponent. And this was their territory. They had yet to fully assess their prey and were at a disadvantageous battlefield. But, so what? Capman was a ranger, and before that, a soldier. He had fought more in unfavorable conditions than favorable ones. What mattered was turning the situation around. The corpses rushed towards Capman. The knight and inquisitor corpses stood guarding Fauve, while the dark mages behind the advancing corpses chanted their spells. Setting up a vanguard and preparing powerful magic. Even as dark mages, they resorted to conventional tactics. Tisk. Capman clicked his tongue and pulled the trigger of the ballista, letting his body go with the recoil. There was no need for precise aim against the corpses charging head-on. Thud. With the recoil, Capman was pushed significantly back. As he retreated, he let go of the ballista. The ballista fell to the ground with a thud, and Capman's hand had already reached inside his poncho. What emerged from the poncho was a throwing dagger. The dagger thudded into the corpses, significantly reduced in number by the large arrow. Between the corpses that fell with pierced heads, Capman gained a clear view. Fauve and 2 dark mages gathered together, with her pointing a staff at them. Blood droplets floated above the staff Fauve aimed. Capman knew what that magic was. A favorite of blood alchemists and necromancers. Blood-based magic, requiring a large amount of blood, difficult for anyone but those of the blood sect to use, but not for dark mages. They didn't need to use their own blood. There were corpses that hadn't been hit by the dagger or arrow, their skin shriveled up. As if all the blood had been drained from them. The blood extracted from the corpses swirled above Fauve's staff. 3 rings of magic. 3 circle magic, blood ray. The spell came as its name suggested. A ray of blood shot from the tip of the staff. Capman was well aware of this spell, favored by dark mages, and he knew how to counter it as well. As he lowered his stance, Capman flicked his fingers. The throwing daggers embedded in the corpses glowed a pale blue. Capman might not have been a mage, but he knew how to handle magical artifacts. The more weapons at his disposal, the better. The spell engraved on the 5 daggers was refraction. The pale blue glowing daggers refracted the blood ray. Dodging the zigzagging ray, Capman extended his arm forward. His target was the dark mages standing beside Fauve. Thwack. An arrow shot from the crossbow mounted on his forearm. The arrow disrupted the dark mage's chanting. With the few seconds gained, Capman drew the great bow slung on his back and knocked an arrow to the string. The action, repeated thousands, if not tens of thousands of times, was smooth, and the bowstring was pulled to its limit. Screech. The refracted blood ray, melting the sewer walls, circled back. The deadly ray returned at a terrifying speed. Before the ray could reach his back, Capman aimed to thin their numbers. Just as he was about to release the bowstring. Gurgle. An unexpected sound was heard. Something burst through the water, breaking the surface tension. Splashing water droplets, Nijin emerged from the sewer, bone stakes embedded in his body, already wrapped in sword aura. Spinning in mid-air, Nijin planted his sword into the sewer ceiling. Securing the sword in the ceiling and retracting the sword aura, Nijin then planted his feet on the ceiling. All this happened in 1 second. The sword, once again wrapped in glowing sword aura, was drawn from the ceiling. With the sword in hand, Nijin kicked off the ceiling, charging towards Fauve. Fauve, who had been aiming at Capman, swiftly redirected her staff towards Nijin. Just as the blood ray, scraping the sewer walls, was about to target Nijin. Swoosh. Capman released the bowstring in an instant decision. The arrow targeted Fauve's staff. The ray of blood, emanating from the staff's tip, began to melt the arrow, but before it could completely dissolve, the arrow struck the end of the staff. The trajectory of the staff, aimed at Nijin, was altered. The blood ray narrowly missed Nijin by a hair's breadth, and he, twisting his body, swung his sword. A brilliant arc of white sword aura traced a semicircular path. The sword aura, swung in an arc, struck down upon the protective spell around Fauve. The spell, which could have easily withstood 4 blows from an expert, could not withstand Nijin's strike. Crack. Nijin's sword strike broke through the defense. Just as the tumultuous sword aura was about to reach Fauve's neck, a loud explosion of the protective spell occurred. 2-circle spell, barrier of rejection. The resulting repulsion force pushed Nijin significantly backward. He was propelled back to where Capman stood, exhaling deeply. There, Capman looked at Nijin with a bemused expression. "You've managed to survive, impressively." A murmur of disbelief. Nijin didn't mention how, upon falling into the water, he had instinctively thrust his aura-wrapped sword into the wall and moved blindly against the current. He merely relayed brief information. That hallucination lasts about 1 minute and 30 seconds. From the moment his senses twisted, Nijin had been silently counting. The duration of the masterpiece's effect, whatever it was that caused the shadow flame. Sharing this timing, Nijin gasped for breath. Bone stakes were still embedded in his body, and his breathing was harsh from holding his breath underwater. His condition wasn't great, a result of receiving a critical hit during their first encounter without any information. As Nijin removed the bone stakes from his body, he regulated his breathing. "Capman, sir. Speak. How many can you handle?" "You first." Nijin, sword in hand, gazed ahead. The 2 dark mages gathered with Fauve and their summoned corpses seemed somewhat challenging to handle alone. This crazy bastard. While the 2 conversed, Fauve glared at Nijin, eyes wide with fury. Despite using the barrier of rejection, Nijin's sword aura had managed to graze her skin just before she was pushed away. Blood dripped from her neck as she pressed her palm against it, grinding her teeth. She cursed under her breath while roughly tapping the lantern at her waist. The fully recharged shadow flame flickered eerily blue once more. As Capman was about to close his eyes at the sight of the flickering lantern, Nijin's voice reached him. "I'll take care of her." Capman heard Nijin's voice. "Handle the rest as you see fit." "What?" A tone of command. Before Capman could retort, questioning the sanity of such a statement, Nijin stomped on the ground. A loud thud resonated, and cracks spread across the sewer floor. A burst of acceleration. Nijin surged forward. Capman, with his eyes closed, didn't see it, but he gasped. The fleeting presence he felt was too ferocious. With the ground as his launch pad, Nijin sprinted forward. Rapidly drawing mana, Nijin's speed rivaled that of a sword seeker. The dark mages couldn't follow his movement with their eyes. By the time they realized, Nijin was already upon them. However, the corpses of the knights and inquisitors managed to react to Nijin's movement, albeit belatedly. They swung their swords at Nijin, and Fove extended her lantern towards him. But Nijin had already closed his eyes. He could feel their presence even with his eyes shut. Nijin took another step forward, maintaining his momentum and swinging his sword. As the barrier of rejection shattered, attempting to push Nijin back, he reached out with his hand. The repulsion from the barrier of rejection occurs twice. The first instance focuses on the weapon that broke the barrier, occurring instantly, and the second, a wider repulsion, follows shortly after. Having heard this from Merlin and just experienced it, Nijin seized the opportunity. Having experienced it, he swung his sword with one hand. The sword that broke the barrier, and his left hand holding the sword, were flung back, but his right hand remained. Nijin's extended right hand grasped Fove's collar. As the repulsion force began to push Nijin back, Fove's neck tightened in the grip of her robe. Gak! Her breathing disrupted, her magical power scattered. Nijin wouldn't miss this opportunity. He drove his foot down, leveraging the repulsion to hurl Fove away. Fove was thrown far into the distance. She was separated from the assisting dark mage and the protective corpses. The knight corpse swung its sword and the inquisitor brandished its spear, but by then, Nijin was already sprinting towards the isolated Fove. Nijin charged at Fove, still with his eyes closed. Fove clenched her teeth as she watched Nijin, who was running towards her with his eyes still closed. Was he planning to fight blindfolded? Let's see if he could manage that. As she caressed her neck and swung the lantern vigorously, she thought to herself. The shadow flame was a masterpiece. If simply closing one's eyes could neutralize it, it wouldn't be called a masterpiece. The moment he falls for it again. This time, she would pierce his torso with a beam of blood. As a smile formed on Fove's lips at this thought, Nijin opened his eyes. He then stared directly into the flickering flame. His eyes, wide open, were tinted with a platinum hue. There are things called masterpieces. They are the 47 weapons forged by the primordial blacksmith, artifacts that can cause miraculous phenomena. There has always been debate on whether to classify these as mere weapons or as sacred relics. It's no wonder. Some took the form of spears and swords, while others resembled lanterns, monocles, and even decorative timepieces. However, everyone agreed that masterpieces were dangerous because they harbored mysteries. The concept of mystery was only defined thousands of years after the masterpieces were created, by the grand sorceress Merlin herself. According to her, mystery meant the following. Unbound by rules. Beyond the realm of common sense. Rules as natural as fire burning and ice being cold, or shadows falling opposite to the light. Mysteries break free from such constraints. In other words, they are things that defy common sense. Concepts beyond common sense. Weapons imbued with such concepts. Such items could not be anything but dangerous. Take, for example, a child holding a masterpiece bookmark that killed a warrior of sword seeker caliber. The peril speaks for itself. Masterpieces disregard power disparities. They shatter norms and turn the tide of battle. If one does not understand the mystery within a masterpiece, battling an opponent armed with one becomes exceedingly arduous. Hence, most warriors preferred to avoid confrontations with those wielding masterpieces, especially the less-known ones. This was a logical decision. The usual way to learn a masterpiece's mystery was through direct confrontation, which often resulted in death for those who faced it. The fourth masterpiece, Bookmark. It took the lives of 68 knights before its mystery was uncovered. Naturally, no warrior wished to be among those 68. It was wiser to wait for someone else to decipher the masterpiece's mystery at the cost of their life. Of course, it goes without saying. Mirages. Exceptions always exist in the world. There are those who can perceive the mysteries with just one glance, without needing to face them repeatedly. The Grand Sorceress is one such individual. The mystery within that masterpiece is mirages. Merlin, who defined mysteries, explained to Nijin. It confuses your sight and senses. But not both simultaneously. If you stare into the fire, sight gets disrupted. And if you step on the shadow flame, your sense of touch gets jumbled. See or step on or swallow. Unfortunately, you can't avoid the shadows here. Merlin clicked her tongue. There were many reasons the opponent hid in the sewers, but this underground waterway was too advantageous for using that masterpiece. But it's not without a solution. Do you remember what I told you before? As Nijin charged towards Fauve, he thought to himself. He remembered. And he knew what she was about to say. Nijin opened his eyes, which he had shut. As soon as he did, he became aware of the flow coursing through his body. It was the starlight that had been within him since that day. Hidden and invisible to others, but undeniably present within him, shining more brilliantly than anything else in the world, was the starlight flowing within Nijin. Your body is no different from Excalibur's scabbard. It might have been hard to perceive when you were an expert. Merlin smiled. Do you feel it now? He had awakened fragments of imagery. He was at the threshold of becoming a sword seeker. During this process, Nijin's soul and body had undoubtedly grown, and growth was also a process of becoming aware of the hidden aspects within oneself. Now, he could feel it. The light that dwelled in his soul. Something beyond his control, vast and intense starlight. But he could grasp a small handful of it, enough to wield it. He couldn't clothe his entire body with a handful of starlight. The use of starlight was limited to a certain range. And where to use it had already been decided. Starlight resided in Nijin's pupils. His platinum-blonde eyes stared directly into the flames burning on the lantern. When swallowed by the cast shadow flame, his senses were shaken, but his vision remained steady. Excalibur exists above all masterpieces. The sword of the star stands above all. How could any mere masterpiece compare with Excalibur? Since Excalibur was a concept above masterpieces. Merlin smirked, and Nijin surged forward. His senses may have been jumbled, but his vision was clear. Though his body moved contrary to his will, adjusting was not difficult since he could see the movements with his own eyes. Boom! Nijin accelerated with a leap from the ground. Fauve's eyes widened as she saw Nijin, who dared to charge head-on even after gazing at the masterpiece. This madman! Fauve swung her staff. Above her, circles of magic flickered, casting spells. Bone stakes. Bone swamp. Spells to halt the charge and buy time. The instantly cast spells attempted to block Nijin's path, but Nijin didn't slow down in the slightest. He could see them. If he could see, then slicing through was the solution. The bone stakes were swept away by Nijin's sword aura, turning into dust. The bone swamp that covered the floor, walls, and ceiling was no different. Nijin didn't stop to swing his sword, the motion of swinging and stepping forward were indistinguishable. Swoosh! With each swing of his sword, chunks of bones were swept away. Fauve's spells couldn't hold back Nijin's steps for even a second. Fauve felt a chill as she saw Nijin, with wide eyes, charging towards her. What is this? What exactly is this? Fauve felt a chill. Despite her efforts to throw off his senses and vision with the masterpiece, he charged forward as if unaffected, shattering her restraining spells with terrifying speed. What is this? The spells meant to buy time for chanting higher circle spells didn't grant her even a second. By the time she blinked, he had already closed the distance. Kong! Nejin's sword shattered Fauve's barrier. As the barrier broke, a repulsion field was generated, but the situation remained unchanged. Gah! Fauve was thrown aside, the delayed repulsion force making her drift further from her group, pushing her into a corner. This madman! She cursed inwardly. Normally, the repulsion barrier isn't something to be used lightly. Maintaining protective spells consumes circles, reducing combat effectiveness and computational capacity for spells. That's why, for most mages, protective spells are merely a precautionary measure. Carrying multiple layers of protection is only possible for archmages of the 6th circle or higher, overflowing with computational capacity and circles. But Fauve could use the repulsion barrier multiple times because of the artifacts she wore. The relics hidden by the 7th circle dark mage, Cephalon. Cephalon's workshop, hidden in this sewer, overflowed with such relics. The artifacts she had acquired in just a few days of exploration were impressive. Such relics could only be worn by a tower master's apprentice. Relics of this caliber obtained in mere days. That's why Fauve was reluctant to abandon this workshop. Greater relics must be hidden deeper within. Therefore, she chose to intercept her pursuers. She believed she could advance her realm here if she bought enough time. By time, elevate her realm, and then leave this city. That was Fauve's original plan. But now, that plan was crumbling due to the mad swordsman charging at her. I shouldn't be losing. Why? Fauve sweated coldly. Her threat level was known to the public as a 4th circle, so at best, a sword seeker level warrior was expected to come after her. And she was confident she wouldn't lose to a sword seeker. With the masterpiece, numerous relics, her following of dark mages, and the undead army at her disposal, she believed she could easily handle a sword seeker. But what was happening now? Kong! Another repulsion barrier was stripped away. Ugh! Thrown again. When she came to, nearly all the relics she wore were shattered. The price of maintaining the repulsion barrier had taken its toll. Only 4 uses left. And even that number was rapidly dwindling. Fauve gritted her teeth and chanted a spell. Harassment was useless. It was better to assume the barrier would break and land a heavy blow. Fauve's circle glowed blood red. 3 circle magic, blood ray. There was still blood extracted from the corpses. The swirling blood shone and was launched towards Nejin. The blood ray dyed the sewer red. As expected of a 3rd circle spell known for its exceptional power, its destructive force was incomparable to the harassment spells. Screech! It melted everything in its path. The surface of the sewer scorched by the blood ray boiled and steamed, and the walls it touched melted. A spell that inflicted fatal wounds with just a brush. Capman had countered it with a magic-imbued dagger, but Nejin had no means to deflect it. Fauve thought so, but she overlooked Nejin's physical capabilities, reaction speed, and dynamic vision. The moment Fauve's staff glowed blood red, Nejin was already moving. The blood ray was fired from the tip of the staff. Predicting its path, he moved ahead of it. As the light flashed, Nejin crouched and leaped, the ray and its scorching heat passing just above his head. But Fauve wasn't just a passive observer. She moved her staff, adjusting the ray's trajectory. However, it was futile. Nejin's eyes were fixed on the tip of Fauve's staff. Predicting the blood ray's path from the staff's movement was not difficult. Running up the walls, Nejin closed the distance once again. And then, Kong! Another repulsion barrier was stripped away. Only 3 barriers remained. Fauve's eyes began to waver. She sensed it. If things continued this way, she would be defeated. He's insane. It was supposed to be her with the upper hand, holding the variables, but instead, the other side was creating variables. They were far from the main force, and no one could come to help her. The distance from the corpses she could use for magic had also increased, preventing her from firing any more blood rays. The advantages she had were disappearing one by one. Death was approaching. The mad swordsman was coming to cut her down. As she continued to retreat, she discovered a passage leading to Kephalon's hidden workshop. Using this passage now would leave traces and eventually expose the facility, but there was no time to consider such things. She struck the wall with her staff as she fled. Black mana coiled around the wall, and the passage leading underground creaked open. Fauve leaped towards the passage. As she passed through, the door that began to close was met by Nijin throwing himself at it. Then, Kwong. The door leading to the workshop closed firmly. Dark, damp, and unsettling. As Nijin entered the workshop, his senses immediately went on high alert. The aura pervading this space was ominous. All workshops of dark mages are like this. This seems to be the workshop hidden by that Kephalon or whatever his name was. Ignoring Merlin's words, Nijin pursued Fauve. It was pitch black without a single light, but Nijin could clearly see Fauve fleeing. Thud. Nijin, leaping from the ground, swung his sword towards the fleeing Fauve's back. Now accustomed to the repulsion created by the repulsion barrier, instead of being thrown, Nijin kicked Fauve's back. Ugh! Fauve tumbled to the ground, hitting something and causing it to break. Then, a crunching sound followed as a relic shattered. -2 left. Merlin, counting the relics, commented. Nijin, sword in hand, approached Fauve. The tide had turned, and the effects of the masterpiece were wearing off, returning his senses to normal. It was time to end this tiresome chase, Nijin concluded. Heh, hee hee. Then, laughter echoed. Nijin narrowed his eyes. Fauve, slowly rising, let out a laugh. Had she lost her mind? No, that didn't seem to be the case. You shouldn't have followed me in here. It wasn't just bravado. Fauve chuckled and slammed her staff down. Behind her, circles began to rise. 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Fauve revealed all 4 circles. The light emitted by the circles brightened the surroundings. And the revealed scene was filled with horrors. Traces of biological experiments. Materials for black magic lay scattered around. Didn't you hear that stepping into a mage's workshop won't end well for you? A mage's workshop. Their domain, prepared with countless spells. Moreover, this was the workshop of Kephalon, a 7th circle dark mage. It's all over, you crazy swordsman. Fauve smirked and swung her staff. Mana spread out from her, and the mediums scattered around the workshop began to sparkle. The 4 circles spun wildly, quickly weaving a spell. Sparks flew from the spinning circles, assisted by mediums and relics. Here comes a massive spell with the power of the 4th circle or higher. But in front of the spinning circles, Nijin remained expressionless. Who wouldn't know it's disadvantageous to enter a workshop? Yet, he had chased after Fauve, confident he could win despite the disadvantage. Keying. The noise of surging mana echoed. But Nijin didn't pay attention to that noise. The voice he listened to was the one ringing inside him. Pulling out Excalibur seems a bit much. Such a facility can't hide the light of Excalibur. It would take the power of a high-ranking demon to obscure its light even for a moment. But, Merlin laughed. It's enough to obscure your sword aura. Nijin exhaled shortly. Closing his eyes, he raised his sword high. Grasping the fragments of imagery and wandering through his imagery, Nijin realized his imagery was somewhat peculiar. The landscape at the heart of his imagery. The vivid memory manifested as sword aura. While it should typically be one, Nijin's imagery contained 2. One was a pure white star hanging low, and the other, a platinum star hanging high. The one I've always summoned. The pure white star. The pure white sword aura. The remaining one shouldn't be revealed in front of others, and the pure white star was more fitting for knightly conduct. But what he was about to do. Cutting down a dark mage, dealing with something cunning and vile. Nijin knew that the pure white sword aura wasn't suited for such tasks. What he was summoning now was the highest hanging star. The platinum sword aura he had never had the chance to summon before. Merlin, within Nijins's inner world, saw it. The star hanging high in the sky shone fiercely before being sucked somewhere. Watching this, Merlin closed her eyes. The star was drawn into the sword Nijin held. The sword aura transformed. The nature of the sword aura changed. The platinum blazing sword aura was like a star itself. In a place devoid of stars, the sword aura drawn by a boy yearning for the stars was beautiful yet poignant. In the dark mage's workshop filled with poignant starlight. Fove's eyes widened the moment she faced the platinum sword aura. Even someone ignorant about swords knew what platinum sword aura meant. Sword aura granted to only one person in history. The sword aura wielded by King Arthur was there. Its meaning was simple and clear. Facing the platinum sword aura, Fove realized. The roles of hunter and prey had been reversed. From the beginning, she was merely the prey. Platinum symbolizes the stars. The brilliant stars in the night sky, a blend of pure white and gold, are platinum-colored, as is the blade of Excalibur, known as the Sword of Selection. Thus, people often associate platinum with stars. Platinum symbolizes the stars and is also sacred. The constellations in the night sky are all great beings, and the orders that serve the stars also hold starlight sacred. Therefore, platinum, resembling starlight, was considered divine. Resembling stars and being sacred. Thanks to these symbolic elements, platinum was used in various places, in the lighthouse of the Starlight Order, in the Platinum Tower at the Empire's center, in the imperial family's emblem, and in countless precious things. However, there were places it was not used. Flames fueled by souls. Platinum mana, circles, sword aura. Many aspired for platinum, but no mage or swordsman could ever ignite platinum flames. It was a color granted to only one person in human history. The great hero, Arthur. Only he possessed the platinum flames. Only Arthur could wield the platinum sword aura. It was a well-known tale, and with no exceptions arising in the hundreds of years since Arthur's death, it became an established truth. It surely must be so. It definitely should be so. Fove's eyes shook wildly. She saw the sword aura burning before her, emanating from Nijin. If her eyes were not deceiving her, it was unmistakably containing platinum. Fove swallowed dryly before the distinctly platinum sword aura. Deception. Illusion. Misunderstanding. Numerous possibilities flashed through her mind. However, her intuition denied all of them. But Fove clenched her teeth. Even if that was indeed the platinum sword aura, she knew there was only one thing she could do. Kneeling and bowing now would only lead her to death. Above her, for circles spun wildly. Having voraciously consumed the mediums prepared in the workshop, Fove's circles were ready to unleash a spell. Feeling her mana churn, Fove forced a smile. There was only one option given to her. To kill the opponent before her. That was the only way for her to survive. Fove aimed the tip of her staff at Nijin, enveloped in platinum sword aura. It was the most powerful spell she could cast, and the spell's power, amplified by the workshop's full mediums, was comparable to that of a fifth circle. For circle magic, hunger of the dead. A pulse emanated from the tip of the staff. Following the radially spreading pulse, the grasps of the dead surged forth. The risen grasps clawed, contaminated, and shattered everything they touched, ultimately turning them into the dead as well. The rotting dead, forever unable to satiate their hunger, are doomed to eternally gasp in starvation. The intense resentment, the soul's echoes of corpses and live sacrifices, made the power of hunger of the dead far from trivial. If one hadn't received the church's baptism, their flesh would rot and crumble upon contact with those grasps, ultimately turning into the dead. Dr. The grasps of the dead filled the view, leaving no place to escape. Watching the spell unleashed by Fove, Nijin clicked his tongue. Indeed, a fourth circle spell's effects are menacing. Of course, it would be. From the fourth circle onwards, they're like siege weapons. Merlin whispered. Normally, you shouldn't let such spells be cast. In a battle of this level, using a fourth circle spell is almost decisive. Merlin was right. If a typical mage had manifested a spell with similar power, one would have to be prepared for a fatal injury. The spell that surged broadly without giving a place to escape seemed threatening even to Nijin. Is this what it feels like to battle a mage? With that thought, Nijin steadied himself. Even though it might seem like he was cornered, his breathing and gaze remained coldly calm. Well, a fourth circle spell being menacing is a story when typical spells are involved. The opponent before him was a dark mage, and as usual for dark mages, Fauve's spell wasn't righteous and tainted the principles. Then, Nijin judged, it's not a problem. Clank. Lifting his sword high, Nijin took a step forward. Without backing down, Nijin charged straight towards the grasps of the dead. The moment the reaching grasps were about to touch Nijin's body, Nijin's sword sliced through the hands of the dead. Fauve's eyes widened. It wasn't impossible to cut through a spell. However, this case was different. The grasps touched by the platinum sword aura were burning away. HSSSSS. The spell was burning away. The grasps of the dead were cut by Nijin's sword and burned away by the starlight as soon as they emerged. Wherever the platinum sword aura touched, the grasps crumbled away like shadows retreating. Platinum symbolizes the stars and is also sacred. The platinum sword aura, possessed only by Arthur in human history and known by many names like the Dragon Slayer's sword, the Star's sword, among demons, it was called this. The Judgment Sword Aura. It burns what it touches. It severs. And thus, it judges the wicked and vile. It burns the flesh of demons, hinders regeneration, and outright denies corrupted mana. It's all about compatibility, after all. Watching the scene unfold before her, Merlin chuckled dryly. It was an absurd situation even for her. The day Nijin's platinum sword aura was first seen. At that time, it seemed unlikely, and not being certain, Merlin decided to withhold judgment until the Sword Seeker test, where the sword aura's nature would become evident. Now, as Nijin approached the realm of the Seeker, Merlin had no choice but to acknowledge it. It was merely imbued with a fragment of imagery. It's not yet complete. Yet, it possesses the qualities of a star. The sword aura feared by demons, hated by witches and dragons, and cursed by fallen stars. The sword aura blooming on Nijin's sword is of the same kind as Arthur's. Is it because he drew the Excalibur that he possesses such sword aura? If not that, is it because the star he wished for, the star he envisioned, was Arthur's star, that he possesses such sword aura? Which one it was, remained uncertain. Uncertain, but looking at Nijin's mournfully shining star, Merlin bitterly smiled. The starlight wrapping Nijin's sword resembled Arthur's, yet it was different. The spell was severed. The grasps were burning away. Fauve's gaze wavered, and the staff she extended forward also shook. At this moment, Fauve felt fear. Her fourth circle spell was being shredded. Her most powerful spell was being cut through so effortlessly. Each time Nijin swung his sword, a mass of hands was swept away, and with every step forward he took, the distance between them closed instantly. How? It was incomprehensible. It defied all logic, but the hands, turning to ash in the starlight and screaming this reality to Fauve, were undeniable. SSH. The chilling sound of slicing echoed. The sound resonating in her ears was the sizzling of the severed parts burning away. The dead were being consumed by the starlight, drawing nearer. Before she knew it, all the numerous grasps were cut down and gone. Only wisps of mana, like mirages, rose from the tip of her now powerless staff. And then, thud. The sound of steps rang out right in front of her. Nijin, having demolished the fourth circle spell head-on and closed the distance, had finally reached right before Fauve. Swoosh! Nijin swung his sword. The swung blade cut through Fauve's staff. Cutting the staff and soaring up, the blade fell diagonally, smoothly slicing through Fauve's protective barrier. There was no resistance, no repulsion. The blade, cutting through the barrier and reaching Fauve's neck, shone mournfully even in the darkness with its platinum sword aura. That was the last scene Fauve saw. SSH. The end of the dark mage, who had dreamt of grand ambitions, was pitiful. Her severed head tumbled to the ground. Leaving Fauve's falling body behind, Nijin let out a long breath, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him, draining his strength. It's still quite tough, isn't it? You're not a sword seeker yet, after all. Merlin remarked. The sword aura isn't yet shaped to properly contain imagery, and forcing imagery into it without the right form is bound to be straining. Listening to Merlin's muttering, Nijin flicked his sword lightly and sheathed it. Indeed, he hadn't yet reached the realm of a seeker, so the duration he could maintain the imagery-infused sword aura was short. It seems to run out much faster than the white sword aura. The sword aura containing the pure white star ran out several times faster than the one with the platinum star. It was still a power that was difficult to handle. With that thought, Nijin surveyed his surroundings. This place has a foul vibe. Kephalon's workshop, where he had planned something in this city decades ago. Capturing the workshop's scene in his sight, Nijin frowned. Even Nijin, who wasn't easily disturbed, couldn't suppress the nausea from the objects placed around. It's strange how dark mages don't change their ways even after hundreds of years. The unpleasantness remains the same. Merlin also showed a disgusted reaction. Nijin thought it would be best to report this place and have it dealt with separately. It wouldn't do any good to have such a thing remain beneath the city. Huff. Exhaling deeply, Nijin pulled out a stake embedded in his body. He took out an emergency potion from his pouch, sprinkled it on the wound, and then poured a potion with the Dieta Trading Company's mark into his mouth. Did you only pick out the high-quality ones? It seems like the effects are kicking in already. Nijin dragged Fauve's body. It needed to be shown to the client. Finding the passage he had entered through, Nijin moved on. The passage leading upward. The door was firmly shut, but after bringing Fauve's face close to it a few times, it creaked open. Thud. Stepping outside the open door, the first thing Nijin encountered was Capman, aiming a crossbow at him. Nijin emerged into the passage and locked eyes with Capman. Lowering the crossbow, Capman approached Nijin. I expected Fauve to come out, but it's you. Didn't I say I would handle it? I thought it was just bravado. Who'd charge at a circle's dark mage with holes all over their body? I would. Capman chuckled. He pointed at the body of Fauve that Nijin was dragging. You won, I take it. It turned out that way. Well, damn. How did you manage? What else is there for a swordsman? I charged and cut her down. That's rather straightforward. Capman let out a long, very long sigh. Well, it made things easier for us. With Fauve out of the picture, dealing with the rest was simple. See those holes I made? I see them clearly. Now we just need to report back. Capman fiddled with his neck as if it was itching. He trailed off, then looked at Nijin. Do you remember what I asked you last time? What are you referring to? The question about whether you're part of the Order's secret division. I remember. Do you need an answer? It was a question that didn't need an answer last time, something Capman had dismissed as thinking out loud. Capman shook his head. No need. It seemed unlikely after observing you. What does that mean? The Order's secret division doesn't fight like you do. But it seems like you're related to them somehow. Can I ask you one more thing? Nijin nodded, and Capman asked. Underground City Artman. How's it these days? An unexpected question from an unexpected person. Nijin's mind momentarily froze. Why this person was asking, how much he knew, and what his intentions were, all these thoughts flashed through Nijin's mind. And he came to one conclusion. Which was to do something immediately. Nijin let go of Fauve's body and drew his sword. But the time it took to draw the sword, was a second slower than Nijin's usual decision-making time, due to the turmoil in his thoughts. And 1 second was. I thought so. Enough time to lose the initiative. Damn it all. An arrow lodged into Nijin's body. Arrows pierced Nijin's abdomen. 1, 2, 3 consecutive arrows lodged themselves in quick succession. Nijin's eyes widened in surprise, as there had been no precursor to the fired arrows. Capman had not made any motion to draw or wield a weapon. It was only when the fourth arrow was shot that Nijin realized it came from a small crossbow attached to Capman's wrist. Despite the confusion clouding his mind, delaying his reaction, allowing 3 arrows to hit, Nijin was determined not to permit a fourth. Swinging his sword, he deflected the arrow and took a step towards Capman. The distance was short. A single step was all it took for his sword to reach. Why Capman attacked him, how he knew about the underground city Artman, such considerations were postponed. Action was imperative. With a swift motion, Nijin closed the gap and swung his sword. At such a range, a swordsman held the advantage over an archer. An unseen ranger is to be feared, but a visible one is less so, as even Ivan had mentioned. Nijin's judgment was not mistaken. However, what Nijin overlooked was that Capman Theosis was not an ordinary ranger. Capman's arm, emerging from beneath his poncho, held a rugged machete. As it clashed with Nijin's sword, a loud clang forced Nijin's arm backward. Capman's strength surpassed Nijin's. As Nijin repelled the blade, leaving his abdomen exposed, Capman kicked it. The arrows, previously halted by armor, were now crushed under Capman's boot, breaking the shaft and driving them deeper. Nijin grimaced and clenched his teeth, gripping his sword anew. He crouched, aiming to thrust his long sword into Capman's leg, but then, engraving release, burst. With a thunderous explosion, the enchanted arrowheads detonated, scattering shrapnel into Nijin's body like buckshot. The blast sent him flying, creating another opening. Capman, now wielding a throwing dagger in his right hand, launched it while swinging his machete with his left. The nearly simultaneous actions made it exceedingly difficult for the unbalanced Nijin to counter or dodge. Yet, it wasn't impossible. With bloodshot eyes, Nijin predicted Capman's attack and, despite his stiff body, managed to retaliate. He parried the machete and ducked under the thrown dagger. But couldn't avoid them all, as one dagger lodged itself into his shoulder. Realizing the glowing blue of the embedded dagger, Nijin leaped backward, pulling it out and tossing it aside just in time. The thrown dagger exploded upon removal, and Nijin gritted his teeth. His abdomen throbbed painfully, and he coughed up blood. Spitting out the blood, he frowned. He had misjudged the situation. He had allowed too much distance. Creating distance when facing an archer is a critical mistake. Nijin caught sight of Capman's great bow, aimed at him, with an arrow gleaming at its tip. With a twang, as Capman released the bowstring, Nijin also swung his sword. The collision with the massive arrow felt like his shoulder was being torn off. The stopping power of the arrow, shot from a great bow nearly as thick as a long sword, exceeded Nijin's expectations. Sparks flew between the sword and the arrow. Despite firmly planting his feet, Nijin was pushed back, his shoes scraping against the ground. When he finally managed to shake off the arrow, another was already on its way. Unable to duck or jump, the arrow flew at a height that made evasion impossible without sacrificing a part of his body. Nijin gritted his teeth and twisted his body. The arrow grazed his side, ripping through the flesh with a loud tear. Blood poured from the wound. Despite the pain contorting his face, Nijin kept his eyes open, allowing him to see. Capman drawing his bow once again. The hunter never releases prey once captured. Ultimately, Nijin chose to flee, realizing he couldn't turn the tide against Capman here. Exposing one's back to a ranger and giving them time is a grave mistake, but survival necessitated escape. As Nijin narrowly dodged another arrow, he sprinted deeper into the sewer. Watching Nijin flee, Capman took a long breath before initiating the chase. The hunter's eyes glittered in the darkness. Capman Theosis was a seasoned hunter. Having served in the Techo Mountain Rangers, bordering the Empire for many years, hunting those who opposed the Empire's name, he was adept in the art of hunting. Imperial knights seeking asylum abroad, mages attempting to sell imperial secrets, countless fugitives, and occasionally, kingdom soldiers. Capman, who hunted various individuals under diverse conditions without discrimination, knew better than anyone how to commence a hunt. Especially against formidable opponents. Understanding the prey's habits, minor quirks, movement, response speed, weaponry, and combat style enriched the hunt. Thus, Capman gathered all available information on the adventurer the young man named Nijin, and observed him with his own eyes. A real madman. During the information gathering, Capman couldn't help but be astonished. According to the client, the young man was 18. Approaching the realm of a sword seeker at such a young age was unfathomable, an extraordinary talent beyond common sense. Even Karen, a genius among geniuses, only became a sword seeker in his 30s. An 18-year-old sword seeker was beyond Capman's comprehension. And there was more. Surviving a duel with the commander of the Armenia Ducal Knights and the Demon Knight, challenging and living through encounters with stronger opponents. Such feats were impossible for those intoxicated by their talent. Thus, Capman observed with his own eyes. And he had to acknowledge the truth. The young man possessed more than just talent. Instantaneous decision-making and bold action, he was undoubtedly a youth climbing to great heights. And Capman had to kill him. Because he had accepted the commission, and he couldn't refuse it. Lighting a cigarette from his waistband as he pursued the fleeing Nijin, Capman cursed. Taking a long drag, he spat out the smoke and clicked his tongue. Regardless of his foul mood or the desire to smash the client's face, the hunt had begun. And it must be seen through to the end. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. Capman never let his guard down. Even if he seemed to have the upper hand, even if he felt like the stronger party. He had experienced and caused enough reversals to know better. Above all, the young man he pursued possessed the talent and judgment to turn the tables. Managing to deal a critical blow to Fauve despite being gravely injured himself was no ordinary feat. He took down the dark mage Fauve head-on. There must be more tricks up his sleeve. So press on relentlessly. With that thought, Capman tracked Nijin's trail. With the way up blocked by Capman, Nijin had no choice but to descend deeper into the sewer. And there. A deafening explosion shook the sewer. Tossing the spent cigarette into the water, Capman scratched his chin. It seemed he had triggered a trap. Capman had arrived in the city the night before. And the hunt had begun from that very night. He had laid traps throughout the sewer system. He had hoped to catch the dark mage, but it didn't matter who got caught. Whether it was the dark mage or Nijin, both were prey in Capman's eyes. A scratch on his neck peeled skin, drawing blood. As he scratched the mark on his neck, Capman moved towards the source of the sound. Rangers are truly bothersome creatures. Why, you ask? Their traps are a real pain in the neck. Setting such traps is a talent in itself. From what I've seen, a ranger's skill is determined by how effectively they can set these annoying traps. Horace, that guy, knows how to set a trap like no other. Ah, it's quite creative, really. It's hard to mess with people like that. I'm generally a mild-mannered person, but just seeing one of his traps makes my blood pressure rise. What? You don't think I'm that mild-mannered? TSK. Just the fact that I'm not smashing your head in right now should prove how gentle I am, right? Ha, punk. Anyway. A ranger is most dangerous when you can't see them. And if they've shown themselves, the hunt is already prepared. You know what they call Horace, right? Land spider. That's similar to the derogatory term used for rangers in the upper districts, actually. Some of my seniors used to call rangers spider bastards. Spreading their webs and slowly drying out their prey. Then, when the prey is completely drained, they strike with their fangs. That's why they're called spiders. It's similar, isn't it? The hunting method. That's the way of the rangers. Well, you probably won't have to fight Horace, but just keep it in mind. The longer you fight a ranger, the more disadvantageous it becomes. Either decide the battle quickly or run far away. One of the two. If you can't do either. Well, what can you do? You might as well gamble. Nijin exhaled deeply, clutching his side. The accumulated fatigue from his battle with Fauve and the injuries sustained in his fight with Capman gnawed at his spirit. Blood flowed from the arrow wound in his side. His abdomen, directly hit by the explosion and deeply embedded with arrow shrapnel, throbbed with every step. Groaning, Nijin pulled the shrapnel from his body and continued forward. His injuries weren't limited to these, stepping on a trap during his escape had compounded them. Now, he had to be cautious with every step. Traps filled this sewer. Their operating mechanism was a mystery, and they were hidden everywhere, invisible to the eye. The mental exhaustion from being constantly on guard doubled. Yet, he hadn't given up thinking. Nugent mulled over everything he knew about Rangers and the information Ivan had shared, searching for a way to turn the tables. Don't play by their rules on their game board. Even if it's madness, you have to flip the board. Ivan and Offen had taught Nugent much, casually sharing stories over drinks, but to Nugent, those tales were his world. Thus, he remembered every word vividly. Hey, Offen, remember that story? Which one are you talking about? The one where you got screwed over by a ranger. No better story for a drink. I've lost count of how many times I've told it. Nugent hasn't heard it yet. Tell it again. The stories from the outside world, shared by Offen, with Ivan interjecting and applauding, exclaiming how utterly mad it was, under the twilight glow, clinking glasses with his two mentors, and munching on snacks. These memories swirled in Nugent's mind. There was a clue in those stories. Nugent made his choice. Merlin. Tell me. Show me the way. To Merlin, who shared the same scenery and thoughts, Nugent, seeking guidance, requested a path to success for his plan. The rough outline of Nugent's plan, formed only in its basic structure. Merlin fleshed it out, completing the unfinished picture. That was her role, after all. Hunting down prey once it's cornered is an easy task. Captain Theosis knew this all too well. Silently, Capman walked through the underground waterway. What's the specialty of a ranger? It's precisely chasing and eliminating prey. Even if the visibility is poor due to the adjacent water flow and the humidity, it poses no issue at all. Bloodstains. Footsteps. Traces that remain despite efforts to conceal them. No matter how hard one tries, it's impossible to escape the seasoned eyes of a ranger. Following the remaining traces, Capman moved quietly, never letting his guard down even while pursuing. His vision broad, his ballista always loaded. The moment he sensed Nugent's presence from afar, Capman pulled the trigger. The arrow, whistling through the air, grazed the thigh of the fleeing prey. Blood splattered, and a suppressed groan echoed. Thud. The prey kicked off the ground and fled. Bleeding and stifling groans, it ran off into the distance. Even then, Capman did not run. He merely pursued Nugent with steady steps. At first glance, it might seem like he was taking it easy, but in reality, it was far from it. The prey was already wounded, bleeding, and cornered. Moreover, the path the prey was heading towards was endlessly laden with traps, wasn't it? Then, there's no reason to give up the advantage of being the pursuer. Allow no opportunity for counterattack. Press on relentlessly. Never relinquish the upper hand once gained. That's Captain Theosis's philosophy of hunting. There was no reason to close the distance and give the prey a chance to counterattack. Devour them. Until they're utterly exhausted. Until they can no longer move. Only then, after pressing them to their limits, would finishing them with a bolt to the forehead conclude the hunt. At this point, the hunt was essentially over. It was just business as usual. For a hunter, it's nothing out of the ordinary. The hunter pursued the bleeding prey. The sound of footsteps of two people echoed quietly through the deep underground waterway. Chasing, pulling the trigger, and chasing again. Amid this recurring pattern, Capman had the luxury to be lost in thought. Despite knowing that indulging in stray thoughts during a hunt is foolish, he couldn't ignore the thoughts swirling in his mind. Huff. He sighed deeply and walked on. Keeping his senses sharp, he pondered. Why had he fallen to such depths? The years spent in the rugged mountains bordering the Empire, the years spent bleeding for the Empire, are now all in the past. The honorable soldier who once laid down his life for the Empire is not here. What remains is an old, weary hound. A hound that is dragged along as the leash is pulled, biting whatever it's commanded to, simply living that way. Of course, if the Empire had been the one holding his leash, Capman would have considered this duty honorable. Dedicating one's life to the homeland is a matter of honor for a soldier. However, it's not the imperial family that holds his leash. Therefore, naturally, there's no honor or greater cause in what he does. Capman felt bitter about this reality. For the Empire. For the glory and well-being of the Empire. Memories of shouting such slogans in the past swirl in his mind. Of course, he doesn't regret leaving the Techo mountain rangers behind and walking away on his own. He found a lover who he cherished more than his country, so it couldn't be helped. The problem lies in what followed. That was the real issue. Damn bastards. Capman muttered as if spitting out the words. Perhaps it's a common story. A group of dark mages seeking revenge on a retired soldier. An accident that resulted in his wife's death. And all that's left in the end is his child. Emergency treatment has been administered, but it won't last long. It's a terrible curse. There's nothing we can do. A life ruined. A story shattered. Yet, something remains. To protect what's left, a person can throw everything else away. Oh, of course, we must help. But to break such a curse, we'll need his grace. And he appreciates those who serve him beautifully. What will you do? The options to cling to were limited. They demanded the unimaginable. You've made a wise choice. He will respect your decision. But there was no way to refuse. Damn it. Capman scratched his neck. Bastards. He scratched roughly, not minding the flesh and blood peeled off by his fingernails. Capman gritted his teeth. Ha. I didn't think you'd be able to investigate so thoroughly. The truth revealed at the end of the chase. Yes, it's true. I was the one who informed the dark mage who killed your wife of your location and instructed them to do so. But what can you do? Will you file a complaint? Go ahead, try. A few words from a retired soldier might catch someone's ear, but then what? His life was toyed with, and what he thought was a tragedy turned out to be a meticulously planned conspiracy. But by the time he realized this, a leash was already around his neck. Your daughter. The only ones who can get your daughter out of the underground city Artman are us. Make a wise choice, Capman. Don't you want to protect what's left? What remains is a pathetic hound. Capman clutched the contract in his arms. A contract made with their souls at stake. Fulfill the task, and he'd be freed from everything. Just this once. Just succeed in this task. Just one more time. Capman gritted his teeth. He recalled Nijin, who reacted to the word underground city Artman. Capman knew how that city came to be, how people lived within it. Born and raised in such a city. And the boy who finally made it out. His role was to trample that boy, smash his head, gouge out his eyes so he'd never see the light again. Capman felt disillusioned by this fact. Damn it. Muttering so, Capman pulled the trigger of his crossbow. The sound of it cocking resounded heavily. Shaking off his stray thoughts and gathering his emotions, Capman walked on. Bang, boom. A sound came from afar. The sound of a trap being triggered. The sound did not stop at once but continued to echo. Listening to that sound, Capman muttered. It's over. The accumulated fatigue and injuries. The sluggish movements making it impossible to avoid traps. The blurred judgment due to pain. Such a vicious cycle leads the cornered prey to lose its judgment completely. The consecutive triggering of traps was proof of that. It's no longer a situation where one can detect and avoid traps. Heading towards where the sound came from, Capman saw it. Bloodstains scattered here and there, traces of something rolling on the ground. Those bloodstains extended far into the distance. Traces as if dragging feet. This tiresome chase was finally coming to an end. Following the bloodstains, Capman moved on. To finish off the prey that could no longer move. Thus, Capman closed the distance. He closed the distance, after all. The hunter, who had always maintained a distance and chosen only the correct answers, chose the wrong one at the very last moment. Now. A voice inaudible to Capman. But audible to Nijin. The moment he heard the voice, Nijin moved. Hidden in the darkness of the waterway's ceiling, Nijin silently jumped down. In the darkness where one can't see even an inch ahead, no one knows who will become the hunter and who will become the prey. As if to prove that saying, Nijin's eyes shone in the darkness. The moment a hunter is most off guard is when they're about to finish off their prey. Even the most experienced hunter shows an opening at that moment. A story often had shared. It was in such a situation that the ranger, who had been hidden all along, finally showed himself. And that was the only chance for a counterattack. He said this while shaking a bottle of liquor. Draw them in. Act like a bug caught in a web, struggling in the traps on purpose. Behave and act as if you've lost your judgment, as if you're cornered. Deceive the hunter. Wait until the spider, thinking you're sufficiently weakened, reveals itself in front of you. That's the moment. The moment that spider reveals itself to sink its fangs into you. That's your last chance. Often smiled as he sipped his liquor. Bite back. With all your might. With eyes ablaze, Nijin saw the hunter who had finally revealed himself in front of him. And thus, what he seized was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The moment Capman's gaze was fixed on the arrows and daggers Nijin had thrown on the ground and stepped deeper into the fray. Now. The voice echoed in his ears. Nijin, who had been hanging from the ceiling, jumped down. The attack was silent, but Capman, with almost superhuman senses, detected even the slightest hint of presence. Capman's eyes widened as he swiftly turned his crossbow toward Nijin, but it was already too late. Nijin, holding a dagger in his left hand in reverse grip, thrust it into Capman's ballista. Crack! The dagger was thrust into the ballista before the crossbow's trigger could be pulled. As the ballista misfired, Nijin's right hand, holding a long sword, swung. Due to the accumulated fatigue and injuries, as well as the sword aura extracted during the fight with Fove, the long sword bore no sword aura. However, even so, the blade was more than sufficient to tear human flesh. A surprise attack. And a long sword backed by considerable force. The long sword struck Capman's shoulder, tearing through the poncho and splattering blood. As the blade dug deep, aiming to sever the arm from the shoulder, Capman clenched his teeth and thrust his arm forward. Crunch. Regardless of the blood flowing from his palm or the blade digging deeper, Capman gripped the blade to prevent it from penetrating further and kicked out towards Nijin. Crack. Despite the kick landing directly on his previously injured abdomen, Nijin did not let go of the longsword. Even as he was pushed back, he forcefully twisted the longsword, widening the wound on Capman's shoulder and deeply cutting the fingers of Capman's hand that gripped the sword, as Nijin retreated. Thus, a stalemate was formed. Maintaining distance, the two looked at each other. I've never seen such a crazy bastard. Capman laughed as if in disbelief. Blood flowed from the torn shoulder. The torn poncho fell, revealing the contents inside, and the destroyed crossbow was rendered unusable. Deeply cut fingers and shoulder. This hand won't be able to draw a bow anymore. However, from Capman's perspective, Nijin's condition was several times more serious. His body was covered in wounds, his clothes soaked in red, and several arrows and daggers still lodged in his back as if not all were removed. Eyes blazing with rage. Harsh breathing. Even if he had managed to draw him here, that bastard's condition was far from normal. It was a wonder he could still move. Yet, he showed no intention of releasing the longsword. Observing Nijin, Capman acknowledged. No one here is the prey. Here, they are merely hunters to each other. Capman's upper body, revealed as the poncho fell off, was covered in scars on his forearms, and various daggers hung from his leather armor. With one hand, he drew a dagger, and with the other, he unsheathed the machete from his waist. The scent of blood vibrating in the air. The only sound was the water flowing along the waterway. A moment of silence and a single breath. The time it took for each to assess the other's condition was merely a few seconds. During those few seconds, both had calculated how to kill the prey standing before them. It didn't matter who moved first. Almost simultaneously, the two hunters charged at each other. Nijin's thrown dagger and Capman's swung dagger clashed in mid-air and were deflected, and as they parried the flying objects, the long sword and machete collided. Clang! Sparks flew. Blood spurted from the wounds opened by the violent movement. The eyes of Nijin, blazing with rage, and Capman met. The only reflection in their eyes was the intent to kill. Reasons, stray thoughts, such trivial emotions had long been discarded. Hesitation meant death. Blades clashed against blades. A marksman unable to draw a bow due to deep cuts in his hand and shoulder. A swordsman covered in wounds, unable to summon sword aura. Both were far from being in a normal state, and the injuries and blood loss they suffered were severe. Drip drop. The wounds opened by their fierce movements. Blood spurted from those wounds. Normally, the sight of such battered individuals spilling blood in combat is either pitiful or unsightly. However, this fight between the two was different. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of blades clashing and scraping. The noise, occurring several times per second, was not just spectacular but also elegant. Sparks flew as the metal collided, mixing with the blood. Their feet tangled in a complicated dance. Advancing one moment, retreating the next, and then suddenly darting to the side to strike from an angle. Both hunters, their eyes bloodshot with desperation to find each other's weaknesses, were relentless. Whoosh! Nijin swung his sword as he stamped his foot down. Despite blood spurting from a hole in his thigh at the moment of impact, his posture remained unshaken. The long sword swung with swift precision. Capman angled his machete to deflect the long sword, letting it slide off the blade. Before becoming a ranger, Capman was a soldier of the Empire, well versed in imperial swordsmanship. He hadn't used his sword much simply because sniping was more advantageous. But Capman was a ranger. And Nijin was close to being a sword expert, almost a sword seeker. Though Nijin might be outmatched in strength, he held the upper hand in swordsmanship. Having witnessed the pinnacle of swordsmanship by a sword saint, Nijin could clearly see the flaws in Capman's technique. If he could see them, there was no reason not to exploit them. Nijin's sword, which had been sliding off Capman's machete, suddenly twirled, wrapping around Capman's blade. The change in the force and direction caught Capman off guard. Snap! Though Capman twisted his body in reaction, Nijin's sword still grazed his face. Splatters of blood made Capman curse. Sword fighting was to be avoided. Capman created distance and threw a dagger. Cling, clang. Nijin deflected the incoming dagger, and in the moment he advanced, Capman clashed his dagger and machete together. Enchantment release, bullet of darkness. The target was the blue dagger in Capman's hand. The daggers that had been repelled behind Nijin glowed a bright blue and then, with a bang, fired. Blue beam struck Nijin's back. Rat-a-tat. Caught in a blind spot and at high speed, the bullet of darkness hit Nijin. Although the spell was weak and didn't penetrate Nijin's body, the impact was enough to disrupt his stance. Nijin staggered. A hunter wouldn't miss this opportunity. Capman advanced and swung his machete. As the blade aimed for Nijin's shoulder, Nijin somehow moved his body. The forced movement, despite his stiffened muscles, made a crack sound. Nijin barely managed to block the attack, but Capman didn't let go of the momentum. He relentlessly pressed Nijin. Refusing to fight in an advantageous domain for the opponent is the basics of combat. Capman didn't intend to give Nijin a chance to use proper techniques. The ensuing fight was closer to a brawl than a duel. Swinging swords one moment, kicking the next, elbowing the temple, striking with knees. Using swords, hands, feet freely, and occasionally throwing daggers to introduce unpredictability. Nijin wasn't just passively receiving hits. Despite his slowed reactions due to accumulated injuries, his eyes accurately followed Capman's movements. He absorbed hits that couldn't be avoided, avoiding fatal wounds, and immediately countered. Clutch. Nijin seized the momentum Capman had grasped and turned it into his own. He had no intention of refusing a brawl if Capman initiated it. I'm not the only one confident here. Nijin was confident in a dogfight too. After all, wasn't he fundamentally a hunting dog? The moist air and darkness of the underground waterway reminded him of the underground city Artman. Memories of the past, of days spent fighting for survival, of brawling with adults twice his size with bare hands, flashed through Najin's mind. A dogfight, then. Bring it on. Will you bring me down first? Or will I tear your throat out first? That's something we'll find out by fighting it out. As the dogfight continued, Capman felt a sense of strangeness. Through the eyes of a soldier who had spent over 50 years on the battlefield, this situation made no sense. How is he even moving? Capman retreated, bewildered by Najin's relentless assault. To Capman, Najin seemed like a walking corpse. Arrowheads embedded in the abdomen. Skin burned from explosions. Pierced sides and calves, with blood flowing freely from the wounds, and arrows still stuck in the back and shoulder, unremoved. The numerous minor injuries were too many to count. With such injuries, dying from blood loss wouldn't be surprising. Of course, Capman had seen soldiers drag a few more down with them even in near-death states. But even they didn't flail for this long. At most, they lasted a few seconds. But the opponent before him? Those few seconds had long passed. Now, it was turning into minutes, yet he was still swinging his sword, seemingly even faster than before. What in the world? Despite being stabbed, swept up in explosions, and kicked, he got up and charged again. Doesn't he feel pain? No, that doesn't seem to be it. Capman saw the blood seeping through the tightly clenched jaw muscles and teeth of Najin. He was literally gritting his teeth and enduring. The sight of him closing the distance despite such injuries was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Capman clicked his tongue in awe. The thrill of battle. An extreme state of focus. Or perhaps, it could even be called immersion. Clang. Capman blocked the sword just in front of him and locked eyes with Najin. The bloodshot eyes and pinpoint pupils were intimidating enough to overwhelm anyone who saw them. Capman laughed incredulously. Swoosh. Najin's sword finally nicked Capman's calf. Capman felt his own condition gradually deteriorating. The number of wounds had increased. The bleeding was severe. Now, he too had to be cautious of blood loss. A decision had to be made. A variable had to be created, risking his life. When was the last time he was cornered like this? It seemed to be the last time he carried out an assassination mission on a royal guard attempting to defect to another country. The scenery of that time briefly crossed his mind. Why was he thinking of that now? The reason was simple. The trump card he had used back then seemed applicable even in this moment. Recalling the operation from decades ago, Capman made his move. Clutch. Capman gripped a dagger. He slipped 4 daggers between his fingers all at once and struck them with the machete in his other hand. The 4 daggers shone brightly with a screeching sound. Najin flinched at the sight. Having been subjected to enchanted daggers several times, Najin was wary of what might come next, uncertain of the exact nature of the threat. Capman had carried various enchanted daggers, each designed to trigger different responses. The nature of an enchantment is such that its specific effect remains unknown until activated. While expert mages might deduce the spell from the inscriptions on the blade. He's a swordsman. He wouldn't have a deep understanding of magic. Likely, he'd prepare for one of the previously seen effects, making him already ensnared. Enchantments were Capman's traps. And Capman had no intention of letting a prey caught in his trap escape. As the daggers glowed and the spells were about to be unleashed, Capman threw 2 of them. Enchantment release, burst. Right in front of Najin, explosions erupted with a deafening noise. 2 explosions. Between the rising smoke, Najin's figure emerged. It seemed he had reacted swiftly enough to minimize the damage, with only some soot marking his shoulder. But 2 more daggers remained. Capman threw the last 2 daggers. As he released them, he closed his eyes. Enchantment release, flash. Enchantment release, resonance. A blinding flash followed by a rending noise that shook the eardrums. The more skilled a warrior, the more they rely on their sharpened senses, often leaving them wide open. Against such individuals, these spells are akin to natural predators. Spells that momentarily rob sight and hearing. Among the daggers imbued with direct attack spells, these were hidden as a trump card to create variables. Even the renowned royal guard had fallen into this trap and met his end. You'll be the same. Capman opened his eyes, which he had preemptively closed. Though he couldn't hear, he had maintained his vision. What Capman saw as he swung his machete was Nejin, with his eyes also open. And, as if he already knew Capman would come at him, Nejin's long sword extended straight towards him. How? The question barely had time to form in his mind. Thud. Capman's body was pierced by the long sword. Despite struggling to avoid it, he couldn't evade the fatal blow. As his shoulder was impaled, Capman's stance crumbled. The prolonged battle had reached its conclusion. His stance collapsed. Capman slipped on the blood-soaked ground and fell. One shoulder was deeply slashed, the other completely pierced through. He was no longer in a condition to wield anything. He might manage to throw a dagger if he tried, but regrettably, he had run out of enchanted blades. Capman let out a hollow laugh. You're a real madman. Unable to stand, he sat on the ground and looked up at Nejin approaching him, sword dripping with blood. He had lost. The hunt had failed. Capman had no intention of begging pathetically for his life. If the roles were reversed, he would have scoffed at any plea for mercy. He closed his eyes and bowed his head. As if to say, strike if you're going to. But no matter how long he waited, the sword did not come down. Instead, there were sounds of uncorking and drinking. Lifting his head, Capman saw Nejin pouring a potion into his mouth. What are you doing? What do you mean? Why aren't you killing me? Killing is one thing, but it seems we can wait a bit for that. Nejin exhaled deeply. Steam rose from his body. Capman furrowed his brows. The superficial wounds, except for the penetrating ones, were healing rapidly. Even the most expensive potions wouldn't produce such dramatic effects. The thought of a homunculus crossed Capman's mind. A forbidden technique in the Empire. Capman recalled the bioweapons created by the madman of the magic tower but soon shook his head. A homunculus wouldn't engage in natural conversation like the young man before him. Besides, hadn't the Empire's swordmaster personally hunted down and killed all homunculi? The idea that any homunculus could have survived the terrifying old man's sword seemed unlikely. Are you delaying killing me to ask me something? You catch on fast. But you were aiming for my neck earlier. If you died, you died. If you lived, I had questions. That's quite rational. The long sword still pointed at Capman's neck. Capman grimaced at the cold touch of the metal. With the sword still aimed at him, Nejin spoke. It was a story Capman had once told Nejin. Even if you're going to kill, you should at least hear how the person lived. That's quite the hobby. Is that your line to say? Muttering so, Nejin asked briefly. Did the Starlight Order send you? The Starlight Order. A faction that venerates the constellation Lighthouse that illuminates all things as its deity, responsible for matters related to starlight. Compared to other constellatory orders, it is known for its moderation and peaceful approach, boasting the largest following of believers. Yet, Nejin knew. They were not as pure and incorruptible as commonly believed. While the followers might be unaware, he was well aware of the rotten core within the order's leadership. Did the Starlight Order send you? Thus, Nejin boldly posed the question. Mere utterance of it could be deemed a blasphemous insult to the order, punishable by severe sanctions. But if he had been concerned about such matters, he would have never escaped the underground city in the first place. Seeing the order's name come up so quickly, you seem to have quite a deep feud with them as well, Capman chuckled. From his reaction, Nejin could infer a few things. Capman did not hold the order in high regard, and he was not affiliated with it. Yes, the order sent me. Capman lifted his chin, pushing away the long sword at his neck with his fingers and began to unravel the bandage wrapped around his throat. They promised to release a hostage if I killed you. From the underground city Artman. Nejin frowned. The brand on Capman's neck was familiar, he had seen it before. It was the same mark found inside Ivan's eye patch and branded on drugmaker Hawkins' arm. A mark branded on those cast into the underground city. Often had said, even if one managed to escape the underground city by sheer luck and coincidence, as long as this brand remained, the Order would hunt them down until death. You too. Sorry, but I'm not from Artman. This is a leash they've put on me. Perhaps one hostage wasn't enough for them. Capman shrugged and muttered. A hostage? My daughter. A common story, I guess. Makes you wonder why soldiers even bother having kids. Capman's laughter was rough and bitter. I'm not looking for sympathy. Nor am I begging to be spared. After all, if I don't kill you, I die. But would you let yourself be killed by me? Nijin remained silent, signifying his refusal. See? I've lost to you, and I don't think flailing here will let me win against you. Then what? The victor should enjoy their rights. He stated. From what I see, your feud with the Order seems extraordinarily deep. Well, if you're from Artman, it couldn't be shallow. I don't know why they're hell-bent on killing you, but... Capman looked at Nijin, then suddenly burst into knowing laughter. Ah, I see. A monster close to being a sword seeker at 18. They probably thought you might actually become a sword master. At that level, you could potentially dismantle the Order. So, they deemed you a threat. Nijin didn't deny it. It was true that the Order saw him as a threat. Anyway. Capman sighed deeply. Can I ask you something? Go ahead. Do you plan to overturn the Order? Yeah. Nijin answered without hesitation, his response devoid of any pretense or falsehood. Swearing on the name of Ivan, who had sent him above the city, he vowed to demolish the Order. I intend to do so with my own hands. You seem to have quite the story behind that face. As do you. Yeah, well, doesn't seem like you're lying. Capman reached out, pointing towards his poncho lying some distance away. Nijin moved towards where Capman had pointed. You'll find a document if you search it. It's the contract I made with the Order, might come in handy for you somewhere. As he spoke, Capman laughed, but Nijin sensed something off in that laughter. Just as Nijin was about to approach the poncho. Don't come closer. Capman extended his arm to stop Nijin. Nijin's brows furrowed. Capman didn't seem to be preparing anything, nor did he show any sign of counterattack. Then why? Hey, Nijin. Even as he pondered the reason, Nijin halted his approach, maintaining distance to understand the discomfort he had sensed in Capman's laughter. The Starlight Order is more vile, more thorough, and more insidious than you think. Remember that. With that unexpected advice, Capman took a long breath. They have many words at their disposal. Many. Whether the hostages are taken, brainwashed, or just purely fanatical zealots of the religion. Capman pulled out a necklace from under his clothes. A trinket dangled from the necklace, and as Capman gazed at what it contained, he grimaced. I'm just the beginning. Plenty of those star-crazed lunatics will come after you. Better be plenty of them. Anyway, what a pain. As he spoke, Capman applied pressure to his hand. With a snap, the necklace broke. Well, do your best. Capman threw the necklace he had carried all his life towards Nijin. Thud. Nijin caught the necklace thrown by Capman, sensing no magical presence from it. Capman smirked and said. I'd appreciate it if you buried that necklace with me. Before Nijin could respond, a searing noise came from Capman's neck. The brand turned red-hot. Blood flowed from Capman's eyes, nose, and ears. Silence. No, why would he? Before a puzzled Nijin could utter a word, Capman, spewing blood, forced out his last words, as if determined to pronounce the name of the damned person. Or, land. Someone's name. At the mention of that name, Capman's body swelled. Nijin, with eyes wide open, grabbed the poncho and jumped into the waterway. As Nijin plunged into the water, a thunderous boom shook the underground waterway. Emerging from the water, Nijin looked towards where Capman had been sitting. Capman was gone. Only pieces of flesh and bloodstains remained. It was a silent spell. Merlin said. A spell triggered by certain words or names. Usually paired with a spell that causes the body to explode. Even as she explained, Merlin couldn't hide her discomfort. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. It was a forbidden spell even in my time. Because it was used in this manner. Nijin gazed at the charred wall. Catman had died without leaving a body behind, exploding into nothing but blood and flesh scattered around. Silently, Nijin spread his hand. In it lay the necklace thrown by Catman. Inside the trinket attached to the necklace was a photograph. It depicted Catman, his wife, and a girl who appeared to be their daughter. Nijin stared at the photo for a long while. He had tried to kill him. Nijin knew all too well that dwelling on the deaths of such individuals, feeling sorrow and guilt, was unbearable. Thus, he attempted to look away, but upon seeing the photo, he couldn't help but feel a stir of emotions. The young girl in the photograph was someone Nijin recognized. During his cleanup of Trixie's involvement in human trafficking, which Ivan had prohibited, Nijin had come across a list and products Trixie had been dealing with. He remembered scoffing at the destinations where these products were sent. Nijin's expression darkened as he recalled those memories. This fucking. Nijin cursed out loud. Despite not having eaten anything, something seemed to churn in his stomach, rising up as if to come out. Grinding his teeth, Nijin felt a surge of intense emotion. Merlin remained silent, sharing the same intensity of feelings as Nijin. Merlin. Speak. I thought the surface would be different. That the world under the stars, unlike the underground city, would be different. But now. I'm starting to doubt that. The underground city was filthy because the stars did not shine upon it. Nijin had believed so. But after experiencing a series of events, doubts had begun to sprout within him. Do the stars not care about this world? At the very least, shouldn't the orders serving the stars not engage in such deeds? Do you want an honest answer? Yes. Merlin exhaled deeply. Most constellations don't care much about this world. Especially not about the central continent. Nijin asked why. Merlin responded with a bitter tone. Because we are, in a sense, entities that have ended. The ancient constellation spoke. We achieved our feats, hung our stars in the sky, and met our end. Unless it's a place where the boundaries between heaven and earth blur, we cannot intervene. There are those among us who try to intervene. But they only end up regretting it. After all, we are merely onlookers. The constellations are not as grand as you think. The battlefield of the stars, the abyssal land of Camlin. We are akin to the dead, trapped by our stars, continuing an endless journey. Nijin remained silent, and Merlin continued. The majority of constellations have no interest in how the world turns. Most stars are more concerned with their own well-being and shining brighter than others. Hunting other stars in the battlefield of the stars. Creating avatars to roam the battlefield of the stars. Longing for the next chapter of a story that has already ended. That's the essence of what constellations are. Perhaps I'm not much different. Before Nijin could respond, Merlin chuckled. Longing for what comes after an ended journey is something I share as well. Merlin took another deep breath. As much as it might disappoint you, who admires the stars, not all constellations are grand and flawless beings. Many are uglier than humans. The truth Nijin didn't want to hear. That's why Merlin hesitated to share it. As he spoke this truth, Merlin observed Nijin's inner image. He wondered if the star floating in Nijin's psyche might change. But the star remained unchanged. Nijin's inner star continued to hold its place. Soon, Nijin's voice was heard. Then all the more reason to climb higher. What? The constellations that the Order serves. Does that lighthouse star know about this? Probably. I can't be certain about Excalibur, but it's unlikely that the star is completely unaware of the Order's misdeeds. Nijin, having pocketed the necklace, stood up. Then I must question it as well. To take the star and ascend higher. Nijin had one more question to pose to the Order. Clutching Capman's poncho, he moved forward. Orland. Nijin mulled over the name Capman had uttered last. Ironically, it was a name Nijin was familiar with too. He had come across it while investigating the Starlight Order. High Priest Orland of the Starlight Order. Sitting at the highest place in the Starlight Order's main church, built above the underground city Artman. Nijin realized whom he needed to confront. After the battle with the dark mage Fove and then Capman, Nijin dragged his weary body through the underground waterways. His steps were heavy, and his eyelids drooped repeatedly. It feels like death. Nijin let out a long breath. Despite the regenerative power of Excalibur and potions, mental exhaustion and critical injuries were not something that could be healed immediately. Still, there was work to be done. After escaping from Capman, Nijin had abandoned Fove's body. Now, he went back to retrieve it and emerged from the underground waterways. By the time he set foot outside, dawn was breaking. The warm morning sunlight. Having been in the dark for so long, the sunlight felt strangely unfamiliar. Squinting against the brightness, Nijin blinked a few times. Only after adjusting to the sunlight could he make sense of his surroundings. At the entrance to the underground waterways, there were people gathered there. They were the inquisitors of the Starblood sect, and the mercenaries hired to assist them. Some of them noticed Nijin and turned their gaze towards him. And then, their eyes widened as they looked at Nijin, and then at the body of Fove he was dragging along. Their eyes widened even more, and voices of astonishment leaked from their mouths. They were preparing their equipment and reviewing their strategy for entering the underground waterways early in the morning. What they faced was the news that the situation had already been resolved. The body of the dark mage brought in by Nijin served as evidence of this. Even the composed inquisitors widened their eyes in surprise, and Nijin let out a long breath. And then took a few steps forward. Among the mercenaries and inquisitors, he approached his employer, Height, and laid down the body. Height let out a long sigh. Remarkable, truly. What Height had requested from Nijin was to handle the matter as quickly as possible. Alternatively, to weaken Fove as a vanguard, so no more casualties would occur on the Inquisitor's side. And Nijin had perfectly accomplished both. This was a swift and clean handling of the situation, just as Height and the Lord of the City had wished. However, the situation did not unfold as they had hoped. Contrary to their desires, this incident could not be quietly resolved. Because the workshop of Kephalon was discovered beneath the city. The following day, the news spread. The Starblood sect took action. After applying simple first aid to his critical wounds, Nijin collapsed for the night in a room provided by Height. While this alleviated his mental fatigue, the wounds pierced through his body were not so easily healed. He really made some big holes. Capman, a sword seeker level warrior. True to his reputation, the holes Capman had made were not easily filled. Of course, Nijin's recovery rate was beyond human, so it seemed it wouldn't take too long. Bandaged and concealing his healing wounds, Nijin stepped outside. Upon reaching the reception room, there were people waiting to hear an explanation. About the subjugation of Fove, and a detailed explanation. Nijin answered their questions. He explained how he had subdued Fove, and during the chase, he stumbled upon Kephalon's workshop. Of course, the location of Kephalon's workshop had already been exposed by the Inquisitors. The trail of blood had led them straight to it. Listening to Nijin's story, Height groaned. The involvement of the sect became inevitable. However, he could not blame Nijin for this. With a sigh, Height spoke up. "Where is Sir Capman Theosis?" Nijin had returned alone from the underground waterways. And Capman's body was not found. Nijin was silent for a moment before finally speaking. He fell in battle against the Dark Mage. That was the response Nijin chose. Revealing that Capman was a hound of the sect and had been killed by his hand would only complicate matters. Not yet. The power and authority to bring down the sect, and the justification for it. Only when he had all these would the contract handed over by Capman be rewritten. Is that so? Height pinched the bridge of his nose. During the pursuit of Fove, Capman had fallen to her fourth circle spell, Hunger of the Dead. That was the death of Capman as testified by Nijin. The hunger of the dead turns its target into the undead, and when the caster dies, the undead crumble, leaving no trace. This was consistent with the Inquisitor's investigation. Prepared sacrifices in the workshop, traces of the fourth circle spell, Hunger of the Dead, were found. Everything made sense. However, for Height, who had to announce Capman's death, it was a bitter pill to swallow. The death of a white-ranked adventurer and the misjudgment of the risk level. It's our mistake. The compensation claims to the Cambria Foundation would be substantial. Height's brow furrowed. You've worked hard. The payment for the request will be delivered through the Central Guild of Cambria. With those words, Height left the reception room, his steps heavy with sorrow. Sighing deeply as if his heart was heavy, Height left. Watching him, Nijin reached for the newspaper laid out in the reception room. During the night he had slept. He wanted to find out what had happened during that night. As he unfolded the newspaper and read the first page, Nijin understood why Height had reacted that way. The look of utter despair on his face. The dark mage Fove, who had fled to the underground of Regionoff City, was finally subdued after a pursuit. However, the facility discovered in the underground of Regionoff City. The workshop of the dark mage, Kephalon, who had terrorized the Empire decades ago, was found. The sentences that summarized the situation. Following those modest sentences, a larger one captured Nijin's attention. The intervention of the Starblood sect. The Inquisitor General of the Starblood sect, Sir Yul Razian, has expressed his intention to visit Regionoff City. The workshop left behind by a dark mage. This was not something that could be overlooked, and it served as a perfect reason for the headquarters of the Starblood sect, known for judging the malicious and sinister, to take action. Thus, the Starblood sect moved. They mobilized their execution branch. A being known as the Walking Tribunal. The Inquisitor General, Yul Razian. A sword master with 6 stars was making his way to Regionoff City. Only now did Nijin understand why there had been such commotion outside. This was not the hustle and bustle of preparing to welcome a celebrity or organizing a festival. It was quite the opposite. Locking doors, clearing the streets, closing shops, and removing all street vendors. Along with the commotion, the streets were being cleared. In a few hours, it would be as silent as a graveyard. To Nijin, it seemed as if the residents of the underground city were preparing to welcome someone from upstairs. The Inquisitor General, Yul Razian. Nijin knew very little about her. He had looked up all the sword masters before, but information about Yul Razian was surprisingly scarce. The Empire's first pillar, the Empire's foremost, Gerd. The owner of the Order of the Sword, Sword Saint Karen. The Inquisitor General of the Starblood sect, the Executioner Yul Razian. Among the 3 most renowned sword masters of this era, information about Yul Razian was scant compared to the other 2. Origin, life, swordsmanship, sword aura. Nothing was disclosed. Normally, a sword master would have made a name for themselves from an early age, but there was no information about her childhood. At best, there were these records. During the Dawn War, ghosts roam. There is a girl wandering around with pure white hair. The girl kills the remnants of the defeated. She lives by devouring corpses. If you encounter her, do not look back and run away. Estimated sword seeker. Eyewitness accounts from a war that happened over 150 years ago. There's a mad murderer. A group led by a dark mage was destroyed by the hands of a white-haired girl. A circle's dark mage was brutally killed. A girl drenched in blood brought 182 corpses of dark mages to the Starblood sect and demanded payment. The high priest was so shocked that he collapsed. An anecdote from 80 years ago. The Inquisitor General. Yul Razian. She received the high priest's baptism and reached the realm of sword master within a decade. That was all that was known about her life. She had been around for 150 years and had reached the realm of sword master 70 years ago. As a sword master, one is liberated from the limitations of lifespan, so her age was also unknown. Despite all the unknowns, her blood-soaked history was clearly recorded in the Empire's historical records. Dark magic, demons, the malicious and sinister. Wherever such things fester, Eurasian walks. She strides forth and kills everything related to them. She seems to enjoy the act of killing and dismembering people without hesitation. Where she walks, the land is stained with blood. Thus, the world fears and also reveres her. The nickname murderer was attached to her around that time, but Yule herself laughed and adopted that nickname as her own alias. She liked it. She's truly insane, Merlin muttered, propping her chin. When she was a candidate for Excalibur, Bedivere and I screamed so much you wouldn't believe. That woman is nothing but a walking butcher, she said with disgust in her voice. To become a sword master, one must master swordsmanship, awaken imagery, and shake the world with their sword. But in my time, some lunatic proposed a theory, you know? A theory? Yeah, it was a crazy theory. What was it again? Swing a sword and kill people. Absorb their blood, listen to the last screams of their souls, and get close to death itself. It's a bit complicated if you delve into it, but the gist is this. If you kill people with your sword in the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, you can reach the realm of sword master without needing imagery or swordsmanship. Nijin chuckled in disbelief. What kind of crazy? Right? In my time, the scholar who proposed that theory was called a lunatic. Merlin sighed. And the one who actually did it was Eurasian. A person who became a sword master by killing a lot. Not by grasping the intricacies of the sword, not by manifesting her imagery into the world, but simply by swinging widely and killing to reach the pinnacle. Nijin fell silent. In the distance, a carriage was approaching. The carriage bore the emblem of the Starblood sect. The street, devoid of people, fell silent as the carriage came to a halt. Creak. Eventually, the carriage door opened. Despite the carriage's lavish exterior, only one person emerged from it. A distinguished guest arrived without any escort and stepped out of the carriage. Click. A woman of striking beauty emerged from the carriage. Her waist-length pure white hair and skin so pale it seemed almost transparent. The woman was monochromatic, except for her eyes. Eyes as red as blood. The woman who alighted from the carriage looked at Nijin. The moment their eyes met, Nijin felt a chilling sensation run down his spine. Visions of his head being severed from his body, of blood pouring from his form, flitted before Nijin's eyes. Clack. Instinctively, his left hand reached for the sword at his waist, but Nijin managed to grasp it with his right hand in time. Cold sweat ran down his back. This was a sensation he had never felt before. Eurasian, exuding an unbridled aura of killing intent unlike Karen, was truly fearsome. Nijin looked to his side, and his employer, Height, had fainted with his eyes rolled back. See? I told you she's insane. Merlin murmured, seemingly amused, as Nijin looked up. Far away, Eurasian was watching him. Nijin noticed the slight movement in the corners of her expressionless lips. The dark mage of the seventh circle, Cephalon. Around 60 years ago, he was a traitor who plotted to overthrow the state using Regionoff City as his base. Although his plan failed, the incident nearly shook the millennium-long history of the Empire, so the Empire shuddered at anything related to Cephalon. The transcendence ritual attempted in Regionoff City was crucial, but even before that, Cephalon was like a pest to the Empire, wreaking havoc through countless massacres. Therefore, the Empire and the Starblood sect had no choice but to be alarmed by the blatant discovery of Cephalon's workshop in the underground of Regionoff City. What do you mean it was responsibly burned down? It's not written here. The erasure of records and traces, under the command of the Red Tower Master Adrian. It seems my memory isn't mistaken. What are you doing? Why haven't you brought the person in charge? The young emperor personally summoned the Red Tower Master. The former Tower Master, who had retired about 13 years ago to enjoy a leisurely retirement life farming in his territory, was dragged to the imperial court and had his shins kicked. He also had to undergo ideological verification. As the emperor personally reprimanded the former Tower Master, the Starblood sect dispatched the Inquisitor General of the Starblood sect directly to Regionoff City to conclude the case. And so, the situation has come to this point. The witness and the first discoverer of a series of events. Since Nijin was deeply involved in this incident, the Inquisitor General of the Starblood sect had requested an interview with him upon visiting Regionov City. Of course, there was no obligation for Nijin to accept the interview. After all, he was merely a reference. However, it wasn't something he could simply refuse. The Inquisitor General of the Starblood sect, a sword master, had specifically requested an interview, and refusing could bring unpredictable repercussions. If he were royal or from a ducal family, maybe. At least, it wasn't an interview that a mere adventurer could refuse. Therefore, Nijin remained in Regionov City, waiting for the Inquisitor General of the Starblood sect. Upon meeting the Inquisitor General of the Starblood sect, her first impression was chilling. With her skin paler than white and her white hair, she seemed in her early to mid-20s at a glance, but Nijin mulled over the fact that she had lived for at least 150 years. It's hard to judge her age just by her appearance. That's right. Even sword seekers maintain their youthful appearance, and masters become free from the constraints of lifespan. Merlin answered nonchalantly. -150 years old is just in her prime. 150 years old is in her prime. Nijin decided to ignore the words of a mage who had lived for over 1,000 years. Their sense of time seemed to be quite different. Tap, tap. Yule Razian moved from a distance. Her walk didn't carry the formality typical of those in high positions. Instead, it was a bit relaxed and light. Ah, this. Noticing that Yule Razian's red eyes were fixed on him, Nijin groaned as he realized he was exactly where her gaze was directed. It seems I've been marked. It does seem so. Ignoring the city lord and the Inquisitor, as well as Height, who was in charge of the recent foe suppression operation, Yule walked straight towards Nijin. Then, thud. She stopped right in front of him. Still expressionless and emotionless, Yule seemed like a well-crafted doll, even the slight movement of her lips earlier seemed like an illusion now. Swoosh. She tilted her head. Following the tilt, her white hair flowed down. Through the cascading white locks, Yule looked at Nijin. What's your name? The question was thrown abruptly. Nijin momentarily couldn't grasp that the voice belonged to the person in front of him. So alien was Yule's voice. Thinner and more soprano than he imagined. Not quite fitting for a killer who had slaughtered tens to hundreds of thousands. Catching his breath, Nijin responded. Ivan. Ah, you are the reference person for the case. I've heard about you. Nice to meet you. Yule still used formal speech. However, those around didn't seem to take special notice of this fact, and Nijin belatedly remembered something about Yule Razian. Yule Razian uses formal speech with everyone. Because everything is the same to her. Even to the Emperor, the son of the Empire, and to a beggar rolling in the streets, she uses formal speech. A few had pointed this out, but no one who pointed it out kept their head attached. So, it wasn't uncomfortable. Quickly accepting Yule's formal speech, Nijin graciously accepted it. There's no need to waste time. Yule spoke indifferently. Her voice, close to a soprano, aside, there was no inflection in it. With that alien voice, Yule said. Lead the way. She pointed at Nijin. Originally, she had requested an interview with Nijin, and there was a designated guide, but, as if it were none of her concern, Yule pointed at Nijin and continued. I will receive guidance from this person. Everyone, proceed with your duties. It shouldn't take long. The Inquisitors, as if accustomed, bowed their heads and dispersed. Only the Lord and Height remained, staring blankly at Yule. Do you have something to say? That, well. The Lord hesitated, and Height spoke. Do you not need any companions or knights to accompany you? At that question, Yule tilted her head. The expressionless face tilted, and she opened her mouth. Pardon? A voice full of questions. Confused by why such a question was asked, Height realized his mistake too late. Bowing his head, Height made way, admitting his slip of the tongue. From the start, Yule Razian needed no companions. There was no need for knights or similar personnel. Just as those who reach the transcendent realm are, Yul Razian is a mighty being beyond human limits. It's futile to measure and judge her by common sense. All the forces stationed in this city, that is, all the knights and all the mages, as well as the mercenaries and soldiers still present, could all rush at her, yet not a single drop of blood would be shed from her. For that's what a sword master is. Yul, tilting her head, then moved towards the underground waterway, leading Nijin. This is the place. Guiding Yul, Nijin slightly adjusted his impression of her. If the impression of Yul he had from Merlin's stories was of an unpredictable, bloodthirsty madwoman. Tap, tap. The impression of Yul following him now was of an emotionless doll. The intense murderous intent he felt when she alighted from the carriage was now nowhere to be felt, as if his experience then was a mere illusion. After some time, they reached a deep part of the underground waterway, where Nijin had pursued Fove and arrived. Turning his head, he saw a passage leading to Kephalon's workshop. The Inquisitors had unlocked the passage. That's the place. Yul, making a tapping sound, moved forward. She now stood ahead of Nijin, changing their positions. As they descended into the workshop along the passage, Yul said. Your name is Ivan, right? Yes. Your age? 28. I don't like lies. Her voice, still devoid of any inflection, made it hard to grasp the emotions and intentions in her words. Legally, I'm 28. So, it's a disguised identity. Imperial law doesn't take identity disguise lightly, but that's a matter for the Imperial officials, not my jurisdiction. I'm not interested. Yul stopped walking and turned to look at Nijin. Even in the darkness, her red eyes glowed. I'm asking for your age. It's a personal curiosity, and I have no intention of harming you. Nijin sensed it was a warning. Lying again might have unpredictable consequences. Yet, Nijin took a step forward. If you swear or make a vow not to disclose it, I will reveal my age. Do you realize I have the authority and power to make you disclose your identity? I have many ways to make you speak. I'm aware. And still, you want a vow from me? Yes. Yul looked at Nijin. Her glowing red eyes stared into his unwavering amber eyes for a few seconds. Heh. Yul's lips twitched slightly. Very well. I'll swear. I swear in the name of the Thorny Martyr, the patron saint of the Starblood sect, that this conversation will not leak. Is that satisfactory? Asking this, Nijin nodded to Yul. Your age? 18. You're young. Is that so? Yes, more young than mature. Considering your realm, it's remarkably young. Astonishing. Yul clapped her hands with a stoic expression. Clap, clap, clap. The dry sound of applause echoed. As Nijin looked at her with a bitter gaze, Yul stopped clapping and tilted her head. Don't you like being applauded? I'm confused. I don't know what you mean or your intent. Clapping is my way of expressing astonishment. There's no other meaning, so smile. Yul raised her lips with both hands. The applause of a sword master is precious. My astonishment is even more so. So, rejoice. Nijin forced a smile. Only then, seeming satisfied, Yul turned and moved forward. She seemed a bit odd. A murderer who's killed hundreds of thousands wouldn't be sane, would they? That's true. Ignoring Merlin's words, Nijin followed Yul. Even as they descended into the workshop, Yul kept talking to him. If this were known to the Empire, it would be an uproar. Sword Saint Karen might come to meet you immediately. Surely, he would. There was a hint of inflection in Yul's usually flat voice. Nijin noticed her voice tinged with excitement. But you met me first, and I discovered you. Remember this. Yul Razian was the first sword master you faced. A honor indeed. Indeed, a great honor. Yul stopped. They were deep inside Kephalon's workshop. In front of the horrifying sight, Yul didn't blink. There was no sign of disturbance. It's also regrettable. Yul sighed. The sigh was filled with warmth. As if unable to bear it, she reached into her uniform and pulled out a water bottle. As if dying of thirst, she uncorked the bottle and downed it. Nijin frowned. The strong aroma of potent liquor wafted over. It wasn't water but alcohol. After emptying the bottle, Yule exhaled deeply. It's truly regrettable that I have no justification to draw my sword against you. Excuse me. An out-of-context statement. As Nijin was puzzled, Yule continued. Under imperial law, identity disguise is a grave crime. However, since you are under the patronage of the Cambria Foundation, an exception applies, and I cannot punish you. It was a soliloquy. I have the power to make immediate judgments under imperial law, but I cannot wield it against you. The power I hold as the Inquisitor General of the Starblood sect is the same. I can interrogate you, but it must be through dialogue, not force. You have not committed a crime yet. It was also a question she posed to herself, seeking a reason to draw her sword. During our descent here, I observed the energy within you. Unusual achievements for your young age. I suspected a pact with a demon. If I detected even a hint of demonic energy, as the Inquisitor General of the Starblood sect, I could draw my sword against you, but there was none. You're clean. Hiya. It would be blatantly illegal and against doctrine for me to draw my sword against you. That's regrettable. I thought it was a good opportunity. Sighing, Yule reached into the air. Then, snap, the scenery twisted as she grasped the air, forming a shape in her hand. Yule grasped the air, but in her hand now was a great sword. At the sight of the great sword, Nijin instinctively backed away. A murderous intent far surpassing what she had shown when alighting from the carriage filled the space, pressing down on it as if it had mass. Nijin's eyes reddened. His senses were on edge, and before he knew it, he had drawn his sword. Your mental strength to withstand a murderous intent, the intuition to create distance, the reflex to draw your sword as a swordsman. Impressive. It's really a pity. Holding her drawn sword, Yule only turned her head to look at Nijin. She was smiling. Her blood-red eyes glowed with excitement and regret. Under imperial law, death in a duel agreed upon by both parties is legal. If I challenge you to a duel, would you accept? A duel with a sword master. If Sword Saint Karen had challenged him, Nijin would have gladly accepted. Naturally, the Sword Saint would hold back, seeking to gauge and teach Nijin through the duel. But the person before him was different. Her only goal was one. A duel where blood is shed, aiming for each other's lives, not stopping until life or death is decided. Accepting meant losing his head. What if I draw Excalibur? No, he would still lose. The realms are different. The experience is different. The dimensions are different. Even summoning Excalibur wouldn't bridge the gap, Nijin knew. I refuse. A duel with a sword master is a valuable experience. It's only meaningful if I survive. You're not wrong. Yule nodded. Then, let's postpone the duel. Regretfully sighing, she turned to look ahead. Kephalon's workshop lay before them. As the Inquisitor General of the Starblood sect, Yule had the authority to clean up this workshop. I suppose I'll have to cut this down instead. She swung the great sword she held in one hand. And Nijin saw. As if cutting out a newspaper with scissors, everything in front of them was excised from the world. The phenomenon occurred first, followed by the sound. Screech. A sword cry, resembling a human scream, echoed through the air. A sword cry that resembled a human scream. With a screeching tear, a tempest raged in the deepest part of the underground waterway, brought forth not by nature but by a sword wielded by a human. Yule Razian swung her sword. The sword master wielded her blade. In that moment, Nijin saw the entirety of Kephalon's workshop, stretching far into the distance, being carved away. The process was unlike splitting, slicing, or shattering. It was different, and thus, alien. It was as if the world was being excised. Like cutting paper with scissors, the landscape was carved away by the swing of a sword. The process was more akin to disassembly than cutting or splitting. Despite seeing it with his own eyes, Nijin couldn't comprehend how it happened. Yule Razian swung her sword once, and the workshop vanished without a trace. Only the cause and the effect remained, with the process itself evaporating. I've heard rumors, but witnessing it firsthand is indeed astonishing. Merlin's voice echoed in Nijin's ears. Do you remember when I spoke to you about mystique? Nijin remembered. Unbound by rules and lying beyond the realm of common sense. Right. Masterpieces are said to contain mystique, but why are they called masterpieces? Because they make the impossible possible, hence the title. Merlin sighed as he spoke. Originally, mystique resides in living beings. There are a few species naturally born with mystique. Dragons, demons, fairies, those kinds of beings. But very occasionally. Merlin paused before continuing. Mystique can also reside in humans. There are those born with mystique, albeit at an extremely rare rate. Of course, not all of them are aware of the mystique they possess. Only a very few realize their own mystique. The probability is incredibly low, compounded by yet another layer of rarity. Merlin muttered this, then chuckled bitterly. Surprisingly, there are 2 of them here. 2, Merlin said. One is me, whispering to you, and the other is that madwoman standing over there. Nijin looked at Yule. The woman holding a Zweihander, a type of great sword. As she released the sword, it dissolved into the air with a whooshing sound. She turned her gaze towards Nijin. Still expressionless, but beyond that mask of indifference, Nijin had glimpsed her madness. Swallowing dryly under her sticky, blood-red gaze, Nijin felt a chill. Disassembly. That was the mystique Yule Razian harbored. Merlin was saying so. There was no need to ask in what context the word disassembly was used. The example was right before his eyes. A landscape disassembled, excised from the world. The empty scenery of the vanished workshop spoke volumes about the usage of the word. Nijin clicked his tongue inwardly. Mystique is chilling. Most are beyond comprehension. What mystique do you hold, Merlin? Nijin asked. Merlin fell silent. After a moment, he spoke. A full stop. Merlin didn't elaborate further, as if she didn't want to delve into the topic anymore. Kethalon's workshop had vanished without a trace. What should have been a task for dozens of inquisitors to clean up was completed with a single swing of Yule Razian's sword. However, she seemed less than satisfied with the outcome. Sigh. Yule exhaled deeply. She rummaged through her belongings, pulling out a bottle from the Starblood sect's uniform. Having emptied it earlier, not a single drop of alcohol fell out, even when turned upside down. Ah! Yule moaned. She quickly turned her gaze to Nijin. Ivan. Yes. Do you have any alcohol on you? An utterly unexpected question. Nijin shook his head, and Yule sighed even longer this time. Unable to bear the sight of her constant sighing, Nijin offered a bottle of water he had. I have some water, would you like that instead? I suppose I'll have to make do with that. Accepting the water bottle, Yule quenched her thirst. Even after finishing the entire bottle, her thirst seemed unquenched, as she licked her lips looking at Nijin, as if asking if there was more. Nijin shook his head. He did have some potions, but he didn't want to give his expensive potions to Yule, especially since she wasn't injured. Are you thirsty? It's a habit. When I want to kill but can't, I get thirsty. Alcohol helps, but unfortunately, there's none here. A sad thing, really. Yule glanced at Nijin with those words, not exactly a comforting look for him. Essentially, she was saying she was thirsty because she wanted to kill him but couldn't. It was a chilling statement. Nijin decided to change the subject. As they climbed up from the underground waterway, Nijin engaged Yule in conversation. You seem to enjoy alcohol. Yes, I do. I relish the burning sensation it brings to my throat. If it contains a bit of poison, even better. Yule offered a thin smile. I particularly enjoy the Starblood wine produced by the Starblood sect. I've heard it called holy water or blessed wine by the outside world. Did you know that the undiluted, highest quality Starblood wine is essentially a poison? Do you mean it's potent? both in potency and as an actual poison. It contains ingredients that act as poison in the human body. She played with her empty bottle, reminiscing. Drinking it feels like your throat is burning. Your eyes bloodshot, every sense heightened. It's the only alcohol that can make me, who has transcended, feel intoxicated and in pain. Those who curse Starblood wine as insane liquor are fools who know nothing of its taste. Yule mumbled, a smile spreading across her lips. Even the mere thought of drinking seemed to bring her joy. I thought she was an emotionless doll. Perhaps that's not quite right. Nijin pondered as he walked. Then, he suddenly stopped, causing Yule to halt as well. Do you have something to say? May I ask you a question? By all means. Yule nodded, and Nijin spoke. I recall you saying you wanted to swing your sword at me, to try and kill me. Indeed, I did say that. I find you intriguing. I want to clash swords with you, and yes, I also want to kill you. There was no malice in Yule's words. Pure interest. While the notion of discussing death as a matter of interest was chilling, understanding Yule Razian as such a person made the conversation somewhat comprehensible. If I may be so bold, as the Inquisitor General, you wield immense power, as I understand. That is true. Above me are only the son of the Empire and the Grand Priests of the three sects. So, wouldn't you be in a position where you could swing your sword at someone like me without facing any consequences? Aren't you in a position where you can do as you please? That was Nijin's question. He knew the world was such a place. Even if Yule executed Nijin on the spot, the incident wouldn't escalate much. Who would dare raise a hand against the Inquisitor General of the sect? Yet, Yule doesn't act on it. Nijin wanted to know why. Despite the risk of asking, he somehow felt Yule wouldn't kill him right there and then. Yes, if I were to kill you now, there wouldn't be any particular sanctions against me. That is true. Yule answered his question. But that would be making an exception to the rules I've set for myself. One exception leads to two, and two leads to three and four. So, it's impossible. Rules, you say? Rules to survive by. She continued after a long sigh. I live according to my desires. Kill as I wish. Yes, about 150 years ago, I lived that way. It was a story about herself. I killed as I pleased. It was an era of war, after all. In the battlefields of life and death, there is no right or wrong, no good or evil. So, I lived that way. It was indeed a delightful era. Killing indiscriminately and reveling in blood. But time passed, and the wars ended. Then, shouldn't I change my methods as well? She spoke calmly. I am a killer. I enjoy taking lives and love the sight of bloodshed. However, I also have a longing for life, a desire to indulge in this pleasure for a long time. Is that so? Yes, indeed. To enjoy this pleasure for longer, shouldn't I align myself with the world's definitions of right and wrong, good and evil? So, she made her decision. Her own set of rules. Yule Razian explained. Those who commit crimes. Those who do wrong. Apostates who dabble in dark magic. Evil and nefarious beings. The world doesn't condemn me for cutting down such beings, but if my sword were to spill the blood of an innocent, severing their neck, they would come. Yule shrugged. The lighthouse keeper of the Starlight Order, the incarnation of the Starbody sect, soared Saint Karen, the Empire's #1, gird. Not in the battlefield of stars or the abyssal lands, but among the transcendent beings dwelling in the continent. They are the ones who would rush in a single stride to slay a murderer spreading her wings across the land. Ah, they are strong. Even if I were to rush at them with all my might, I couldn't survive against all of them. Of course, I have a desire to fight and shed blood with them, but I've saved that wish for the very end. Saying so, Yule laughed. It was an innocent, untainted laugh, purer than anything else. Shouldn't the most delicious dessert be saved for last? Although he couldn't understand everything, Nijin agreed with the last statement. That's true. Yes, that's how it is. Nijin felt a bit like he understood the kind of person Yul Razian was. He didn't want to empathize with her way of life at all, but understanding was a different matter. So, I might hold back a bit when it comes to you. Really? The end of the underground waterway came into view. Tap, tap, as Yul stepped on the stairs leading to the surface and looked back at Nijin. You have the potential to ascend to a sword master. With your realm at that age, you'll likely reach a position like mine before long. Her white hair sparkled in the incoming light. Backlit, she smiled at Nijin. When that time comes, I will once again challenge you to a duel. I hope you won't refuse then. I'll think about it. Ah, you're also welcome to commit a crime. Minor offenses can be pardoned under the special laws for sword masters, so if you're going to, make it a grand massacre. That might be a bit difficult. Is that so? Yul shrugged. What a pity. When Yul and Nijin emerged from the underground waterway, the city lord sighed in relief. It seemed the matter had been settled more quietly than expected. I'll be heading to Cambria now. Having finished all his business in the city, Nijin returned to Cambria, and the Inquisitor's carriage also returned to the Starblood sect. However, Yul Razian did not leave. Only her carriage remained in the city. As the Lord watched her cautiously, Yul, who had been standing quietly, slowly tilted her head. Her gaze was directed towards the narrow alleys of the commercial city. I understand Regionov City is a commercial hub. Yes, it is, but I have a question. Depending on your answer, you may find yourself implicated in a crime. Please keep that in mind and respond. Yes. The Lord trembled. Yul looked at him with her red eyes, extending her arm to point deep into the alleyway. I sense magic there. It seems things that shouldn't be sold are being traded. I hear voices. The voices of merchants. There was no sound to be heard. Not even the knights guarding the Lord, nor Nijin, and not even a sword saint if present, could have heard anything. But Yul Razian hears. Her senses were abnormally sharp, even among sword masters. Her ears picked up the voices of merchants engaging in illicit trade. Her nose detected the stench of the items they bought and sold. Is this business under your management, or is it the unilateral action of cultists who have settled here? Yul made it clear what she was talking about. The black market. An underground market existed in Regionov City, its presence tacitly condoned. It was quite profitable, and the commercial city's rapid growth owed much to this black market. The Lord had turned a blind eye to the existence of the black market. Sometimes he even supported it, allowing it to grow unchecked. However, he couldn't reveal that fact. The Inquisitor General before him was someone who could sever a person's neck for being involved in a crime, and face no punishment for it. I'm unaware of such things. Is that so? Yul knew the Lord was lying. Yet, she merely nodded, as it didn't really matter to her. Then, I shall take care of it. It's my duty as the Inquisitor General of the sect. It was a minor incident that didn't require the involvement of someone of her stature. Nevertheless, Yul Razian stepped towards the alleyway. The Lord had no grounds to stop her. Closing his eyes tightly, he accepted the inevitable. That day, the alleyways of Regionov City were drenched in blood. Though no screams echoed. A sword cry, resembling a human scream, resonated. And the city of opportunities, Cambria, Nijin gazed at the passing scenery from the carriage bound for Cambria. The languid sunshine was splaying its rays everywhere. It was the season transitioning from autumn to winter, and the streets were carpeted with leaves in a myriad of colors. Are those fallen leaves? What do you mean, ah? Merlin trailed off, finally grasping the meaning behind Nijin's murmur. Having lived his entire life in the underground city of Artman, Nijin had no experience of autumn, let alone seen fallen leaves. Silently, Nijin continued to look out the window. It was all new to him. Just when he thought he was getting accustomed to something new would pop up. The blue sky, the green of the fields, and the colorful fallen leaves. The surface world was painted in colors unseen in the underground city. It was fascinating and beautiful. Nijin's eyes momentarily captured the novelty of the landscape, but soon, a cool twilight filled his gaze. The eyes tinged with the hue of twilight narrowed. Clearly, he found some joy in wandering the outside world. But not enough to be off guard. Nejin recalled the battle with Capman. Any slight mistake, and he would have been killed right there and then. Yet, at the same time, Nejin realized he had been too relaxed. He had forgotten the fact that he had pursuers, that he could be targeted anywhere, anytime. In getting accustomed to the unfamiliar, he had neglected the most crucial aspect. Ivan would have certainly clicked his tongue at this oversight. It shouldn't have happened. He should never have let his guard down, especially not like when he first left the underground city. Nejin sensed that the wariness he initially had significantly diluted. It's quite absurd. Nejin bitterly smiled. I'm not even a sword master yet, let alone a seeker, and here I am, catching a breath. Merlin remained silent. Though she tried to say it wasn't so, her voice didn't reach Nejin. What filled his mind was the image of being pierced by Capman's arrow. And Yul Razian, the Inquisitor General of the Starblood sect, wielding her sword. When Yul Razian unleashed her killing intent, Nejin saw a vision of his neck being sliced. His senses, heightened to their limit, showed him a glimpse of the future. And even then, naturally, there was no way to respond. Death. A death so simple. The battle with Capman, the encounter with Yul. These events were enough to remind Nejin of what he had forgotten. That his life could be taken at any moment, anywhere, a very simple fact. Sigh. Nejin exhaled deeply. I heard there's a lighthouse keeper in the Starlight Order, a sword master level powerhouse. Yeah, there is. Would he come to kill me? No, that's not possible. Merlin stated categorically. The lighthouse keeper can't move. He's a special being, and the moment he moves, the stars will take notice. If the lighthouse keeper moves, the whole world will watch you and him. Merlin added, if that were to happen. Everything would turn upside down if you were to draw Excalibur at that moment. The Starlight Order would seek to kill the bearer of Excalibur. The Lighthouse, the god of the Order, wouldn't be unaware of the implications of such a statement. The Lighthouse Keeper is akin to an apostle to the Lighthouse, the god of the sect. The moment it becomes known that the Lighthouse has moved its apostle to trample the bearer of Excalibur, it would give the stars a reason to intervene. The conditions for the descent of a constellation are quite complex, but in this case, the conditions for a star to descend on the mainland would be met. The intervention of the stars. It would mean making enemies of the entire world. Neither you nor the Starlight Order would want that story. That place would become a battlefield of the stars. A war between the stars wanting to kill Arthur's successor and those wanting to protect him. There would be no winner in that war. Unless you reach the realm of a sword master and possess a star, in the current situation, that's how it is. Both the sect and Nejin would only face ruin. But, the Order would fall first. What's certain is that the Order's downfall would come faster than Nejin's. Losing everything they've built. Merlin argued that the lighthouse wouldn't choose such a path. I still don't quite get this situation. I thought it was the Order's own doing, but at this point, they must know too, right? Knowing yet still intervening in this affair. Merlin scoffed at the thought. Even if they could excuse it as the lower ranks acting out of turn, why engage in such a matter? Is it an attempt to provoke the Round Table? Some religious zealot possessed by mere 8 stars? The lighthouse I know isn't that audacious. Listening to Merlin, Nejin spoke. In the end, what needs to be done remains the same. The target doesn't change. Apart from the lighthouse keeper, there are no sword master level powerhouses in the Order. What's left are only those comparable to sword seekers. Didn't Ivan also say it? Once you reach the realm of a sword seeker, even the Order can't ignore your existence, and they'll have to negotiate. Of course, the situation has changed a bit, but the essence of the plan remains unchanged. To reach the realm of a sword seeker. Not just to grasp a fragment but to move beyond. To reach the realm of a sword seeker, one must completely deconstruct and reconstruct their sword aura. Only through this process can one obtain an optimal form of sword aura that encapsulates their essence. Where does he stand now? He has touched the fragment, but he hasn't achieved the reconstruction of sword aura. He's outmatched by a complete sword seeker. A stroke of luck like the fight with Captain Theosis would be hard to come by again. I am just the beginning. They'll come after you, over and over again. Capman had clearly stated that. More people would target him, and at times, he must be prepared for battles against multiple opponents. Among them, there could be those as strong as Capman or even stronger. This won't do. He needed to ascend to the realm of a sword seeker. And the sooner, the better. The benefits provided to Red Rank adventurers were numerous, and among them was access to personal training rooms. Managed under the Central Guild, these personal training rooms were a privilege only Red Rank adventurers and above could enjoy. The facilities were so well equipped that even knights affiliated with noble families were said to envy them. And, of course, finding a place where one could train without worrying about prying eyes or the leakage of techniques was rare. Often, a good secluded spot would become a popular training site crowded with people in just a few days. Therefore, Red Rank adventurers frequently made use of the personal training rooms. They would gather in the lounge-cum-corridor, lined with doors to the training rooms, to chat and share stories. So, you see. And today, the adventurers gathered in the lounge had their attention fixed on one particular training room. They glanced at the firmly shut door and continued their conversation. He's been at it since yesterday. Yesterday? Buddy, he's been at it for a whole week. A middle-aged adventurer, his back scarred from countless battles, laughed mockingly. You know I use the training room early in the morning, right? Of course. You've been saying for years you like to tear up some muscles before heading to your mercenary group. Right. So, usually, when I come to the training room in the early hours, I'm the first one there, right? It takes about an hour or so before others start trickling in. And then? Well, for the past week, that young man has always been there first. The light in that training room is always on. One time, I came an hour earlier than usual, and he was already there. An adventurer who had been eavesdropping joined the conversation. That guy is there at night too, you know. Really? Yes, he's so loud when he's training. I use the room next to his, and the noise is unbearable. It's chilling just hearing the way he swings around so violently. The nature of the noise was self-explanatory, as it was audible even now. The relentless sounds of something being smashed and splintered echoed continuously from beyond the sturdy door, despite the soundproofing. All week long. Seems like it. A real piece of work, that one. The adventurers shook their heads in disbelief. They were somewhat accomplished themselves and understood what it meant to be immersed in training. There were days when they wanted to clear their minds through intense practice, spending a day or two locked up in the training room. But it was unusual to do it so intensely for a whole week. His name was Ivan, I believe. The one who recently became a Red Rank. The adventurers mulled over the name of the young man using the training room. His recent exploits in the adventurous city had made him quite well known, so there wasn't anyone who hadn't heard of Ivan. But why was he training so intensely? For what reason is he training like that? Well, you know what happened recently. Capman, that fellow. Capman Theosis, a white rank adventurer. Amidst the uproar caused by his publicized death and Cambria's ensuing turmoil, Ivan, who had embarked on a similar mission, had been holed up in the training room for over a week. The adventurers vaguely speculated that Capman's death must have had a significant impact on him. Screech. As they were gossiping, the door to the training room opened. A gust of warm air rushed out as Nijin emerged from the training room. Wiping off sweat, he refilled his empty water bottle and headed back to the training room. During this brief interlude, the adventurers caught a glimpse of the inside. Beyond the ajar door. Nijin's training room. It was filled with sword scars. The room was covered in marks from frenzied sword swings. The ceiling, the walls, the ground, and especially the central wall, which served as the target, were significantly gouged. Considering that the room was cleaned and repaired daily by the maintenance staff and that the central wall was made of a notoriously hard mineral, it was truly astonishing. The adventurers were momentarily speechless. Eventually, someone said. He's insane. No one disagreed. The scene they witnessed through the open door was not something a sane person would create. Late at night, well past midnight, Nijin finally stepped out of the training room. As he walked, breathing in the cool air, he thought to himself. A light meal, a brief rest, and then back to it. Merlin, overhearing his monologue, couldn't help but interject. Enough already. How long are you planning to keep this up? I need to reach the realm of a sword seeker, don't I? I know, but this isn't helping. You can't reach that level by brute forcing your training like this. It has to be of some help, though. This is driving me insane. Even as he was heading home and conversing with Merlin, Nijin kept his senses sharpened to their utmost. Prepared to respond instantly if an assassin were to strike. He was in a state of constant vigilance, not just in the training room but even while asleep, always keeping his sword within arm's reach. In essence, he wasn't truly resting. It was just like when he first left the underground city. Merlin clicked her tongue as she observed that his once relaxed alertness had not only returned but intensified. This could lead to his downfall. Yet, this wasn't a habit that could be broken overnight. Nijin. The boy who grew up in the underground city. The nature of a hound that grew up in the streets, where abandoned children flocked even within a forsaken underground city, doesn't easily fade. Even when working as Ivan's hunting dog, any minor mistake, any threat to his life, any encroaching death, would lead Nijin to obsessively sharpen his senses through rigorous training. It was what kept him alive. It was what led him to victory over stronger opponents. Those intense experiences from his youth remained indelibly imprinted on Nijin. They might be forgotten momentarily, but never truly discarded. As these memories flashed through Nijin's mind, Merlin sighed. Rustle. Still clutching his sword, Nijin drifted off to sleep, and at the crack of dawn, he was already on his way back to the training room. You're busy even before dawn. Nijin stopped in his tracks. The streets were still dark, with the sun yet to rise. It's hard to catch a glimpse of your face. Someone was sitting on a bench placed in front of the training room. She stood up, shedding her deeply hooded robe, revealing light brown hair that fluttered in the breeze. Really, it would be nice if you came to see me first once in a while. Didn't I wish you a safe trip? When you return, you should at least come to say you're back, right? She grumbled as she stepped on the fallen leaves, making her way towards Nijin. The woman, with her drowsy yellow eyes, finally stood before him. Don't you agree? Nijin. She whispered the name, ensuring no one else was around. What brings you here at this dawn? The trading company. Name. Jetta. Must there be a reason to visit? We're not so distant, are we? Jetta shrugged. It's nothing much. She then pulled at Nijin's arm. Come with me somewhere. Excuse me. Let's go together. Jetta tugged at Nijin's arm more forcefully. Despite being able to easily shake her off, Nijin found himself unable to do so. They ended up in front of a carriage. Standing in front of the carriage, Jetta twirled her index finger through her hair. It's a date invitation. Even as she said it, her face flushed with embarrassment. Kidnapped at the break of dawn, Nijin found himself whisked away in a carriage, destination unknown, deeming the situation more than sufficient to be called an abduction. Abduction? With your strength, you could shatter this carriage and escape in seconds. Still counts as an abduction, doesn't it? Well, fancy that. A man near the level of a sword seeker, getting abducted. No denying that. Exhaling shortly, Nijin sank into the carriage seat, conceding the point. Technically, it was an abduction, but hadn't he also not resisted? Silently, he gazed across. Jetta fidgeted with her knees, her head slightly bowed, seemingly unprepared for what came after commandeering the carriage. So, where is this carriage headed? Yes, what? I asked where we're going. Jetta straightened up, smoothed her chest, and began. To the Empire's capital, Camelot. Camelot? Yes, I have business in Camelot. Besides my night escort, I could bring one more. Thought it'd be nice to have you along. The Empire's capital, Camelot. Nijin slowly nodded. But why me? You're asking. Jeta sighed and crossed her arms. Capman, on a similar mission, perished. Rumors are rife about a dark mage's workshop discovery and a visit by the Order's Inquisitor General. Do you know how worried I was? Is that so? Yes, it is. Don't look so surprised. Of course, I was worried. It made sense, upon reflection. Hadn't he been lavished with support, serving as the face of the trading company? A figurehead dying abroad would certainly spell significant losses. While Nijin pondered this, Jeta squinted at him. You're thinking, as a model, my death would indeed be a loss for the company, aren't you? How did you know? Good grief. Yes, well, it would be a loss for the company, but do you think that's the only reason? Jeta let out a long, very long sigh, looking slightly disappointed at Nijin. We're not just acquaintances from work, are we? What do you mean? Well, even if not close friends, we're at least that, right? I thought so. The front part of her statement was lost on him, but he caught the latter. Silenced by Jeta's words, Nijin pondered. The concept of friends was foreign to him. Growing up in the underground city, he had no place for friends. Competitors, perhaps. Or targets to be eliminated. If not, the relationships were mostly one-sided. In Artman, people either admired, envied, or feared Nijin. The only real relationships he had were with Ivan, often, and perhaps Master Hogel, but they feel more like elders or mentors than friends. So, what does being friends feel like? What's the definition of a friend? What? Nijin, rubbing his chin, posed the question to Merlin. She retorted incredulously, and Nijin, slightly bowing his head, mulled over it. Friends, friends. Are you seriously pondering what a friend is right now? I've never had one before. Do you have any, Jeta? That's quite a rude question. But to answer, of course, I. Jeta too fell silent. Friends seem straightforward. Chatting, shaking hands, hanging out, that's friendship, right? But Jeta's idea of a friend was different. Someone you can talk openly with. Someone in front of whom you can drop all pretenses. By that definition, she'd never had a friend. Her tumultuous childhood didn't allow for such luxuries. If the man before her denied their friendship, it meant she'd never had one. I don't have any either. Suddenly, Jeta laughed. Two people in their 20s, sitting and earnestly discussing the definition of friendship, it was absurd. With a thin smile, Jeta said. I thought we were friends, but if you thought otherwise, I'd feel a bit disappointed. Extending her hand, Jeta offered. Shall we start being friends then? What role does a friend play? Just someone you can talk openly with. Someone whose company is enjoyable and comforting enough to share your feelings with. In that case. Grasping Jeta's hand, Nijin considered. Indeed, he felt somewhat at ease with Jeta. He wasn't sure why. It seems right. Friends. Right? Accepting Nijin's handshake, Jeta mused. To her, Nijin had always been perfect and capable. In swordsmanship, disguises, escapes, diplomacy, combat, he was a flawless mercenary. But seeing him earnestly contemplate and feel unfamiliar with the term friend. It was like encountering a new side of him. Naive in terms of relationships. After all, he always seemed a bit reclusive. Is he weak in this aspect? Jeta swallowed hard. Exploiting psychological nuances for gain was a trader's virtue. Even without friendship experience, this was her area of expertise. Her greedy eyes fixed on Nijin. If I manipulate him this way or that, could I make him look only at me? Starting with daily greetings, sharing meals, and then friends. As Jeta schemed, Nijin suddenly spoke up. Though it seemed like a murmur, it was loud enough to catch Jeta's attention. Drawn by his voice, she looked at Nijin's face. He was smiling faintly. As if fond of the resonance the word friend brought. At that sight, Jeta's mind went blank. She swiftly turned away to look outside, pressing down on her racing heart, trying to steady her breath. In relationships, or rather, in matters of love, isn't it said the one who falls first loses? If that's the case, she's already marked as a loser, stepping onto the battlefield with a label on her forehead. Reversing the roles of victor and vanquished wouldn't be easy with just resolve. It's going to be a tough battle. So, start with friendship. They say starting is half the journey. Having started, it's as good as done. If she's come this far, that's quite the progress. So, for today, she should take it easy. Dieta's escort, Passion, glancing back, shook his head. Whatever conversation happened inside, judging by his master's flushed ears, it seemed to have gone awry. Stay strong, Dieta. Murmuring internally, Passion drove on. The journey to the Empire's capital took a considerable amount of time. Throughout the carriage ride, Nijin remained on high alert, which Dieta found peculiar. His demeanor suggested he was being pursued or cornered. Sharp, alert eyes. Hands always resting on the sword hilt. Just like when she first saw him. Back then, in the alley, Nijin had the same look. Dieta thought to broach the subject but decided it was too soon and held her tongue. Regardless of who. As they neared the Empire's capital, Camelot, after several days, Dieta turned to Nijin. You won't be harmed in the Empire's capital. If blood is shed in the heart of the Imperial City, that person won't stand idly by. Who might that be? Sword Master, Sir Gerd. The advice to relax. Hearing this, Nijin blinked. Realizing his constant vigilance had been noticed, he gave an awkward smile. Is it that obvious? Even when talking or sleeping, your hands on your sword. How could it not be? Dieta let out a bitter laugh. Let's talk about this later. Saying so, she gestured ahead. We've arrived. Before them stood a massive gate. The Empire's capital, Camelot. The Empire's capital, Camelot, encircled by towering walls, is the heart of the myth-entwined Empire of Britannia. As Nijin stepped out of the carriage, the expanse before him took his breath away. The city's core, known as the World Center. Looking up, the site is dominated by towering spires. 7 magic towers encircle the capital, yet none cast a shadow. Special treatments allow the tower's walls to let sunlight through, ensuring the Empire's every corner is evenly lit. An endless, boundless city. At its heart and its highest point, sits the Imperial Palace, covered in platinum. Gazing at its peak, there's a void in the sky, dark as night despite the daylight, but not devoid of light. Through the breach, a star was visible. A constellation of 13 stars. The first emperor of the empire. The rightful ruler of Britannia. The great hero, the king of knights, Arthur's star. Day or night, Arthur's star shone from the empire's core, illuminating everything. Overwhelmed, Nijin couldn't help but sigh. It's been a while, this place too. Merlin, gazing at Camelot through Nijin's eyes, smiled wistfully. The Camelot she knew had changed too much. Britannia wasn't always an empire. Nor was Camelot always this grand. Originally, Britannia was just a shelter established by Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table for refugees. Camelot, now the capital, was merely an old castle back then. They've grown it so much. From those humble beginnings, Britannia has become an empire dominating the continent, and the old castle of Camelot transformed into a vast capital, encircled by 7 magic towers. Merlin sighed with mixed emotions. This way. Led by Dieta, Nijin arrived at a street lined with buildings, each flying its own flag, representing various houses or groups. Among them stood a building with Dieta Trading Company's emblem, modest and unassuming compared to the others, with just a flag hanging from an otherwise plain building. Thud. Stopping before it, Dieta turned to Nijin, her smile indicating she took great pride in this building. This is our company's building. She marked her territory in front of the building. Opening the door, Dieta gestured inside, inviting him to follow. Nijin followed Dieta into the building, still bare and stark. The cleanup seemed incomplete, with dust in places. Climbing the creaky stairs after Dieta, Nijin reached the top floor. Though it was only 3 stories high. At the highest point of the building, Dieta flung open a window. Beckoning Nijin to her side, she tapped the windowsill. Unable to resist her gesture, Nijin joined her by the window. This is the merchant's quarter of Camelot. It can't compare to the merchant's street in Cambria, can it? Indeed. Owning even one plot here signifies a successful company. See those flags? Loctite, Cornwall, the continent's renowned companies. Vastly more significant than my company. Pointing out lavishly decorated buildings and their towering presence, Dieta continued. Yet, starting from the city of opportunities and erecting a building in the empire's capital is a first for our company. By our, I mean mine. It's a remarkable achievement, don't you think? Is it? For now, it's just this modest building. Turning to Nijin, Dieta smiled. But I plan to devour that building. Pointing at the tallest building in the street, the Cornwall family's banner flying high, she laughed. Like in Cambria, engulf the entire street, making it mine, and then. Next would be there. Extending her finger, she pointed at the palace. Around the palace stood 5 towers, resembling towering watchtowers. People referred to these as the empire's 5 pillars. The empire's 5 pillars, the imperial pentagon. Towers granted to the 5, excluding the emperor, deemed the greatest in the empire. Nijin knew one of these housed Swordmaster Gerd. Owning one of those towers. Pointing at a tower, Dieta declared her goal. That's my objective. Thanks to you, Nijin, a goal I can dream of. Dieta's eyes sparkled a bright yellow as she looked at the tower. A snake's gaze, hungry for gold, and Dieta's gaze. To come all the way to the empire's capital without much reason. I just wanted to see it with you. How does it seem? Daunting, right? It doesn't look easy. That's not something you should say. Dieta smirked. Your goal is right there, isn't it? Following her gaze, Nijin knew where she meant without her pointing. He looked at the star hanging above the palace. The highest star. The greatest, Arthur's constellation. Looking at that star, Nijin smiled faintly, feeling the long road ahead. It's a long journey ahead. I know. Just looking at those flags makes me sigh. I need to knock them all down to ascend there, but I'm already weary. Turning away, Dieta leaned against the window, sweeping her hair back. So. Reaching out, she grabbed Nijin by the collar. Firmly gripping his collar, she pulled him closer. Despite her slender fingers and the ease with which he could escape, Nijin allowed himself to be drawn in. Close enough to share breaths, Nijin and Dieta locked eyes. Her pale yellow gaze met his dusk-lit eyes. From this proximity, Dieta whispered as if sharing a secret. Don't rush, or you'll spoil even what's meant to be. Their gazes locked from a distance close enough to share breaths. Held by the scruff, Nijin gazed into Dieta's eyes. Those iridescent yellow eyes, known within the Arbinia ducal household as golden eyes, or coin eyes. In those eyes, Nijin saw his own reflection. Eyes reddened with fervor, shadows cast beneath them. Facing his reflection, a face he often encountered in the underground city of Artman, Nijin swallowed hard. Thud. Dieta released her grip on his collar and took a step back. Nijin remained silent for a while. Had he been walking around with such a face ever since his encounter with Capman? Merlin. Yes. Have I been walking around looking like a ghost? You look somewhat better now, if you ask me. Merlin sighed. You've been walking around with a face ready to tear someone apart. The adventurers kept their distance from you, why do you think that was? Nijin remained silent. It was a habit left over from his days in the underground city, living as a hunting dog. Indeed, whenever his life hung by a thread due to a mistake or a moment of carelessness, Nijin had always moved in this manner. It definitely helped, but Ivan did not approve. Whenever Ivan saw Nijin with his eyes wide and his body tense, he would click his tongue. You're not someone who's lived only a day or two. Walking around like that will get you in trouble. Loosen up. TSK, not loosening up. Look at this one, flexing his muscles. Ivan would then throw his arm around Nijin's neck, tapping his head. He would also threaten to kill Nijin if he didn't relax his tensed shoulders. Come with me. We're going for a drink. It's broad daylight, Ivan. Man, daytime drinking is the best. And a competent and cool-headed boss like me needs to get drunk periodically and cause a scene. That's what makes us human. You don't need to go that far to. TSK. Just come without any backtalk. Whenever Nijin reluctantly relaxed, Ivan would lead him to a tavern, arm in arm. He would sit Nijin, who was too young to drink, next to him and ruffle his hair while rambling nonsense. Because of those times. Nijin was afraid of Ivan, but he didn't hate him. Remembering those times, Nijin fell silent. Those were times he could never return to. Every time Nijin tensed his shoulders, Ivan was no longer there to slap them down and ease the tension. The boy who left the underground city had to become an adult, one who had to look after himself without anyone's help. Huff. Nijin exhaled deeply, a very long breath. It was right to be on guard. It was also right not to neglect training. He was in a situation where he could be attacked at any time and his life threatened. But, he had to admit that this level of vigilance wasn't really helpful. It's not like this will get me up the ranks of the sword seekers. Exhaling, Nijin relaxed his shoulders and eyes. As the tension eased, fatigue rushed in, and his shoulders ached. Loosening the tightly wound muscles, Nijin suddenly looked at Jeta. She was fanning her face with her palm, her back turned to him, looking hot despite the chilly breeze coming through the open window. Nijin opened his mouth and called her name. Jeta. Yes, yes. Looking at Jeta, whose demeanor had completely changed from when she was gripping his collar, Nijin bitterly smiled. We're friends, right? We promised in the carriage, didn't we? To be friends from now on. Right. That means Jeta is my only friend. Only, as in the sole one. As Jeta's eyes sparkled at those words, Nijin continued. A friend is someone you can confide in, right? Would you mind listening to a friend's troubles? Of course. Come sit here. In a building belonging to the trading company, stark without any furniture, Nijin and Jeta took their seats in a corner. So, what's troubling you? Before I start, I should say, just listening might be dangerous. My background is a bit complicated. Are you sure you're okay with this? How dangerous are we talking? Enough to get assassinated by someone of sword seeker rank. Wow. Jeta let out a short exclamation. That's no small feat. Did you commit some crime? I was born a criminal, I suppose. Are you the illegitimate child of a rebel? Or a direct descendant of a traitor? It doesn't seem like my parents were that remarkable, but it seems I did something to offend the order. So, the order is your enemy. As Jeta pondered Nijin's story, she rubbed her chin and hummed, closing her eyes. After a few seconds, she opened her eyes and glanced at Nijin. We're friends, right? Jeta just said we were. Then it looks like I've made Nijin my first friend, and I don't want to keep my distance from my first friend. It won't be easy, but I'll take the risk. That is, she said. Tell me what's going on. Nijin looked at Jeta. There was no hesitation in her eyes. Of course, there was no guarantee that Jeta was an ally. Though they maintained a good relationship, there was no certainty she would remain an ally after hearing everything. After all, they hadn't spent much time together to build such a close relationship. But, even if it hadn't been long, the time was sufficient to understand Jeta. And she said they were friends. Nijin wanted to believe that her words were sincere, not deceit or falsehood. So, this might be a gamble. Do you know about the underground city of Artman? For the first time, Nijin spoke of his origins in front of someone else. Nijin shared his circumstances with Jeta, excluding any details related to Excalibur. Mentioning Excalibur would expose Jeta to dangers far beyond those posed by mere sword seekers. As Nijin continued his story, Jeta listened silently. And that's how I ended up here. After finishing his story, Nijin looked at Jeta. Her expression hadn't changed from before she heard the story. As Nijin waited anxiously for her to speak. I had suspected you had an extraordinary background, but it's more complicated than I imagined. This was beyond my wildest thoughts. Jieta murmured as if she was slightly amazed. But thinking about it, if you're from the underground city, things start to make sense. The feeling of being somewhat disconnected from the world, the lack of any proper identity information. Muttering to herself, Jieta nodded emphatically, as if she had convinced herself of something. It seemed as if she had resolved some long-standing questions, looking almost relieved. For Nijin, her reaction was unexpected. Is that all? I was expecting a bit more, a different reaction. A reaction like confusion, distance, a frown upon learning of his underground city origins, such typical responses. Or, at the very least, a change in the way she looked at him. But there was none. Jieta looked at him just as she had before hearing his story. Could it be? With a playful smile, Jieta tilted her head. You thought I'd be scared of you or look down on you for being from the underground city? Wow, no response. Seems like I was right. I'd be disappointed if you saw me that way. Jieta frowned. What does it matter where you're from? What does it matter if your background is complicated? Regardless of your past, the fact that you saved me hasn't changed. That's because we promised, and keeping a promise is the natural thing to do. You'd say something like that, right? I know. That's the kind of person you are. She covered her mouth, chuckling. You, who speak of the unnatural as if it's natural, who leaps into actions that make no sense without considering loss or gain. That's who you are. And yet, Jieta glanced at Nijin. You don't expect such things from others, though. You don't expect others to treat you the same way you do them, expecting nothing in return. It's admirable in a way, but... Closing the gap slightly, Jieta moved closer to Nijin. But you can have expectations of a friend, right? You need at least one person who can naturally show you the unnatural. That way, you'll realize how extraordinary and bewildering your actions have been. How do you feel now? Jieta prodded Nijin's side, asking. Surprised? Confused? Honestly, yes. That's how I feel. Imagine how shocked I was that day. Well, it's like that. Your story is definitely surprising, but it's not a reason for me to distance myself from you. Even less so to despise you. Nijin fell silent, and Jieta laughed. We're friends, right? What's the matter? Moved? Do you find me precious or something? Just kidding. Why so serious? That's right. What? I said that's how I feel. Jieta's face turned bright red. Nijin looked at her and smiled. Friendship is indeed wonderful. I feel somewhat relieved after sharing all this. Thank you. For saying that. As Jieta, struck by an unexpected blow, stumbled for words, Nijin relaxed. Ever since escaping the underground city, Nijin had always been tense. The fact that he was chosen by Excalibur. The fact that he carried the lives of Ivan and Offen. These truths kept Nijin from relaxing, but at least for this moment, that wasn't the case. His expression became more natural, and his voice and manner of speaking changed slightly. Talking about it makes me want to just barge in instead of waiting for an attack. Wouldn't be a bad idea, right? Yes. Nijin. You do know the Order of the Lighthouse has a sword master level powerhouse, right? I'm kidding. If I went now, I'd beautifully lose my head, and I'm not that foolish. With a shrug, Nijin elicited a blink from Jieta. A joke. A joke, really? This was the first time Jieta had seen Nijin talk this way. The lighter tone. The relaxed face. This was a far cry from the stiff and expressionless Nijin she was used to. But, in fact, Nijin's natural demeanor and way of speaking were closer to this. He had always talked like this in the underground city. He was just adjusting it because he thought it wasn't suitable for a night. After a brief moment of confusion at Nijin's changed demeanor, Jieta spoke up. Anyway, I've listened to your story, she said. Now we need to come up with a plan. Nijin had not anticipated this at all. There are a few things I've thought about. At the very least, ways to ensure you're safe from assassination within Cambria. I'll talk about them on the way back after I've sorted them out. For now, we're on a little vacation. Let's rest easy while we're in Camelot, shall we? Mulling over Jieta's words, Nijin strolled through the streets of Camelot. Jieta had some business related to the trading company and said she'd see him in the evening, so he needed to kill time until then. So, for now, he aimlessly wandered. Everything was unfamiliar. The attire of the people passing by differed completely from Cambria, and the lined-up shops were all new to him. As befitting the capital of the empire, everything sparkled no matter where he looked. The most fascinating thing, though, are those. Nijin looked up. The towering magic towers came into view. Even from a distance, the presence of the magic towers, visible from anywhere in the empire, was truly remarkable. And, just as much, if not more so, in presence. The 5 towers surrounding the imperial palace caught Nijin's eye. Symbolizing the empire's 5 pillars and dedicated to the pillars of the empire, one of these towers housed the empire's sword master, Gerd Isabald. The empire's sword master. The first pillar of the empire. The old man known as the Emperor's Sword, despite sword seekers being unaffected by aging and maintaining their prime physical condition, this unique individual moved with the body of an elderly man. What kind of person is he, and what kind of sword does he wield? A curiosity sprang up, but Nijin soon shook his head. By some chance, he had encountered 2 sword masters, but naturally, sword masters were not beings one could easily meet. Leaving it as a mere curiosity, Nijin continued his walk. As he roamed the streets, he found himself standing in front of a blacksmith's shop before he knew it. For heaven's sake, how did you manage to find a blacksmith's shop in a place full of sights? You came all this way just to see a blacksmith's shop. Merlin's grumbling echoed in his ears. But what could he do when he had ended up finding it? From afar, the sound of a hammer striking a sword had drawn him here. As Nijin inspected the swords displayed in the blacksmith's shop, that's when it happened. He felt a gaze. Turning his head slightly, he saw a young girl sitting in front of the blacksmith's shop glaring at him. The girl had a sword at her waist and wore light armor. And on her light armor was a symbol Nijin recognized well. 2 swords and a shield covering the swords. The symbol representing the Knights of Adana. Come to think of it, he had seen this girl somewhere. Was it after the battle with the demon knight Verhagen, when he encountered the Knights of Adana? Clink. That's when it happened. The bell attached to the blacksmith's shop's door rang, and a knight emerged from the shop. The knight who had come out of the blacksmith's shop and Nijin locked eyes. Ah, it's you. The Knight of Adana, Argo. The knight who had encountered Nijin during the demon knight purge recognized him and widened his eyes in surprise. Knight of Adana, Argo. In the heart of the Empire's capital, Argo's face lit up with joy upon encountering a familiar face. The young man known by the alias Ivan. Though they had promised to meet again after becoming knights, chance encounters were beyond their control. Good to see you, nameless young man. Pleased to meet you, Sir Argo. Argo was aware of the alias Nijin, but since he hadn't heard it from Nijin himself, he refrained from using the name Ivan. Instead, he simply greeted the young man with a cheerful smile, calling him a nameless youth. I've heard quite a bit about you. You've been causing quite a stir, haven't you? I heard you even had a hand in something with Sir Griffin. It just turned out that way. Just turned out that way, huh? Sounds like you. Argo laughed heartily. What brings you to the capital of the Empire? I accompanied a friend who had business here, partly as a guard and partly for sightseeing. Sightseeing, huh? But why a forge? There's much more to enjoy in Camelot. Well, about that. Nijin gave a bitter smile. I was drawn by the sound of hammering metal and found myself in front of this forge. True, the sound of the forge's owner working the metal is quite lively. Argo nodded vigorously. Then he gestured to a girl sitting in front of the forge. The girl, who had risen from her seat, now stood beside Argo. "This is my squire, Flanch," Argo said, ruffling Flanch's hair. "I stopped by the forge to have a sword made for this child. Now that I can engrave the Adana crest, I thought I should gift her with at least one sword." Nijin looked at Flanch with a brief expression of admiration. The emblem of crossed swords and a shield engraved on the girl's shoulder pauldron was a stylish design and one that Ivan held dear. Amidst their conversation, a piercing gaze was felt, and upon slightly turning his head, Nijin saw Flanch's eyes staring intently at him. While Nijin felt puzzled, Argo gave a bitter smile. "Ha, my squire seems quite interested in you. She always squints her eyes whenever she hears about you. Is that so?" "Indeed. On that day, pursuing the demon knight was her first mission. Having met you then, it's no surprise you left a strong impression." Flanch still gazed intensely at Nijin. Argo squinted his eyes and gently tapped Flanch's shoulder. "Apologize, Flanch. I'm sorry. Not to me, to him. I'm sorry." Flanch bowed her head towards Nijin, and amidst this, Argo stroked his chin. His squire showing keen interest in Nijin and their chance meeting made Argo ponder before he spoke up. "If it's all right with you, could you perhaps take a look at this child's sword?" Damino's forge. This forge was under exclusive contract with the Knights of Adana, and naturally, there was a space behind the forge suitable for testing swords. Upon recognizing Argo, the blacksmith gladly opened the way to the back. Arriving at the sparring ground, Argo's squire, Flanch, warmed up while facing her opponent. A man standing across from her, loosening his shoulders, was someone she had first encountered during the Demon Knight Verhagen subjugation battle, and since that day, he had not left Flanch's mind. At first glance, the man appeared to be her age. However, Flanch knew that this man had single-handedly subdued Verhagen. Verhagen was a feared sword-seeker-level adversary, yet how? Flanch couldn't comprehend this. A genius. He could surpass even Sword Saint Karen, possibly breaking his records. A once-in-a-lifetime genius. At the tender age of 17, he's nearing the realm of a sword expert. It won't be long before he reaches the expert level. The stories she had heard. The world called her a genius, and by objective standards, Flanch was indeed a genius. There was no one in her age group who could match her, and she had a natural talent for wielding a sword. Flanch was aware of her own genius and the compulsion to surpass everyone else her age. To her, Nijin was an anomaly. Someone around her age, yet far surpassing her own realm. Flanch was troubled by Nijin. Knight of Adana, Argo's squire, Flanch. Flanch pointed her sword at Nijin. "I ask for your guidance." The conditions of the duel were simple. A pure sword fight, with neither mana nor sword aura involved. In such a rule, Flanch was confident. She wouldn't lose. Pure swordsmanship. The realm of technique. That was her domain. Flanch had been swinging a sword since she could walk, a practice spanning 12 years. She didn't rest on her talents and had always practiced her swordsmanship more diligently than anyone. "I don't underestimate you, but..." Flanch was certain she wouldn't be outmatched in the realm of pure swordsmanship. She had faced the swords of numerous formidable opponents, mastered various sword techniques, and even managed draws against sword seekers under such rules. Thud. Thus, with confidence she wouldn't at least lose, Flanch took a step forward. She dashed forward, closing the distance and swung her sword. The sword sliced through the air with a clean trajectory. And Nijin. He watched Flanch's sword trajectory with an expressionless face and then casually swung his sword. Thud, and then clang. Flanch's eyebrows furrowed as her sword was easily deflected, but she calmly continued her sword strikes. The sword moved smoothly, drawing sleek trajectories. Yet, the result was much the same. Thud, and clang. The process repeated several times. Throughout, Nijin barely swung his sword, only lightly flicking it aside or using a snap of his wrist. Ching! When a swift thrust, using the body's elasticity, was also parried, Flanch's eyes wavered. She knew her opponent was stronger, but this was uncanny. How? A strange sense of dissonance. Flange suddenly looked into Nijin's eyes and found the answer. As she swung her sword, Nijin's eyes were precisely following the tip of her blade, reading the trajectory of the sword and interrupting the strike before its force peaked. Realizing this, Flange felt a chill run down her spine. Somewhere she had experienced a similar situation before. It wasn't difficult to recall when it had been. About 2 years ago. To Flange, who was making a name for herself as an unparalleled genius, a swordsman had suddenly appeared. A swordsman who had single-handedly invaded the Knights of Adana. Brushing aside the swords of the tense knights with his bare hands, he approached her and requested a duel. That swordsman, too, had swung his sword just like the man before her. Not too fast, nor too slow, just the right speed. A sword swung in sync with Flange's pace. But her strikes were deflected all too easily. The exact same situation as back then made Flange grind her teeth. That's why the memory had resurfaced. This is disappointing. That day, the swordsman had looked at her with cold eyes and said that. Ordinary. No different. Merely faster than others. The swordsman, who had left murmuring in disappointment, was later revealed to be Sword Saint Karen. That incident had left a deep wound on Flange's pride. And now, a similar event was repeating. With a swordsman of a similar age. Flange couldn't accept that fact. She boldly charged at Nijin. The speed of her sword increased, and she varied the trajectory of her strikes. The prowess she demonstrated was not befitting of someone nearly a sword expert. Nijin narrowed his eyes. Then, whoosh. For the first time, he took a step forward and assumed a stance. What's so interesting that you're watching? I'm observing the duel. The owner of Damano's forge. The master blacksmith, Damano, sat on the fence of the forge, with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Flick, he lit his cigarette and took a deep breath. Then, whoosh. He exhaled a long stream of smoke, stretching his gaze. The sound of clashing swords echoed loudly from where Argo was watching. One of them is Flange. Who's the other? A young man making a name for himself in the Adventurer City, a key figure in the Demon Knight subjugation battle. Ah, that Ivan fellow. Damano squinted as he watched the duel. Ha! He let out a long sigh. If I'm not seeing things, Flange seems to be on the losing end. Without using mana or sword aura. Seems so to me as well. Isn't she a child who wouldn't fall behind even the mid-rank priests of the Order of the Sword in pure swordsmanship? Indeed. She's extremely talented and hardworking. No one denied that Flange was a genius. The world buzzed about her talent being comparable to that of a sword saint. But Damano, his cigarette extinguished, focused on the duel between Flange and Nijin. Then what's up with that young man? I wonder about that too. No matter how intricate Flange's sword trajectories were, they couldn't reach Nijin. He cut through, blocked, and deflected her strikes before they were fully formed. Such a feat could be dismissed as chance once or twice. Clang. But when it repeats over a dozen times, it's hard to call it mere coincidence. To achieve this, one would need to understand exactly what sword techniques Flange had learned and mastered, an almost impossible feat. Flange had mastered nearly dozens of sword techniques. Empire's swordsmanship, Atanga's sword, the Order of the Sword's techniques, the Imperial hero Agar's guardian sword. It was impossible to fully comprehend all these techniques. Especially since Agar's guardian sword was a technique exclusively passed down to Flange. Then, is he mimicking the Sword Saint? Damano, having never crossed swords with the Sword Saint, couldn't know, but Argo did. It was something the Sword Saint often did. Tisk. Damano clicked his tongue as he continued to watch the duel. Flange will take this quite hard. She needs it. Needs it. Stimulation, the frustration of defeat. It's good nourishment, isn't it? It's necessary for progressing forward. Argo smiled contentedly. For his squire, who had been keenly aware of this young man, this would be a good opportunity. Especially for Flange, who could become complacent in her environment, this duel would serve as a good vent. That's when it happened. Flanch assumed a stance. The moment Argo saw it, he frowned. It was a stance for executing a Tenga's swordsmanship. In her competitive zeal, she was about to resort to techniques she shouldn't. This needs to be stopped. Just as Argo was about to step in to halt the duel, Nijin moved first. Before Flanch could execute a Tenga's swordsmanship, Nijin's sword traced a clean trajectory and struck Flanch's sword. Straightforward, and determinately direct. A strike that shattered the opponent's stance. It was a technique that required plain yet precise control of power, and Nijin executed it flawlessly. The moment their swords clashed, Flanch's stance crumbled. Clang! Ugh! Eventually, Flanch's arm was flung upwards, and she lost grip of her longsword. The sword she dropped clanged as it hit the ground. With her lips tightly pressed, Flanch spoke. "I concede defeat." As she acknowledged her defeat, Argo stood still, eyes wide open. After a moment, he burst into laughter. "To think I'd see this again." The swordsmanship Nijin had just displayed. A strike that demolished the opponent's stance and pressed down. Those distinctive moves and footwork were also in Argo's memory. They were the same techniques that had defeated him several times when he was a squire. The technique Nijin had used as if by habit, was undoubtedly tinged with Ivan's remnants. Facing those remnants, Argo laughed pleasantly. He had never imagined he would see his old comrade's techniques again. "Well done. This is my gift to you." Argo handed Nijin a small chest, and upon opening it, a pair of leather gauntlets lay inside. The leather was well crafted, indicating they were high quality. Gauntlets are as important to a knight as swords and armor. Do you know why? When Nijin shook his head, Argo grinned and mimed throwing his glove. It's traditional to throw your glove before a duel. The louder the sound it makes when you slap it down, the better the atmosphere. Nijin chuckled. "I gratefully accept." "Good. And, thank you for crossing swords with this child. It was a big help." Flanch bowed her head to Nijin. There was something different in Flanch's gaze, both before and after their duel. Nijin smiled at Flanch. "You are impressive. Your sword is fierce. I look forward to clashing sword auras next time." At Nijin's words, Flanch's eyes widened. Seemingly surprised, she fumbled with her lips before whispering in a barely audible voice. Thank you." As Nijin was about to leave, receiving their farewells, he touched his neck. He had felt a gaze on him for a while. A subtle gaze. He could sense the gaze, but couldn't pinpoint its origin. Even as he looked around, he found nothing. As Nijin's gaze settled on a distant tower, one of the 5 surrounding the imperial palace, he felt as if the gaze might have originated there. After staring at the tower for a while, Nijin shook his head. It must be his imagination. He had been overly sensitive lately. The old man stroked his white beard. His hair was white from the ravages of time. His skin was wrinkled, but age hadn't bent his back or waist. The old man slowly rose from his chair. He looked towards a certain direction for a while. For there, he could hear the resonance of swords. The clash of swords, resonating even from afar. Sword song, the only sound that could stir the old man's soul. Berlot. Yes, sir. Gray hair. Adventurer's attire. Sunset-hued eyes. Investigate the young man who visited the city today. Yes, understood. The Empire's first pillar. The Empire's foremost champion. The apex of humanity bearing the 7 stars. Interesting. Gerd of the Empire smiled. Humming the pleasant sword song that had just caressed his ears, he watched the young swordsman who had come to the Empire for a while. As the sun set, evening arrived in Camelot. However, darkness did not come. With the setting sun, the street lights were lit one by one. The magic stone lanterns hung in front of every shop sparkled, and the light leaking from the stores painted the streets in vibrant colors. It was a sight of the imperial capital vastly different from the day. Walking through such streets, Nijin headed towards the promised location. Indeed, the capital of the empire is quite different. Nijin clicked his tongue as he looked around. He had never seen buildings of such style, not even in the underground city Artman, the city of opportunities, Cambria, or any other noble's territory. He suddenly thought that the technological gap seemed to be at least several decades ahead. There's a magic tower, you know. Excuse me. The place where a mage stays is naturally progressive. Not to mention where there's a magic tower. But here, there are 7 of them, aren't there? Nijin nodded, and Merlin spoke with a strangely forceful voice. It's not just because I'm a mage, but there's hardly any profession that contributes to technological advancement as much as mages do. So, what I'm saying is... As Merlin began a lecture on the correlation between mages and technological advancement, Nijin rapidly lost interest. Having spent nearly half a year with Merlin, Nijin, who had been with Merlin all day except for sleeping hours, knew all too well that not everything Merlin says is worth listening to. He listened with one ear and let it out the other. She is truly a remarkable person, though. An archmage who had lived for over 1,000 years. The grand constellation with 11 stars. Many mages pray to the stars in the sky just to hear Merlin's voice once, but after spending about half a year with her, those thoughts might change. When talking about this, I can't leave out the time I first built a magic tower. Merlin was fundamentally a chatterbox, fond of boasting about herself, and would often jump from one topic to another, usually ending up talking about her own experiences. What do they call this kind of conversation? The kind that always ends with, back in my day. Trying to remember what people call those who engage in such conversations, Nijin shook his head. After all, he had received a lot of help from Merlin. It would be too harsh to think of her that way. Back in my day. Maybe not. Really? Nijin played along with Merlin's words as they walked. Before they knew it, they had arrived at their destination, a clothing store. Jieta, who had been sitting in front of the store, waved at Nijin. Am I late? No, you're right on time. Jieta grabbed Nijin's wrist and pulled him. Let's go inside. I've reserved a restaurant, and there's a dress code. So, let's get you properly dressed before we go. Clothes, you mean? Yes, you don't have anything else to wear, right? Take this chance to get one. You'll be going to formal occasions more often in the future. More often in the future. As Nijin wondered, Jieta called over a store employee. After a short conversation and handing over a few platinum coins, the employee quickly dashed off somewhere. And after a while, guided to a private VIP room, Nijin began changing into the plethora of clothes the employee had brought. The outfit was similar to what he had worn at the ball but differed in minor details. Is this supposed to be draped over the shoulders? With the employee's help, Nijin somehow managed to change. As he stepped out of the changing room, Jieta, who had been waiting outside, slightly parted her lips. After a moment of silence, Jieta spoke. Tell me honestly, you're an illegitimate child of a noble family, aren't you? I told you I'm not. Just kidding. Clearly, you have good proportions, so anything looks good on you. Jieta approached Nijin to straighten his tie and adjust his clothes. Normally, this was the employee's job, but Jieta had secretly instructed them to leave it be. As Nijin looked down, he could see the top of Jieta's head, so he awkwardly looked straight ahead instead. After Jieta finished adjusting his clothes, she pointed to a chair. Why don't you sit over there? Let's do that. As Nijin sat down, Jieta untied the worn-out hair tie he used to tie his hair and used a ring with the Jieta Trading Company's emblem engraved on it to tie it back. Okay, all done. Satisfied, Jieta patted Nijin's shoulder and went into the changing room, asking him to wait a moment. After a short while, Jieta emerged from the changing room, looking quite different. Her hair, which had been loosely tied, was now neatly tied in a single braid, and her company uniform had been replaced with a dress. With her hair tied in the same way as Nijin and wearing a shawl of the same design that covered Nijin's shoulders, Jieta turned around once in place as if to show it off and smiled at Nijin. Do I look good? You look great. She smiled contentedly. Jieta extended her hand to Nijin, and he, now accustomed to the gesture, escorted her. Have you gotten too good at this? It just happened to turn out this way. But, this is more like escorting a master, not a partner, right? A partner should be like this. Jieta linked arms with Nijin. Jieta, sticking close to Nijin's side, slightly lowered her head. Her flowing auburn hair revealed ears that had turned bright red. Let's go. A date. Couple's outfit. Arm in arm. With these words swirling in her head, Jieta felt a sudden flush on her face. She took a deep breath to calm her pounding heart. Really, there was no progress like this. Glancing over, Jieta looked up at Nijin. As they walked arm in arm, Nijin appeared calm, unlike Jieta, which she found a bit displeasing. She had thought he would be a little flustered by being so close. But still. Nijin's relaxed face. Seeing the face that Nijin only showed to her, not in front of others, Jieta smiled slightly. There was some progress, after all. She knew Nijin was clumsy with human relationships, had heard about his background, and had established a friendship, opening up to each other. Even if Nijin seemed uninterested in romantic relationships between men and women for now. Humans, being creatures of desire, tend to crave more as they get used to something. Once accustomed to friendship, wouldn't one crave the next step? Build it up slowly. There were no rivals, and even if there were in the future, she held the title of the first friend. Jieta had no intention of giving up this advantage. Monopoly. The eyes of the snake that swallows gold glittered with desire. Slowly, steadily, but surely. Just as Jieta was organizing her plans in her mind. Jieta. Hick. At the whisper in her ear, Jieta's mind went blank. She reflexively tried to distance herself from Nijin, but the linked arms made it impossible. Jieta? Yes, yes. What is it? You didn't answer when I called. Nijin pointed to a building. They had arrived in front of the restaurant without realizing it. Jieta, feeling her ears burning, fiddled with them and nodded. She really had to brace herself. Her opponent was a top-level swordsman who could strike unexpectedly and unconsciously. Moreover, as their relationship had progressed to friends, his attacks became sharper. Whether he suddenly smiled, looked comfortable, or whispered Jieta in a relaxed voice. Isn't this good enough? Jieta gasped for breath. She almost felt satisfied. Slapping her cheeks, Jieta regained her composure. Her goal was higher than this. She wasn't a woman content with just a friendship. I must stay sharp. She would smoothly deflect the attacks and push and counterattacks that could shake Nijin's heart. With that resolve, Jieta entered the restaurant with the mindset of heading to battle. Ha! When she came to her senses, the meal was over, and desserts and teacups were placed on the table. Jieta blinked blankly. She thought she had entered the restaurant with a firm resolve, but all she could remember was enjoying herself. She had been excited by Nijin's responsive conversation and had rambled on. This wasn't what she had planned. As Jieta felt confused, Nijin, who had sipped his tea, spoke up. Thanks to you, I had a great day today. Huh. I experienced new things, tasted various foods, and thanks to you, I feel a bit refreshed. Nijin spoke frankly about his feelings. Thanks to Jieta, he was able to let down his guard and relax for the day. His mind, which had felt foggy, seemed to clear up. Thank you, Jieta. Well. Jieta mumbled, then took a deep breath and exhaled long. She smiled bitterly. This wasn't what I had in mind. Is that so? But I can't deny that I enjoyed it too. She had forgotten her plans and had a fun conversation, laughing at Nijin's stories. The taste of the food they shared was indescribable. Just talking was enjoyable. The time spent dining together was satisfying. Though she acted as if she was adept at interpersonal relationships, Jieta herself had never had a friend. The act of having a comfortable conversation with a friend provided her with a significant sense of fulfillment. Having a friend is nice. I agree. Jieta and Nijin looked at each other and smiled. Now that we've rested well. Jieta set down her teacup. Shall we move on to work-related discussions? Like, ways to prepare for the attackers. High Priest Orland reviewed the list. For sword seekers. 1/5 circle mage. 15 sword experts. The hounds that Orland could move without borrowing the order's influence. An overwhelming force for a mere individual. While he could mobilize even more by using the order's name. That would be meaningless. There was no certainty of complete control over the order's power, and there were too many variables. In contrast, the individuals on this list were those who would roll on the ground and lick the dirt at a single gesture from Orland, given the leverage he held over them. Orland sent a signal to all of them. It was confirmed that the individual named Ivan, operating in the Adventurer City, was the thief who had eluded them that day with Excalibur. The incident with Capman solidified this conviction. Then, there's no need for further consideration. There was no need to conserve manpower either. Deploying all the available hounds at once to ensure a thorough conclusion was the right decision. Although it was an overkill to capture a swordsman who had not yet reached the realm of Sword Seeker, it was better to err on the side of excess. Drive him into a corner. Orland tapped the table. If we can make him draw Excalibur. That would be the end. Excalibur, the sword of the stars. The moment the boy exposes the light that should not belong to him, his downfall is sealed. For that, the net had been cast. Contemplating the several plans he had prepared, Orland smiled. He was grateful for the opportunity to alleviate the goddess's worries. The attackers targeting you. Gieta began, her arms crossed, inside the carriage returning to Cambria. Within Cambria, the only threats to you are adventurers of the white rank, right? Nejin nodded. Apart from sword seekers, there were no threats. Even if dozens of sword experts were brought in, it would be dangerous, but Nejin had means to respond if such a large group moved together. So, it would be a hit and run. Fleeing and pursuing, then turning the tides with a counterattack, was Nejin's specialty. There are 5 white rank adventurers in total. With Capman Theosis dead, that leaves 4. And out of them, 3 will absolutely not target you. Why is that? First, Rosalind Ascalo. You've met her, right? She's pure, for better or for worse, not the type to engage in such dirty schemes. Gieta folded one finger. Second, the former commander of the Xenobel family's knights, Richard Poulsen. He's someone the order could never recruit. He has connections with the royal family, and his every action is reported to them. He wouldn't engage in such acts. Another finger down. Third, Bachin Corte. A white rank adventurer who hasn't disclosed his information, but he despises the order to the extreme. He was stripped of his knightly title for allegedly killing a high priest of the order. Again, the likelihood of him being involved is low. Above all, she continued. Bachin Corte is an exclusive adventurer of our trading company. We might be able to get help from him in this situation. 3 candidates were eliminated. Pointing to the remaining finger, Gieta continued. Grizzle Parmelt. This person, there's almost no information available, so I can't be certain. If someone within Cambria City targets you, Grizzle would be the prime suspect. What's their preferred weapon? A halberd. A halberd, a weapon Nejin hadn't faced before. But this is all speculation. I think the threat will come from outside the Adventurer's City, rather than inside. I have similar thoughts. Moreover, if I were the Order, I would unleash all the hounds this time. Capman has already been taken down. The Order must be certain now that you are not someone to be trifled with. What now? Muttering to herself, Gieta tapped her forearm with her index finger. For some reason. The Starlight Order said they'd never move the Holy Knights directly, right? That would be the case. They wouldn't want to get caught. Assuming that's true, there aren't many routes for external forces to enter the city. Gieta spread a map. If someone of Sword Seeker caliber wants to legitimately visit the city, they have to go through a reporting process. And an unjustified visit would be obvious. It would also be recorded. They wouldn't opt for this method. She pointed to the back door instead of the main gate. They'd either disguise themselves and enter through the back door or scale the walls. But in that case, targeting you wouldn't be easy. Your residence is close to the central church, right? That's correct. That area is only accessible to adventurers of green rank or higher. Those with uncertain identities can't enter. In other words, it won't be easy to assassinate you within Cambria, especially considering your skills. If a fight breaks out in the central city, adventurers will join in, and the situation will escalate. Certainly. That makes sense. So, they will try to lure you out. Out of the city. Nijin stroked his chin. Should he stay inside the city for a while then? But if that's the case. However, you don't have to just sit back and take it. What do you mean? Have you forgotten? Jieta shrugged her shoulders. I'm the head of a major trading company that dominates Cambria. When it comes to the circulation of gold and goods within the city, no trading company surpasses mine. She flicked a platinum coin from her bosom. Just as a swordsman wields a sword, an archer fires an arrow, and a mage disperses mana, a merchant snapped the coin from the air. Gold can make many things possible. The snake that swallows gold smiled. A day after returning to Cambria, the first thing Nijin did was move his residence next to Jieta's trading company. Jieta had strongly insisted, saying, that place is good too, but it's better to move closer. Coincidentally, there's a very cheap but good property about to come up near my company. How about moving there? It's close to the company, so we can see each other often. Just come with yourself. I'll have people move your stuff in advance. There seemed to be reasons beyond just safety, but Nijin couldn't deny Jieta's claim that the place was safe. After moving, Nijin briefly greeted Jieta and set off. With Jieta's help, he made a few plans. But, at the end of the day, what mattered most was Nijin's personal strength. In the final moment, the only thing to rely on would be the sword in his hand. The need to ascend to Sword Seeker as soon as possible remained unchanged. But, thanks to Jieta, he had some breathing room. With this newfound leisure, Nijin could reflect on his past training and concluded that mindlessly swinging a sword wasn't much help. His swordsmanship and physical abilities were already close to that of a sword seeker. What he needed was something else. Knock knock. To understand what he lacked, Nijin sought advice from someone who could provide it. Conveniently, there was a suitable person. After knocking and waiting for a moment, the door creaked open. What's this about, so early in the morning? A figure with disheveled hair emerged. Rosalind Ascalo, a white rank adventurer, recognized Nijin and widened her eyes in surprise. What is it? What brings you here, kid? I've come to use the one-time request I mentioned before. Suddenly. Yes, suddenly. Despite the abrupt visit, Rosalind told him to wait a moment and went back inside. After a few minutes, she reappeared, casually dressed, and wearing slippers. So, what do you need, kid? I'd like to request a sparring match. As close to a real fight as possible. With me? Rosalind chuckled. Look at this guy. Hey, I've been a sword seeker for over 10 years now. I'm quite skilled, you know. I'm aware. And you want it to be as close to a real fight as possible? I think that's how I'll get a feel for it. Rosalind blinked. A feel? Now that she thought about it, she had heard rumors that he survived a clash with Knight Commander Griffin and came back alive. Rosalind narrowed her eyes. Are you in the process of metamorphosis? Excuse me. Don't you know metamorphosis? What is that? Sigh. It's about awakening the fragments of your imagery. Nijin silently lifted his sword. A constellation of pure white stars blossomed above his sword aura. It was a sword aura that had transcended the realm of sword experts and was nearing that of sword seekers. Huh, you crazy kid. Rosalind let out a dry laugh. To think he was this close to becoming a sword seeker at his age. Wasn't he just an expert until recently? To have grown so much in just a month or two. Let's start by stating what's going on. Rosalind crossed her legs and sat down on a bench, lighting a cigarette. As she smoked, she listened to Nijin's story. After Nijin finished explaining. Well. I get it. Rosalind nodded as if she expected as much and scratched her chin. To ascend to Sword Seeker, you know you have to completely dismantle and reconstruct your sword aura, right? I'm aware. Yeah. That process is often called metamorphosis because it's like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, or shedding. She brushed back her hair. Her black strands swayed with her fingers. That process varies from person to person. Some are incredibly quick, and others are incredibly slow. Know why? Why? Because the pace at which a soul matures differs for everyone. Between the fluttering locks, red eyes emerged. Nejin felt a chill just like the last time he confronted those eyes, as if Merlin was gasping beside him. Sword expert, sword seeker, master. Ultimately, all these stages signify one thing: purifying the soul and achieving completeness. Ascending and reaching transcendence. Transcendence. Yes. It's not noticeable at the expert level, but from seeker onwards, the soul significantly influences it. Rosalind drew her sword. With a light flick of her finger, fierce sword aura bloomed on the blade. It resembled the claws of a beast. It's inevitable. A sword seeker is someone who can imbue their imagery into their sword aura, projecting the form of their soul into their blade. If the soul is immature, naturally, the process will take longer. Rosalind pointed at Nejin with her sword tip. From what I see, you're exactly in that situation. If you've awakened the fragments of your imagery but can't progress, it means something's holding you back. Holding back? Yeah. Maybe it's a lingering attachment, or maybe it's thoughts that interfere with crafting your imagery. She sheathed her sword and exhaled deeply. I know because I've been through it. It took me 3 years to ascend to Sword Seeker after awakening my imagery. For most people, it's a process that takes a few months at most. Rosalind chuckled wryly and stood up from the chair. So, in this case, I can help. Shall we take a look at your sword? The duel continued for a while. As they exchanged blows, both Nejin and Rosalind experienced their own surprises. For Nejin, the astonishment came from realizing Rosalind was stronger than he had imagined. Duke Arbenia's Knight Commander, Griffin. Demon Knight, Verhagen. Ranger, Captain Theosis. Nejin had faced several Sword Seeker-level opponents before. Among them, Griffin was the strongest, and Nejin was certain he couldn't win against him even now. But Rosalind before him was stronger than Griffin. Although he couldn't pinpoint exactly how, he felt she was a step above Griffin. The speed at which her sword penetrated, the trajectory it traced, and above all, the freedom of her sword aura were incomparable to Griffin's. Unknown to Nejin, his intuitive assessment was accurate. There are 3 stages a sword seeker must undergo to become a sword master: germination, blossoming, full bloom. Rosalind Askelo had completed germination, placing her at a higher level. Screech. Her sword aura, like a beast tearing its prey apart, carved through space. It spread like a net, ensnaring and shredding its catch. The intricate control of her sword aura was astonishing to Nejin. Look at this kid. Rosalind, too, was amazed, particularly by Nejin's response to her techniques. He was a promising youngster when she first saw him, but now he was on a different level. Back then, he was just a sword expert with exceptional skills. A young prodigy with notable talent. Now, he was on the verge of becoming a sword seeker, a formidable opponent who could soon stand shoulder to shoulder with her. His physical abilities and reaction speed were already on par with an average sword seeker. All this in just 2 months. It was an unbelievable pace. This kid is insane. She had taken his concerns about having no further progress despite awakening the fragments of his imagery seriously. From her perspective, it seemed like the problem was due to his excessively rapid growth. Different from her own experience. Rosalind felt a hint of bitterness at that thought. After all, who else had half their soul tarnished? Who else carried such a cursed lineage? But still. Rosalind clicked her tongue. Nejin's movements, darting in swiftly, seizing the blind spots, and escaping the net of sword aura, weren't just the result of talent. What kind of bastards did he fight with in such a short period? Experience. She could sense the experience. Nejin's movements were imbued with the experience of facing numerous strong opponents. After the duel, Rosalind wiped the sweat from her forehead. Wow, this kid is really something. She approached Nijin with a pleased smile. Nijin, having planted his sword into the ground, was catching his breath. Rosalind knelt beside him. From what I can see, what you need isn't more swordsmanship or physical training. Instead, you need to take time for yourself, to meditate and organize the landscape you envision. A person who had spent 3 years in solitary reflection. Rosalind Ascolo patted Nijin's shoulder. Think about it. The answer might be closer than you think. The answer, surprisingly, was closer than expected. Rosalind Ascolo, who had been trapped within a cocoon for 3 years but ultimately achieved metamorphosis, said so. However, Nijin found her words difficult to comprehend. It had been a little over a month since Nijin became aware of fragments of his imagery, and he was approaching the 2nd month. 2 months. 60 days. Those who become aware of their imagery typically ascend to the realm of a sword seeker within 40 days. After all, the crucial part in ascending to the realm of a sword seeker was becoming aware of one's imagery, not the subsequent process. However, despite becoming aware of his imagery, Nijin had been unable to advance for nearly 2 months. Of course, it wasn't a long stagnation, but for Nijin, who had grown at a rate nearly 10 times faster than others without any hindrance, the feeling of being stagnant was unfamiliar. What's the reason? Metamorphosis. Shedding. The reconstitution of sword aura. Nijin couldn't quite grasp the process. It was like trying to catch clouds. Rosalind had said that it would be good to reflect on oneself. Indeed, it's a logical point. Merlin's voice echoed in his ears. It's natural for you to take longer than others. Why? Because you have 2 focal points in your imagery. Nijin closed one eye. What he saw was the landscape settled in his imagery, a star high above and another star below. People usually harbor only one imagery. One focal point. But not you. Your imagery has 2 focal points. This is strange. Merlin said. And also fascinating. Then what should I do? This isn't something I can teach you. In fact, nobody can teach you this. You must find the answer yourself. Only then will it be meaningful. Only then can it have meaning, Merlin said. Nijin let out a long sigh. But if I were to give you a hint. Within Nijin's imagery. Looking at the star in the sky, Merlin said. Never compromise. Believe that the world you harbor, not the world you see, is the true one. The transcendent Archmage said. Trust only in yourself. This is the virtue that one walking the path toward transcendence must possess. It may seem selfish, dogmatic, and even harsh. Merlin whispered so and smiled. Alcohol is the lubricant of life. Leaving Nijin, who had completely exhausted himself and was spread-eagled in the field, to his own devices, he continued. Even a dry life, or a fucking miserable one, gets somewhat better with a shot of alcohol. That's why I like alcohol. Unfortunately, these days, I hardly feel the buzz. Sipping his drink as the breeze blew, he wiped his mouth with a satisfied expression and popped a piece of dried meat into his mouth, looking as if he owned the world. Nijin glanced at the bottle of cheap alcohol and the piece of jerky in the man's hand. Cheap alcohol available anywhere. A piece of jerky that was just dried and salted meat. Common things, but from the moment the man in front of him enjoyed them, they became uncommon. With great effort, Nijin managed to get up, looking at the man. The master of the Order of the Sword, Sword Saint Karen. Nijin smiled at the sight of the sword master with 6 stars, enjoying cheap alcohol and jerky as snacks. You seem to enjoy it quite simply. Simplicity has its meaning. Do you want a drink too? No, thank you. I'll just take a piece of the jerky. Receiving a piece of jerky from the Sword Saint, Nijin chewed it and stretched his sore shoulders. Karen had promised to check his sword every month or 2, and today was that promised day. I must have swung it for half a day. His shoulders and arms screamed in pain. It was natural for his body, which had been overworked, to scream, having charged at an opponent who could not be reached despite pouring everything into each strike for nearly half a day. The sword has become much sharper. Your movements have improved too. Seems like you've met a decent opponent. I'm not sure if they were decent, but I nearly died several times. Karen burst into laughter at Nijin's response and took another sip of his drink. Putting down the bottle, Karen gestured with his chin, encouraging Nijin to continue talking. I crossed swords with the knight commander of the Armenia ducal family, Sir Griffin. Ah, the one who wields the Trigadian sword. A knight who swings a stubborn and uncompromising sword, breaking through that stubbornness is extremely difficult. Then, I fought with Fove, a fourth circle dark mage who owns the masterpiece, Shadow Flame. A dark mage who owns a masterpiece, that's interesting. I also clashed with Captain Theosis, a former ranger of Techo Mountain Range. Ah, that was probably the most dangerous. I nearly died a few times. Heh. Karen laughed as if he found it absurd. I shouldn't be one to talk, but you live quite a dramatic life. Meeting such formidable foes in such a short period isn't easy. Did you go around challenging people to duels? It just turned out that way. There are quite a few people who want to kill me. Karen merely shrugged at Nijin's words. He had made it clear that he was only teaching Nijin the way of the sword and had no intention of involving himself in Nijin's life. Well, all those experiences become flesh and bone. There's nothing as valuable as diverse combat experience. Take this opportunity to train as much as you can. Surviving is what makes it an experience, isn't it? If you die, that's all you were capable of. Surviving is part of the growth process itself. There are experiences that can only be accumulated at the boundary between life and death. Nijin chuckled. Every time they talked, he felt it, but according to Nijin, Karen wasn't normal either. He had a battle-crazed temperament. If anyone else said it, it would just be nonsense. Charging at strong foes repeatedly. Jumping into the battlegrounds of the stars and the boundary of Camlin, living life on the edge between life and death, Karen's words couldn't be simply ignored. That's quite a radical approach. And also, the correct one. Karen fiddled with his sword hilt. Me, Sir Gerd, and even Yule, we all reached transcendence this way. Risking our lives without care, we stepped onto countless battlefields. He grinned at Nijin. Does just anyone become a sword master? Only the mad become sword masters. Including you, Sir Karen. Of course. I consider myself sane, but by the standards of the world, I'm just another lunatic. I have no intention of denying that. Karen shrugged. Among the sword masters active on the continent, I'm probably the most normal. Sword Saint, Karen. The Executioner, Yule Razian. The Empire's Supreme, Gerd. Among the three sword masters, he claimed to be the most normal. Considering Yule Razian was light years away from normal, the only comparison left was Gerd. Nijin tilted his head in confusion. Isn't Sir Gerd the Supreme of the Empire? That's right. He's a significant power holder, central to the Empire. And you're saying you're more normal than him? How do you see me? Karen seemed incredulous. That's something you can say because you don't know Sir Gerd. That man knows nothing but the sword and the Empire. In some ways, he's even more of a madman than Yule Razian. The sword and the Empire. The two values that constitute Gerd. For the Empire, he killed his own daughter and son with his hands. He killed all his kin, including his wife. They were traitors, after all, but that's not all. For the sword, he gave up everything, including his humanity, because it interfered with his swordsmanship. Transcendence, the path to perfection, paradoxically, is completed by what one discards. It's the same for me and even Yule Razian. But Sir Gerd. Karen paused for a moment. He let out a long breath and said. He has discarded more than he possesses. He reached transcendence by stripping away everything except for the sword and the Empire. It's a terrifying obsession. That's definitely. It's hard to call such a being human. Well, not to mention Yule Razian. What do you think? Don't I seem a bit more like a sane person sitting before you now? Nijin let out a laugh. I can't deny that. Right? Yes, especially when I recall my encounter with Yule Razian. What? You met Yule? After the battle with the Dark Mage, I encountered Miss Yule Razian, who came to assess the situation. Heh. Karen turned pale. You were close to death. Truly. Yes, I nearly died. Truly. If you met Yule, she must have taken a particular interest in you. You're going to have a hard time in the future. He sent a sympathetic look Nijin's way. If it had been revealed then that you were my disciple, a nicely wrapped head would have been delivered to the Order of the Sword. Truly a dreadful thought. Nijin inwardly muttered that it was good he had kept his meeting with Karen a secret and nodded. Sir Karen. Then Nijin spoke up. This was the main point, after all. Do you know about metamorphosis? I know. It's been over 10 years since I crossed that path. Karen narrowed his eyes. Come to think of it, it seemed like you were aware of your imagery. Are you undergoing metamorphosis? Exactly, I'm stuck. I can't grasp what the reconstitution of sword aura is. He slowly rose from his seat. Metamorphosis. Shedding. The reconstitution of sword aura. It sounds complicated when said, but in reality, it's simple and clear. In the vast expanse of the field. Karen drew his sword atop it. A sword is but a brush. The sword master spoke of the sword. Sword aura is the paint that colors the brush. Sword aura blossomed atop Karen's sword. Nijin could neither see nor comprehend the sword aura that Karen conjured. The vast gap in their realms distorted even cognition. The sword is the brush, the sword aura is the paint, and the paint is ultimately the imagery you harbor. Your imagery is your world. Yet, the moment the sword saint swung his sword. The moment that sword advanced a mere few feet. Swinging a sword is, in a way, the process of overlaying your world onto the existing one. Nijin's eyes saw it. The landscape painted along the path of the sword saint's sword. It was the imagery harbored by the sword saint, the color of his soul. With a swift motion, the sword saint lightly swung his sword. Following the trajectory of his swing, the world was painted anew. Nijin couldn't fully grasp the scene unfolding before him, but he had a rough understanding of what the sword saint was doing. This is the ultimate destination that those who walk the path of the sword must pursue. And a sword seeker is a seeker on the path of the sword. They might not be able to color the world with their swings, but... Karen smiled, sheathing his sword. Their sword aura creates their own world wherever it reaches. What's needed for that, more than anything, is unwavering self-confidence. The sword master looked at Nijin. From what I see, you're confining yourself. That's not necessarily bad. Refining one's conduct is commendable and deserves praise. But, he said, it shouldn't lead to the denial of oneself. You mustn't deny your true nature. Don't try to change everything at once. The stairs toward perfection cannot be leaped in a single bound. Karen poked Nijin's chest with the sheath of his sword. First, break the cage, boy. Then a new path will open. That's all the teaching for today. Karen waved his hand as he walked away. I hope to see you as a seeker of the sword next time we meet. In the heart of the City of Opportunities, Cambria, where the Central Guild and the Merchant Street are adjacent. In a place rightfully called the heart of this city, the building of the Dieta Trading Company towers tall. And at the top of that building sits a snake coiled up. The snake that swallows gold, Dieta Arbinia. Surrounded by maps, documents, contracts, trading proofs, statements, and countless numbers and sentences in her office, she narrowed her eyes. Her golden eyes, resembling gold coins, absorbed the light from the magic lamps and shimmered brightly. Money moves people. People move money. And where money moves, traces naturally remain. Information remains. A competent merchant must know the path the gold has taken and the path it will take. In that sense, the snake that swallows gold, Dieta Arbinia, is an unprecedented merchant. Her achievements are not the result of mere luck or a few coincidences. She built them up gradually, from the ground up, remarkably fast and accurate. How was that possible? Her eyes follow the gold. They precisely pinpoint where the gold has flowed, where it will flow, and where it gathers. This is the talent she was born with and has honed over the years. And, if one understands all these processes, it's not difficult to artificially create a flow. Weeks had passed. During that time, Nijin seemingly wasted time without undertaking any significant assignments. To be more precise, he acted in a way that seemed wasteful to others. A coward afraid of an unexpected assailant. To those aware of the inner situation, Nijin played his role so as to appear just so. However, the weeks spent in such pretense were anything but wasted for Nijin. Mulling over his conversations with Karen, Rosalind, and Merlin, Nijin reflected on his inner self and his imagery. Nijin had undergone rapid changes over the last 6 months. A single event had turned his life upside down, shattering the rules he had lived by for 18 years and compelling him to break free from his long-standing nest and take flight. His body had kept up with these swift changes. But Nijin's soul had not. The disconnect between soul and body was what held Nijin back, and it was what he needed to overcome. What caused this disconnect? After weeks of contemplation, Nijin finally reached an answer. The outline became clear. It felt within reach. Yet, Nijin knew all too well that enlightenment, the answer, was not easily obtained. Simply sitting cross-legged in a secluded room and meditating wasn't enough to grasp it. Human growth always required dramatic circumstances. I'm just the beginning. The Order has many hounds to unleash. Many. And they will tirelessly seek your life. A good opportunity was presenting itself. What had been a crisis until recently, Nijin now saw as an unparalleled opportunity. Nijin. Nijin opened his eyes that had been closed. Are you ready? Upon opening his eyes, he saw a girl with golden eyes sitting before him. Jetta. Her lips curved into a gentle arc as she posed the question, and Nijin nodded. I'm ready. Captain Theosis had said. No one knows who the hunter is and who the prey is. Nijin truly believed that statement. He was ready. Now, it was time to reverse the roles of prey and hunter. 1. Gerald Orton. Jetta spread her fingers. Originally a demon hunter active in the demon lands. Retired from the battlefield for some reason. His whereabouts were unknown after retirement, but he has been confirmed to be working as a bounty hunter. 4 documents were laid out on the office table. Each document contained a portrait along with brief information, and Jetta was pointing at them as she spoke. Sword Seeker in Realm. Armed with a great sword. She spread a second finger. 2. Klaus Aiden. Former commander of the cavalry of the Pralia Kingdom. Disappeared after the disbandment of his unit. Armed with a lance about 3 meters long. Realm equivalent to a sword seeker. A third finger. 3. Bezos Malek. A soldier who served on the front lines adjacent to the demon realm. Armed with twin swords. Realm of a sword seeker. And lastly, the fourth. 4. Tyler Verkaneman. Leader of a disbanded unit created to execute deserters. Armed with a great bow. Realm of a sword seeker. After a brief introduction of the 4, Jetta exhaled shortly. Tapping the documents on the table with her finger, she continued. This is roughly the number of individuals identified so far. There are about a dozen others showing suspicious movements, but they are not of sword seeker realm. Those who have reached the realm of a sword seeker must report their realm and information to the Empire. But there was no such report for them. She handed Nijin another document. It featured a portrait of someone wearing a robe, their identity unknown. This individual is somewhat noteworthy, but there's no information available. Identity and realm unknown. With a long sigh, Jetta's expression was one of incredulous amusement. At least 4 sword seekers, and about 10 sword experts. Even a considerable noble family's knight order wouldn't mobilize this many. The Arbinia ducal family has 3 sword seekers, and this is, well. She let out a hollow laugh. They're determined to kill you, going to such lengths. I didn't expect them to play such a strong hand. Jetta shook her head, surprised by her investigation's findings. Watching her, Nijin too was astonished, albeit in a different direction. How did you find all this? How she managed to uncover all this information was beyond him. During this time, Nijin had sensed suspicious movements and gazes, but at most, he had detected a few experts and only one sword seeker. And that was only possible due to his superhuman senses. Yet Dieta had succeeded in accurately fishing out even more individuals than Nijin, despite not possessing his keen senses. I told you, this is my domain. To Nijin's astonishment, Dieta simply shrugged it off. My trading company holds the most influence in Cambria. The gold I distribute can circle the city in a single night. It took me 5 years to build such a distribution network and to dominate the city's resources. The net cast by the gold-swallowing snake. Collect rumors, throw bait, gather informants, and then distribute gold among them to create more rumors. Repeat this process a few times, and you'll filter them out. Roughly. She rolled a platinum coin in her palm. Even if they are sword seekers, in this case, they are individuals not affiliated with any group. Even if they have means of communicating with the order, it would be limited. No matter how exceptional they are. Dieta smirked, tapping her eyes and ears. You only have one pair of eyes and ears, right? How many informants do you think act as my eyes and ears? And they don't even realize they're informants. The entire city was her eyes and ears. That's what Dieta was saying. Hearing how she fished them out, Nijin was impressed. Nijin. Yes, Merlin. I don't usually say things like this, but you better not make an enemy out of the girl in front of you. I think so too. Nijin agreed with Merlin. He felt fortunate that Dieta was an ally and his first friend. He was certain that having Dieta as an enemy would have been extremely troublesome and unnerving. I'm really glad Dieta is my friend. Suddenly. Yes, suddenly. Dieta chuckled. Well, anyway. Once you've caught them, obtaining further information is easy. Gathering information on a sword seeker is surprisingly simple. Simple, you say? Sword seekers are considered potent threats. From a national standpoint, even if they're not strictly managed, they need to be known. A sword seeker wreaking havoc could easily destroy a territory in no time. That's why whether they are commanders of night orders or leaders of units, there's always an attempt to place a cap on them and keep them under control. As Dieta shrugged, she continued. Once someone reaches the realm of a sword seeker, records of their activities, identity, and personal details are as clear as day. Just scratching the surface reveals a lot. Well, the Empire's Royal Guards, frontline special forces, and rangers are exceptions. Dieta spoke nonchalantly. Even they become an open book once they retire. Take Captain Theosis, for example, as soon as he retired, all his information was disclosed. It's a form of deterrence, a warning not to engage in untoward activities. An active Royal Guards and Special Forces, the Order wouldn't be able to touch them no matter what tricks they use. Fishing for the bait took time, but wrapping things up afterwards was quick, she explained. So, what's the plan? Even if you've ascended to a sword seeker, you're up against at least 4 sword seekers and about a dozen sword experts. Facing them alone is exceedingly difficult. It was a fact Nijin had to acknowledge. The Order had sent more than he anticipated, and he couldn't possibly confront them all. That's why we made a plan. Right. If you had said you'd face them alone, I would have grabbed you by the collar right then. Nijin gave a wry smile. As Dieta was setting the bait and beginning to fish, Nijin had been planning with her. Now, which of those plans was the best course of action? Both exchanged knowing smiles, certain they were thinking the same thing. Of course, this still poses a danger. Ultimately, it all depends on how you handle it. She flicked the platinum coin she'd been rolling in her palm. But it's worth the gamble, isn't it? Nijin caught the coin Dieta flicked. Anyway. With an exasperated look, Dieta regarded Nijin. The fact remained that Nijin would be risking his life, and all Dieta could do was increase his odds of success as much as possible. Dieta and Nijin stood up. It was time to act according to their agreement. Before moving forward, Dieta took a step towards Nijin, straightening his disheveled attire. She then pressed against his chest with the back of her hand. Don't get hurt, okay? Considering the opposition, that might be difficult. Ah, how did I end up dealing with someone like you? Dieta grumbled. After a deep sigh, she looked up at Nijin. Don't die. Can you promise me that? I think I can promise that. Then, that's enough. Dieta stepped back. Take care. And don't forget to come back and say hello. They're on the move. The Order's hounds hidden within the city whispered. They were scattered throughout Cambria, collecting information while moving along the city's outskirts. Though the number of these operatives reached 20, they never gathered in one place. Instead, they formed small groups of 2 or 3, sharing information and passing it down the chain. 5 formidable individuals led the hounds. A natural hierarchy and chain of command had formed. Those in command had amassed countless experiences on various battlefields and knew precisely how ambushes and assassinations should be executed. Therefore, they waited for their moment in the shadows. The target will head north along a meaty road on the 12th night, presumably on a mission. He'll be accompanied by adventurers, but they won't pose a problem. Having obtained the list of those participating in the mission, they knew there were no individuals to be wary of. We'll strike here. There must be no variables. The Order has warned us. Beware of individuals capable of turning the tide despite the disparity in strength. Inexperienced fools not yet sword seekers. To capture one such fool, 5 operatives of sword seeker caliber were deployed. Yet, these 5 did not question the Order's judgment. Whether bound by enmity or some other fate, they knew all too well the severity of High Priest Orland. If he had made such a decision, there must be a reason. They cross-referenced the information they gathered, paying particular attention to any involvement by the Dieta Trading Company. According to the information provided by the Order, the mission's target was in a favorable relationship with the head of the Dieta Company. Nothing here. Same on this end. However, no involvement from the company was confirmed. The mission had been issued by the Central Guild, and the young man named Nijin was venturing outside the city to fulfill the minimum mission quota required to maintain his red rank. A mission reluctantly undertaken. And inquiries into Nijin's movements over the period revealed no connections with the head of the company. Although they couldn't access the city's center, Nijin was well known in Cambria, making it easy to track his movements. Information about Nijin flooded in from all corners, and they collected it diligently. Of course, one must not place too much trust in the deluge of information. That's why they periodically met to cross-verify and confirm the data. And when all 20 operatives had identically confirmed their findings, they were ready to act. The prey had left its nest. It was time for the hunters to make their move. They considered themselves the hunters and didn't fundamentally doubt this fact. Though not complacent, they believed they had the upper hand. But they were unaware. Unaware that all the information had been manipulated. Unaware that they were being swept away by a current someone else had created. Unaware that a golden fishing hook was already embedded in their necks. Unaware that the roles of hunter and prey had already been reversed. The twilight had given way to dusk when the target, emerging from the heart of the city, boarded a carriage. The assailants witnessed his boarding and confirmed the direction of the carriage's movement matched their intelligence. There were no changes to the plan. The attackers, dispersed throughout the city, began to move one by one, their actions shrouded in stealth. Their expertise as sword seekers and experts wasn't the sole reason for their stealth. Each assailant had their own desperate circumstances driving them. Some fought to rescue a loved one, others to save their child, and yet others for personal honor. Driven by desperation, they were meticulous in their approach. 15 sword experts, 4 sword seekers, and 1/5 circle mage, a total force of 20. Gathering all at once would certainly expose them, so they maintained a certain distance while moving to the city's outskirts. Blending naturally into the crowd and concealing themselves within the caravan, their movements were so covert that no one noticed their deliberate intent and direction. It was the day of the decisive battle. The pursuit team chasing the carriage, the standby team waiting along the path the carriage would take, and the attack team, centered around the mage, ready to block the carriage's path, were all divided into several groups. Like hunters with their sharp daggers concealed, they held their breath. It was supposed to be an easy task. So much effort and intricate planning had gone into this operation. There could be no variables. As the sun dipped below the horizon and twilight embraced the land, a gentle rumble spread across a meaty road. It was the sound of an approaching carriage. The rough rolling of the carriage's wheels and the clatter of the horses' hooves filled the air, and the attackers steadied their breaths, tuning into every sound. They hid in shadows, thickets, dense foliage, and undulating terrains, waiting for the right moment. And then it arrived. The carriage appeared. Upon closer inspection, the silhouette of the pursuit team maintaining a distance behind the carriage was also visible. The moment the standby team signaled, the attack team blocked the carriage's path. The fifth circle mage, Serchel Cravelin, led the attack team. When she slammed her staff into the ground, 5 rings emerged behind her. A fifth circle mage is typically categorized as a siege weapon capable of casting large-scale annihilation spells. At this moment, Serchel had already completed the incantation. The spell, kept in standby, was now fiercely charged at the tip of her staff, along with the swirling circles. It was powerful enough to obliterate a carriage without a trace. A blaze erupted. Flames flared brightly. Yet, they hadn't put all their hopes on just one spell. Klaus Aiden, who had been keeping his distance while pursuing the carriage, suddenly surged forward with incredible speed. With a thunderous boom, Klaus, a former commander of a cavalry unit, exhibited his exceptional strength. Even without his warhorse, he could perform a lance charge, a testament to his formidable power. As he swung his arm, his concealed weapon extended, forming a 3-meter-long lance. The lance, cutting through the wind with a piercing sound, came from behind. In front, a fifth circle mage prepared a massive annihilation spell, while attackers on the sides drew their swords, closing in. There was nowhere to escape. First, a gigantic fireball was set to incinerate the carriage completely. If anyone escaped the fireball, they would be impaled by Klaus's lance from behind or torn apart by the swordsmen rushing in from the sides. The attackers were certain of their victory. They were convinced there were no variables in their plan. The sound of hooves, the vibration created by the carriage wheels, the noise of the blazing fire at the tip of the mage's staff, and the clouded judgment from their certainty of success, all these elements combined, made them oblivious. Oblivious to the fact that someone had hidden here, before them in preparation for the attack. They didn't notice Rosalind Ascolo pulling out her twin daggers and leaping into action. Unaware, they couldn't prepare. From behind the attackers, Rosalind Ascolo made her move. With a burst of acceleration, her tied-back black hair fluttered with each step she took. Rosalind Ascolo is a mercenary. A veteran of countless battlefields, she knew better than anyone whom to target first. The mage. In any battle, mages are always the priority target to be neutralized. The first to notice her approach was Gerald, standing beside Serchel with his greatsword. His widened eyes quickly turned as he grabbed Serchel by the nape and swapped places with her, a correct decision. As Gerald swung his sword the moment he exchanged positions, Rosalind, who had closed in, slashed with her twin blades. Although there were 5 sword experts beside them, none could match the speed of their engagement. With a resounding clash, Gerald's greatsword met Rosalind's twin blades. The unusually loud noise echoed, and only after it did the experts notice Rosalind's fleeting figure and widen their eyes in shock. But it was already too late. Only Gerald comprehended the situation. His eyes widened at the echoing noise. The sound of Rosalind's twin blades ringing. The moment those blades began to resonate, Gerald gritted his teeth and assumed a defensive stance, hiding behind his greatsword. Then, the echo resonated. The echoes generated by the echo reverberated. The 21st masterpiece, Echo. Its imbued mystery is resonance. Rosalind's sword aura, carried by the echo, swept across the battlefield. The bodies of the 5 experts beside her were sliced into dozens of pieces. Gerald's greatsword trembled violently from the direct hit of the echo, and a red barrier emerged around Serchel, who had been hiding behind him. The resonating echo repeatedly struck Serchel's barrier. Forced to use the flame, prepared at the tip of her staff, for defense. The front line was breached in an instant. As if waiting for this moment, the carriage carrying Nijin accelerated, and its back wall shattered. Nijin emerged from the destroyed back of the carriage. Tightly bound to the carriage with ropes, he adjusted his stance atop the moving vehicle. His gaze fixed on Klaus, the knight charging towards him with a lance. Nijin's eyes moved rapidly, calculating Klaus's speed, their distance, and the optimal moment for engagement. The answer came to him. All that remained was to act. As his sword aura surged, Nijin leaped from the carriage. Klaus's charge was linear, aimed directly ahead. As is typical for a lance charge or cavalry assault, changing direction mid-charge is exceedingly difficult. Therefore, Nijin struck from above Klaus, swinging his sword towards the knight's crown. It was a situation Klaus hadn't anticipated. An exact vulnerability targeted at the perfect moment. Yet, even in this unexpected scenario, Klaus reacted. As a sword seeker of considerable prowess, Klaus stomped the ground with almost superhuman reflexes, redirecting his forward-facing lance to swing at Nijin. The lance, about 3 meters long, sliced through the air, its cutting sound menacing as it bore down on Nijin. And Nijin, seemingly having anticipated this, swung his sword with all his might towards the lance. The clash between Nijin's sword aura and the aura encircling Klaus's lance resulted in a repulsion. Naturally, Nijin, suspended in the air, was pushed back. Propelled by the recoil, Nijin's body floated mid-air. And at that moment, he twisted his body in mid-air, grabbing and pulling on the rope tied around his abdomen. The rope, connecting him to the carriage, was taut at just the right moment, pulling Nijin's body sharply towards it. His movement was as if he had planned this entire scenario. That's how seamless Nijin's disengagement was. Ha! Klaus, witnessing the sequence, let out a scoff. Initially, his role was to collide with the carriage from behind, shattering it. But at this moment, that plan had dissolved into nothingness with just one exchange. The carriage had moved far ahead, and it was too late to chase after it now. The encirclement they had meticulously set up was breached. What about the attack team that was supposed to shatter and block the carriage alongside Klaus? They were incapacitated by Rosalind Ascalon's assault and couldn't afford to do so. The magic they had prepared was used up in defending against her attack. And the standby team set to ambush from the sides. Since the carriage wasn't destroyed but instead picked up speed, they missed their chance to stop it. The carriage sped past them, breaking through the front lines and veering off a meaty road into a different direction. Only then did Klaus realize. And not just Klaus. Everyone present came to the same realization. It was a trap. Their opponent was aware of this ambush. As Klaus gritted his teeth watching the carriage now far ahead, he remained silent. Sword seekers of considerable strength. The eyes of the commanders on site met. Their gazes eventually converged on one point. There stood Rosalind Ascalon. She had torn through the battlefield and opened up the front lines. As if having accomplished her primary goal, Rosalind loosened up, cracking her neck and stretching her limbs. Sensing the eyes on her, Rosalind smirked. "What are you looking at?" She adjusted her grip on her twin daggers, as if inviting them to come at her any time. However, the attackers hesitated to make the first move, well aware of the fact. Rosalind Ascalon is a formidable opponent. Among the sword seekers present, she stood out as a particularly strong adversary. None there could face Rosalind Ascalon alone. Having ascended one of the 3 steps towards becoming a sword master and possessing a masterpiece weapon to boot, she was not to be underestimated. Of course, they could potentially overpower her by attacking in numbers, but that would consume too much time. What if it drags on? Klaus's gaze followed the carriage as it sped away, its course altered. Departing from the road, it headed in a completely different direction than its intended destination. The carriage was lost, and the ambush had failed. Where was the carriage heading? What was its goal? Reinforcements? Or was it to report the situation? Was Rosalind the only support they had? It was unclear. Any scenario seemed plausible. They couldn't discern the enemy's intentions. Letting the carriage escape could lead to unpredictable consequences, especially now that their ambush had been exposed. Retreating was no longer an option. What should be done? The constraints of manipulated information, limited circumstances, and the pressure of time weighed heavily on them. Faced with restrictions and deceit, they grew anxious, realizing they had been thoroughly outplayed. At that moment, Klaus gritted his teeth in frustration. A decision had to be made. Quick judgment was essential. Klaus. Someone broke the silence. Chase after them with Gerald. We'll handle things here. The speaker was a man wielding twin swords. Bezos Malek, a sword seeker who had spent years as a soldier on the battlefield. He stepped towards Rosalind, indicating his readiness to engage. As he moved, he spoke. Take her down and join us. If you're delayed, we'll come to assist. Klaus nodded in agreement. Gerald and Klaus, the two with the best mobility on site, acted on Bezos's decision without objection. Rosalind casually acknowledged the two as they set off in pursuit of the carriage. Then, turning to face the soldier blocking her path, she smirked. You think you can kill me? There's nothing impossible about it. Bezos Malek tightened his grip on his twin swords, as fierce sword aura emanated from them. Rosalind Ascolo, nonchalantly whistling, twirled her masterpiece, Echo, with its blade resembling the teeth of a wild beast, emanating menacing sword aura. Bezos Malek, armed with twin swords. Tyler Verkaneman, wielding a great bow. Serchel Cravelin, with circles of magic at her disposal. 3 sword seeker-level adversaries bared their fangs at Rosalind. Yet, even in the face of their collective might, Rosalind remained composed, calmly regulating her breathing. What brings the leader of a famed mercenary band to a place like this? At Bezos's taunting, Rosalind laughed. Are you asking because you don't know? Mercenaries move for one thing only. Money. Over honor, she valued freedom. Over freedom, gold. And above gold, pleasure. These were the values Rosalind Ascolo lived by. She owed Dieta a debt, and Dieta had offered her a substantial sum for this task. It was an opportunity to clear her debt while getting paid, there was no reason to refuse. Moreover, she was curious. Curious about the situation itself and about the predicament faced by this Ivan lad. After all, it resembled situations she had encountered in her past, being pursued by those damn inquisitors. Remembering her past, Rosalind's eyes narrowed. What are you waiting for, you dickless wonders? She sneered, her lips curling into a taunt. Come on, then. Her ominous red eyes, unlike other red-eyed individuals, swirled menacingly, almost beast-like in their intensity. Nejin saw the figures chasing after the carriage. Gerald Orton, the demon hunter with a great sword. Klaus Ayton, the knight with a 3-meter-long lance. And 7 experts following them. Rosalind had, as promised, taken on 2 of the sword seekers. Nejin was grateful for that. Although he still faced several sword seekers, it wasn't a hopeless fight. Above all, this was a wall he had to overcome. The carriage had now entered the forest, the prearranged location advantageous for Nejin. The sun had set, and darkness began to envelop the forest as the carriage moved forward, with the pursuers closing in by the second. Inside the jostling carriage, Nejin steadied his breath. Then, he slowly rose. The opening he had made in the carriage's wall earlier served as a makeshift railing for him to step onto. He then cut the rope tying him to the carriage with his sword. The distance from Rosalind was now sufficient. It was time for him to stake his own life. Nejin leaped from the carriage. Left behind, the carriage sped off into the distance. The sudden sight of Nejin jumping from the carriage caused the pursuers to furrow their brows. Was there an ambush set up here? For a moment, they halted, surveying their surroundings cautiously. Then, Nejin extended his sword. In the dimly lit forest, a white sword aura radiated from Nejin's blade. It was only after a brief moment that the pursuers realized there was no ambush waiting. Nejin was alone. As if declaring he would take them all on by himself, Nejin pointed his sword, charged with sword aura, towards them. The attackers couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. To make such a choice here. A mere lad not yet a sword seeker, intending to face 2 sword seekers and 7 experts alone. It was madness. Nijin was no stranger to this fact. Yet, he had chosen this path. Nijin tossed aside his gauntlets, hitting the ground as if issuing a challenge. The eyes of the knights among the attackers narrowed. Nijin. Nijin pronounced his own name. A knight of Atna, offspring of Ivan. He declared the only affiliation he had. The bare minimum conditions for a duel were met. Nijin gripped his sword tighter. Although a duel seemed meaningless in such circumstances, it was a constraint and a vow he imposed on himself. A knight does not flee from a duel. Here, I will defeat you all. A vow made to himself. The moment he uttered Ivan's name, it became a must-achieve for Nijin. Casting his gauntlet aside and declaring his name and affiliation signified a clear intent. To all present it was understood as a call for honorable combat. Should blood be spilled this day, it would be by each other's weapons alone, a testament to their mutual combat. This declaration, steeped in ancient tradition, underscored an honorable challenge. Upon hearing Nijin's words, the attackers narrowed their eyes. Some frowned, others sighed, and Klaus, once a knight of a kingdom, let out a bitter chuckle. An honorable duel. Such a declaration seemed out of place in this context, yet its incongruity lent it a profound weight. Klaus exhaled deeply. They were dishonorable attackers, a fact undeniable. Stalking, eavesdropping, laying traps, ambushing, actions far removed from honor had been their recourse, often ganging up against a single target. There was no honor in such an assault. A true knight should feel dishonored by such actions. And thus, be ashamed. However, there are times when humans must bear dishonor and shame to achieve a greater purpose. Everyone gathered here had their reasons. Some were blackmailed with hostages, others had their lives on the line, and yet others stood to protect the honor of their lords or comrades. Even if it meant becoming detestable hounds or assassins, they had something worth defending, and so they stood here. Of course, that was their burden to bear, not something the young man before them could understand. To him, they were nothing but cowardly attackers. Yet still, Nijin declared this to be an honorable duel. Even if it was merely to steel his own resolve, there was a duty among knights to respond to that call. With a thunderous impact, Klaus slammed his lance into the ground. Striking his chest over his heart with a fist, he declared loudly. I am Klaus Aden. If one bore the title of knight. If one had ever been a knight. Then it was their duty to answer the young man's call. The 5th Wing of Prolia Kingdom, commander of the Blue Wing Cavalry, Klaus Aden. Though my battlegrounds have ended. And my comrades lie in the mire, branded heretics and stripped of honor under the guise of divine command. Knight of Adana, Ivan's offspring, Nijin. The saga of the Blue Wing Cavalry cannot end with a period. I would gladly cast aside my own honor to reclaim theirs. I am prepared to plunge into the depths of disgrace. I accept this duel. Pointing his raised lance at Nijin, Klaus acknowledged the challenge. Though this battle lacked honor, they each had something to uphold, a sufficient cause to cross spears. One by one, those who had once been knights, who had once held honor, announced their allegiances and charged towards Nijin, shouting their intent. And Nijin merely steadied himself, watching those who rushed towards him, his stance unyielding. Amidst the shallow darkness settling over the forest, sword aura, and mana shimmered in the night. A sword master once said, sword seekers have transcended human bounds but have not reached the realm of transcendence. While this might be scoffed at from a sword master's perspective. In other words, sword seekers are beyond ordinary human measures, defying common sense with their strength. Proof of this was unfolding before Nijin's eyes. With a sound akin to an explosion, the ground shook violently. It wasn't a bomb that had detonated, but Klaus Aden's powerful stomp. Each step he took caused the earth to tremble and roar. The commander of the cavalry. A knight who needed no steed. The swift Klaus Aden. His might was beyond imagination. The moment Klaus struck the ground, he became as formidable as a cavalryman charging into battle, a chariot sweeping across the battlefield. Nijin's eyes widened as he threw himself aside, opting for evasion over confrontation in the face of Klaus's unprecedented speed. It was the right decision. As Klaus rushed past, the swirling air pressure forced Nijin to roll on the ground. The delayed sound of towering trees snapping and crashing down followed. Rising from his roll, Nijin saw the path of destruction left by Klaus, ancient trees shattered, the ground scarred with his footsteps, and the distant rumbling as Klaus charged again. But Nijin faced more than just Klaus. The moment Nijin's reflexive sword strike met Gerald's, the demon hunter and sword seeker, he felt an overwhelming force. The impact made Nijin feel as if his knees were giving way. Twisting his sword, Nijin escaped Gerald's pressure. As their blades disengaged, Gerald's sword sliced through the air with alarming speed. Then, with a screech, a massive tree, several paces away from their clash, split apart. As it collapsed, the ground trembled, kicking up clouds of dust. However, such tremors were insufficient to halt a sword seeker's advance. Gerald advanced through the dust, and Klaus, breaking through fallen trees, charged once more. And Nijin, having chosen this battlefield himself, exhaled. With the release of his breath, his eyes blazed with intensity, his heart racing beyond its usual pace. The coursing blood throughout his body accelerated. His sword aura surged wildly. Stars twinkled around the swirling sword aura, illuminating the dark forest with fragments of his spirit. Pushing beyond physical limits. His sword shone with the fragments of his spirit. Nijin launched forward with a smooth first step, but his subsequent strides were fierce. He sprinted, kicking off the trembling ground and tumbling trees. Towering trees. Splinters from split trunks. Branches spreading in all directions. This was the perfect environment for Nijin. If there was one area where he could outshine the sword seekers, it was in utilizing such chaotic and unpredictable terrain. Nijin had always excelled in navigating such landscapes. With a trail of white luminescence, he leaped again and again. Gerald, furrowing his brow, stamped his foot down. The ground roared. Immediately, a fierce sword aura burst from Gerald's blade. The broadsword, seasoned in slaying demons, scattered afterimages as it swung. The sheer force behind the strike, transcending human limits, cleaved through the trees. The area was laid to waste. The tree Nijin had been standing on collapsed, and he lost his balance, falling. But there were those who wouldn't miss this chance. 7 experts charged at Nijin. They had made their judgment early on. They couldn't kill Nijin themselves, so they aimed to trap him, to rob him of his mobility and buy time. That was their best course of action. Once that decision was made, they acted. They lunged at Nijin, aiming to grab his ankles, believing that even a second's delay would allow Klaus's spear to impale Nijin. They thought so, and so did Klaus and Gerald. But they overlooked something. Nijin twisted in midair, as if he had never lost his balance. Landing gracefully, he swung his sword in one fluid motion with his descent. Swords of the experts, along with their enveloping sword aura, were sliced through. Their broken weapons, their shattered encirclement, and the exposed vulnerabilities. Nijin then moved with blinding speed, leaving behind only afterimages. Ugh! Arg! By the time they regained their senses, they were already struck by the sword, kicked, and thrown into the trees and ground. With bones broken or limbs severed, they were rendered incapable of continuing the fight. All this in just a second. Having eliminated the experts from the battlefield, Nijin took a brief breath and lowered his stance. Then, he sprinted towards the charging cavalryman, Klaus. Charging head-on at the oncoming cavalryman was madness. He was sure to be crushed. Watching Nijin approach directly, Klaus couldn't help but laugh. "Come at me. Try to stop my spear." As if shouting, Klaus increased his speed even more. The aura around his sharply pointed spear, akin to sword aura for a swordsman, took the form of a giant drill. The landscape embedded in Klaus's spirit was reminiscent of the valiant charges of cavalrymen he witnessed in his youth. As if he himself had become a spear. The aura charged with Klaus's spirit surged. In response, Nijin also stomped the ground. At his peak speed, Nijin stomped down, lowering his stance, and swung his sword at Klaus. The clash of spear and sword sent sparks flying. Their auras clashed ferociously. Nijin, pushed back by the force, dug his feet into the ground, sending up clouds of dirt. As he was relentlessly pushed back, he gritted his teeth and twisted his sword. The spear's tip and the sword's blade misaligned. Sparks flew as the spear and sword crossed. A tearing sound echoed as Klaus's spear grazed Nijin's side, leaving a gaping wound from which blood spurted. But Nijin wasn't the only one bleeding. As Klaus, who had just passed by Nijin, turned sharply with a hiss, he clutched his side and laughed. Ha! In the moment their weapons crossed, Nijin had targeted Klaus's spear-holding hand. Had Klaus not shifted the trajectory of his spear, he would have lost half his hand along with his thumb. Klaus was amused by Nijin's strategy of sacrificing his side to take his opponent's hand. Klaus forcefully clutched his deeply gashed side, crushing the flesh to close the wound, and glared at Nijin. The clash during the carriage ambush. And now, Nijin's displayed movements. Klaus Aten revised his assessment of Nijin. The young man before him wasn't just an expert close to a sword seeker. In all aspects except for sword aura, he was on par with a sword seeker. He wasn't just close. This young man was a sword seeker level powerhouse. Klaus wasn't alone in this realization. Gerald felt the same. With the 7 experts already out of the fight, only the 2 of them remained. Gerald. I know. Their gazes met. They both understood. This young man hadn't recklessly sought battle. He truly believed he could win against 2 sword seekers, which is why he stood there. Then, they should respond. A sacred duel had been declared. There was nothing left to hold back. Klaus twisted the hand holding his spear. With a series of clicks, the 3-meter-long spear shortened to half its length. Not as a cavalryman sweeping through the battlefield, but in a stance to take down the enemy before him. Feeling the shift in atmosphere, Nijin exhaled. Something was within reach. Just one more step, and he could grasp it. With that thought, Nijin focused on Klaus and Gerald. Whether this duel would be the loser's folly, or the victor's confidence, lay in his sword. As always, a swordsman is defined by what they prove with their sword. Nijin's sword aura, more intense than ever, blazed around his blade. Wielding twin swords, Besaw's Malek was drenched in sweat. Each clash with the sword drained him further. I knew. He gritted his teeth and swung his sword again. I knew Rosalind Askelo was strong. I knew, but blood soaked the ground where he stood. His clothes were drenched in red. Pushed back significantly, Besaw's gasped for air. He hadn't imagined it would be this intense. Just as Rosalind stepped towards the weakened Besaw's, arrows and spells flew towards her. Each attack was formidable, but with a spin and a clash of her daggers, Rosalind nullified them all. The echoing harmony of her blades disarmed the projectiles. The amplified sword aura from Echo tore through the incoming attacks. A seeker-level archer and a 5th circle mage. Even with their support, they could only manage to restrain Rosalind. Realizing this, Besaw's clenched his teeth. To ascend to Sword Master, one must climb 3 steps, and he had only taken the first, germination. Yet, the gap between them was immense. Expecting more from a sword seeker wielding twin swords, this is rather disappointing. Anything else to show? Rosalind approached Besaw's nonchalantly. This is a letdown, isn't it? What else do you have? Ha! Besaw's responded with a scoff to her taunt. You're not in a position to be so relaxed, Rosalind. What? My goal was always to bind you. If I can delay, I've achieved my objective. Their victory conditions differed. If you can't join the fray, that young man will die. Surely, he'll be dead. Perhaps, it's already over. If anyone should be relaxed, it's not you, but rather. What the hell are you talking about? Rosalind tilted her head, genuinely puzzled. Why would I go there? Why would I join? You're severely mistaken about something. Before the operation began, Rosalind had encountered Nijin once more. And then, she saw. He was already complete. Just one step. Truly, just one step away. The cocoon enveloping Nijin was already cracked. It meant he was just one step from emerging, from undergoing metamorphosis. That kid. Rosalind smiled. Even before becoming a sword seeker, he lacked nothing compared to one, except for sword aura. A monstrous kid. An expert who seeks to surpass sword seekers. If such a kid were to reach the realm of sword seekers, you'd all be in trouble. Not him, but you. You all. It would be an entity entirely distinct from the conventional sword seeker. Rosalind Ascolo was convinced of this. The sun had set, and the night deepened. The battle had dragged on longer than expected. In the forest blanketed with shallow darkness, the demon hunter Gerald gasped for breath. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his forearms were marked with scars as if slashed by a blade. From his forearm to his wrist. From his wrist to the back of his hand. From the back of his hand to his fingers, and from his fingers to the hilt of his sword. Blood dripped. Staring at the flowing blood, Gerald let out a long breath. Truly, it was a dreadful adversary. It never willingly surrendered its flesh. It seemed as if it wouldn't be satisfied unless it tore a chunk of flesh from its opponent as well. Huff. Gerald gasped for air and glanced to his side. There stood Klaus Aiden, his clothes also stained dark with blood. He was bleeding. Gerald couldn't quite grasp the situation. Wasn't he a sword expert? He had merely approached the sword seeker. Wasn't the target said to be a sword expert? But how could any expert withstand two seekers? It was an impossibility by any standard logic. Gerald looked ahead. There, Nijin, gasping for breath with his sword drooping, had lost more blood than Gerald and Klaus combined. A hole was pierced through his side, and his body was covered in wounds. If their wounds slowed them down a bit, his condition made it difficult for him to even move. At best, he might have one or two moves left. The end was near. The victor would obviously be them, but from Gerald's standpoint, it was an unsatisfactory victory. To win by attrition against one expert with two seekers? Damn it. This wasn't what he wanted. It would have been better if it had ended with the first ambush. It would have been better if that young man had died before they realized who he was, before crossing swords. A dirty and ugly victory was no different from defeat. Yet, there was a reason they had to win. Gerald stomped the ground, hoping to finish Nijin with his sword before the young man collapsed from excessive blood loss. Ferocious sword aura erupted from Gerald's sword. This is the end. Gerald closed the distance in an instant, swinging his sword at Nijin, who couldn't even maintain his stance properly. Until the moment Gerald swung his sword, Nijin hadn't moved. Perhaps he had no strength left to react. That's what Gerald thought. The greatsword sliced through the air. In the moment the greatsword was about to cleave Nijin in two. The gusting wind made Nijin's hair flutter. Between the strands of his fluttering hair, Nijin's eyes were revealed. The moment Gerald locked eyes with him, he involuntarily gasped. Calm, sunset-hued eyes. Despite his battered body, those eyes alone remained tranquil. Immediately after, Nijin moved. His drooping sword moved with a trace of afterimage, striking Gerald's greatsword with unbelievable speed. It was so swift it was hard to believe he had reacted so late. Ka-ang. Sword aura clashed against sword aura. At the moment of the clash, Gerald had no doubt about his victory. Until now, he had always had the upper hand in the clash of sword auras. Nijin had been struggling just to dodge and deflect. But this time. Keying. It was different. A fierce backlash. A backlash strong enough to make Gerald's hands tremble. Gerald's eyes widened in shock, his face painted with astonishment. Unable to withstand the recoil, Nijin was pushed back, but he wasn't the only one. Gerald's greatsword, failing to complete its arc, was deflected in the opposite direction. And so were his boots. Gerald stared at his retreating legs in disbelief. How? But more than that, the sword aura that had shone so brightly just before. Gerald Orton. Klaus Aiden. Stared wide-eyed at Nijin. The distantly pushed back Nijin slowly lifted his head, gasping for breath, with a smile on his lips. Caught you. Nijin muttered softly. A vague outline of an answer he had been seeking. The one step he had been lacking. Now, he had finally grasped it. Crack. The sound of Nijin's sword aura shattering resembled that of a cocoon breaking apart. He was born where no stars could be seen. Born low, he lived like trash. He was a sinner from birth, not even permitted to dream. For the boy, the underground city, Artman, was a prison. A vast prison. A prison he thought he'd never escape. Even after leaving that prison, the boy still considered himself a prisoner. That's why he thought he had to change. A prisoner can't become a hero. A knight must shine. Even though he had gained freedom. Even though he had crossed the line. Even though he had broken through the bars and escaped the prison. The boy was still shackled by something. His speech and expressions became stiff, and his shoulders naturally tensed. He was a rotten hunting dog from birth, a sinner, so he believed he had to start over from scratch. Denying himself. Even after leaving the prison, the boy unconsciously still saw himself as a prisoner, still wearing the chains on his ankles. He realized this belatedly and smiled. I was wrong. The boy thought. I've been wrong from the start. Nijin exhaled deeply. The underground city, Artman. His damned hometown and the prison he was trapped in. He hated it, and wanted to hide his origins, but now he had to acknowledge it. Nijin closed his eyes. When he closed his eyes, he saw the landscape of the underground city. However, as he remembered, the city wasn't entirely dark. There were two stars there. A high star and a low star. The stars that the boy dreamed of were there. Looking at the low-hanging star, Nijin smiled bitterly. Who was the first knight he ever admired? It was Ivan. The knight of Adana. The knight who planted dreams in him. The mentor who pushed him forward. He said, run beyond the line, run far. Run freely. You are now free. The last words of the knight he served. How could he proudly claim to be Ivan's kin if he didn't keep them? I was mistaken, Ivan. Nijin raised his sword. The moment he raised his sword, Gerald and Klaus could only close their mouths. They couldn't take a single step towards Nijin. To approach rashly was to die. That intuition flashed through both their minds. The tide had turned. The air around them churned. Yet, contrary to the swirling currents, the white sword aura settled peacefully. The violently churning sword aura was nowhere to be found. The softly glittering sword aura was incomparably tranquil. Nijin lowered his sword. The white sword aura dispersed. Like a cocoon shattering or threads that were entangled unraveling. As the sword aura scattered, darkness crept into the forest. Nijin still had his eyes closed. With closed eyes, he looked within himself. A space barely 10 steps across at most. Yet, that space was now tumultuously stirring. The landscape began to expand. Buildings rose along the outskirts. The landscape of the city Nijin had wandered, the alleyways where he had scavenged through trash, dirty and dark though they were, clearly places where Nijin had lived, appeared one after another. Nijin did not deny any of them. He simply smiled, looking at the bright white star shining in the center of the city. Ivan, you taught me so much. Indeed, as you said. Take it easy, kid. Try smiling a bit. How can you live like that? It's exhausting. I find myself tensing up again. I think I must do this. I try to take on the weight. Even now, it's the same. Your life and honor weigh on my shoulders. Not just yours, but Offan's, old man Hogel's, and the weight of all those who have helped me. It's truly heavy. I keep thinking that this is not the way to live. I pulled out the Excalibur. I must become a hero. The great constellation of Merlin in the night sky watches over me. She whispers to me that I will become a hero. Yes, I must become a hero. I naturally think of King Arthur. I must become like Arthur. That's what I keep thinking. More dignified. A bit more knightly. Just a bit more, a bit more. It was an unconscious thought. My expression stiffened, and my speech became more formal. The hunting dog of the underground city artman, I gradually faded. But where could my essence possibly go? I won't deny it. Just as Ivan did. Above all, have I not made a promise? I swore in a place where no stars could be seen. To engrave my star in the sky. Because it was a promise made in a place where stars could not be seen, it holds value. I have no intention of tarnishing that value. Born in a place without stars, I dream of stars, and I will surely hang them up in the sky above. Phew. Nijin exhaled deeply. The tension left his shoulders, and his posture relaxed. Naturally, his breathing lightened as well. The imagery that had expanded far and wide. Nijin slowly rose from his place. There stood Merlin. In Merlin's hand was a small birdcage. She threw the birdcage towards Nijin. A birdcage crudely made. Looking at the birdcage, Nijin smiled. Smiling, he swung his sword. He swung his sword lightly. Surprisingly smooth and natural movement. When he swung the sword aura did not surge forth. It didn't even draw the flow. Only the tip of the sword shone. The tip of the sword shone. At the tip of the sword, a bright white star formed. In reality, the sword split the void, but in the imagery, the swung sword cut through the birdcage. The cage was so easily severed. Watching the collapsing cage, Nijin opened his eyes he had closed. The cocoon was shattered. The cage was smashed. The boy had reached metamorphosis. Pack. Light flashed in the void as if exploding. The light started from the tip of Nijin's sword and connected onwards. The connected and continuing light took on the form of constellations. The sword aura was completely dismantled and reassembled. It was no longer the sword aura of a sword expert. Not even the sword aura that merely contained fragments of imagery. A completely new form of sword aura. Sword aura that fully encapsulated the imagery, belonging only to Nijin. The eyes of the boy who opened his eyes shone with a platinum hue. Sword Seeker. A seeker and a wanderer of the sword's path. Having completed metamorphosis, the boy had reached the realm of a sword seeker. Metamorphosis. Klaus muttered absent-mindedly. Metamorphosis. A process that must be undergone to reach the realm of a sword seeker, or something akin to it. He had gone through a similar process himself. The sensation of the imagery expanding and the aura wrapped around his spear being completely restructured. Klaus, who had felt this sensation in the midst of battle, recalled his past and saw the present. Before him stood a young man who had just undergone metamorphosis. Klaus gazed at the constellation swirling around Nijin's sword tip as if enchanted. The constellation form of sword aura. Had there ever been such a form of sword aura in history? Although the sword aura of a sword seeker varies, there are usually some overlapping elements. However, Klaus had never seen such a form of sword aura before today. Gerald, who had faced countless strong opponents, felt the same. The sword aura that Nijin emitted shone brilliantly even in the dark forest. The radiant constellation drove away the darkness. A constellation drawn with a human sword. Before this unprecedented sword aura, the corners of Gerald's mouth twitched. He gripped his greatsword tightly and let out a laugh. He had an intuition. The tide of battle had turned. The advantage and disadvantage had reversed. Before him stood a sword seeker. A formidable opponent who had reached the clear realm of a sword seeker. Gerald wasn't the only one laughing. Klaus also burst out in hollow laughter. Metamorphosis in such a situation. Trials imposed on humans usually end in death, but this young man had overcome the trial and achieved growth. Amazing, truly. Even in the midst of a life-threatening duel, Klaus purely admired the sight. As he admired, he felt a cold sweat run down his spine. The swordsman who had been perfect in every aspect except for sword aura had now acquired a formidable sword aura as well. From now on, it wasn't about making the opponent bleed with each attack, but rather ensuring their own bodies weren't torn apart. Although the situation had turned, the flow itself hadn't changed in the slightest. It was a matter of a single strike. The battle would be decided in one blow. Klaus steadied his breath. His imagery surged and wrapped around his spear. Gerald took a firm step forward. His imagery, stronger than ever, was deeply imbued in the great sword that had slaughtered countless demons. A single strike. In the darkness, constellations shone brightly. However, the constellations were not suspended in the vast night sky but were hanging from the tip of a swordsman's sword on the ground, radiating light. The constellation shining from a human's sword tip was tranquil and brilliantly luminous. The sword seeker, Nijin. Having reached the realm of a sword seeker, Nijin raised his sword. The constellations moved along the blade, and where the sword point stopped, there stood Nijin's worthy opponent. Ha! Gerald burst into laughter as he looked at the sword tip pointed at him. Truly, what a formidable opponent. The slight discomfort he had felt just moments ago was nowhere to be found now. From the moment his opponent had ascended to the realm of a sword seeker, the distinction between the weak and the strong had become meaningless. Klaus. Gerald spoke as he exhaled a long breath. I hate to say it, but I'll take the first strike. This is something I cannot yield. It's a pity. I was about to say the same. There was no helping it since he had been preempted. Saying so, Klaus stepped back, while Gerald stepped forward instead. Their actions seemed to imply a sequence for challenging each other. This would normally negate the numerical advantage, but in this case, it wasn't necessarily so. A sword seeker level powerhouse is akin to a walking army. A single individual could do the work of dozens, if not hundreds. This wasn't a completely wrong analogy. And naturally, such a formidable person's movements come with constraints. Swinging his sword to split a giant tree, cutting through the area, and with each step, sweeping the surroundings, that's what sword seeker level powerhouses do. Had they not synchronized their actions beforehand, and had they not stood side by side on the battlefield for a long time, they would likely interfere with each other. If they charged at the same time, they could be swept up by each other's sword aura and energy. That's why they had been somewhat restrained. It was the same for both Klaus and Gerald. If they clashed with all their might, they would sweep up their allies. They would interfere with each other, and the advantage of numbers would vanish. But now that it's come to this, the numerical advantage was meaningless. Hesitating would only lead to destruction. The battle had been prolonged, and what would decide the outcome was ultimately a sufficiently powerful strike. No, no. Gerald shook his head. No, if they attacked together, they could still manage. By distributing their strength properly and surrounding the enemy, they might even have an advantage. But he did not want to do that. The swordsman who had completed his metamorphosis. The one who had made constellations bloom at his sword tip had clearly stated it. This was an honorable duel. Although Gerald currently had no right to proclaim honor or hold pride. Still, for that final strike. For just that last exchange. He wanted to exchange a strike fitting for the honorable duel declared by the swordsman. Even if it cost him his life in the process. Both Gerald and Klaus thought so. Foolish. It was foolish, but with Nijin's declaration, this was neither an ambush nor a war, but merely a duel. Then they should join in, shouldn't they? It was their duty to uphold, having once been knights. Gerald took a large step forward. He unleashed his sword aura with more ferocity than ever. His right foot firmly planted on the ground, his left foot braced at an angle. His breath regulated. Thus, he was poised to unleash his renowned shatter sword technique, a sword technique that had shattered countless demons and contractors of demons. Though the swordsman before him was not a demon. Nor was he wicked or malicious. He was, nonetheless, an opponent that required full force. There was no need for dialogue. Gerald launched forward. With each step he took, the ground thudded and trembled. Like a charging bull, at every step he took, trees split and debris scattered. Shatter. Destroying everything it touched, Gerald charged towards Nijin. And Nijin, with his sword drawn, waited for Gerald. Without retreating or dodging, as if to say, come at me all you want. A smile leaked from the corners of Gerald's mouth. What a prideful swordsman. Even in this situation, he does not back down. He shouts that he will take on a full-force strike head-on. In this era, he was thankful even to a swordsman who retained such purity. And then, the clash. The moment Gerald took his last step, the ground cracked loudly. The weight of the charge was fully borne by his great sword, which Gerald swung. The sword aura contained the imagery of a charging bull that destroys everything in its path. Crack, thud, boom. Though the sword did not follow a perfect trajectory, the nearby trees were split. The surging air pressure kicked up dust, and the air churned. All of this was directly faced by Nejin, whose clothing fluttered in the wind pressure. His skin split open, and blood spurted out. Yet, Nejin did not retreat. Facing the onslaught of Gerald's greatsword, he swung his own sword. The clash of a greatsword and a longsword. Normally, the greatsword should crush the longsword and even the person holding the longsword. But the rules of a sword-seeker-level fight do not apply here. When the swords collided, a tremendous noise erupted. Sword aura against sword aura. Nejin's sword, wrapped in constellations, completely withstood Gerald's sword aura and did not yield. No, it even pushed back. The twinkling constellations clinked and scattered bright white light. A moment of silence. A brief deadlock. What felt like dozens of seconds was merely a second in the eyes of an onlooker. And then, the balance was broken. Nejin gritted his teeth. He straightened his knees, which had almost buckled under the weight, and swung his sword with all his might. Then, a scraping sound came. The previously halted sword of Nejin moved forward. The advancing sword cut through the sword aura, and through the great sword, and split the technique Gerald had executed. The sword swung first, followed by the scattering constellations. A light burst forth along the trajectory of the sword. This light was a mass of sword aura. As Gerald watched the twinkling constellations before him, he let out a hollow laugh. It was a perfect strike, and it was his defeat. Immediately, the recoil of the sword aura struck Gerald. Boom! The steps he had taken that had split the ground were rendered meaningless as Gerald was lifted into the air. Swept up by the recoil of the sword aura, Gerald was flung away. After flying for a while, he shattered several large trees before coming to a stop. Spitting out blood, Gerald collapsed. Nejin took a deep breath. The constellations still wrapped around his sword did not lose their light. There were still foes to be felled. Lifting his head, Nejin looked ahead. There stood his final adversary. Klaus Aten. The fifth wing of the kingdom of Prolia. The last blue-winged cavalier stood before Nejin. Honestly, I didn't expect him to fly off like that. Klaus grimaced with a bitter smile. He pulled out a spear that had been stuck in the ground. In this situation, Klaus felt amazed. Was this boy really just experiencing his metamorphosis now? Metamorphosis, the act of breaking out of a cocoon. Many struggled to adapt right after their metamorphosis, unable to follow the restructured flow of their sword aura and mana. Klaus had been the same, but what about the swordsman before him? It's as if he has been a sword seeker for years, naturally wielding his sword aura. How absurd this seemed. The order had told him this young man was surely only 18 years old. It was almost laughable, beyond comprehension. A once-in-a-generation genius, something that couldn't even be fully described with such words. Perhaps, this is an honor. Klaus exhaled. Facing the sword of a boy who would soon reach the zenith was indeed an honor. Inappropriately, Klaus found himself laughing. A duel, what a thrilling resonance it brings. Now, as a one-on-one confrontation approached, Klaus smiled. If his life, tainted by the muck, would end in such a duel, he would gladly accept it. Whether he won or lost this fight, Klaus planned to end his own life. For a knight who had lost both honor and pride should not live. The last of the blue-winged cavalry must end not with execution, but by his own hand. From the day he lost all his comrades 4 years ago, Klaus Aten had been as good as dead. It was just that his death had been indefinitely postponed until he could restore his comrades' honor. And now that time had come. The time to put a period on the life of a walking corpse had arrived. Gloriously, the individual to put that period would be a prideful swordsman. A foe worthy enough to clash with all his might. Klaus truly understood why Gerald had burst out laughing. How could one not laugh? How could one not rejoice? Nijin. Klaus Aten. They called out each other's names. That was enough. Klaus lifted his spear and lowered his stance. He seemed ready to spring forward at Nijin any moment. I am coming. Come. Aura flared up around Klaus's body. The swirling aura wrapped around the tip of his spear. The branches it touched crumbled to dust without a trace. Constellations gathered around Nijin's sword. The elongated constellations wrapped around his longsword, making it seem like a sword of stars. Both Klaus and Nijin took their positions. And then, without anyone starting first, they charged at each other. Klaus Aten is running. He has no flag. He can no longer bear the glory of proving himself as the fifth wing of the kingdom. He has no horse. On the day his comrades were buried in the mire, his beloved steed too met its death. He has no comrades. The Blue Wing Cavalry was annihilated. They faced a dishonorable and prideless death. Yet Klaus Aten runs. No flag is needed. For the memory of running with his comrades is etched in his imagery. No steed is necessary. For his own legs can kick off the ground. No comrades are required. For Klaus Aten is still a blue-winged cavalryman. Merely a commander defeated in battle. A knight who has lost all honor and pride. Klaus Aten runs. He races for his comrades' honor. Though his eyes are open, he sees his imagery. Cavalrymen dashing across vast meadows. Ah, they charge through the battlefield, bearing the emblem of the blue wings. He stands at the forefront. It seems he can hear the sound of horse hooves from behind. The robust roars of his comrades echo. Klaus speeds up. If he were a valiant blue-winged cavalryman, his comrades would surely follow. So, he runs with all his might. Accelerating, and then accelerating again. Klaus Aten eyes his foe who he must pierce. He sees the prideful swordsman. This man too is running towards him. Straightforwardly, honorably, intending to shatter his spear. Let him try. By all means. His speed increased. The swiftly passing scenery fades from Klaus's vision. His eyes only see Nijin. He only watches the sword that Nijin intends to swing. That's why Klaus realizes it. The technique Nijin is about to display. Klaus knows this technique. Isn't it the technique of the Knights of Adana, among knights? Had that boy introduced himself as a squire to a knight of Adana? Is that so? Is it the sword of Adana that will decide the fate of one who has lost all honor and pride? Yes, it's a fitting end for me. But then Klaus's eyes widened. No, that wasn't it. The sword of Adana, used to execute knights, doesn't charge forth like that. It doesn't swing in such a manner. That is not a sword meant for execution. It signifies recognition of you as a worthy opponent. A sword implying that you possess value worth shattering with all might. At this realization, Klaus burst out laughing. Then let me meet those expectations. As the commander and vanguard of the kingdom's fifth wing, the blue-winged cavalry, Klaus thrust his spear. Nijin, the squire of Ivan from Adana, swung his sword. In that moment when the spear and the sword intersected, nothing else intruded upon their duel. Background, affiliation, order, everything became utterly meaningless. Just one cavalryman and one swordsman, each unleashing a powerful strike against the other. To determine the outcome of the duel. To seize victory. Warriors who hone themselves often say. A single strike, clashing with all one's might in a single strike to determine victory or defeat, is the ultimate conclusion they yearn for. Yet, at the same time, they realize. Such an end is rarely granted. Duels, battles, life-risking fights by their very nature do not accommodate such exchanges when there's a power disparity, and the situation hardly changes even with equals. Mind games, grappling, traps, minor mistakes. Such elements decide the victors and the vanquished, the living and the dead. It's ludicrous. Fights that end before one can fully employ a lifetime of honed skills are all too common. It's often these trivial things that determine the outcome. Thus, exchanging all-out strikes and deciding a fight is something you'd expect in tales of heroes. Reality isn't so forgiving. But at this very moment, that has become the reality. Ah, Klaus sighed. He, performing his all-out lance charge, felt a thrill coursing through his body. With each step he advanced, his counterpart, the swordsman, also stepped forward. They are charging at each other. There is no embellishment in their rush. No giving in, no compromise, no retreat. Just pure power. Only a full-powered sprint and all-out strikes exist here. How beautiful this scene is. It is the finest conclusion, both as a knight and a warrior. Come, as much as you want, as much. The commander of the Blue Wings, Klaus Aden, burst out laughing. This last charge of one swordsman could be so beautifully tragic. Squeak. And thus, one cavalryman thrust his spear. Cutting through the air and slicing the wind, the spear moved forward. Facing it was a sword swung by another swordsman. The constellation-wrapped longsword did not aim for the sides or strike from above. Unyielding and head-on. The end of the spear thrust straight. Simply met with full force. Because it was the sword of Adonai. Because it was a tribute and respect sent by a knight of Adonai to a worthy opponent he acknowledged. The constellation-wrapped Najin's longsword swung horizontally. The moment the blade met the spear's tip, a burst of light exploded in all directions. Crack. The imagery imbued in the charging cavalryman's aura, and the imagery of the stars risen from the underground city collided. The moment of collision burst into stars. The swirling auras vibrated the air. In an instant, dozens of clashes occurred in less than a second. It was a collision created by auras and sword energy, not mere metal. The aftermath splattered, ripping through Klaus and Najin's skin. Blood sprayed. Splat. Amidst the spurting blood, both sword and spear pushed forward. As if to say, the clash of spear and sword was merely an interruption. Finally, for a brief moment, the auras and sword energy sheared off from the metal. The missing parts sought to replenish in that instant. The instant split into a mere fraction of time. Crossing all hindrances, the spear and sword faced each other. That confrontation was brief. And victory is always decided in an instant. Boom. A heavy footstep echoed. In the final moment, Najin stepped forward again. And so, Najin's sword advanced one step further. That decided the victory. Tick, tick, tick. In the slowly unfolding scenery, Klaus saw it. Najin's blade splitting the spearhead and advancing forward. The spear he had been with all his life was coming to an end. Scrape. Najin's sword completed its trajectory. Splitting the spear in half as it advanced, the long sword also split the hand of Klaus holding the spear. The blade first drew its path, and the constellations scattered afterward. The spurting blood. The halved spear. The rapidly flickering constellations before his eyes. A perfect defeat. In the final moment, feeling a sentiment similar to Gerald's, Klaus burst into laughter. An impeccably perfect strike. A strike that utterly shattered the enemy's full force right in front, such is the sword technique only permissible to the knight among knights, Klaus soliloquized. If the sword of Adonai is to mark the end of his life, it would be a satisfactorily lived one indeed. The scattered constellations exploded. Thrown back by the recoil, Klaus spat blood and crashed against a great tree. He coughed up blood as he slumped against it and closed his eyes. Blink. Klaus slowly blinked his eyes. His body felt heavy. His mind was sluggish. He must have been embracing death, yet here he was there an afterlife in this world? If so, was it heaven or hell he was destined for? Surely it must be hell. Such profound contemplation was his at the moment. Are you explaining this right? Come on, I'm no wizard. A voice hovered near his ear. Too rough for an angel's voice, too kind to be a demon's. Most importantly, it was a familiar voice. Groaning, he blinked again. Ah, never mind. Sizzle. The sound of flesh burning. Even in his dulled senses, he could distinctly feel the pain, causing Klaus to snap his eyes wide open. His mouth agape, a scream escaped him. Arg. Are you sure this is correct? It's supposed to hurt, right? Sigh. The pain made him wide-eyed. With a suddenly clear mind, Klaus looked ahead. There stood Nijin, looking down at him as if talking to someone else, muttering to himself as he noticed Klaus's open eyes. Oh, are you feeling a bit more lucid? What have you done? Nothing much, just what needed to be done. Nijin casually tapped his neck. You know the mark on your neck. If left alone, it could explode, right? I've seen quite a few people explode, and it's not a pleasant sight. A mark? Could it be the one the Starlight Order had branded? Klaus hurriedly felt his neck. The mark that should have been there was gone. How? The greatest archmage and the master alchemist, armed with Merlin's knowledge and Jeta's support, had a hand in it, or so they say. Just received some impressive help. Nijin shook a potion bottle in front of Klaus. A potion crafted with Merlin's knowledge and Jeta's support. The mark was made to recognize you as dead, and to misfire, as if triggered, that's what I heard. The Order now thinks you're dead. Those were Nijin's words. Klaus blinked as he processed the situation. It was hard to keep up, but he could understand what Nijin was implying. Why, would you keep me alive? The boy had chosen to spare him. The attacker who had attacked him. Klaus couldn't grasp why. Because there's no need to kill you. What? Obviously, the Order had some leverage over you. Maybe a hostage, or your honor was at stake. Based on my own judgment, you were disillusioned with being the Order's hound. Am I wrong? Klaus did not deny it, and Nijin continued speaking. Besides, you failed your mission. The Order thinks you're dead. If they had hostages, they might decide to kill them now. That's unfortunate. Sorry, but I can't just die for them. Nijin stated calmly. But I can make you an offer. An offer? I'll give you a chance to take revenge on the Order. Revenge. I am Nijin. 18 years old, and today I reached the realm of the Sword Seeker. How do you rate my skills? A devilish question indeed. Klaus grimaced as he chuckled. Strong. Unbelievably so. Yes, and I plan to become even stronger. For what purpose? To hang a star at the highest point of the night sky. And to bring down the Order. Nijin grinned, a smile playing on his lips. I will ascend to the realm of a sword master. I will become a force capable of single-handedly dismantling the Order. I must reclaim the honor of my mentor, the knight I served, from the Order. A far-fetched goal. However, having received Nijin's blade, Klaus could not scoff at that goal. It felt tangible. I will definitely bring down the Order. I will thrust my sword into the heart of High Priest Orland, who watches over the world from the top of the lighthouse. But, Nijin added. In that process, I won't stop anyone who wishes to follow me. If their revenge is justified, I might even spare an arm of Orland. Just an arm. Yes, unfortunately, that bastard's heart is mine to take. Klaus burst out laughing. So, you'll spare me? Me, who tried to kill you? Yes. On what do you base your trust? On your pride. Nijin replied, and Klaus fell silent for a moment. I saw pride in you. The pride of someone who wishes to remain a knight. That is not something a mere hound possesses. I believe in that. And with that, Nijin shrugged his shoulders. Even if I'm wrong, it doesn't matter. If you want to cling to the Order again, try. I will face you, as many times as needed. Nijin tapped his sword hilt. But next time, I might not spare you like now. Arrogant, but I can't call it unjustified, not after being defeated so thoroughly. Klaus gave a bitter smile. He was completely defeated. It didn't seem likely that he would win if he tried again. Nijin offered his hand to Klaus, who was still chuckling. Make your choice. To die by my sword here and now. If not that. Or to choose the path of vengeance against the order. Klaus looked at Nijin's extended hand. He had no hostages. His comrades were already dead. Klaus had cooperated with the Starlight Order only because it was the Starlight Order that could remove the heretic mark branded on his comrades. The Starlight Order had branded them. Despite hating and cursing them, he had no choice but to follow their commands. A mere defeated commander could not bring down the Starlight Order. But Klaus looked at the boy before him. Surviving a duel to the death was a disgraceful thing. Yet, if there were depths to which he could fall, there were things that needed to be accomplished. Huff. After a moment of silence, he exhaled deeply. A bitter smile formed on his lips. The victor has the right to show mercy and to make an offer. Klaus spoke of the sacred duel's rules. Nijin took up the next part of the ritual. The vanquished has the duty to accept. That's right. Because it is a duel. And so, I accept. With gratitude. Klaus grasped Nijin's hand and slowly rose to his feet. Using the potion Nijin provided, he staunched the bleeding and took a deep breath. What about the others? They haven't died. Nijin glanced sideways. There lay Gerald, barely alive, along with a few experts. Not all of them may agree to my offer. Persuade them, or sort it out as you wish. I leave them in your hands. That's a tough role to assign. You are the strongest among them. Nijin said, and Klaus laughed. If that's the case, I have no choice but to try. With that reply, he slowly exhaled. Stabilizing his breathing, he raised his heavily bleeding arm, pain be damned. With that lifted arm, he thumped his chest. Blood splattered. Amidst the spurting blood, Klaus's voice echoed. I thank you for elevating a dishonorable assault to a duel. For shattering with full force my full force. For showing mercy to the vanquished, for giving a chance for revenge. Gratitude. I, Klaus Aiden, do not forget a favor. He slowly knelt and bowed his head. The last of the Blue Wing Cavalry will always answer your call, and on the day your blade points at the order, I will charge ahead of all others, I swear upon the honor of my fallen comrades. Unfortunately, I'll be leading the charge. I can't give you the vanguard role. That's regrettable. Then, I shall follow a step behind you. The last of the Blue Wing Cavalry smiled. His spear could now be held by one who knew honor and pride. Bring those who share your resolve to this place. The Jetta Trading Company can offer assistance. Nijin, along with a potion for erasing marks, handed Klaus several documents. As Klaus received them and listened to the explanation, he stroked his chin. There is one problem. What is that? Those deployed on this mission, like me, are hounds with no direct ties to the order. But I doubt that slippery character wouldn't have placed at least one watchdog. Klaus clicked his tongue. There will be watchers. It's highly likely there are those observing this situation from afar. They might have already witnessed you joining me. And currently, I am marked as a heretic by the order. That means they could frame it as associating with a heretic. A religious persecution following an armed assault. That's right. That's more the order's style. Well, I've thought about that aspect already. Nijin chuckled. This matter won't leak to the order. What? What do you mean? My collaborators are much more competent, thorough, and frightening than you might expect. The snake that swallows gold, Jetta. Her net is cast much wider than this. She has mercenaries at her disposal beyond just Rosalind Ascalo. By now, things have likely been taken care of. The order's sent watcher was found nailed to a tree, limbs severed. Dangling from the tree, the watcher's eyes darted around. There stood a woman, laying out various torture tools, tending to them. A woman who, in an instant, had seen through his presence from a distance and subdued him. The watcher knew her name well. The white-rank adventurer of Cambria. Former heretic inquisitor, Bahan Corte. A mercenary under exclusive contract with the Jeta Trading Company. She loathed the order to the extreme, entangled in a bad history with High Priest Orland. She exhaled deeply, glaring at the Watcher. In the dimly lit forest, her crimson eyes gleamed like those of a beast. 7. She spoke. There were 7 Watchers, including you. 4 are dead. No need for too many mouths. I intended to keep 2 for cross-examination, but... Bahen rolled something in her hand. It was a plucked eyeball, a severed tongue. They insisted I should kill them instead. So, I did. That leaves a blind man with his eyes gouged out, and you, relatively intact. The Watcher felt a chill run down his spine. Bahen Korte had been an inquisitor. She knew hundreds of ways to torture and coerce speech. No need for eyes to talk. Can you read Braille? It's essential for a priest of the order. Then you won't need ears either. No need to hear words. Oh, but your arms are gone, so that won't be easy. Muttering, Bahen approached the Watcher. Then, with a jerk, she grabbed his hair and shoved her face close to his. Madness swirled in her beast-like crimson eyes. Looks like you won't be needing eyes either. Bahen reached out her hand. Screams echoed through the forest. Nijin showed mercy to the attackers. Gerald, who came to his senses belatedly, also agreed to Nijin's proposal, and the experts were no different. Even after launching an attack and losing the duel, the opponent was shown mercy. No one was unaware of its meaning. However, understanding and agreeing are different things. Merely death. Not everyone accepted Nijin's proposal. Someone, realizing their mission had failed, took their own life. With the hostage dead, they felt no reason to live anymore. With a bitter expression, Klaus closed the man's eyes. The attackers were not the only ones here, there were others holding back Rosalind Askelo. At least one agrees. I'm not sure about the remaining 2, we couldn't talk much. Saying so, Klaus, Gerald, and Nijin moved to where Rosalind might be. To make an offer. But the moment Nijin arrived at the destination, he realized. There was no need to make an offer anymore. Blood scattered everywhere. Rosalind was flicking her dagger while trampling over the finely divided body of a mage. Oh, you came. Rosalind turned slightly and smiled. Nijin glanced around her. Right next to Rosalind, Bezos Malek was biting his lip, stemming the bleeding from his severed arm. It seems you've thoroughly smashed things up. Persuaded some in the process too. That's how it turned out. How about you, Lady Rosalind? Well, I thought there was no need to kill necessarily, so I was going to let it go at one arm. Rosalind Askelo was a strong opponent, and a strong person had many ways to defeat their opponents without killing them. However, at Rosalind's feet lay a finely chopped body. A 5th circle mage, Circle Cravelin. Rosalind looked down at her body with a displeased look. Rosalind clicked her tongue and kicked the head of the body with her toe. That woman and that man were hopeless. You have to talk a little rudely. The body was not alone. Upon closer inspection, another head was rolling on the floor. Bezos Malek survived by losing an arm, but the mage Circle and Archer Tyler did not. Those who dared to speak of a witch in front of me, those who called me a witch, didn't you know what became of them? I guess not, so I informed them. Muttering so, Rosalind Askelo turned her head. Her eyes swirling red as she gazed at Nijin. Then, with a sly smile, Rosalind said. Congratulations on becoming a sword seeker. She smiled contentedly and patted Nijin's shoulder, leaving him with a word to buy him a drink sometime. Nijin stood next to Klaus, who looked quite stunned as he watched her walk away. A fearsome woman indeed. Gerald nodded heavily in agreement. The incident was finally settled. Late at night, Nijin returned to the city and received only simple treatment from the physician before heading straight to his lodging. The physician tried to dissuade him, noting that the injuries were not minor enough to be treated with just first aid, but Nijin had no choice. Being caught with abnormal healing abilities wouldn't be beneficial. Dragging his heavy body, Nijin returned to his lodgings. He was physically and mentally exhausted. He gulped down a pre-prepared potion and poured another on his wounds, exhaling deeply. Never a day without injury, truly. Every fight seemed to punch a hole or two in his body, and scars filled his skin, although they would disappear after about a week. This one won't fade away. Nijin fingered his shoulder. The scar was left by Ivan. It was from before he had obtained Excalibur, and therefore, it would never heal. Nijin sneered bitterly. Anyway. Nijin, slumping in a chair, exhaled deeply. Sword Seeker, Seeker of the Sword. Having achieved the goal Ivan had once talked about, Nijin felt a complex mix of emotions. Until yesterday, Nijin had been a sword expert, just like Ivan. Of course, he had become stronger than Ivan had been back then. Now. The realm Ivan hadn't reached. Stepping into a completely new realm, Nijin felt a bittersweet yet refreshing laugh. Despite having become much stronger, Ivan was still a towering figure within Nijin. If Ivan knew I had become a sword seeker, I wonder how he would react. He might burst out laughing, or curse me as a crazy bastard and pat my shoulder, or perhaps we'd raise a toast at the usual pub. Imagining such a scene, Nijin sighed deeply. He missed the underground city a bit. He hadn't expected to miss that city. Images of the underground city passed through Nijin's mind. Ivan's office, the square, the clearing where he trained with Offen, and Hogel's forge. Pondering these in his mind, Nijin chuckled. There was no need to just imagine. Nijin closed his eyes and focused on his inner self. Stepping into the imagery created within was enough. Blink. Nijin opened his eyes that had been closed. In reality, Nijin was closing his eyes, but inside, he was seeing with open eyes. When he looked around, he saw the expansive landscape of the underground city. The landscape had significantly expanded. The space that was just a few steps wide was now extending far beyond where the eye could see. And thump, softly. Someone tapped Nijin's shoulder. Turning his head, there was Merlin with her flowing blue hair. Merlin, now more vivid and with a clearer presence, gave Nijin a teasing smile. How about it? It's clearer now, isn't it? Nijin nodded affirmatively. Definitely. The space has expanded a lot too. The stars are shining brighter. And there are two of them now. Stars hung in the sky and on the ground, both shining brightly in their respective places. Nijin looked around the landscape and exhaled deeply. Now what do we do about this? What do you mean? Merlin tilted her head, and Nijin chuckled. When I first set foot in this city, you said that, Merlin. Nijin held up 2 fingers. Sword Seeker, will set a 2-year target for the white rank, since it took Arthur that long. That was, right? And I said, what about 2 years? 1 year would be enough. Merlin's expression started to stiffen. She slyly avoided Nijin's gaze, but Nijin didn't let her escape it. He followed the direction Merlin had turned her head. But here we are. It only took half a year. Wait, half a year. It was 7 months. Exactly 7 months and 12 days, to be precise. That's also true. There's a big difference between half a year and 7 months and 12 days. Nijin nodded with a hint of a smile. But there's still a big gap between 7 months and a year, and 2 years. I won the bet. Merlin groaned painfully. Fine, I lost. Anyway. She grumbled, giving Nijin a sidelong glance. As if something was off. But were you always like this? You seem a bit different. I was closer to this originally. Nijin shrugged. Merlin seemed to pinpoint what was different. The lighter mood. The playful tone. And the cheeky behavior. In fact, this was closer to the real Nijin. I had been too rigid. Logically, a youngster who hung out with thugs in the underground city couldn't be so solemn. That's true. Do you dislike it? Not at all. Merlin grinned. I like this side more, actually. People don't need to be serious all the time. I think similarly. Be serious when it's time to be serious. Having ascended to the realm of the Sword Seeker. It wasn't just about physical and martial growth. It also meant a step forward mentally and spiritually. Merlin glanced at Nijin with a faint smile on her lips. Speaking of which. Nijin looked up at the sky. Now that I've achieved the goals of this city, what should we do next? The goals in Cambria. Reaching the realm of the Sword Seeker. Now that he had achieved this, Nijin was pondering what to do next. There was no intention to rest on his laurels and be content. The path ahead is still long. I'm just at a new starting point. What are you talking about? You've achieved all your goals except one. Nijin raised an eyebrow at Merlin's comment. One left. Have you forgotten? The legend of this city. She said. The place where 2 dragons are buried. The Tomb of Dragons. Another name for Cambria. Long ago, starting his journey in this city, Arthur achieved a feat that is still talked about hundreds of years later. It's why it's woven into the constellations in the night sky. In Cambria, Arthur and I brought down 2 dragons. We sealed them beneath this city. The first chair, the human who brought down a dragon. The first star that Arthur embedded in the night sky. Dragons are by nature immortal, the first and last being Neric's dragon. Until Excalibur was thrust into the vitals of a dragon, they could not die. They could be sealed but not killed. They will inevitably resurrect. Merlin whispered to Nijin. You get what I'm hinting at? Nijin's heart thumped. He understood what Merlin was suggesting. Now it's about time you earned a star of your own. The long-desired star. The time to claim that star was drawing near, Merlin suggested. From now on, it's crucial. Several days had passed since the incident. In that time, Nijin recovered from his injuries, and Yeta had secured the identities of those who had joined under Nijin and arranged for their disguised identities. After the incident had settled down. Visiting her office to discuss the next steps, Yeta said to Nijin. So far, the Order has only used hunting dogs that are unrelated to the Order and could be used without repercussions. But that's about to change. Things have shifted. She explained. The Order might get directly involved now. I'm not sure why they're so fixated on you, but if it's for the reasons you've mentioned. Yeta clicked her tongue. They might move even at a loss now. We've gone beyond the point where things can be handled cleanly. So, from now on, it's crucial. I've thought about that part. Probably, you're thinking along the same lines as me. Nijin nodded. They had discussed this matter before the operation, and even before that, he had discussed it with Ivan. Become too big for the Order to handle easily. Ivan had said that, and they had set the standard as a sword seeker. At that time, he didn't fully understand, but now he did. He knew the weight a sword seeker carried. A sword seeker must be reported to the Empire. And they are given a status commensurate with their skills. Being a sword seeker is a guarantee in itself. That's exactly it. Yeta handed Nijin a document bearing the emblem of the Yeta Trading Company and the Cambria Foundation. It's time to shed the fake identity. The document that would be thrown into the heart of the Empire. The time had come to reveal the name Nijin, not the false name of Ivan, to the world. Sword Seeker, the Sword's Wanderer. I declare here that the beasts so-called must be thoroughly managed. Their force is too dangerous for a single individual to possess. They can face dozens of knights alone. Dozens, indeed. No one could forget the incident when a lone sword seeker infiltrated and massacred the Lord of Arhets, his vassals, and all his knights, an act utterly condemnable. Ah, Arhets. Remember Arhets, a loyal servant of the Empire. Alone, facing dozens of knights and sweeping trained soldiers by the squad, these are the sword seekers. Can they even be called individuals? They are a walking army. Just as the private troops a noble can own are strictly limited and managed by the Empire, so too should the sword seekers be under the Empire's supervision. At the very least, their presence must be recognized. Herein, I propose the enactment of the Arhet Special Law. The content of the proposed law is as follows. To prevent the tragedy of Arhets from recurring, the law will force the disclosure of identity and strength for those of sword seeker caliber. Those who have stepped onto the mainland, not just the forefront of the demonic battlefield, must necessarily disclose their information. Should this be refused, you will realize why it is called an empire. This is both a warning and a mercy. If you know honor and pride, step forth into the heart of the empire. That marks the end of the Arhet special law. Jieta closed the history book of the empire as she spoke. It was a law established by Kalitz Pendragon, the empire's fourth emperor. Thanks to this law, those of sword seeker caliber must disclose their information. What kind of information? When they became a sword seeker, what weapons they use, what form their sword aura takes. Right after the law was proposed, it included weaknesses among all information disclosed, but hundreds of years later, that's no longer the case, she said. She tapped on the table lightly. Basic name, age, weapon used, and the time they reached their level. That's pretty much what's kept track of now. The original purpose of the law was to draw out hidden strong ones. At that time, the empire was in chaos. Hidden strong ones everywhere, causing both major and minor issues. That's why the law was established, Jieta explained. As unmanaged raw force can be as dangerous as anything from the perspective of a state. Nejin nodded quietly as he listened. So most sword seekers voluntarily disclose their information and level. Nothing is as frightening as being branded a dangerous person by the empire. Even a famed sword master wouldn't dare turn their back on the empire. Yul Razian is an example of this. Nejin thought back to a conversation they had once. Even when he saw the empire's capital, it felt like a huge wall. And in your case, it's special. While Nejin thought this, Jieta continued. She tapped on the documents that had recorded Nejin's activities over the past half-year. Suddenly appearing in the City of Opportunities, Cambria, you've quickly built up achievements and rumors. Demon Knight subjugation, a duel with the Knight Commander of the House of Armenia, a Dark Mage Fauve subjugation. And reaching the youngest ever red rank. One remarkable incident after another. There are rumors that you'll soon rise to a sword seeker. Hiding it any further would be too difficult. It's only a matter of time before the core of the empire takes interest in you. She was right. Up until now, Nejin's identity had been tied to Cambria, protected by the Cambria Foundation, hence no intervention. But once Nejin rises to a sword seeker, that changes. They might already be moving. The attack a few days ago was cleaned up without witnesses, but if the empire digs in, evidence might emerge. Then your level would be revealed. The strong ones who had attacked Nejin were sword seekers. They had either disappeared long ago or were currently engaged on the battlefield, hence untraceable. It's hard to be sure. It was an uncertain situation, and who knows how the Order might react. The Order might use any means to pressure you. And, to counteract that, we'll make the first move. Exactly. Jieta snapped her fingers. You're in the spotlight, and more than that, you're young. I don't know your exact age, but you're definitely not 30 yet, right? Under a false identity, 28. And the youngest ever sword seeker was 30. The moment Nejin's rise to sword seeker is revealed, the attention on Nejin would be unpredictable. Even the sword saint who was called a once-in-a-lifetime genius was 30 when he rose to a sword seeker. That itself broke a record that had stood for hundreds of years. And now, a new record breaker had appeared. It would be a major incident enough to upheave the empire. The Order of the Sword, all the nobles, the commanders of the battlefields, the core of the empire will all be watching you. That way, the Order can't easily mess with you. If they messed up, the focus on Nejin would shift straight to the Order. No matter how massive the Order's influence, they couldn't escape the gaze of the empire. For now, that's all. Jieta trailed off. Having finished explaining, she narrowed her eyes and watched Nejin. Her pupils were full of suspicion. With all that said, shouldn't you tell me? Nejin, just how old are you really? You aren't actually younger than me, right? You are at least 20, aren't you? Nejin avoided her gaze. Jieta's pupils wavered. Really? Arhet's special law. Nejin faithfully followed the procedures of the law. Having risen to the level of a sword seeker, he notified the Central Guild and sent a letter to the core of the empire through the Cambria Foundation. And Nijin could realize just how quickly the empire could act in such cases. He sent the letter, and within just half a day, a carriage arrived at the entrance of Cambria. Considering it takes 3 days from Britain to Cambria when hiring an ordinary coachman, this was indeed astonishing speed. But the surprising part didn't end there. A carriage at the entrance of Cambria. That carriage bore the crest of the Britain Empire along with the royal emblem. Arhet's special law, a law overseen by the royal family. Naturally, the royal family would be involved in the execution of the law. Adventurers murmured among themselves at the sight of a carriage bearing the royal emblem. How often would one see a carriage with the royal emblem? Who? What business did the royal family have here? What in the world was happening? The voices of the puzzled adventurers grew louder. Even the armor of the knight standing guard by the carriage bore the royal emblem. None were unaware that only one force was permitted to bear that emblem. Royal Guard. The Empire's loyal sword. With the royal guard and the royal carriage, the adventurers realized this was no ordinary event. Their gazes slowly converged on one spot. There, cutting through the crowd and approaching the carriage, was a figure. Red rank adventurer, Ivan. He crossed the crowd and stopped before the carriage, then knelt and bowed his head before the knight representing the royal family. A gesture of respect. The royal guard nodded in satisfaction and opened the door of the carriage. As all eyes were on him, Nijin stepped into the carriage. The carriage departed, and even as it became out of sight, the adventurers remained gathered at the city's entrance. One of them muttered. A white rank adventurer will soon rise. Royal Guard, Soltis. Soltis was not particularly pleased with this situation. Having served the royal family for many years, he knew well that the Arhet's law wasn't typically carried out so ostentatiously, nor so swiftly. That was the natural order of things. The level of a sword seeker isn't achieved overnight, nor can one ascend to such a level without any precursors. Thus, when someone reports having reached the level of a sword seeker, the royal family would move only when the time was right. But this case was different. There were no precursors, and no precedents either. A sword seeker appearing out of nowhere. Moreover, the individual registered with the Cambria Foundation was only 28 years old. It was only natural for the department responsible for the Arhet's law to be turned upside down. Of course, the information registered with the Cambria Foundation is likely not entirely accurate. In the City of Opportunities, identity registration is relatively liberal, and identity falsification is not uncommon. Thus, his true identity would need to be re-verified by the Magic Tower, but, if by some chance that identity was accurate, this would be an event significant enough to upheave the Empire. That's why the Empire dispatched forces hastily and decisively, even deploying the Royal Guard in an unprecedented move. Such was the magnitude of the event. And now, the protagonist of that event sat across from him. Soltis looked at the young man sitting opposite. Was he a young man, or still a boy? As is usual with those who have reached the level of a sword seeker, it was difficult to determine his age based solely on his appearance. But he had information related to this individual. Subjugation of the Demon Knight, a duel with the Knight Commander of the Arbinia Ducal House, subjugation of the Dark Mage Fauve. He reviewed the significant incidents while internally praising them. Not bad. Especially the part about subduing the Demon Knight. The Knights of Adana had defended the young man. That was remarkable. While on his way here, he glanced over the documents again, reassessing the youth. Had he knelt and shown respect earlier? Despite his displeasure with the situation, his impression of the young man before him wasn't bad. Though it's ill-timed for small talk. With that in mind, Soltis spoke up. He liked the young man enough to offer a word or two of advice. It would be wise to speak only the truth at the Magic Tower. Even if you've disguised your identity, there you'll need to reveal your real age and name. Probably not his real age and name. Identity falsification is a serious crime, but in cases like this, starting a journey from Cambria, exceptions are sometimes made. This young man's case would likely be the same. 28, Ivan. This was clearly a false identity. Even the great sword saint hadn't ascended to a sword seeker at the age of 30. It was unthinkable that someone who would break that record would appear out of nowhere. Soltis was certain of that. If you declare a false identity even at the Empire's magic tower, the severity of your crime will increase. Bear that in mind. I will remember that. Still, you can't avoid reprimand. It would have been better to have sent your real age along with the documents, wouldn't it? After all, an identity bound to be uncovered only brings harm to you. I hadn't thought that far ahead. I was too delighted by the fact that I had ascended to the level. Nijin smiled sheepishly. After all, he was a person who had reached the level of a sword seeker without proper backing. It wasn't likely he had many around him capable of offering advice. Soltis nodded emphatically. It seemed he was indeed using a disguised identity. While Soltis was dispatched here just in case, it was, after all, just in case. It was something that wouldn't ordinarily happen. That he ascended to a sword seeker out of nowhere is surprising enough, but breaking the youngest record? An implausible story. It was probably just an overreaction by the responsible department. With that thought, Soltis closed his eyes. Of course, this was a misunderstanding on his part. They had reasons to judge so, but Soltis had only been provided with basic information due to the haste of the mission. But, if this is true. Alone in the rocking carriage, Soltis could only imagine. If the young man before him truly had ascended to a sword seeker at the age of 28, the Empire would be overturned. And a summons would be issued. To scrutinize an unprecedented talent. Who? The Empire's sword masters. Those who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Of course, such an event was unlikely, but imagining the scene where the three sword masters gathered together, Soltis chuckled. There would be no grander spectacle. The capital of the Empire, Camelot. Just about a month ago, Nijin, who had stopped by the capital as a tourist, now ventured deeper into it, to places where normally one could not tread. Thud. The gate guards, upon spotting the carriage bearing the royal emblem, saluted with a stomp. They cleared the way, allowing the carriage to pass without stopping. There was no need to check identities, the royal emblem on the carriage was proof enough. Thus, the carriage advanced deeper into the capital without halting, passing high-rise buildings towards the center, then deeper towards the center. Until the scenery changed. It had entered the heart of the imperial city. The core of the empire, thoroughly protected by all manner of artifacts and magical devices. As he passed through the magical barrier, Nijin realized the air had changed. Immaculately clear air. The mana in the atmosphere was perfectly controlled. Looking out the carriage window, towering towers came into view. Magic towers, as they are called. The towering magic towers greeted Nijin, signifying his arrival at the Empire's core. And the carriage headed towards one particular magic tower. The Platinum Tower, manned solely by court mages loyal to the royal family, awaited them. Nijin alighted from the carriage and silently looked up at the towering Platinum Tower. It feels overwhelming. He really splurged on gold. Such a waste of money. TSK. Merlin's clucking tongue was heard. Soon she began muttering, a true mage must gain enlightenment from hunger and desperation, but this is why the modern ones. However, Nijin half listened, letting it go in one ear and out the other. This way. Following Royal Guard Soltis, Nijin walked on. After passing through several layers of security barriers, Nijin was finally able to traverse the dimensional gate connecting the upper and lower floors of the magic tower. Flash. Passing through the bluish dimensional gate, what welcomed Nijin was a vast space. At the center of the space stood a woman with long blonde hair. Cypria Gachevskia, the Archmage of 8 Circles. Platinum Tower Master, Cypria Gachevskia. The Empire's Archmage looked at Nijin with weary eyes, as if she had been dragged out of her laboratory where she had been buried until just moments ago. Her expression was one of annoyance at the whole world. Sigh. She exhaled deeply and brushed her hair back. As the royal guard stepped back, she flicked her finger at Nijin. It was a gesture for him to come forward. Our het special law is a royal decree. Displaying such an attitude in its execution was highly disrespectful, but Royal Guard Soltis maintained his silence. Any ordinary mage would have been scolded. But Cypria Gachevskia was an exception. For her alone, special laws were established. Considering that she had created and managed 40% of the artifacts laid out in Camelot, it wasn't really anything special. Stand there. Don't move. Following her command, Nijin stood right in the center. Looking down, he saw intricate circuits intertwining like sophisticated gears meshing together. Click. Cypria snapped her fingers. Gears within gears meshed, creaking as a flame ignited before Nijin. The burning flame shifted from black to red, and from red to white. It's like looking at Cambria's ranking chart. It's similar. When distinguishing the levels of the soul, we often use that sequence of colors. The levels of the soul. Yes. Merlin affirmed. Ascending through realms is ultimately a process of the soul's transcendence. It's not that the soul's colors are exactly those, but we just make it easy to differentiate. From black to white to platinum. The soul approaches the stars as it transcends, so it's not entirely a wrong expression, Merlin muttered. Black, red, white, platinum. Broadly, these are the 4 categories, checking if you have reached the realm of a sword seeker. Nijin looked ahead. The flame before him was white. If it's white, that means you've reached the realm of a sword seeker. As Merlin muttered, Cypria glanced at him. She looked at the empty space and nodded slightly, as if to move on to the next step. Narrowing her eyes to focus, Cypria's gaze seemed to indicate an area obscured by an inhibiting barrier or something similar. With that thought, Nijin turned his gaze back. But then he caught Cypria's eye, and she looked at him with a somewhat sour expression before quickly exhaling sharply. She sighed deeply and clenched the air. Suddenly, she was holding a staff. Raising the staff, she slammed it down. Thump. A clear sound rang out, and circles rose behind her. 8 circles. The gear-like circles slowly rotated, and she aimed her staff at Nijin. Waves spread from the tip of the staff, wrapping around Nijin. Creak, creak. The gears wrapped around Nijin began to turn. As each gear moved an inch, letters started forming above it. This gear reads the information carved into the soul, right? Nijin thought inwardly. Is this going to reveal Excalibur? What? Merlin responded incredulously. Hey, how many circles do you see in front of that girl? 8. Right. 8 circles. Merlin spoke triumphantly. Although she didn't close her eyes, she probably had her arms crossed and shrugged his shoulders. I have 10. 10, you hear? And mind you, the difference between the 8th and 9th circles is huge, but the difference between the 9th and 10th circles is even more so. Really? Of course. 9 represents imperfection, but 10 symbolizes perfection. I'm a perfectly flawless archmage. Think that kid can break through my perceptual inhibition? If so, I'll gracefully admit it and retire. I'm serious. To break through my perceptual inhibition, you'd have to bring the Witch of Camlin right up to your nose. Merlin chuckled to herself. Well, still. Merlin said. Your age will probably get revealed. It must be some spell intended to verify your age. That's likely. Once your age is revealed, there's no turning back. You know that, right? I know. Once my age is revealed, all sorts of attention will start to focus on me. But that's something I've already prepared for. I might as well get used to having Excalibur exposed from now on, right? You always talk a good game. Merlin laughed. Meanwhile, letters began to emerge above the gears. Ready? Ready, indeed. From the moment I left the underground city, I was as good as prepared. Nijin silently answered the question, and just then, the letters above the gears completed. The result was a 2-digit number. 18. Cypria Gachevskia's eyes widened. Platinum Tower Master, Cypria Gachevskia. She was incredibly tired. Not only had she not slept properly for days, but there was also a backlog of artifacts that needed tuning. She wanted to finish her work quickly and rest, but then a summons had unexpectedly come. The enforcement of our het special law. Yes, directed personally from the department. Why leave it to me? The subject of the law is quite special, they said. Cypria was aware of the existence of our het special law. But to employ someone of her stature for its enforcement seemed unnecessary. Like using a sword to kill a chicken, no, like using a great archmage to hunt a goblin. So she made it very clear she was annoyed. Muttering, she asked if it really had to be her. But still, the department responsible for the management of our het special law came with the emperor's approval. When they examined the target's information and records, they concluded that the disguised identity might actually be the real age. What a fuss. Cypria clicked her tongue. The time of the Platinum Tower Master is exceedingly valuable. If it turned out to be just a fuss, she would formally protest to the responsible department. That would surely bolster the budget of the Platinum Tower. With that thought, she flicked her finger. The young man before her had been confirmed to have reached the realm of a sword seeker by the soul's flame. What remained was his age. The age on his disguise was 28. A sword seeker of such caliber at 28. Such nonsense. Cypria scoffed. How could the level of a sword seeker be so easily attained? When the unparalleled genius sword Saint Karen reached the realm of a sword seeker at 30, the world was in uproar. Similarly, when she, called the magic-loved girl, reached the sixth circle at 34, the magical community was greatly shaken. But in his 20s? And they seriously considered it? Did this field seem easy? Such nonsense. It must be a disguised identity, she thought, waiting for the result to emerge. Information began assembling above the gears. No signs of artificial manipulation on the soul, pure white. No mana detected. One by one, information appeared. And finally, the time engraved on the soul emerged. 18. See. Definitely not the manipulated identity. 28 years old, no, wait, what? Cypria blinked. She looked again at the number that had appeared before her. The number remained unchanged. 18. 18. Could it be? Did I overdo the all-nighters? It must be because I'm tired from not sleeping. I must be seeing things. Cypria shifted her gaze. There, beyond the inhibiting barrier, were the supervisors watching. Their faces were not just pale, but ghastly white. 18, 18, as they muttered under their breath, Cypria's head slowly tilted. Platinum Tower Master, Cypria Gachevskia. To question her magic was an enormous discourtesy, a rudeness. Thus, the supervisors could not bring themselves to voice any doubts, but they were bulging their eyes out. No, this doesn't make sense. Cypria herself could not accept it. She took a deep breath and slammed her staff down again. The gears wrapped around Nijin once more, this time with more precision and without even skipping the magical chant. 30 seconds later. Again, only the number 18 appeared above the gears. The assembly was engulfed in silence. It was not that they couldn't hear the murmurs of the supervisors behind the inhibiting barrier, they were truly silent. A shock beyond words leaves one speechless. Archmage, Royal Guard, and the supervisors who had been in charge for decades, all fell silent. My real name is Nijin. Just Nijin. I am 18 this year. He answered with a laugh. At such an innocent tone from Nijin, the Royal Guard Soltis slapped his forehead with the palm of his hand. 18 years old and a sword seeker. An unprecedented major event. It took less than a day for the rumor to spread and the empire to be turned upside down. What? 18. The core of the empire. The highest place in the Britannian Empire. Wasn't the youngest sword seeker 30 years old if my memory serves right? I remember it was Sir Karen who reached that age. The man seated on the throne widened his eyes. His question was affirmed with nods from his vassals.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.